Chapter 1. Journey to the Capital. My dear girl, may the spirits of our esteemed elders bless us. Our troubles seem to be alleviated. The gentle demeanor of this noble lord's wet nurse gives me hope. If you have any reservations, we could offer her some silver to speak favorably on our behalf in front of Madame Pei, said Xiao Xiang, as she busily arranged the bedding for Jiang Wan. Since her coming of age, her marriage had been postponed by the Marquis of Wuning, citing the conflict between her zodiac sign and that of the noble lord. Last month, she had been distressed about how a forsaken orphan like herself could survive in this world. But now the second madam of the Marquis of Wuning, who would eventually be her mother-in-law, had personally come to escort her to the capital for her impending marriage. She ought to be elated, yet unlike Xiao Xiang, she could not attribute her circumstances to the benevolence of her deceased parents. There was certainly more to this situation than met the eye. Let us observe how things unfold, she replied with a calm demeanor, which only heightened Xiao Xiang's anxiety. But as she was about to offer words of comfort, a commotion arose outside. She hurriedly pushed open the window, realizing they were nearing the dock. Before arriving in this realm, Jiang Wan had endured a family life steeped in the preference for sons over daughters. After much struggle, she had escaped that oppressive environment, only to meet her demise in a bus accident while traveling. Subsequently, her spirit found its way into her mother's womb in this lifetime. Her mother, surnamed Zhuang, was the daughter of the governor of Jinling, belonging to the highest echelon of southern Jili and hailed from a family of scholarly distinction. At the tender age of 5, she had been betrothed to the eldest grandson of the Marquis of Wuning. However, this heir was not the offspring of the first madam, but rather the son of the second madam, whose sister-in-law was also a relative by blood, both entering the marquisate. Together, as fate would have it, the first madam of the Marquis, despite her esteemed position, bore children later than the second madam. Thus, the second son became the heir apparent. Jiang Wan was to marry Pei Hong, the eldest grandson of the marquisate. Xiao Xiang, the marquisate is not like our home. You must be cautious and discerning. Speak only what is appropriate and refrain from actions that could bring trouble. Remember this? I understand. I shall tread carefully and ensure I do not hinder your path or give anyone reason to pull at your weaknesses. Xiao Xiang replied earnestly. Jiang Wan raised an eyebrow at her, knowing that her words often belied her actions. Just then, Qin Mama, a confidant of the second madam, entered. Jiang Wan promptly stood to greet her and offered her a seat. Being a servant, Qin Mama did not presume to take liberties and insisted on modesty, but Jiang Wan insisted. Xiao Xiang, fetch some tea from Mama Qin. Qin Mama smiled warmly. There is no need for such fuss. I shall be brief. We are not far from the capital. You should prepare yourself, my dear. Thank you for your reminder, Mama, she signaled to Xiao Xiang. Swiftly, Xiao Xiang produced a pouch of silver from her sleeve and offered it to Qin Mama. Initially, Qin Mama intended to decline, but Xiao Xiang gently pressed it into her hand. Mama, we are grateful for your care during our journey, and, as newcomers, we would appreciate your guidance for my young mistress. Upon hearing this, and with Xiao Xiang's insistence, Qin Mama accepted the pouch, secretly delighted by its weight, though her face remained composed. Rest assured, the second madam has previously met the young lady and remarked upon her sensibility and virtue, taking a great liking to her. It is merely that our esteemed master has sustained an injury, which has delayed the marriage. The second madam has urged me to offer comfort to the young lady. Jiang Wan understood that even if they wished to postpone the marriage, she had no recourse, for she was but an orphan. Her parents had passed away when she was merely 8, and her relatives lingered in her home, demanding a share of her parents' estate. Her letters to the Ofu were as fruitless as searching for a needle in a haystack. She contemplated legal action, but her uncle was the most prominent official in the area. Whom could she sue? Ultimately, it was her uncle who provided her with 2 large red lacquered trunks as her dowry, which were now being transported to the capital alongside the vessels of the Duke of Wuning. Of course, he had benefited the most from the arrangement. Yet, Jiang Wan found herself without alternatives. Without her uncle's support, she would not have been able to retain even these 2 trunks. She smiled gently. My brother is injured, and I should have come to the capital to see him. However, my aunt is also unwell, and having grown up under her care, I cannot leave her side. I fear my aunt might harbor doubts. Old Madame Qin remarked. The young lady is overly concerned. Our mistress is most compassionate. Glancing outside, She added, "The men are moving the goods. Please take a seat for a moment. I must oversee their work to ensure no accidents occur." With that, she turned her ample figure and exited Jiang Wan's cabin. Xiao Xiang, observing her departure, stuck out her tongue. "This old woman is quite slippery." Jiang Wan merely smiled. Peering out of the window, the dock was not far off, as the presence of the Duke of Wuning's vessels had cleared a path on the shore. Xiao Xiang helped her down a veil and guided her towards the bow of the ship. Once the vessel was moored, she assisted Jiang Wan down. In the distance stood a slender figure by a carriage, clad in a stone-blue robe, leaning on a cane. Could that possibly be the eldest young master? Xiao Xiang, unable to contain her excitement, wore her emotions openly, fidgeting restlessly. Jiang Wan pinched her palm to signal her to be discreet. Peeking through the veil, she confirmed it was indeed the eldest young master, Pei Heng. She had seen him once when she was around 8. During her father's illness, he had been 15 then, and his appearance had changed little. It was no wonder Xiao Xiang lost her composure. Pei Heng was clearly limping. Jiang Wan, however, was quick to adapt. Had he not been injured, she might never have had the chance to marry him. Pei Heng approached with a slight limp. A servant behind him attempted to assist, but he waved him off. "Dear sister, may you find peace after your long journey. A carriage has been prepared for you." Jiang Wan quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for coming to fetch me. A carriage would have sufficed." Pei Heng, warmed by her consideration for his injury, smiled gently. "Sister, you have traveled far. It is no inconvenience for me to come greet you. Though my foot does present some difficulties that that moment." Jiang Wan finally comprehended why the Pei family had postponed the marriage without annulment given his circumstances. Who else would choose to wed him? Jiang Wan smiled softly, while Pei Heng stole a glance at her, only to catch a glimpse of her delicate silhouette veiled by the sheer white fabric. As he assessed her figure, slender and graceful, he found himself uncertain whether to feel joy or not. "Young lord, is it that carriage?" Noticing his rapt attention, Xiao Xiang quickly interjected, pointing towards the carriage behind Pei Heng, while gently pinching Jiang Wan's arm. Chapter 2. Hidden Matters. Jiang Wan, having arrived in the capital to wed, was determined to pay her respects to the matriarch of the Ho family. This grand estate occupied a significant portion of Changning Street, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions at the entrance, behind which stood 3 red doors adorned with beastly motifs. Several well-dressed attendants awaited at the main entrance, all eyes fixed upon her carriage. Jiang Wan lifted her gaze to behold a plaque above the entrance, inscribed with the words "Imperially Constructed Wuning Home Mansion." This estate, steeped in ancestral honor, had been established alongside the founding emperor in his quest for dominance. As her thoughts wandered, she was swiftly assisted down by Xiao Xiang, who led her through a side entrance, where an elderly matron guided several young servants bearing a soft sedan chair. Xiao Xiang helped her settle inside. Before long, they arrived at the flowering gate, where the servants respectfully withdrew. Jiang Wan gracefully emerged from the sedan, with Xiao Xiang hastening to support her. Once within the inner courtyard, veils were no longer necessary. A well-dressed matron approached, bowing with a smile. "The old lady has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Upon seeing Jiang Wan's visage, she exclaimed, "Indeed, our second mistress has a discerning eye. This young lady is truly a rare gem." At this moment, Xiao Xiang, no longer reticent, chimed in with a grin. "Do not jest with the matron. It is hard to find another girl of such beauty in all of southern Jili." "Xiao Xiang," Jiang Wan playfully admonished her, gently chiding her for her loquacity, and then addressed the matron with a smile. "My maid's words are unrestrained. I beg your pardon." The matron, holding Jiang Wan's hand and admiring her delicate fingers reminiscent of green onions, expressed her delight, not only in southern Jili, but perhaps throughout the 13 provinces of Dejin. "One would struggle to find such a striking girl, aside from a few of our young ladies here in the home mansion." As they conversed, the group traversed the hallway toward the main courtyard, where the main hall was adorned with intricate carvings and splendid architecture. Jiang Wan, hailing from a scholarly family, had been raised in simplicity, her home furnished in modest tones, a stark contrast to the opulence surrounding her. At that moment, several young maidens clad in azure attire sat upon a stone terrace, playing with pebbles. Upon their arrival, they quickly rose to announce, "Miss Jiang has arrived." They stood aside, holding the curtain open with deference, allowing Jiang Wan to enter the room. Inside the main hall, a gathering of individuals turned to gaze intently upon her, while an elderly matriarch with graying hair sat upright, observing her closely. Before Jiang Wan could perform her greetings, the matriarch beckoned. "Come here. Let me have a good look at you." The crowd ushered Jiang Wan forward to the matriarch, who scrutinized her appearance. Seeing such remarkable beauty stirred a mix of emotions within them, though they maintained a facade of warmth. Such beauty might not bode well for a tranquil household. The matriarch's heart churned, especially considering her grandson's limp, causing her grip to loosen. A young maid quickly retrieved a mat for her, and Jiang Wan stepped back, kneeling to bow her head. "Your granddaughter Jiang Wan humbly greets you, esteemed elder." Assisted to rise, Jiang Wan looked up to see a round-faced young woman with a rosy complexion and a gentle demeanor. Though she could not be deemed a beauty, her presence was endearing, leaving Jiang Wan momentarily at a loss for recognition. "Jiang's sister, I am Pei Huai." Jiang Wan suddenly recalled that she was the sister of Pei Hong, sharing the same mother, which made her Jiang Wan's future sister-in-law. As she greeted her with a sweet smile, Jiang Wan reciprocated with a smile of her own. When she had first arrived years ago, she was but a child of 7, and it was evident that she would grow into a beauty. Little did Jiang Wan expect her to blossom into such an exquisite young woman, surpassing all the girls in their family. The one speaking was Lady Shun, the wife of the Marquis of Wuning. With her striking phoenix eyes, she maintained a slender figure despite being in her middle age, her demeanor radiant like spring. Adorned in a finely woven silk long gown of silver-red brocade, she matched Jiang Wan's recollection quite closely. Her compliment seemed casual, yet it was sincere. Aunt Jean and continued to greet everyone respectfully. "How many people have you brought today? Your aunt would like to make arrangements." "No need for any trouble. My niece has come to pay her respects to the matriarch and will reside at the house we rented," Jiang Wan replied. "What kind of talk is this? You ought to understand better. Does our family lack a place for you to stay? Besides, the ceremony is next month. It would be too cumbersome to go back and forth." Pei Huai quickly took her hand and smiled. "Sister can stay in the manor, allowing us to bond more closely. Look, we have 4 sets of sisters. It will be quite lively." Jiang Wan glanced around and noticed the sisters standing in pairs behind their mothers, at least 7 or 8 young girls. "Indeed, Sister Jiang, our family has many daughters. With your arrival, we now have a companion to play with," one of the girls exclaimed. This girl, Pei Yu, was recognizable. A perfect beauty with almond-shaped eyes and an oval face, just as she had been in childhood. Just as Jiang Wan was about to speak, a maid called from outside. "The master has arrived." A middle-aged woman hurriedly signaled her senior maid to assist him, but he waved her off and respectfully bowed to the matriarch. "Grandmother, greetings." The matriarch quickly called for assistance, her eyes darting toward Jiang Wan, observing her composure, which tightened her heart. She then expressed concern for Pei Hong, inquiring about his well-being. "Arrange for the guests according to the few granddaughters present. I am already overwhelmed. You may all disperse now," the matriarch instructed. As the crowd exited the main hall, Pei Mu struggled to rise with the help of the maid, Zhu Xiang, trembling as she made her way into the inner chamber, followed closely by the second lady, who took the hand of another maid. "Mother," she signaled to the 2 senior maids, and they quietly withdrew. Pei Mu, patting Jiang Wan's palm, sighed helplessly. "I understand your concerns. 10 years ago, you were just a delicate child, and now you have grown into an even more enchanting beauty. I know you fear she might be restless, but what can be done at this point?" Pei Mu gazed at her worried face and offered a comforting smile. "You need not fret so. She appears to be a fine young woman. Moreover, she hails from a scholarly family and is unlikely to engage in any unbecoming behavior. Did you not send for the wet nurse of the eldest son? Have you not inquired?" The second lady sighed softly. You saw how Hinger looked at her when he entered, as if he could not take his eyes off her. Her hesitation only darkened Pei Mu's expression. "If you truly believe this, then it is all the more imperative that the matter remains unspoken." I also advised Hunger not to let slip a word. The second madam helped her to recline on the beauty couch, nodding in acknowledgement, and attended to her brief repose before making her way from the main chamber to the second courtyard. Granny Qin had long awaited her arrival in the room. Upon seeing her enter, she hurriedly approached to assist her, exclaiming that the madam had been anxiously waiting. At that moment, The second madam appeared remarkably unfazed, smiling as she held her forehead. The old lady kept me engaged in conversation for a while, hence my delay. Is there something of urgent concern? Chapter 3. Welcoming once the affairs under my purview were concluded, I made a special trip to pay my respects to the madam. The maid surrounding us, adept at reading the atmosphere, had already retreated outside. It was only then that Granny Chin came forth, mentioning that the madam had instructed her to pay close attention to the conduct of this young lady throughout her journey. I did indeed observe her closely. She adhered to propriety and exhibited a gentle disposition, possessing no faults beyond her striking beauty. Do you also find her excessively alluring? She is a modest girl, and the whole residence shall not treat her unfairly. Should she devise any mischief, she shall certainly face consequences. Granny Chin, eyeing her with a predatory gaze, felt a sense of trepidation. What needed to be said had been articulated, and whether the second madam would regard Jiang Shi favorably now depended on the latter's fate. Rest assured, our young master is quite handsome and is the eldest grandson of the Ho family, she added. Naturally, she would not divulge the reasons behind the ignorance of others. Only a select few within the estate were privy to the truth. Initially, when he was injured and overheard the physician declare that he would henceforth be crippled, he wished for nothing more than to succumb to death at that very moment. Have you spoken to Hango? Some matters should be broached gradually. Granny Chin replied affirmatively, assuring that she would relay the message to Lady Sun in the elder masteress' quarters, urging the madam to rest easy. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan accompanied Pei Heng as they exited the main courtyard. She deliberately slowed her pace, allowing him to proceed ahead at a leisurely tempo, harboring a hint of sympathy for this unfamiliar fiancé. Sister, there's a courtyard in the southwest corner. Grandmother wishes for you to reside there first. It is merely a corridor away from our residence, allowing for ease of communication should the need arise. Jiang Wan noted his adept use of the cane. Though he appeared lean and his features were not particularly handsome, his gentle demeanor concealed any shortcomings, stirring a bittersweet feeling within her that she refrained from revealing in public. She smiled and nodded in response. After walking a short distance, they reached the corner gate. Pei Heng, unable to follow any further, turned back to converse with Jiang Wan, only to find her gaze cast downward, her lashes fluttering lightly. Upon noticing his pause, she raised her eyes to meet his. Her bright, expressive eyes, paired with her fair complexion and delicate features, truly embodied the beauty of Jiangnan. Brother? Oh, I shall accompany you only to this point. Sister, please follow Sister Li Chun inside. She is a senior maid in my mother's service, designated to assist you. Jiang Wan hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, How can I trouble my aunt's maid? I have my own maidservants. Pei Heng was aware that she had brought only 2 attendants with her, one of whom was quite aged, likely in need of care. He doubted that the young maid, Xiao Xiang, would be particularly attentive. You are unacquainted with the household's environment. Once you become familiar, should you find it unsatisfactory, you may select others to assist you. Jiang Wan smiled, replying, Brother, your foresight is commendable. The 3 individuals traversed the corner gate, making their way down the passageway. After only a few steps, they encountered another ajar corner gate, which led to the small courtyard that Mother Pei had designated for Jiang Wan, aptly named Haitang Studio. Upon entering, they were greeted by a courtyard adorned in the elegant style of Jiangnan, filled with drooping begonia trees. It was the season of March and April, and clusters of delicate pink petals hung from the branches, releasing a subtle fragrance into the air. Despite Mother Pei's slight display of discontent towards her, for the sake of propriety, she had provided Jiang Wan with such a splendid abode. This modest dwelling comprised over a dozen rooms, even larger than her own home. Thank you, Grandmother, for considering me. Haidang Studio is indeed a rare elegance, Jiang Wan expressed gratefully. Li Chun chuckled, saying, The matriarch knows you have traveled from Jinling and come from a scholarly family. She surely believes you would appreciate such refined things. As she spoke, she led the 2 into the main hall. At the center stood an octagonal table, adorned with a display cabinet housing a miniature pine bonsai and various antiquities, evidently placed there recently. Jiang Wan smiled and remarked, Grandmother is putting great effort. As they ventured further into the inner chamber, they were met with a screen embroidered with Suzhou silk on a zeton frame. Beneath the eastern window lay a Luohan bed, while a crescent table occupied the west side, with a gauzy curtain behind it, creating a private sanctuary for her. Jiang Wan surveyed the room and expressed her gratitude once more. Xiaoxiang promptly retrieved a handful of silver coins and pressed them into Li Chun's hand, saying, "Thank you, sister. You must be weary. There is no need to remain here. I shall keep watch." Li Chun, attuned to the nuances of their expressions, understood they had private matters to discuss, and replied with a smile, "These folks are indeed lazy. I shall keep an eye on the lady. I will stay outside. If you require anything, just call for me." Xiaoxiang, unreserved, added, "My lady has just endured a long journey. I fear we must trouble you to speak to the kitchen, as we need hot water for a thorough wash. Being newcomers, it feels improper to impose on anyone else. Of course, please wait a moment," Li Chun said before stepping outside. Xiaoxiang turned back to Jiang Wan, sticking out her tongue. Such formality. Even us servants feel intimidated. In families of such esteemed lineage, how could there be no rules? Let us not linger on that. Let us inspect our belongings to ensure nothing is amiss. We must check the gifts for the sisters and ensure everything is in order, as there should be no discrepancies. Xiaoxiang hurriedly unpacked the items brought in by the maids, meticulously organizing them. Upon confirming there were no errors or damages, she handed them over to Jiang Wan for inspection. Only then did she call in the young maidservants, distributing a handful of copper coins to each, instructing them to deliver them to the siblings of the Pei family. Inside were merely some fashionable trinkets from Jiangnan and the 4 treasures of the study. These items did not require significant expenditure, yet left a favorable impression. Originally, she had some velvet flowers procured from Jiangning, but being subjects of the emperor, they were not lacking in such things, and it might have seemed ostentatious. Moreover, these items were bequeathed to her by her mother, making her somewhat reluctant to part with them. Additionally, the gifts from various uncles and aunts were simply local specialties from Jiangnan. Jiang Wan was also weary. After washing up, she retired for the night, and her slumber lasted until dusk. Zhu Xiang had been waiting outside, and upon hearing the sound of water within, hurried in to say, "Madam, please awaken the young lady, so we can welcome her properly." Seeing Jiang Wan's evident embarrassment, Zhu Xiang quickly reassured her, "There is no need for such modesty, my lady. The matriarch understands your delicate constitution and acknowledges your long journey. Take your time to rest. Besides, she has mentioned that you are still young, and a little laziness is perfectly acceptable." Jiang Wan splashed some water on her face, instantly feeling more alert. After applying her makeup, Zhu Xiang, watching from the side, remarked with a smile, "You are truly a pure lotus in clear water. Even without makeup, you are remarkably fair." "Indeed," Zhu Xiang continued, "no one is born with such beauty." Jiang Wan nodded and, rising, accompanied her to the main hall where everyone was gathered, chatting merrily. Upon entering, she heard Lady Pei inquiring, "Has he confirmed his return in the next few days? His elder brother is to be wed next month. We must ensure he doesn't postpone his visit under the pretense of being busy." Lady Shan interjected with a smile. "He has committed to returning. His elder brother's wedding will certainly draw him back, so there's no need for concern." Pei's mother nodded thoughtfully and, upon noticing Jiang Wan standing at the curtain, smiled warmly, saying, "Now that Wanner has arrived, let us begin the feast." The crowd surrounded Pei's mother as they made their way to the dining hall. Pei Huai had already spotted Jiang Wan and paused to wait for her, taking her arm and asking, "Sister, are you still studying?" She shook her head, replying, "I stopped studying at the age of 10 and have been at home with my aunt, engaged in needlework." Pei Huai found this hard to believe, and Jiang Wan felt similarly astonished. In her family, she could have continued her studies until marriage. However, her aunt and uncle believed she was already difficult to manage, and education would only exacerbate that. Fortunately, her spirit was not that of a mere 10-year-old. She took her studies seriously and, aside from needlework, she spent her days perusing various intriguing books. Observing her growing propriety, her parents allowed her to pursue her interests. "We are still studying." Jiang Wan smiled, unsure how to respond, when she heard Lady Pei call out, "Wanner, come sit by your grandmother." She hurriedly declined, but Lady Shun grasped her hand, laughing, "You are a distant guest and the future granddaughter-in-law of the matriarch. You must sit here," and led her to sit beside Lady Pei, leaving her no choice but to comply. Lady Pei surveyed the room and remarked, "Our family is only missing heir Lang, but he will be back in just a few days. Then we shall gather as a family once more." Everyone eagerly agreed, and Lady Pei signaled for the meal to commence. The usually chatty sisters fell silent, quietly enjoying their meal. Jiang Wan picked at the dishes before her, sampling each 3 times before setting down her chopsticks, no longer eating. Noticing her meager consumption, Lady Pei encouraged her to eat more. Jiang Wan smiled and replied, "I have always been frail. If I eat too much in the evening, I fear I will feel unwell, so I dare not indulge." Lady Pei merely remarked lightly, "A growing child must eat well to maintain good health," and did not press further. Setting down her chopsticks, she called for someone to assist with rinsing her mouth. The maidservants cleared the table and brought tea and snacks. Lady Pei allowed the granddaughters to converse outside, leaving Jiang Wan alone with her. Pei Hung understood the meaning behind the words, feeling a sense of urgency as he attempted to break free from the grasp of the second lady. Shaking his head at her, however, he dared not go against his mother's wishes and stepped forward. Pei's mother pointed to a nearby round stool and instructed her to sit, which she did. It was only then that Pei's mother sighed and said, "Wanner, our family comes from a lineage of military generals, and we do not beat around the bush. Your grandmother has spoken plainly about this matter. You have seen that Hung was injured last year, suffering damage to his muscles and bones, rendering him unable to walk properly. We do not wish to burden you, but if this marriage is called off, it may be difficult for you to find another suitable match. What are your thoughts?" Jiang Wan sat upright with utmost respect, saying, "Grandmother, since this is a betrothal, I shall heed the elders' arrangements." Although her words seemed harsh, Pei's mother spoke the truth. If the engagement were to be dissolved, she feared she might find herself at a standstill, which was indeed an unfair predicament. "Very well," Pei's mother nodded. "Originally, I thought your beauty was such that marrying Hung would be a waste, but since you have such a mindset, our Pei family shall treat you well. Once you marry in, you must honor your husband and respect your in-laws, and refrain from harboring any ulterior motives." Jiang Wan felt somewhat bewildered by the latter comments, which were surprisingly sharp, yet she did not display any outward signs of distress. She merely rose and performed a respectful bow in acknowledgement. The second lady, pulling her over, smiled and said, "I knew this child was well-bred and kind-hearted," as she gently held Jiang Wan's delicate fingers, scrutinizing her appearance. In truth, Jiang Wan had prepared herself for this encounter, understanding that the family had initially intended to call off the engagement. The sudden change of heart, with someone sent to fetch her and announce the wedding next month, surely indicated some underlying reason. Fortunately, the only issue seemed to be a limp, nothing more. She had no other choice but to respond as she did when asked for her opinion. "Hung is timid and unlike his brother. As grandmothers, we tend to worry too much, and our words may come across as blunt. I hope you do not take offense," Pei's mother continued. Jiang Wan smiled softly, replying, "All parents care for their children. I not only do not take offense, but rather feel envious." In her previous family, there was a strong preference for sons, and having finally escaped that life, she found herself in this new environment. Though her late parents had also hoped for a son, they had never treated her harshly. In fact, during their final days, her father had exhausted himself with worry, fearing that she and her mother might face humiliation, leaving her in the care of her elder brother. Yet ultimately, people come and go, and she was still a pitiful child. The second lady dabbed at the corner of her eyes with tears and patted Jiang Wan's hand, saying, "Good child, once you enter our home, you shall be my daughter." Jiang Wan felt tears welling up, yet she understood the reality of the situation. Whether or not she was truly a beloved daughter mattered little, as long as her life was bearable. After some time spent conversing, Pei's mother declared the meeting over, and everyone returned to their respective quarters to wash up and retire for the night. Xiao Xiang entered with bedding, preparing a makeshift bed beside Jiang Wan's feet. Hearing rustling sounds from the bed, she promptly rose to adjust the curtains and softly inquired, "Miss, are you unable to sleep?" Jiang Wan tossed and turned, indeed unable to find rest. The heat of the capital was stifling, and she was unaccustomed to the bed. Xiao Xiang simply sat up, hugging her knees, and said, "Miss, they have not mentioned a word about the eldest young master's limp until now. and they are to be wed soon. It is clear they are taking advantage of our isolation. What do you do about it? Xiaoxiang, what can I do? Am I to simply leave and live on my own? The young lady possessed such beauty that she feared to venture outside. A year prior, she had accompanied the Jiang couple to the temple to pay their respects. In the brief moment of bowing, she caught the eye of the adopted son of a eunuch in charge of Jinling's security. Fortunately, the Jiang family was not easily manipulated. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The plight of women establishing their own households was exceedingly challenging, if not driven to desperation. It was best not to dwell on such matters and simply retire for the night. Xiaoxiang had no choice but to return to her bedding on the ground, while Jiang Wan struggled to find sleep. The image of her future husband in such a state was undeniably disheartening. Yet, contemplating the aftermath of resistance, she felt there was little that was truly unacceptable. It was merely a matter of being less than capable. Amidst her hazy thoughts, the sound of the gong echoed, signaling the arrival of the fourth watch. Her dreams had been a chaotic tapestry, and upon waking, she had already forgotten much of it. Xiaoxiang hurriedly prepared her bed, and, noticing they were alone, whispered, "It seems this young master is quite a remarkable official. They say he will return in a few days, and today the entire household is in a flurry to welcome him. Do not pry into things that do not concern us. How they relate to us is of no importance." Xiaoxiang continued to express her sentiments. The eldest master can no longer enter officialdom. We must learn to curry favor like the other households with the main family. At this juncture, Li Chun entered to inquire when she would partake in breakfast. After her response, and once Li Chun had exited, she chuckled, "You wish to ingratiate yourself with them, yet they must also find value in it. My lady, I have discreetly inquired, and it turns out he is associated with the salt transport of the Lianghuai region. Alas, I cannot recall the specifics. The salt transport official of Lianghuai." Jiang Wan exclaimed, surprised. "You two have inquired?" Xiaoxiang, having completed her tasks, approached Jiang Wan to fix her hair, astonished by the revelation. "Why would I seek information about him? My father mentioned this position during his lifetime, so it must be accurate. A third-rank official, you have not erred. However, from this moment forth, do not utter a single word about him. He is an outsider. We should not speak of the eldest master, let alone him. There are too many eyes and ears." She turned, playfully poking Xiaoxiang on the forehead, reprimanding her for losing decorum. "Even if he were a deity, it is of no concern to us, much less to gossip about him in private." Xiaoxiang merely stuck out her tongue and fell silent, continuing to assist her in styling her hair. On her first day, Jiang Wan had to leave a good impression, so she rose early to pay her respects to Madame Pei in the main residence. The elderly matron had only just awakened, and upon learning of her arrival, she promptly summoned her inside. Jiang Wan found her reclining against a large welcoming pillow on the Kong, adorned with a deep blue embroidered headband depicting longevity. One hand resting on her forehead, the other holding a string of 18 longevity beads. Upon her entrance, the elder raised her wrinkled eyes. "My dear child, how diligent you are. However, you are still young. You should indulge in more sleep. We, being older, can hardly rest once the dawn breaks. Today is acceptable, but you need not stand on formality tomorrow. Our family lacks such rigidity." Though she expressed this, the elder added with a smile, "If you do not come, that will be the true breach of decorum." "Grandmother," Jiang Wan replied with a smile, "is it not my duty to be filial to you? My father was always diligent and taught me similarly. Moreover, I do not come to adhere to formalities, having lost my parents at a young age. Although my aunt treated me well, she is not my blood. Since arriving here, I feel as if you are truly my own grandmother." She spoke, her voice already choked with emotion, as the elderly matron grasped her hand in consolation. "From this moment on, you shall be my beloved granddaughter. If Delang ever wrongs you, do not hesitate to speak, do not suffer in silence." She hurriedly wiped her tears and nodded. Noticing that Madame Pei intended to rise, she, along with Zhu Xiang, assisted her outside, ensuring she was comfortably seated. "You should join us for breakfast." Jiang Wan did not decline. Rather, she graciously took a seat. Observing the light fare of congee and rice, she found it quite to her liking. After partaking of some light refreshments, Jiang Wan supported Madame Pei as they strolled a few steps. As the hour of Chun approached, noticing her fatigue, She led her back inside for a brief rest before taking her leave. Upon exiting, she encountered the second branch as Pei Huai and Pei Yu descending from the corridor. Lowering her head, she walked gracefully towards them. The two, intending to frighten her, hid behind a nearby rockery. Jiang Wan was so engrossed in her thoughts that she failed to notice, but Xiao Xiang, aware of the Pei siblings' playful intentions, did not intervene and follow behind, chuckling. As she traversed the pebble path, a slender figure suddenly emerged from behind the rockery. Jiang Jie. It startled her momentarily, but upon realizing it was Pei Huai and Pei Yu, she breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. You gave me quite a scare, you mischievous spirits. Where have you come from? We were just on our way to see our sister. We received her gifts yesterday. Thank you for remembering us. We adore them. I'm glad you like them. She replied with a curious smile. But what brings you to seek me? The two girls intertwined their arms around hers, explaining, Elder brother returned, not only for the marriage of elder brother, but also because of some trouble with the Salt administration. The elders are quite flustered. Such is the nature of things. The Salt administration seems to be a position that tests one's morality. It is rare for someone to remain untainted by its benefits throughout history, she mused. They jested, with no one to oversee us. We thought we would come to find our sister-in-law. Mother also sent us to play with you. Jiang Wan could only manage a wry smile. She was not much older than them, merely a year or two at most. Once married, she would have the responsibility of guiding her younger sisters-in-law. Fortunately, coming from a prestigious family, she would not be overly burdened. Leading the two back to her Haitang studio, Pei Yu immediately began to skip and run about the courtyard, her face illuminated with innocent delight. Tilting her head, she asked, Jiang Jie, this place is truly beautiful. May I come here every day? Of course. Moreover, this is your family's abode. You are welcome to come whenever you wish. Xiao Xiang had already instructed the maids to set up a small table and stools. The three gathered around the table, a branch of crabapple blossoms extending gracefully above them. The maids had intended to prune it, but she halted them. Reaching for the branch, her sleeves, hued like crabapple blossoms, slipped down her arm, revealing a delicate, creamy arm. Just as she plucked a cluster of flowers, Pei Hung, who had come to find her, caught sight of her and stood momentarily transfixed at the doorway. Though not a libertine, he was well acquainted with matters of the heart. Yet the sight before him stirred a painful longing within him, rendering him oblivious even to the calls of the Pei sisters. It was not until the playful Pei Yu waved her hand in front of him that he regained his senses, and she giggled, Elder brother, who are you gazing at? Pei Hung, as a gentleman, merely offered a bashful smile, while Jiang Wan, feeling embarrassed under his gaze, felt her face flush crimson. To onlookers, it seemed a manifestation of shyness, yet she was acutely aware of the seething anger within her. Initially compelled by circumstance to accept his rejection, she found her ire further fueled by the sight of his limp. Each furtive glance he cast in her direction only intensified her vexation. The flicker of fortune and sympathy she had felt upon their first encounter was now extinguished. With a barely perceptible furrow in her brow, she inclined her head towards him, inquiring, Might I ask what brings you here, brother? As she signaled for a servant to assist him inside and to fetch a stool, Pei Hung chuckled. I shall merely sit here for a while, and took a seat at Jiang Wan's place. She was left standing beside him, while he, with a gentle smile, turned to her and asked, Sister, is there anything amiss? Are the servants treating you poorly? You urge me to be at ease, yet you are courteous yourself. The servants are perfectly fine, she replied. In truth, he had much more to say, but with both sisters present, he refrained from uttering anything too intimate, opting instead to rise and exit shortly thereafter. The individual attending to him in the inner courtyard was Enro, a woman he had taken into his household during his teenage years, who would soon rightfully be elevated to the status of concubine upon Jiang Wan's arrival. Chapter 6. Their first meeting. Seeing him prepare to leave, she hurried to assist him, but he gently declined, relying on his cane as he made his way out. As they traversed the corridor, a hint of displeasure crossed his features. I understand you have received our mother's wishes, yet do grant me some dignity in her presence. I am merely lame, not incapacitated, he remarked, striking his injured foot with his fist, a grimace creasing his face. Enro was aware of the anguish he had endured since he came to terms with his condition, but his gentle nature had slowly allowed him to accept it. The significant impact this woman had on him, despite their recent acquaintance, left her feeling melancholic. "I know you value her opinion, but you should not unleash your frustrations upon me," she said, her voice trembling. Pei Hung, being a man of compassion, felt his heart soften upon hearing her distress. Grasping her hand, he replied with a smile, "It is not her judgment I fear. It is rather the disdain of my future partner that concerns me." And Rode dabbed at the corners of her eyes, stealing glances at him. Noticing his return to his usual gentleness, she moved to support his arm. Although Pei Hung harbored discontent, he ultimately bore it for the sake of those around him. In the ensuing days, Jiang Wan routinely visited the main house to pay her respects before returning to Haitang Studio. By mid-April, after several days of overcast skies, a gentle rain began to fall on the 13th of the month. Despite the arrival of the second son, the household remained unperturbed. Rising early, Jiang Wan completed her morning routine and, adhering to her usual schedule, set off to greet Pei's mother. Noticing the rain, she instructed Xiao Xiang to remain at home, for she intended to return shortly. Grabbing an ink-wash landscape umbrella, she made her way along the uneven stone path, carefully avoiding puddles as she entered through the side gate. With her head bowed, she navigated through the courtyard, sidestepping the waterlogged areas, and was just about to ascend the steps when she was startled by the sight of a pair of black leather boots positioned at the top. She quickly looked up, taken aback. The water droplets from the oiled paper umbrella suddenly splashed with her movements, landing several drops on the man before her, causing dark spots to bloom on his stone blue brocade robe adorned with auspicious patterns. The man, taken aback by the presence of an unfamiliar person, paused momentarily, gazing deeply into her eyes before slightly turning aside to make way for her. She hurried up the steps, folding her umbrella and walking a few paces along the corridor, only to glance back at him. He stood tall and graceful, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the gentle rain, and she swallowed back her words of apology. Hastening towards the main room, she was greeted by the beaming smile of her grandmother, who was unable to contain her joy, primarily due to the return of her second son. The excitement was palpable, but as she thought of the reasons for his return, her expression dimmed slightly. It was good that he was back, indeed good. Jiang Wan supported her hand, recalling the earlier encounter, and when she raised her eyes, she caught sight of his elongated phoenix-like eyes, his long brows merging with his hair, his gaze a blend of detachment and assertiveness. His features were soft and handsome, yet his contours exuded an undeniable sharpness, creating an impression of being distanced from others. This mixture left her uncertain whether to describe him as gentle or formidable. "Has Wani yet seen my grandson?" Jiang Wan smiled gently, remembering their recent encounter. From afar, she had been unable to discern his appearance. He resembled his mother, once remarked upon for his fair complexion, yet after training with his father in the military, he had darkened somewhat, only to regain his paleness shortly thereafter. This resemblance to his father was indeed notable. In her grandmother's eyes, all that was good mirrored her son, and Pei's mother was no exception. Jiang Wan kept her musings to herself, finding it inconsequential who he resembled. Yet she accompanied her grandmother's rambling with a smile, acknowledging that Pei Shun was indeed impressive, having become a close minister to the emperor at merely 24. Coincidentally, his second aunt had given birth to Hunger shortly before him, leaving him with no choice but to assume the title of second son. Jiang Wan pondered whether his high rank rendered the title of eldest grandson less significant. Assisting her grandmother to sit by the table, a young maid brought over some porridge. Jiang Wan took it and offered it to Pei's mother, inviting her to join in the meal, but she cheerfully replied, "I rose late today and it rained. I already had something in the small kitchen, so you needn't worry about me." Pei's mother responded with a slow saying, "I wondered why your skirt was wet. In the future, you needn't come when it rains. They won't come either." Jiang Wan merely smiled in silence. It was but a playful remark that her granddaughter should not be expected to serve. After all, she would soon be married, and to ensure a comfortable life in the Marquis' residence, she had to adopt such measures. Due to the rain, movement was sparse, and Jiang Wan had lunch in Pei's mother's room, assisting her with a brief rest before stepping outside. She contemplated retracing her earlier path, but feared encountering someone she ought to avoid. She felt uncomfortable under that person's gaze. Thus, she chose to take a detour, eventually returning to Haitang's studio. Xiao Xiang was busy making nets on a rattan couch. Upon seeing her return, with her skirt soaked, she hurriedly changed her clothes, summoned hot water and ginger soup, and helped her take a warm bath. Emerging from the washroom, Xiao Xiang quickly brought a silk handkerchief to dry the water droplets from her hair, having already prepared a brazier in front of the rattan couch, only to notice some gifts arranged on the table to the west. Who could have sent these? As she twisted her damp black tresses, she approached and rummaged through 2 exquisite shoe brocades, discovering a wooden box within, which, upon opening, revealed fine leather goods and a pair of sheep fat jade bracelets. These were gifts sent by Sister Shuangjiang from the residence of Heir Langjun. The maid remarked that they were too extravagant, suggesting Sister Shuangjiang take them back. However, she insisted that these gifts were customary for the sisters in the household, meant for the young lady as a wedding present for her future sister-in-law, highlighting the close bond between de Langjun and Heir Langjun since childhood, especially now as they were to wed. What a lavish expenditure by this Pei Heir Langjun. Each sister in the family received identical gifts, which amounted to a significant sum of silver. Were it not for the occasion of a wedding, I would have hesitated to accept. With a resigned smile, she softly mused while caressing the leather goods. The maid also felt that the salt business was indeed a lucrative endeavor. Jiang Wan shot her a glare, cautioning her not to speak so recklessly. I have already told you that once you enter the Marquis's residence, you must adhere to decorum in both speech and action. Be wary of inciting resentment. Xiao Xiang dared not respond, diligently noting the items on the table before placing them back into the box. Only then did she return to Jiang Wan to assist in drying her hair. Noticing Xiao Xiang's timidity, Jiang Wan realized she had been overly stern earlier. Have the kitchen prepare a bowl of almond tofu. You know it's your favorite, she said. At that, Xiao Xiang beamed with gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. I can manage on my own. Xiao Xiang hurried off, a childlike exuberance about her. She was a year or two younger, having grown up alongside Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan felt a pang of sympathy for her, having been sold by her father to support her younger brother, sharing a fate not dissimilar to her own in a past life. Li Chun entered with Zhu Xiang to inform her of a banquet in honor of Heir Langjun the following day, extended by the matriarch, inviting the young lady to join. I fear attending the family dinner may not be appropriate, Jiang Wan replied. Yet the matriarch had insisted that since they were family, an early meeting would not be amiss. Jiang Wan acquiesced, requesting someone to bring tea, but she quickly declined, stating that the matriarch required her presence, and she would return immediately, personally escorting her to the door. Jiang Wan encountered Xiao Xiang returning with the almond tofu, appearing somewhat guilty. Jiang Wan gestured for her to enter first, while she advised Li Chun with a few words before stepping inside. That evening, the continuous drizzle of the past few days finally ceased, leaving the courtyard of Haitong Zai carpeted with fallen begonia petals. The next morning dawned clear, prompting the housemaids to begin sweeping the yard. Standing on the corridor, Jiang Wan held a cup of sweet Longan water, reflecting that since her parents' passing, her time in Haitong Zai had been her heart's desire. Given the choice, she would prefer not to marry at all. After several days of rain, the morning was still a bit chilly, and she wrapped herself in a shawl. Xiao Xiang draped a cloak over her shoulders, adjusting it before handing a teacup to a waiting maid. Come, let us not keep others waiting. We must assist second aunt. Though the skies had cleared, Xiao Xiang remained wary of the weather's fickleness and had brought along 2 umbrellas, dutifully accompanying Jiang Wan out of Haitong Zai. As they made their way toward the main house, Jiang Wan and her maid ascended the corridor, spotting 2 figures in the distance. One appeared to struggle with mobility, seemingly attempting to conceal a leg defect, while the other was tall and slender, his broad shoulders contrasting with the more delicate frame of his companion. Wishing to avoid entering behind the 2, Jiang Wan felt around her person, recalling that she had dropped a handkerchief embroidered with red plum blossoms and decided to return to search for it. Xiao Xiang, without a moment's hesitation, followed her towards the corner gate. After walking a short distance, she seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Oh no, I seem to have forgotten something. Let's go." The 2 then made their way to the main hall. Upon entering, Pei Huai and Pei Yu immediately took her hands, showering her with warmth and concern after not seeing her for several days, to which she could only respond with a smile. Jiang Wan sensed a piercing gaze scrutinizing her. Looking around, she noticed Pei Hung gazing in her direction. Upon meeting his eyes, he offered her a gentle smile, which she reciprocated before being led by the Pei sisters to sit at the crescent table behind the floor-to-ceiling curtain. Pei Mu was engaged in conversation with a young girl she did not recognize, surrounded by a few unfamiliar faces. Pei Huai chuckled. That is the wife of the maternal uncle from a main family and her daughter. They are rather aloof, paying no mind to anyone but those from their own household. I hear they have come to attend a wedding and discuss marriage matters. It is likely that one of them will be marrying into our family next year. Marrying into our family? Whom? Jiang Wan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Naturally, it will be my second elder brother. Jiang Wan gasped in astonishment. While it was not uncommon for ancient families to intermarry, the potential for hereditary illnesses loomed larger when parents were blood relatives. As she contemplated this, she glanced at Pei Shun, only to find his gaze returning to her, caught off guard by her attention. His expression momentarily faltered before he offered her a slight nod, his eyes reflecting a hint of intensity that unnerved her, prompting her to quickly turn away. "Wanna come here?" Pei Mu beckoned her over. Obediently, Jiang Wan approached and was seated beside her, flanked by the two girls. Pei Mu laughed. "Waner, this is your aunt's sister, Shun Qianxi, who has just arrived from Hunan." Jiang Wan promptly stood and bowed, greeting her as sister. The girl indeed had an air of superiority, as if looking down her nose at others. Yet she returned the courtesy with respect, her gaze appraising Jiang Wan from head to toe. Noting her beauty and graceful stature, Jiang Wan felt a pang of envy, especially at the thought of her marrying that cripple. "Is this Hung Ji's fiancé? Truly a striking beauty." A woman rose from a nearby chair, taking Jiang Wan's hand and examining her closely. Pei Mu interjected with a smile. "You should address her as aunt." Jiang Wan complied respectfully, calling her aunt, and soon after, the group resumed their compliments towards Pei Mu before returning to their seats. "Did you notice? Shun Qianxi looks at people with her nose, but her nostrils are so prominent that she can see everything," Jiang Wan remarked with a faint smile. Pei Yu, however, burst into laughter, drawing a sharp glance from the third madam, prompting her to moderate her mirth. As the gathering moved to the banquet hall and took their seats, Pei Mu continued to insist that Jiang Wan sit beside her, this time with Shun Qianxi on the other side. The latter spoke solely to Pei Mu, disregarding Jiang Wan, even interrupting her attempts to converse with Pei Mu. Thus, Jiang Wan lowered her gaze to her meal, exchanging a few words with Pei Huai seated beside her. Throughout the meal, Shun Qianxi was particularly attentive, much to Pei Mu's delight, leading to hearty laughter that shattered the customary silence maintained during meals. After a bustling day, the banquet had concluded, and, as if on cue, the heavens opened to pour forth a heavy rain. Pei Hung observed Jiang Wan gazing blankly at the cascading droplets outside. He approached her with a slight limp and a gentle smile, saying, "Sister, it has started to rain. Let me escort you home." "Young master, allow me to take you home instead. It's raining, and Miss Jiang has an umbrella," interjected the maid who had accompanied him to Haitang previously. Jiang Wan remained indifferent towards Pei Hung, lacking the inclination to inquire about those around him. Pei Huai pouted and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "This is someone from my elder brother's household, eagerly awaiting your entrance to become a concubine." Though she had mentally prepared for her future husband to take concubines, encountering the reality of it still left her feeling nauseated. She cast a subtle glance at Enro and replied coolly, "Brother, you might as well heed the words of those in your household. I shall manage with my own umbrella, and there is no need for others to concern themselves with me." The moment the words left her lips, she felt a pang of bitterness but refrained from elaborating further. Lowering her gaze, Pei Hung, misinterpreting her demeanor as jealousy, felt a surge of delight and allowed himself to be led away by others. Jiang Wan wished fervently to silence her own tongue. She was usually cautious and reserved, so why was she now concerned about someone with whom she was unacquainted? Pei Huai nudged her with a shoulder, casting her a teasing glance, but Jiang Wan chose to ignore him. After exchanging a few words, she stepped out with Xiao Xiang. only to find Pei Shun standing in the corridor, hands clasped behind his back, turning to regard her as she approached. "Miss Jiang, do you happen to have 2 umbrellas? Might we borrow one?" Frost Jiang inquired with a smile. Naturally not, she thought to herself, though she could not express it outright. Glancing at the man beside her, she noticed him leisurely adjusting his light blue robe. With a smile, she extended her umbrella towards them, saying, "You may return it to me tomorrow." An umbrella is not a gift one bestows lightly. She certainly expected its return. Stealing a glance, she saw that the man had already walked away, prompting Frost Jiang to hurry after him. The 2 of them were left to share a single umbrella, courtesy of the young master, resembling drenched chickens. While Jiang Wan fared reasonably well, Xiao Xiang, upon returning to Haidang Zhai, was soon sneezing incessantly. After consuming some ginger soup to warm herself, she began to feel somewhat better. The following day, she hurried to summon the estate physician. Upon hearing that she had called for a physician, Pei Shun dispatched Frost Jiang with some nourishing supplements. Just as she was returning to her chambers, she spotted Xiao Xiang turning from the corridor into the main room. Frost Jiang smiled and remarked, "It's all my fault. I caused your maid to catch a chill. Our second master specifically asked me to deliver these supplements and return the umbrella to you. There is no need for such concern, as his future sister-in-law. It is only natural for me to care for my younger brother," Jiang Wan replied. The words momentarily left Frost Jiang speechless, but upon reflection, she recognized the truth in them. Although Miss Jiang was merely 17, she was indeed to become the elder sister-in-law to someone 7 years her junior. Thus, the statement was hard to contest. Jiang Wan accepted the items, and Frost Jiang, having fulfilled her task, hurried back to report. As she recounted the conversation, Pei Shun raised an eyebrow, questioning, did she truly say that? Frost Jiang nodded timidly, and Pei Shun waved her off, smiling gently, though inwardly amused by the audacity of the young lady to take such liberties with him. Chapter 8. Adherence to etiquette. Xiao Xiang consumed 2 doses of the nourishing tonic delivered by Pei Shun and, within a few days, regained her health. The weather had also cleared, and the master and servant were engaged in conversation indoors when they suddenly heard distant cries echoing through the corridor. The sounds grew closer, seemingly originating from a woman. The 2 pricked up their ears and listened for a moment, and soon the weeping entered the courtyard. Hastily donning their shoes, they stepped outside to find Enro stumbling in, her hair disheveled, hairpins askew, and tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. The onlookers quickly restrained her, inquiring about her distress, but Enro was consumed by her sobs. Upon spotting Jiang Wan standing beneath the corridor, she forcefully pushed past the crowd and, at the foot of the steps, prostrated herself, striking her forehead against the ground until blood oozed forth. "Miss Jiang, I beseech you for mercy," she cried, entering in a flurry of red and black, her tears unceasing. Jiang Wan commanded her attendants to pull Enro up and instructed Xiao Xiang to summon Pei Hong. Yet, Enro refused to relent, determined to cause an uproar until she achieved her aim. Jiang Wan regarded her with a cold stare, feeling that these women, having been forced since childhood to accept the affections of the upper-class men, were now turning against themselves in a self-destructive manner. "If you do not rise, I shall have you bound and delivered to the matriarch for judgment." Enro, perceiving Jiang Wan's seemingly frail demeanor, began to falter. She was not a particularly astute woman, having recently learned that Pei Hong intended to send them back to marry. She realized that having already given herself to the eldest son, her prospects for a suitable match were bleak, likely to end up with a widower or a lowly servant. Egged on by Sun Haiyan to confront Jiang Wan, claiming she was a lady of status and should avoid such matters, she dared not face Enro directly. Little did she know that her commotion could jeopardize the marriage altogether. Upon hearing the threat of being bound and sent to Pei's mother, she was gripped with fear. Not only could her marriage prospects vanish, but her very life could be at stake. "My brother is soft-hearted. He will not punish you. I, as an outsider, cannot intervene, but the matriarch is well suited to handle you." Jiang Wan fixed her gaze upon Enro. "Will you continue to weep here, or do you wish to come inside and wash your face?" Enro, silenced by fear, ceased her cries and furtively glanced at the surrounding onlookers. who regarded her with cold detachment. With the assistance of Li Chun, she finally entered the room. Jiang Wan was seated on a wrought-tan bed, one hand propped against a plum blossom tea table, her delicate fingers twisting the handkerchief she held as she gazed at Enro in silence. Enro wished to kneel again, but Li Chun grasped her arm. Smirking, "Our Lady has stated that if you wish to speak properly, you must stand. Otherwise, we shall bind you and present you to the matriarch." Enro, now sobbing quietly, steadied herself and stole a glance at Jiang Wan. "Have you considered the consequences of your uproar?" I only know that if I do not create a scene, I shall be sent back by the eldest master. All because of what you said a few days ago." Jiang Wan suddenly recalled her earlier remarks, which had indeed been tinged with jealousy. The anger she felt dissipated, and she listened in silence. Rather than being sent back to be at the mercy of others, it seemed preferable to stir up chaos. Observing Enro's rigid speech, Jiang Wan deduced that she was not naturally confrontational, but rather had been incited by others. She motioned for her to sit down. "Since you are to be sent back, I know my brother's household is not comprised of just you. What are the other two? Why do they not accompany you?" "She, Jean and I, is timid, and Haiyan's family is afflicted with illness. Since she is to marry him." Jiang Wan naturally inquired about the matters within his household, gaining some understanding of the characters of these individuals. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. "I presume your visit is inspired by that person named Haiyan, is it not? Does she curse her own family in such a manner? And are they aware of it?" Before she could say more, Jiang Wan's expression turned cold. "Firstly, although I am betrothed to the esteemed gentleman, I have not yet entered his home. To speak ill of my virtue is something I can certainly report to the authorities. Secondly, as a maidservant in the esteemed gentleman's household, to offend a guest is quite unbecoming. Thirdly, even if you were to create chaos here, the affairs of the gentleman's household are of no concern to me. Do you understand?" Pei Hung, supported by Jean and I, and leaning on a cane, ascended the steps, and, upon hearing Jiang Wan's words, felt a surge of joy. Here was a woman of propriety and intellect, her words icy yet revealing her humanity. Amidst his elation, he recalled his own affliction, feeling he had wronged her. He intended to be forthright, yet his mother's counsel resonated. Such matters should not be disclosed lightly, especially given her striking beauty. "Sister?" As Jiang Wan spoke, she heard Pei Heng's voice and promptly rose, descending the footrest. Upon seeing him enter, she curtsied, saying, "Brother has arrived." Pei Heng appeared quite embarrassed by the disturbance caused by his household. His face flushed. With a gentle smile, he said, "It is my lack of restraint that has disturbed your peace, dear sister." He, ever mild-mannered, gently reprimanded his household. "You cannot cause such a ruckus here. If my sister does not forgive you today, you shall leave." Jiang Wan cast him a glance, recognizing the gentleness in his nature. Fortunately, she held no high hopes for the situation, merely responding, "Let today's events be forgotten, brother. Please take them back and manage them properly." After seeing Pei Hung off, she turned and encountered her wet nurse, Zhang Shi, who had come from the corridor. Now, quite aged, she usually resided in the back rooms, but today, having heard the commotion, she struggled to come forward. Upon seeing the eldest son of the Pei family in the courtyard, she expressed her displeasure. "What is the meaning of this? Xiao Xiang, you allow the esteemed gentleman to enter the courtyard while my dear Wanner remains unwed? How have I instructed you? It is one thing to be lazy at home, but now you have become even less manageable." Xiao Xiang, already fearful of Zhang Momo, bowed her head at the reprimand. Jiang Wan wished to intercede, but was silenced by Zhang Momo's words. "Wanner, you are a lady of a reputable family, not a girl raised in a humble household. Even if you have matters to discuss with the esteemed gentleman, it should be done in the presence of an elder." Jiang Wan knew Zhang Momo would be relentless in her admonitions. She had long mastered the art of letting words flow in one ear and out the other while occasionally responding. "Alas, when the lady entrusted you to this old servant, a wicked uncle appeared. Now that you are here, having escaped a den of horrors, do not make any mistakes." Zhang Momo spoke with tears, causing Jiang Wan to hesitate to dismiss her concerns. "What you say is true, Momo. I shall heed your advice." Zhang Momo sighed. "The wedding is approaching. Have you found and checked your bridal attire?" We must ensure that no mishaps occur on that day. On that day, Xiao Xiang conducted her examination without a hitch. Now, all that concerns her is whether she might gain weight. Zhang Mama, with a cheerful demeanor, understands that her young lady is a person of decorum and restraint. However, in this world brimming with temptation, she fears that without anyone to guide her, she may stray from the right path. She hurriedly signaled to Xiao Xiang to take her downstairs. She was all too aware of the consequences of faltering. Many years ago, a cousin of hers was abducted from a temple and returned only after a day and night, though intact. While everyone knew she had been taken by her lover and nothing untoward occurred, that uncle insisted on accusing the suitor of abduction and violence. Under the laws of the Great Gene, a woman must prove her unwillingness to avoid a fate of death to demonstrate her resolve. Ultimately, that cousin had no choice but to take her own life. Jiang Wan understood that her parents likely pressured her, and while she felt pity for her cousin, she was even more disgusted by the suitor's lack of accountability. Knowing the law, he still chose to abduct her. It was only upon hearing that the suitor had also taken his own life that she felt a sense of relief. From that moment on, Jiang Wan dared not step beyond the bounds of propriety, maintaining her decorum and dignity. Chapter 9. Marriage. Jiang Wan sat upright on the bridal bed in the Yanhua Pavilion, her surroundings overwhelmed by a blinding red hue. Having not eaten for an entire day, she felt no hunger, uncertain whether it was due to anxiety or the sorrow of stepping into a fiery abyss. The matron preparing her makeup applied a thick layer of powder to her face, rendering it as pale as flour, ghastly against her crimson lips and attire, creating an eerie appearance. The clamorous sounds from outside gradually diminished, and glancing at the water clock, she realized it was nearing the 4th watch of the night. The courtyard echoed with disordered footsteps, evidently the return of Pei Hung, who had been drinking with guests. The young maidservants hurriedly assisted him into the room. Seeing him utterly intoxicated, Jiang Wan promptly rose to lend a hand, guiding him onto the bed. She then called for Xiao Xiang to bring hot water and a cloth to wipe his face. Initially believing he was asleep, she was surprised to find him drowsily opening his eyes. "Wanner," he called gently, taking her hand and pressing it against his chest. "Do you know? The first time I saw you, I liked you so much that I wished you had married me then. But I'm just a useless man, utterly worthless." Now that Jiang Wan was married to him, her future standing in the Marquis depended on him, naturally softening her tone. Moreover, having lived in this place for over a decade, even if she did not fully assimilate, the environment had influenced her. While she was discontented with his 3 or 4 concubines before marriage, she could not alter the reality. "My husband, do not speak like that. The most important quality in a person is perseverance. Since your physical condition cannot be changed, what use is it to wallow in despair? You do not understand. You do not understand me," he replied, tears glistening in his eyes, hesitating to express his thoughts. At that moment, Xiao Xiang entered with a hangover remedy, making it even more difficult for him to speak. Jiang Wan took it from her, offering him a gentle smile. He, however, refrained from speaking further, swallowing all his unspoken feelings. After propping himself up to consume the remedy, he lay back for a while, murmuring with her. Jiang Wan urged him to sleep. He complied. Just as he was about to drift off, the maid outside called out, "Master, Miss Haiyan has summoned the physician, saying she is experiencing stomach pains, likely an old ailment. Would you like to go and check on her?" Pei Hung, a remarkably gentle soul, furrowed his brow in rare displeasure, expressing his vexation. "Today marks my wedding day. Did I not request that you refrain from causing disturbances?" In truth, whether or not they attended, Jiang Wan's heart was already heavy with disappointment. It was precisely his indulgence that allowed these concubines to act with such audacity. She smiled faintly and thought that since she was unwell, it would be wise for her husband to check on her, thereby alleviating his worries. He chuckled softly, playfully tapping her nose as if he were a tad envious. Nonetheless, he rose from his seat, instructing someone to assist him in changing into a more comfortable outfit. After offering a few words of comfort to Jiang Wan, he stepped out. Before long, Xiao Xiang entered and reported, "Miss, did you not hear? That Miss Haiyan was in there for but a moment, and now she seems to be in good spirits, chatting and laughing with the master." Jiang Wan responded with a faint acknowledgement. She had never held much hope for someone of such gentle disposition. A person of mild temperament is easily swayed by the opinions of others. Just as they heed your words, let us retire, dear girl. Am I to confront a man on my wedding day over someone who holds no official title? I refuse to do so, and I am incapable of such an act. As for the master's lack of decorum, let him be. Xiao Xiang was taken aback by her vehement words. Indeed, Jiang Wan was irked. If he could behave so thoughtlessly on their wedding night, future discomfort would surely follow. After all, she was the legitimately wedded wife, and he showed her no consideration at all. Xiao Xiang hurriedly summoned someone to bring warm water and cautiously assisted her in washing away the makeup from her face before she finally settled down for the night. From the adjoining chamber, faint sounds of laughter drifted in. Sun Haiyin chuckled, suddenly recalling a pain she had felt in her abdomen earlier, which brought a wave of sadness upon her. Had I managed to protect our child back then, we would not be in this predicament. Pei Huai reflected on this matter with a sigh, acknowledging that it was not Sun Haiyan's fault. It was a decision made by his mother. Yet, he too could harbor resentment towards her for wanting to dissolve the engagement with the Jiang family in search of a more suitable match. Little did he know that fate had dealt him a cruel hand, leaving him with a vulnerability. At times, he pondered whether the loss of that child was a punishment for having suffered such a fate. That cannot be, Sun Haiyin cried, kneeling beside him and encircling his waist. They had grown up together, their bond unique, yet their differing statuses rendered her unable to bear him a legitimate son. As they conversed, they heard Sun Haiyin's maid, Su Su, outside the door announcing, "Master, miss, the lights in the main room have been extinguished." Pei Hung recognized his own limitations and dismissed the matter from his mind. However, Haiyin, suddenly agitated, turned sharply toward him, exclaiming, "Master, you have not yet returned to your chambers, and the lights are out. Doesn't that signify discontent towards you?" He sighed, resigned to the fact that he could not consummate their union. She felt dissatisfied, but he resolved to explain the situation to her the following day. "Master, how could she be displeased when she knows nothing of this?" Pei Hung, recalling her ignorance, felt an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. Yet, Sun Haiyin indignantly remarked, "I heard from your attendant Xiao Chuan that she scrutinized your legs the first time she met you. If the truth were to be revealed, it would likely only deepen her discontent." Pei Hung had been soft-hearted. Upon first seeing Jiang Wan, he thought her an ethereal beauty from a celestial realm. Coupled with her disability and the secret affliction she bore, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion for her plight. However, how long could such secrets be concealed? How long can one conceal the truth, my esteemed elder? Miss Jiang may be charming, yet you have not truly interacted with her. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. As the saying goes, the heart is a mystery, especially considering her flirtatious demeanor. A flicker of indignation rose within Pei Hung. Even if he harbored some affliction, he remained her legitimate husband. It would not be unreasonable for her to remain a widow for life. After all, there are many women in the world who bear the title of widowed at the door. Would it truly be a grievance for her? Today, I shall rest here. Sun Haiyan hastily prepared water, diligently attending to him as he washed and settled into bed. Despite the injury to his essence, he was still adept in matters of intimacy. Although the Sun family may have reservations, she was willing to lower herself to grant him enjoyment, believing that as long as he lingered in her chamber, even without offspring, she would secure a lifetime of glory. As the lights in the west wing extinguished, Xiao Xiang, peering from within, anxiously stamped her feet. She ventured into the silk wardrobe for a glance and saw her young lady seemingly at ease, perhaps already asleep, which stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Now, the sight of crimson all around was exceedingly jarring, fueling her resentment further. Chapter 10. Shungur Jiang Wan rose and noticed the pristine handkerchief beneath her pillow, tinged with a hint of crimson, which brought her a modicum of relief, yet more so a profound disappointment in this man. However, accustomed to the ways of the world, she had learned to mask her innermost thoughts. After summoning water for her morning ablutions, the recent rains had warmed the air in the capital. Jiang Wan instructed Xiao Xiang to fetch a light robe and made her way to the residence of second Madame Jean, where several maidservants were bustling about. Upon learning of Jiang Wan's arrival, The headmaid Jiang Wan welcomed her inside. "Madam is suffering from a headache. Why did the master not accompany the madam?" Jiang Wan smiled gently, explaining that the master had indulged a bit too much the previous night. Unfamiliar with his habits, she had entrusted him to Sun Sure's care, expecting he would arrive shortly. Jiang Wan felt a tinge of awkwardness upon hearing this, while Jiang Wan merely smiled. It seemed she was the first to experience her husband spending their wedding night in the maid's quarters. The eldest son of the Wuning Marquis could not perform his marital duties. Only a few within the household were privy to the truth, even Jiang Wan. The headmaid remained in the dark. "I shall go in and take a look," she said, stepping inside to find Jean reclining on the bed, appearing quite unwell. A cloth wrapped around her forehead as someone massaged her temples. "Have the imperial physician been summoned?" she inquired of the attendant nearby. At that moment, the person on the bed opened her eyes upon hearing Jiang Wan's voice and sighed. "You are newlyweds. I have fallen ill again, an old ailment. I feel old, but now that you are married, I can rest assured." She recalled that during her cousin's wedding, the wet nurse beside her aunt would enter the chamber to inspect the couple's handkerchiefs for traces of blood. If found, she would recite auspicious phrases and seek blessings for the family. Throughout the entire event, her husband remained absent, her father-in-law not present, and her mother-in-law feigned illness, the family playing their cards expertly to undermine her. Yet, despite it all, she refrained from tearing the faade. "How is mother faring now?" "It is merely an old ailment. Summoning the imperial physician is of little use. Better to summon him less often. There are countless eyes watching in this household, especially from the third branch. The eldest son is not adept, and I can only imagine the tales they spin in secrecy. Now that you are married, and with your gentle temperament and striking beauty, such a gem is hard to come by. I am truly delighted. But where is the eldest son?" Xiao Xiang poured out her grievances from the previous night, clearly seeking the counsel of Madame Jean. Upon hearing her, Madame Jean merely chided her for her lack of understanding, advising, in a man's world, one must navigate with respect. Since you have married into this family, you ought to honor him. A woman's ability to endure ensures the longevity of her marriage. Men, after all, are drawn to gentleness. If you maintain an aloof demeanor, you will only push him away. Furthermore, the young men of the capital frequent the brothels, yet our family upholds a strict moral code that they dare not violate. You should be content." Jiang Wan nodded, soothing her in a soft voice. Her gentility was but a facade for self-preservation. Had she not been born into a protective family, her beauty might have brought her more misfortune than fortune. Later, a maid brought forth a large crimson lacquer tray adorned with a set of gold inlaid, multicolored hair ornaments depicting mandarin ducks playing amidst lotus flowers. Madame Jean pointed and smiled, saying, "This is a gift from me, as your mother." A harmonious relationship between husband and wife surpasses all. Xiao Xiang had already prepared tea, and the maid arranged a cushion. Kneeling, she respectfully presented the tea, inviting her mother-in-law to partake in this cup offered by her daughter-in-law. "Good, good," Madame Jean replied, struggling to rise with Jiang Wan's assistance. After taking a sip and uttering a few comforting words, she sent Xiao Xiang on her way. As Jiang Wan exited, she intended to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Along the way, Xiao Xiang expressed her confusion, asking, "Do you not find it strange, miss?" The maid could not articulate her feelings, but sensed an oddity. The second matron was notoriously reticent regarding matters of offspring, particularly the consummation of marriage. While it was indeed prudent not to rush for children, the silence was peculiar. As they pondered this, they encountered Pei Shun approaching. Jiang Wan felt a tinge of trepidation at his somewhat predatory gaze and, seizing the moment, pulled Xiao Xiang to retreat. However, just a few steps later, he called out, "Sister-in-law, are you headed to the main quarters?" Jiang Wan frowned slightly, aware of the propriety surrounding their uncle-niece relationship, yet he boldly approached. She turned to face him, smoothing her garments and nervously twisting the handkerchief in her grasp, smiling brightly. "Ah, it is Brother Shun. How rare to see you. I was just on my way to greet the matriarch." Upon hearing her refer to him as Brother Shun, his brow furrowed momentarily, a fleeting look of displeasure crossing his face. Yet it vanished as quickly as it appeared. Shuangjiang, standing behind him, felt a shiver at her words. Although the heir appeared mild-mannered, it was merely because she had yet to provoke him. Jiang Wan discreetly observed him, noting his calm demeanor, which alleviated her anxiety. She quickly replied, "Our lord is just returning from the matriarch's chamber. She is resting now, so the lady may have to wait a moment. I had almost forgotten. I have matters to attend to. I shall return to see the matriarch afternoon," she concluded, folding her hands behind her back and gently squeezing Xiao Xiang's hand. Hurrying back, Shuang Jiang, watching closely, noted that he seemed neither angry nor irritated. It was the first time anyone had called the heir brother Shan, as even the matriarch referred to him simply as Heir Lang, while others addressed him as the heir or my lord. Who would dare to speak to him in such a familiar manner? Xiao Xiang, witnessing Jiang Wan's audacity, laughed so heartily she nearly doubled over, unable to regain her composure. Jiang Wan's heart was filled with trepidation. She dreaded that uttering a single word might draw unwanted attention. He seemed unperturbed, but what about her? If gossip ensued, men would merely retract their necks, offering no explanations. She cast a fierce glare at Xiao Xiang. Upon returning to the courtyard, she spotted Pei Heng emerging from the western chamber. He paused momentarily at the sight of her, then approached and took her hand. "Wanner, why didn't you wait for me? Did mother say anything to distress you?" To be candid, had Jiang Wan not witnessed him emerging from the western chamber, she would have been touched by his words and endeavored to lead a harmonious life. However, he had just crawled out from another's embrace and turned around to console her, which left her feeling inexplicably nauseated. She offered a faint smile and subtly withdrew her hand. "Mother is well. She even gifted me a headpiece, which you must have seen." He seemed oblivious to Jiang Wan's disdain, instead supporting her shoulder as he hobbled, aided by his cane, into the main room. In truth, Jiang Wan had long believed that after so many years in this world, she would be able to accept the realities of life. The notion of having multiple wives was mere child's play here. Some men even frequented brothels, indulging in illicit liaisons. By comparison, Pei Heng was significantly better. After reassuring herself, Jiang Wan allowed him to usher her inside, where he gently seated her on the bed. He struggled to kneel before her, grasping her hand as he spoke gently. "Hai Yin suffered miscarriage while caring for me, and her old ailment has resurfaced. I must accompany her. I know you're knowledgeable and understanding, so you won't hold this against me, will you?" With a resigned smile, Jiang Wan replied, "Indeed, my husband need not explain. She has served you since childhood and is deserving of your concern." Her words seemed tinged with jealousy, prompting him to smile warmly. Unexpectedly, as Jiang Wan smiled, he leaned closer, and just as their lips were about to meet, she hastily pushed him away. It was broad daylight, and with the maids bustling about, he was aware of her shyness. He was reminded of his own limitations, causing a surge of frustration within him. His expression darkened. "You should rest. I shall retire to the study." The rapid shift in his demeanor caught Jiang Wan off guard. She feared her previous reaction had been excessive and could only watch in bewilderment as he walked away. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and tears brimmed in her eyes. The stark contrast in his attitude on their wedding night, and now, was profoundly disheartening. Xiao Xiang, believing the newlyweds were still in the throes of passion, was taken aback when she noticed the master emerging with a less than pleasant expression. Rushing inside, she observed the faint red circle around Jiang Wan's eyelids and immediately inquired about her well-being. Jiang Wan found it difficult to articulate her feelings. She desired a harmonious life, yet if they continued to drift apart, their days would only worsen. Moreover, a legitimate wife who was not respected by her husband could hardly expect a better fate than being cast aside. Having spent 17 years here, it was a miracle she had not succumbed to assimilation. Everything and everyone around her served as a warning. Do not overstep the boundaries. It's nothing, just a bit of sand in my eyes. Seeing her reticent demeanor, Xiao Xiang hesitated to pry further. However, upon reflection, she suspected that the master's absence during their wedding night might have contributed to Jiang Wan's distress. Her heart ached for her mistress, and she hurried to fetch water for Jiang Wan to wash her face, discreetly seeking out Granny Zhang. Madame Zhang, having reached an advanced age, found herself amidst the discerning eyes of the maids and matrons in the As they initially arrived, they could only endure their circumstances, while the maids secretly mocked Jiang Wan for her inability to win her husband's affection, though they dared not voice their derision in her presence. The news of her not consummating the marriage last night weighed heavily on her heart. This matter required patience, even if one were to consult the second madam. Today was not suitable. It was likely that the master would retire to the main chamber by evening. However, Madame Zhang could not quell her anxiety, her lips quivering as memories of Jiang Wan's hardships since the age of 8 surfaced. Having lived under the charity of others, it was paramount that they did not offend the master over such trivialities. Xiao Xiang, feeling a deep resentment towards Sun, seethed internally. While others may possess power and influence, she considered Sun beneath contempt, as she had yet to elevate herself to the status of a second wife. Yet she still dared to humiliate her own young lady. Upon exiting Madame Zhang's quarters, Xiao Xiang hastened to give a handful of coins to the young servant, Dogger, instructing him to procure some fresh chicken livers from the market, specifically those with gallbladders. Dogger, gleeful at receiving her coins, scampered off. In the meantime, she returned to the Yanhua Pavilion, making her way to the main chamber, where she found Jiang Wan engaged in conversation with several younger sisters and a girl from the Shun family. Eagerly, she served tea and offered candied fruits. The second brother's birthday was just around the corner. In previous years, it had passed unremarkably, but this year, it seemed different. Rumor had it that he had recently exposed corrupt officials, much to the delight of the emperor. Indeed, Shun Qinshi had initially been coerced by the first branch's Pei Xian to come here, having no intention of mingling with the declining Pei family. Upon hearing mention of Pei Shun, she quickly approached, as Jiang Wan noticed the unmistakable affection for Pei Shun written all over her face, eliciting a smile from her. Naturally, the second brother, appearing gentle and composed, harbored a decisive and formidable character within. Their father often praised him in their presence, suggesting that one should marry someone as capable and shrewd as the second brother. The speaker was Pei Yu, who typically would not frequent this gathering due to the relationship between the Jin family and the third branch. Yet her innocent and romantic disposition drew her here. Jiang Wan shared a fondness for her, and since they were of similar ages, they enjoyed conversing together. Pei Lian, from the fourth branch, while savoring a piece of peach blossom pastry, mumbled her agreement, though her subsequent words were lost in a jumble. The others covered their mouths with their hands, stifling laughter at her, while Pei Huai sat quietly beside them, lost in thought, his smile appearing forced. Jiang Wan, seated next to her, discreetly squeezed her palm, feeling a pang of sympathy for her brother. Had he not been incapacitated, he might have risen to greatness in the officialdom instead of merely surviving in his current diminished state. Chapter 12. Red Flower Xiao Xiang stealthily emerged, waiting a considerable time until Dogger returned, cheerfully presenting her with a parcel wrapped in lotus leaves. As she opened it and beheld its contents, a smile blossomed upon her face, prompting her to fetch some pastries for him as a reward. Dogger, grinning from ear to ear, departed happily, and she then discreetly removed the bitter gall from the chicken livers, squeezing it into a small vial and concealing it in her sleeve before heading to the small kitchen. The kitchen staff, recognizing her as a maid brought in by the eldest lady, treated her with a measure of respect, eagerly offering her a seat and serving her light refreshments. This evening, the matriarch expressed a desire for lamb offal, spiced with some chili. Casting a sidelong glance, she noticed a clay pot simmering on the small stove and remarked with a smile, "Whose medicine is this? It carries a bitter scent. Why is it being brewed here?" That was the medicinal concoction meant for Aunt Sun, which Su Su had borrowed the fire to prepare before departing. Xiao Xiang rolled her eyes, questioning how the matriarch could refer to a concubine as aunt when she hadn't even serve her tea. She urged the kitchen maid to procure the lamb offal and, while everyone was preoccupied, discreetly squeezed the chicken's gallbladder in Aunt Sun's pot before stepping outside. As fate would have it, she encountered Su Su returning, and shot her a glare before haughtily turning her head and walking away. Xiao Chui, with a disdainful expression, entered the kitchen, glanced at the medicine on the stove, and, deeming it nearly ready, took a cloth to lift the pot and carried it to the west chamber. There, she found Xiao Xiang in the corridor, basking in flattery, which made her curl her lip in annoyance. As she walked away, she fumed inwardly, wondering where she had learned such airs. Initially, she merely grumbled to herself. But upon entering the west chamber and finding it empty, she muttered a few curses, overheard by Sun Haiyan. "Mind your words, little one. Be careful not to be overheard. The master is quite fond of the matriarch, and so is everyone in her household." Cautioned Sun Haiyan. "The concubine is overly cautious. We cannot harbor grievances against her. Can we not voice our thoughts in private? Did you not see her earlier? Her eyes seemed to be perched atop her head, and she even huffed at me." Sun Haiyan placed her silk fan aside, seated herself on a round stool, and observed as Xiao Chui poured out the medicine, wrinkling her nose at its foul odor. How could you possibly encounter her while fetching medicine? She had gone to the kitchen to inform that the matriarch desired lamb offal, causing a flurry of activity in the small kitchen. Sun Haiyan picked up a bowl, blew gently on it, and cautiously took a sip, only to find it so bitter that she nearly dropped her tongue, slamming it back onto the table in complaint. "Why is it so bitter? I recall it wasn't tea this bitter this morning." Xiao Chui, stunned, hurriedly took a sip herself, only to grimace at the bitterness that nearly made her retch. "That little brat must be behind this. I shall confront her," she declared, rushing out. "Come back. Do you have any proof? It's merely a hint of bitterness. What wrong can you pin on her?" Xiao Chui paused, considering, and slowly returned, aware that the individual before her was no gentle spirit. Known for her sharp tongue and assertiveness, she bent down, awaiting her fate, only to see Sun Haiyan beckon her closer, instructing her to lean in and listen attentively. Once she spoke, Xiao Chui shot up, stammering, "But if it is the concubine, and she truly falls ill, what then?" Unbeknownst to her, Pei Hong was not only incapacitated, but had also lost his manhood. Sun Haiyan kept this to herself, merely smiling and saying, "Do as I instruct." She opened a box, retrieving a couple of taels of silver for Su Su, commanding, "Make sure to send someone trustworthy to buy it. I do not trust anyone else." Xiao Chui understood that the trustworthy person referred to was Aunt Sun's brother. She hurried out through the second gate, seeking Sundalang. Upon hearing that his sister needed safflower, did not dare to delay. He quietly went to purchase it and soon returned, personally handing it over to Su Su. After serving Sun Haiyan her medicine and following her instructions, I deliberately disposed of the remnants outside the courtyard wall. Upon my return, I encountered Xiao Xiang standing under the corridor of the main house, laughing and chatting with a young maid, and I rolled my eyes at her. Among the 3 maids in the master's room, is it only concubine's son who has captured his favor? When I saw Xiao Chui enter the west wing, I inquired of those nearby. Naturally, the others could not refrain from flattering the esteemed lady's accompanying maid, eagerly exclaiming, "Not at all. Missin is also favored by the master. Concubine's son simply has a more agile mind. She has merely been in service longer and enjoys a certain status. How can we even speak of favor? With the appearance of our esteemed lady, it is likely she would not even deign to acknowledge her." Indeed, Xiao Xiang, having released the pent-up frustration she felt earlier for Jiang Wan, found pleasure in their words. Her lady's beauty was such that the master cherished her dearly. After saying this, she was about to step inside to ensure everything was in order when she heard the young ladies' voices approaching the door and quickly stepped aside. Once the young ladies had departed, she excitedly followed them in. Jiang Wan sat down on a stool, and upon seeing her face brimming with excitement, she smiled and asked, "What is it? Why the joy? Have you encountered something delightful?" Though it was merely a matter of making Sun suffer a little, she dared not confide this to her lady. She smiled and shook her head while helping to knead Jiang Wan's shoulders. Noticing the name of a shop on her hand, she inquired, "I can't return to Jinling, so I'm considering selling the shop that my mother left for me. I wanted to see if there were any business opportunities and check the location of the store." The lady was indeed decisive. Within a few days, she had gathered all the information regarding the matters outside. Jiang Wan, noticing that Xiao Xiang was rarely by her side, looked up and saw that the sun was setting. She instructed her to summon the meal, and Xiao Xiang complied, cheerfully stating, "I specifically told the kitchen to prepare your favorite lamb offal, ensuring they added plenty of spice." "How obedient you have become." Xiao Xiang chuckled as she left, going out to instruct the young maid waiting outside. She also inquired about the master's whereabouts and learned from the maid that he had gone to the main room, and someone had already been sent to fetch him. When the meal was served, the young maid announced that the master had returned. Jiang Wan cast a gentle glance at Xiao Xiang, who was smiling back at her, knowing it was her idea, and Jiang Wan merely smiled faintly in response. Pei Heng entered, leaning on his cane, and approached her, taking her hand with a warm smile. Today, I chatted with my second brother for so long that I lost track of time. If you hadn't sent someone to call me for dinner, I might have forgotten. Jiang Wan maintained her calm demeanor as they settled down at the table. She dutifully served him dishes and poured soup, not missing a single detail. Just as they were halfway through their meal, a commotion suddenly erupted from the west wing. Xiao Chui rushed in, flustered. Xiao Xiang, caught off guard, could not stop her in time, and they witnessed her hurriedly entering, crying out in a pitiful manner, "Master, please go check on the concubine. She has lost a great deal of blood." Pei Heng, savoring the warm soup Jiang Wan had just served, was taken aback by her words. He barely had time to grasp his cane, struggling to rise. What has happened? Has the doctor been summoned to examine her? Chapter 13. In a state of alarm. Xiao Cui hurriedly rose and rushed out, while Jiang Wan, unaware of the specifics of the situation, hastily seized Pei Heng's cane and followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the west wing, she overheard the anguished moans of a woman from within. Halting her steps, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. Yet she hesitated before entering the chamber. As she crossed the threshold, she was met with a gathering of people encircling the bed. The oppressive heat of summer rendered the room unbearably stifling, prompting her to dab her brow with a handkerchief. Curiosity drew her closer, and peering over, she beheld the figure on the bed, her garments haphazardly arranged, revealing a snowy expanse of chest adorned only by a belly band depicting mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Draped beneath a vibrant red veil, and accompanied by a pair of verdant trousers. Were it not for the blood staining her inner thighs and a sheen of perspiration upon her brow, Jiang Wan might have suspected some trickery at play. What had transpired? Growing increasingly anxious, her voice sharpened as she inquired of Susu. Xiao Cui knelt nearby, her expression fraught with urgency. "I'm unaware of the details. The madam complained of hunger and instructed me to fetch her a meal. Yet before she could take a bite, she exclaimed of unbearable pain in her abdomen. And upon inspection, I discovered the blood. I dared not delay and promptly summoned the master." Jiang Wan's gaze drifted to the table atop the kong, where an array of dishes lay untouched, a solitary piece of eggplant remaining as evidence of the meal that had gone unconsumed. Had she partaken of anything prior? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Cui replied, "The madam has been suffering from a recurring ailment these past few days and took some candied fruits with her medicine." With that, she hastily retrieved the jar of candied fruits for Jiang Wan to examine. Though Jiang Wan lacked the expertise to assess it, she instructed Xiao Cui to set it aside until the physician arrived for a thorough examination. The room buzzed with activity as young maidens scurried about, fetching warm water and replacing basin after basin of bloodied water, leaving Jiang Wan astounded. Finally, the physician arrived, and Jiang Wan positioned herself discreetly behind the screen, eager to hear his assessment. It was revealed that the madam had ingested some blood-activating medicine, leading to her hemorrhage. Hemorrhage? How could this be? Pei Heng was taken aback. Medicine? Jiang Wan echoed, her voice laced with disbelief. Xiao Cui suddenly recalled. The only medicine the madam took was prescribed by the doctor to treat the lingering effects of her previous condition, and I discarded the remnants outside. Quickly, go retrieve it. Pei Heng, usually mild-mannered, was overtaken by fury, compelling Jiang Wan to steal a glance at his fierce countenance. She heard the thudding of footsteps receding, and outside the screen, a figure darted away. It was then that she noticed Xiao Xiang standing nearby, her hands clenched tightly, visibly anxious. "What troubles you?" Jiang Wan inquired softly. Xiao Xiang cast a hurried glance her way, shaking her head in a flustered manner. "It's nothing." Jiang Wan understood Xiao Xiang's nature, though she relished gossip and comparison. Her heart was kind. With a steady gaze, Jiang Wan straightened her posture, dismissing her concerns. A figure slipped past the screen as Xiao Cui returned, bearing the discarded remnants of the medicine for the physician to inspect. He meticulously examined each piece before finally extracting a particular substance, exclaiming, "This is safflower, extremely detrimental to women. It is particularly perilous for the madam, who already suffers from a condition related to excessive bleeding." How could this possibly be found in Aunt Sun's medicine jar? The house physician seemed reluctant to linger, shaking his head as he hurriedly picked up his medicine box and stepped outside to await further instructions. While simultaneously preparing a prescription for Aunt Sunday, Jiang Wan also emerged from behind the screen, noting that safflower was not uncommon among the nobility, often used for bruises and injuries. However, for one who had suffered from a lingering ailment since the time of Xiaoye, it was like adding insult to injury. After examining it multiple times, she confirmed it was indeed safflower and furrowed her brow as she inquired, "Who is responsible for preparing the medicine for Aunt Sun?" "It is I, servant girl Chui," she responded, kneeling a few steps forward to reveal herself among the crowd. "You are Aunt Sun's personal maid? Are there no other junior maids in the house? How could it be you who prepare the medicine? Our aunt fears trouble, and besides, she has not yet established a formal status," Chui replied. Jiang Wan, feeling disinclined to argue over such matters. After all, they had long been a couple regardless of formalities, thought it pointless to dwell on these trivialities. "Since you are the one overseeing the preparation, you must know that Aunt Sun cannot use safflower, correct?" "I am aware, but there are those with ill intentions who wish to harm our aunt," Chui confessed. "Who wishes to harm her?" At that moment, Enro and another tall woman stepped through the threshold. The young lady, with high cheekbones and an indifferent demeanor, was likely another of Pei Heng's concubines, Jean and heir. Jiang Wan assessed the two newcomers, then turned her gaze back to Chui, questioning further. Su Su, with her head bowed, glanced at Pei Heng sitting by the bedside, noting his anxious expression, and shook her head. "I do not know. I prepared it over the kitchen stove, with people constantly coming and going. Call everyone from the kitchen in and ask them one by one. I refuse to believe there are such malicious individuals in our household." Pei Heng, leaning on his cane, maintained an unusually calm and gentle demeanor. The young maid hurried to summon the kitchen supervisors to the main hall. At that moment, Jiang Wan observed Pei Heng embodying the demeanor of a family head, scrutinizing the group for a while before posing a few inconsequential questions, to which everyone responded in confusion, yet dutifully answered. At present, Aunt Sun had taken her medicine, yet her health had deteriorated. Several supervising matrons, discerning the implication, quickly protested their innocence. "The individuals coming and going are not solely from our kitchen. There are also maids from the second branch of the family. I recall that the eldest lady's maid, Xiao Xiang, had entered as well." Yes, yes. Others chimed in. It was said that the eldest lady wished to eat goat offal, and we were to stir-fry it with chili. She lingered for quite some time before leaving. At that moment, Su Su also encountered her. The conversation abruptly turned to Xiao Xiang, who was already somewhat alarmed, having intended merely to teach that wretched girl a lesson, never anticipating it would lead to harm. Jiang Wan cast a glance at Xiao Xiang, who emerged from the crowd, kneeling before Pei Heng, stammering as she attempted to justify herself. However, another kitchen maid pointed a finger at her, declaring, "I saw her with my own eyes by Aunt Sun's medicine cauldron, peering in and even lifting the lid." Xiao Xiang was utterly flustered, casting a desperate look towards Jiang Wan for help, while attempting to defend herself. "I only could not bear to see Aunt Sun being favored by the eldest lady on her wedding night. So I merely sought to balance the scales by adding some chicken bile to her pot, nothing else." Regarding the wedding night, leaving her alone to guard the empty chamber, Pei Heng was filled with remorse. He reached out to grasp her hand, but she subtly withdrew, feeling embarrassed in the presence of so many people, and did not insist. Chapter 14. Family shame. Su Su noticed that Pei Heng seemed reluctant to pursue the matter, fearing that Sun Haiyan would vent her anger upon herself. She hastily pointed at Xiao Xiang and scolded, "Who knows what exactly you have done? Master, you must take a stand for our mistress. She has already suffered so much, having lost her child, and now even the likes of stray cats and dogs come to insult her." Xiao Xiang wept bitterly, glancing around in search of Jiang Wan's gaze, and said, "If the master does not believe me, he can ask I sent him to buy it." No sooner had her words left her lips than faint groans of pain were heard from within. Pei Heng cast a glance at Jiang Wan, noting her composed demeanor, yet sensing her underlying worry. He reassured her, "You need not be concerned. Even if Xiao Xiang is responsible, I believe you're not that kind of person. My husband, I trust Xiao Xiang's words. She has grown up alongside me and has never possessed such audacity." Just then, the eldest mistress, Sun Haiyan, was supported as she stumbled out, throwing herself into Pei Heng's embrace and glaring at Jiang Wan with malice. "How can you say such things without a hint of shame? I know you despise me for having taken the master on your wedding night, yet I genuinely feel unwell. Otherwise, I would not dare to seek the master's presence." As she clung to Pei Heng's leg, crying, he gently comforted her while casting furtive glances at Jiang Wan, who furrowed her brows slightly, her expression growing tense. He wished to pull her closer, but Sun Haiyan intercepted him. At home, Jiang Wan had also been taken aback by the group of concubines in her uncle's household, once thinking that her aunt deserved it. Now the situation had turned against her. Jiang Wan turned and seated herself on a nearby Luohan bed. Quietly observing Sun Haiyan for a long while before speaking, "You assert that it was Xiao Xiang who did this. Do you possess any concrete evidence? Such things as safflower do not simply appear without reason. If you are so certain it was Xiao Xiang, you must provide proof of its purchase and how it was placed. Then why did she unnecessarily tamper with my medicine pot? Did you not hear? She claimed to have squeezed bile into it. Are your ears functioning well?" The crowd was taken aback by Jiang Wan's retort, and Pei Heng was momentarily surprised by her demeanor. Jiang Wan turned to her husband and stated, "My lord, I reiterate, it is unacceptable to slander someone without evidence. Instead, let us report to the authorities and allow them to investigate. They will surely uncover who purchased the safflower. I am willing to cooperate." Xiao Xiang wiped her tears. "Sister, do not say such things. It is my failure to manage the household properly that has brought you distress. I bear the blame as well. As for reporting to the authorities, that is a separate matter. Family disgrace should not be aired publicly. Even if we do not report it, we must investigate thoroughly. Such incidents are likely perpetrated by someone close, willing to assume such a dangerous risk. Xiao Xiang and I came here alone. Surely no one would risk their life over a mere few taels of silver." Pei Heng glanced at Sun Haiyan, noticing her profound sorrow. He decided not to pursue the matter further, gesturing for everyone to step back. "Let today's affair end here. A clear-headed official finds it difficult to adjudicate family matters. Since this incident arose within our household, let it rest. My lord, the matter concerning Aunt Sun is of no small significance. It pertains to her ability to bear you an heir. Should a daughter be unable to produce offspring, the days ahead may prove arduous. My sister, already afflicted with illness, is unlikely to bear children in the future. She is simply unsettled at heart, and I shall soothe her gently." Jiang Wan intended to contest this matter, yet recalled her mother's final words, to endure when possible, to show mercy where one can. Moreover, as a new bride, it is fortunate enough that he has already done so. Should a dispute arise, one might be in the right, yet lose the goodwill of others. Thus, she refrained from further probing and rose to address Pei Heng. "I shall have someone deliver some nourishing supplements to Aunt Sunday." She summoned Xiao Xiang and exited the west chamber. Sun Haiyan observed that although Pei Heng protected the eldest lady, he grew restless at the mention of heirs. She comforted him by rubbing his knee. "The eldest lady values progeny so greatly, and I, as a servant," Pei Heng lowered his gaze upon her, caressing her face. Initially, he had resolved to heed no counsel, to reveal his hidden ailment to Jiang Wan. Yet, witnessing her profound concern for offspring stirred a deep sense of sorrow within him, a discomfort he could not suppress. "If you are troubled, then do not kneel. Rise." Sun Haiyan, fearing he might suspect her of involvement in this matter, clung to his leg tightly, imploring, "My lord, I am aggrieved. The eldest lady does not wish to pursue this matter and has chosen to gloss over it lightly. I dare not speak further, yet I fear for my own frail existence." He sighed, reassuring her, "Fear not. That day, I was bewitched by her words and intended to send you away. Now, as long as you remain in this household, I shall not drive you out." Sun Haiyan discerned his dissatisfaction towards Jiang Wan in his tone and lowered her head slightly, striving to present her vulnerability. She had her own methods to deal with Pei Hong. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan returned to the main chamber, washed up, and rested. Today's events were merely misfortune for them. Naturally, she could not blame Xiao Xiang, who had acted with the intent to vindicate her, but had ultimately fallen into someone else's trap. The next day, she awoke early, lying on her side, gently lifting the gauze curtain to gaze at the bright light outside. She had no desire to rise, despite the passage of many years. She still longed for the comfort of her own mattress. "Is the eldest lady awake?" Li Chun peered in from outside, noticing her lost in thought, and softly inquired if she needed water. Jiang Wan nodded, lazily propping herself up as Li Chun assisted her to the dressing table. She gazed into the mirror, where her delicate visage evoked sympathy with each frown and smile. She brushed one side of her hair, methodically tending to it. Pei Hong returned from outside, reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing her rise from the dressing table, he swiftly embraced her, burying his head in her neck, murmuring her name, Wan. The maidservants hurried to assist him, and Jiang Wan, bewildered by his condition and the overwhelming stench of liquor, pushed him away, noticing the crimson mark on his neck, a clear indication of his dalliance with another woman. After helping him to bed, Xiao Xiang quietly approached and whispered in her ear that Pei Hong had come from outside, implying he had visited a courtesan. Jiang Wan could not help but frown. Despite her mental preparations, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept. She had no choice but to endure, wringing a handkerchief, and sat by the bed to wipe his face. Pei Hong maintained his gentle demeanor, holding her hand and repeatedly apologizing, alternating between laughter and tears, leaving Jiang Wan feeling quite helpless. Chapter 15. Misunderstanding in the end. It was Jiang Wan who coaxed him to rest before she stepped out to pay her respects to the second madam, and then proceeded to visit Madame Pei. The sisters from various households were gathered, and after the commotion caused by Sun yesterday, everyone in the Duke's residence was aware that Pei Hong had not spent the night in her chamber on their wedding night. Only the masters of the main and second households, along with the matriarch, were privy to the fact that Pei Hong was unable to consummate the marriage, while the younger generation remained oblivious. Upon learning of Jiang Wan's predicament, Shun Qinshi felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her. For reasons unknown, she had found Jiang Wan displeasing at first glance, not due to her beauty. After all, there were many who were fairer, but rather, she could not discern the source of her aversion. "Where is your husband?" Madame Pei inquired, beckoning her. Jiang Wan gracefully approached her, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "My husband was quite merry yesterday and indulged in a few too many cups of wine. He is suffering from a hangover and has yet to awaken. Once he does, I shall bring him to greet you, grandmother." Very well, Madame Pei said, pleased by her obedience. She continued to pat Jiang Wan's hand. "It is a blessing for Hunger to have married you. Naturally, he is delighted. Do not feel shy. Even before you entered, he was eagerly awaiting your arrival. Is there anything amiss? If you have concerns that are difficult to voice to your mother, feel free to confide in this old lady. We are family and should be warm and close." "He is quite well," she replied, lowering her gaze and blushing. Madame Pei turned to converse with her sister-in-law, leaving Jiang Wan to stand aside and attend to them. The conversation flowed among the guests until breakfast was served. Jiang Wan sent Xiao Xiang back to check if Pei Hong had awakened, and she remained to serve Madame Pei until the meal was finished. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she ambled through the corridor, observing the ground strewn with fallen blossoms from the western flowering crabapple tree. She decided to sit on the stone ledge, reflecting upon her predicament. She felt trapped in a place where progress seemed impossible. Pei Hong appeared to have affection for her, yet he was reluctant to draw close. Engaging with maidservants on their wedding night and indulging in wine and courtesans just days after their marriage were burdens she could only swallow bitterly. Of course, she was also conflicted. If she had to marry, she hoped her husband would be gentle and considerate, and Pei Hong certainly fit that description. However, his kindness was not directed solely at her, which plunged Jiang Wan into a cycle of inner turmoil. Her heart ached, tears brimming in her eyes. Gently, she sniffed and rolled the handkerchief in her hand, wiping the corners of her eyes. She stood up, intending to leave, only to be startled by the sight of a tall figure before her. Raising her gaze, she was met with the handsome visage of Pei Shun. who had quietly approached her, the duration of his presence unknown to her, as he gazed at her with lowered eyes. Jiang Wan felt a different intensity in his gaze, unlike Pei Heng's gentleness. Yet when he spoke, his voice carried a soothing warmth. "Sister-in-law, what troubles you? Who has wronged you?" She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was not often that a man inquired about her feelings. Forcing a smile, she replied, "Thank you for your concern. Second brother, I'm quite well. Just a few days after our marriage." She sat here weeping, her delicate eyelids tinged with red, insisting that nothing was amiss. Pei Shun, hesitant to pry, lingered for a moment, but upon noticing her reluctance to leave, he contemplated speaking. However, she hurriedly curtsied and said, "It is getting late. I must return." "Are you not afraid, sister-in-law, of being questioned about your eyes? Will you claim that the wind and sand have caused your distress?" Jiang Wan remained motionless, steadfast in her place, yet she heard his footsteps drawing closer. He spoke gently. "In a place like the Marquis' residence, when one weeps, everyone becomes curious and seeks to uncover the reason behind the tears. Human nature is inherently inquisitive, and it is impossible to silence the tongues of others. This area is deserted. Please wait a moment, sister-in-law. I shall summon Shuangjiang to bring you a handkerchief." He passed by Jiang Wan, clad in a flowing azure robe. The cool moonlight and gentle breeze bringing with them a hint of pine fragrance. Jiang Wan recalled this scent from her childhood when her grandmother's home was quite affluent, and they burned this very incense, known as Du Nao Xiang, imported from the kingdom of Jinla. She lacked the strength to contest him, and, acknowledging that he was a person of understanding, sat down on the stone ledge. Shortly thereafter, Shuangjiang indeed brought a handkerchief, which Jiang Wan received and pressed to her face. Discovering it was still warm, she reflected on his character. She had often heard from her sisters that he appeared gentle but was, in fact, quite ruthless. Moreover, as a high-ranking official, his keen gaze was not unwarranted. She realized she had been overly sensitive. "Thank you, and also to your master. In my current state, I truly cannot face anyone. Upon returning, Xiaoxiang will create another uproar. The wet nurse will scold me, and others will speculate. Our master is considerate towards family. If you encounter any difficulties in the future that are hard to voice to others, simply speak to him. Do not seek assistance from outsiders." Hearing this, Jiang Wan felt a surge of guilt, reflecting on her previous suspicions regarding his intentions. What could his motives possibly be? It was merely his close relationship with Pei Hong, coupled with an undeniable aura of authority. He certainly would not wish for discord to be rumored between brothers and sisters-in-law. "Very well, thank you for today." She returned the handkerchief to Shuangjiang, nodded her head, and walked past her towards the Yuanhua pavilion. Shuangjiang glanced at the handkerchief in her hands, quickly tucking it away with care before heading to the prince's garden. This particular courtyard was the largest in the Marquis' residence, specially allocated to the prince by the old matriarch, who held great affection for him. Upon entering, she saw Gu Yu and Jing just serving soup, and she placed the handkerchief behind the bookshelf in the treasurer's pavilion. She then took the silk fan from Gu Yu's hands to fan Pei Shun. "Have you returned?" He took the handkerchief from Jing Zhe, wiped his mouth, discarded it onto the tray, and rose to enter his study. Shuangjiang hurriedly followed him inside, affirming her presence while holding the silk fan, instructing someone to carry in the ice basin, as their master was always averse to heat and began using ice as early as May. Recently, he had been preoccupied with affairs. The emperor sought to increase revenue, create salt industries, and stabilize coastal regions. Thus, he adopted the suggestion of the Fujian governor to open monthly ports, allowing merchants to engage in trade with countries such as Ryukyu and Siam under the guise of tribute. After years of governance, the customs duties amounted to hundreds of thousands of taels, yet the national treasury remained devoid of any tax revenue, resulting in a substantial deficit. Upon investigation, it became apparent that these funds had found their way into the pockets of the inner treasury or royal kin. His proposal was to increase the salt licenses from 50 to 200, yet the emperor remained non-committal. They were to proceed regardless. Chapter 16. Persuasion. For over half a month, Pei Hong returned home late each night, reeking not only of wine but also of perfume. Jiang Wan had attended to him more frequently, and reflecting on her tears from a few days prior struck her as absurd. After all, they were newlyweds, and there would be ample reasons to weep in the future. Unexpectedly, Zhang Momo had come to visit her. Jiang Wan felt a pang of sympathy for her due to her age, prompting her to sell the shop her mother from Jinling had given her. Intending to open a fine establishment in the capital, entrusting it to the Zhang family for management. After a marriage, Zhang Momo had moved out. Today, perhaps due to the incessant chatter of Xiao Xiang, upon returning from the residence of Pei's mother, she overheard Zhang Momo entering to pay respects to the second madam, and she had come to check on her as well. She cast a silent glance at Xiao Xiang, who immediately lowered her head and murmured that it was Momo who had sent her to inquire about the young lady's well-being, and she dared not lie to Zhang Momo. Thus, she spoke the truth. She shot Xiao Xiang a fierce glare. Regarding Zhang Momo, she was like most children, delivering good news while concealing the bad. From a distance, she spotted her leaning on a cane, seated upon a stone bench in the corridor, prompting Jiang Wan to hasten her steps. In affluent households, particularly in scholarly families like the Jiang clan, the value of kindness was paramount, exemplified by the care provided to wet nurses in their twilight years. Hence, Jiang Wan dared not be negligent and quicken her pace. "Momo, what brings you here? I ought to pay my respects to you," she said, reaching out to assist her, only to have her hands firmly grasped. Tears welled in Momo's eyes. Yet she refrained from crying, for this was still the Marquis's residence, and she had never dared to weep openly at home, fearing a reprimand from her aunt. "Please, come inside," Jiang Wan urged, supporting Zhang Momo as they entered. To the east lay her and Pei Hung's quarters, while the west was the area designated for conversations. She guided Zhang Momo into the western chamber, and Sandy Young made a way to play. Once seated, Zhang Momo grasped her hand and cried, "Jiang Wan, I know you find it difficult to speak candidly, but do you realize how we managed without master and madam? In the Jiang family, without a son to support the family, master's wealth could easily be usurped. In such a grand marquisate, to establish a firm foothold, one must have a child as a pillar of support. Young Master Hung appears of good temperament. You should cultivate a closer relationship with him. Why has the marriage not been consummated yet? It worries this old servant." While Jiang Wan did not fully endorse her words, the truth in them was undeniable. As a woman, she lacked the right to inherit her father's estate. The family legacy was destined for the broader clan, leaving her with but a trivial portion. "Momo, it also depends on the willingness of others. The master would rather indulge in the pleasures of the world than approach me. I wonder if I have erred in some way. However, he is such a gentle person, I cannot fathom his thoughts." Her voice dripped with grievance, her throat constricting as she spoke of his indulgence in worldly pleasures, leaving Jiang Wan with an inexplicable sense of revulsion. Had her parents been alive, they would likely have taken her away from such a man long ago. However, she could not voice her disdain and was left to endure it, unwilling to draw closer. "My sister Jiang, possessing a beauty that rivals the flowers and moons, is well-versed in literature and propriety, gentle and virtuous. What could possibly displease him? I must inquire with the second madam. If there is any fault, it lies with us, and we shall amend it." As she spoke, she struggled to rise. Jiang Wan wished to dissuade her, but knew her stubbornness, so she allowed someone to assist her out. Such matters were not for her to follow, so she sent Li Chun to offer some counsel. Upon hearing that Nurse Zhang had returned, Madame Jean was somewhat puzzled, but graciously invited her inside. Ensuring tea was promptly served, Nurse Zhang lifted her gaze and spotted a woman standing behind the second madam, her fox-like eyes glimmering with youthful charm. It seemed she was one of the young mistresses keeping company with the second madam. "Please take a seat." A young maid brought forth a stool, which Madame Jean offered to her. Although she initially hesitated, she eventually settled down, noticing the old nurse's gaze lingering on Sun Haiyan. Madame Jean smiled. "She serves in Hung or his household. I believe you have not encountered her before." This was indeed the first time Nurse Zhang had seen someone from the gentleman's quarters fail to visit the matriarch the following day, indicating a clear disregard for Jiang Wan. However, she was not there for that reason today and deemed it unnecessary to dwell on trifles. This old servant seldom visits the lady's quarters and rarely sees the concubines. "I have something to discuss with you, madam," So please dismiss the others." As her words fell, everyone observed Madame Jean's expression and exited the room. Nurse Jiang's face crinkled, turning a deep shade of crimson as she took a moment before speaking. "My young lady hails from a scholarly family. There are matters she finds difficult to articulate. It is our duty as servants to voice what our master cannot. I dare to ask, does the master harbor any dissatisfaction with our Jiang Wan? If so, please do tell, for she is a good child who can recognize her errors and amend them." Madame Jean likely surmised the purpose of her visit, but could not reveal the true cause, especially with Sun's recent mention of the Jiang family frequently alluding to heirs, which was quite a headache. Had the nurse overheard gossip from outsiders? Jiang Wan is well-educated and dutiful to her in-laws. I have no grievances, and I presume the eldest son feels similarly. I wonder if the madam is aware that the master and our eldest lady have yet to consummate their marriage. Madame Jean was taken aback, her laughter tinged with embarrassment. I truly was not informed of this. I must confess, since childhood, the young master has kept a few secondary rooms, and these matters have not been our concern. Given this, I must shamelessly request the madam to urge the master. The old nurse lamented, for I have never seen a husband's family unconcerned while the wife's family is anxious. Madame Jean, fearing she might let slip something she ought not to, gave a cursory response and dismissed her, then summoned Sun Haiyan to inquire. "How do the master and the eldest lady get along? Does Jiang have any grievances? How is your master?" Sun Haiyan recounted the events following Jiang Wan's marriage, articulating that the master frequented brothels, which likely caused discontent for the eldest lady. The eldest son felt a deep sense of frustration with such a beauty before him. He found himself powerless, and it was only natural for anyone to feel discontent. If she were to discover this, it would likely diminish her regard for Hung, or even further. The servant often observed the dignified and courteous demeanor of the esteemed lady. Yet should she ever discover that the master is incapable of consummation, and given the master's profound affection for the lady, the revelation would surely rattle him. Even with his gentle disposition, a man's pride in the presence of his beloved cannot be overlooked. I share this sentiment. Chapter 17. A foul idea, madam. My suggestion is, if this is indeed the case, adoption is out of the question. Instead, let us adhere to ancient wisdom. Should a brother encounter misfortune, the younger can provide an heir for the elder, thus resolving the quandary. Jean was taken aback, her heart racing. "What do you mean?" Sun Haiyan leaned closer, whispering a few words in her ear. Jean immediately objected with fervor. "No, this is an absurd notion. Who among the other wives, aside from the eldest, does not await my downfall? Must I endure such humiliation for her sake, donning the guise of a cuckold? Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know, madam. The third and fourth masters cannot be considered, but what of the young master? The eldest lady is your cousin, a bond of kinship. It would indeed provide the master with an heir." In an instant, Jean was rendered speechless. By bloodline, the eldest lady was the daughter of her maternal aunt, her closest cousin, and they shared a long-standing camaraderie, having entered the family together. They were all aware of the eldest son's predicament. Sun, observing that her words had struck a chord, could not help but smirk inwardly. There was not a virtuous soul among them, and she would not rest until chaos ensued. Jean waved Sun away dismissively. This matter weighed heavily on her heart, and finding no one else to confide in, she made her way to the eldest lady's quarters, where she found Pei Shun conversing with his mother. Among the brothers, Pei Hung and Pei Shun bore the most resemblance, yet her own son appeared only slightly similar. A stark contrast. Her scrutinizing gaze elicited a gentle smile from Pei Shun, who, with humility, inquired, "Aunt, is there something on my face?" "Only a hint of resemblance," she replied. "It has been a while since we last met. You are quite dutiful, frequently visiting your mother. Your brother." He maintained his warm smile, polite and composed. "Now that my brother is married, things are different. Has the match for Erlang been settled? I find Miss Shin quite agreeable. It will be delightful for him to finalize it soon, so we may celebrate together." Pei Shin lowered his gaze in silence, his long, fair fingers distinctly jointed, gently cradling the teacup as he peered into the pale yellow liquid, a hint of bitterness grazing his tongue. He smiled softly. "Aunt, your words hold truth. Matters of marriage shall indeed be guided by our parents' counsel. Burdened by her own concerns, Jean fell silent after a few exchanges. Although Pei Shun was gentle by nature, he was also taciturn, and after a brief pause, he excused himself. Jean, amused, thought it was her fault for sending Erlang away. "Do notiest, aunt. It is your presence that encouraged me to linger a while longer. I must pay my respects and enter the palace to see His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Jean's smile faltered slightly, but she concealed her unease. Turning to glance at her cousin, she remarked, "Erlang has indeed made progress," as she watched Pei Shun's departing figure, her voice catching her throat. Shun was acutely aware of the source of her sorrow. This matter remained a scar upon everyone's heart, a topic seldom broached. Even more so the subject of offspring. Gently taking her arm and dismissing those around them, he finally offered words of comfort. "Do not despair. There will always be a solution. Cousin, I shall not deceive you any longer. The Jiang family is still unaware. Hunger goes out daily to indulge in frivolous pursuits. Yet I know his heart is heavy. You have not witnessed how deeply he cherishes Jiang Wan. But alas, dear cousin, you say that my relationship with the master is strained, and I concede that. The master spends each night in the company of concubine Lin, and I accept that too. Yet, I have but this one son. How can heaven be so unjust?" Jean wept bitterly, her tears blurring her vision, and she slumped into her chair. Shun, at a loss for how to console her, held her tightly, recognizing that words might prove futile in such a moment. Instead, she gently caressed her back, whispering reassurances that all would be well. After a while, as her tears subsided, Jean gradually composed herself, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Shun softly comforted her, wiping away her tears, and summoned someone to bring warm water for her to wash and freshen up, thus restoring her dignified and graceful demeanor. "Cousin, I have much weighing on my heart, and I shall not hide it from you. Today, a wet nurse from the Jiang family came to inquire whether there was something amiss with Jiang Wan, as it has been over half a month since their marriage, and yet the marriage has not been consummated. I dare not speak of it. Hunger indulges in revelry, and I cannot intervene, fearing he might take a desperate turn. From the first moment I laid eyes on Jiang, I fell an aversion to her. Her beauty is too striking. What if hunger cannot satisfy her, and she is so young? Dear sister, the Jiang family is of literary pedigree. They would not raise such a daughter. From my perspective, Wan is well-educated and possesses the qualities of a considerate wife. It is your impatience that has led to this misjudgment." Observing that Jean still harbored doubts, she mentioned the widow in the Jiang family, known throughout Jinling for her steadfastness, having devoted her life to the memory of her fiancé while raising an adopted son. The emperor himself penned the words "loyal" and "steadfast" in honor of her. With such a paragon in the Jiang family, what more could one fear? After this round of reassurance, Jean felt considerably lighter and exchanged a few more words with Shun before returning to the courtyard, where she summoned Dong and Xia to call for Pei Hong. However, when he arrived, he was disoriented, prompting Jean to vent her frustration with a few admonishing slaps. Realizing that such words were unwise, she reconsidered. He was already under great distress, so she took a seat beside him. Pei Hong, being pulled along unsteadily, was already frail, and after several days of intoxication, his mind was clouded and his limbs unresponsive. "My child, today Zhang's wet nurse visited, inquiring about the consummation of your marriage. Should we tell her?" "No." Pei Hong snapped back to clarity, his eyes ablaze with indignation. "Mother, will my dignity? I have none before others. Must I be stripped of it even before her? Very well, we shall not speak of it. If she returns, I will send her away." "What wet nurse?" he asked, bewildered. It seemed he had not comprehended a single word she had uttered. Jean sighed. The wet nurse from Jiang had somehow learned of their situation and had come to inquire whether Jiang had failed to meet their expectations. A servant, bearing an air of dignity, left me feeling unsettled. I felt guilty towards her. She lowered her head, tears glistening in her eyes, biting her lip in silence. At this moment, the Jean family finally understood that their son's affairs must remain concealed from Jiang Wan, lest he be forever shamed. Chapter 18. The substitute marriage, she ordered for cold water to be brought to wash his face, rousing the drowsy Pei hung from his stupor. "Are you awake now? Your mother wishes to speak with you." The cold water invigorated his senses considerably. As he observed his mother dismissing others, he already felt weary of her repetitive words. "I ask you, there are two options. One is to reveal the matter to Jiang Wan and adopt a child from the clan, which would surely reach the ears of those in the capital. The other is for your second brother to consummate the marriage on your behalf." Upon hearing this suggestion, Pei Heng's mind felt as if it had exploded, buzzing with disbelief. What nonsense is this? Moreover, my second brother would never agree to such a thing. Have I lost my mind? To don a cap of shame upon myself? Umph. Listening to her son's scornful hum, Jean was at a loss. She did not wish to disclose the truth to Jiang Wan, fearing her disdain, yet she also wished to shield her from any taint of scandal. With a sigh, she urged, "I have considered this as well. Whether it be a widow or a secondary wife, there have been precedents throughout history. To consummate the marriage? Coming from a scholarly family, how could she permit such a thing? Forget it. Let us keep her in the dark." Pei Hung furrowed his brow. How can we conceal the consummation from her? Shall we slip away unnoticed? That might indeed be a feasible plan under such ignorance. She would likely assume the fault lay within herself. Yet, he could not surmount this hurdle. Furthermore, his upright second brother would undoubtedly refuse. And would it not be a laughingstock if he, as the elder, were accused of such folly? Seeing her son in silence, Jean understood the difficulty of the situation and allowed him to return under the care of servants. He wandered towards the Yuanhua pavilion, his mind clouded. Upon reaching the courtyard, he intended to compose himself before entering to see Jiang Wan, but he was suddenly met with a harsh voice echoing in the yard. "Ha! I say you are a coward. Even a eunuch is more of a man than you." Recognizing the voice belonged to Xiao Xiang. Pei Heng's previously calmed heart surged once more with agitation. He found himself at a loss, neither able to enter nor retreat, standing vacantly at the entrance as a servant. Chased out by Xiao Xiang, noticed him and hurriedly offered his respects. "Young master, you have returned." Xiao Xiang, oblivious to the fact that Pei Hung had overheard her words, would not have cared even if she had. Moments earlier, she had sent dog heir to instruct Aunt Sun's brother to attend to a task. Yet he had not dared to comply, inciting her wrathful outburst. "What crime have I committed to deserve such insults?" Xiao Xiang, fearing he might recall her previous dealings with Aunt Sun, dared not reply, merely lowering her head. In truth, she had not truly scolded him. It was merely a playful reproach towards dog heir, her face adorned with a smile, and surely he would not hold a 7- or 8-year-old child accountable. "What is the matter?" Before Xiao Xiang could respond, Jiang Wan's voice graced the doorway. She stood elegantly upon the steps, exuding an aura of grace and independence. Smiling charmingly at them, Pei Heng's heart skipped a beat. Should she discover his inadequacy? The day was uneventful, and the heat outside was stifling. "Wana, let's go inside," Pei Hung suggested gently. While he was typically amiable, Jiang Wan was an astute woman who had never witnessed him in such a state. She attributed his demeanor to the influence of old Madame Zhang's recent visits. As he took her hand and led her through the door, she followed suit. It was customary for newlyweds to exchange sweet nothings upon entering, and thus others refrained from intruding. Jiang Wan felt a tinge of embarrassment from his grasp and lightly pulled away, but Pei Hung, being a man who abhorred force, especially toward someone he cherished, reluctantly released her. "My apologies for neglecting you these past few days," he began, but as he recalled Xiao Xiang's earlier words and the faint disdain in her struggle, he hesitated. "I am but a cripple. Why must you speak so, my husband?" Jiang Wan wished to console him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Was he pitiable? Not in the least. Even in his current state, she, his betrothed, was bound to marry him. Noticing her indifference, Pei Heng's defenses crumbled entirely. Overcome with emotion, he swept her into his arms, startling Jiang Wan, who gasped in shock and squirmed in protest. Ignoring her resistance, he carried her inside. The suddenness of it left her heart racing as if struck by a drumbeat. He awkwardly deposited her onto the bed and leaned over her, silently observing her for a moment. When she began to struggle fervently, he allowed her to do so, yet she feared his overwhelming desire. Seizing the opportunity, while he was momentarily distracted, she kicked him hard. He winced but felt no lasting pain. How much more could it hurt? Staring at her, His face flushed. He managed to utter a single word. You. Jiang Wan, fearing she might have hurt him and incited his wrath, stilled herself. She watched him rise, supporting himself against the intricately carved bedpost, gripping it tightly. With newfound resolve, she stood and adjusted her disheveled clothing, silently observing his retreating figure. She believed he was in pain, but did not attempt to offer words of comfort. With a considerable show of determination, he turned to her and declared, "Wanner, let us consummate our union." His tone was not inquiring, but resolute. She softly replied, "Not at this moment." She was utterly bewildered. He, the one she desired, remained oblivious to her feelings and showed no inclination to understand them. All she sought was a child to secure her position in the Marquis' household. "Very well, tomorrow night. I shall come," he hastily concluded, leaving her with a sense of unease. His demeanor seemed less like that of a husband preparing for intimacy and more akin to a warrior heading into battle, which only deepened Jiang Wan's confusion. Perhaps she had pressed him too hard. Emerging from the room, Pei Hung sought solace in the company of a courtesan outside. As he hurried along, he fortuitously encountered Pei Shun returning from the palace, clad in resplendent red attire, his broad shoulders and narrow waist a testament to his noble lineage. Though a civil servant, he bore the stature of a warrior, reminiscent of the Pei family's martial roots. "Where are you headed, brother?" Pei Shun inquired, observing Pei Heng's despondent expression, as if he were about to leave the estate. Startled by the question, Pei Hung seized Pei Shun's arm as though it were a lifeline. "Brother, I have found a woman outside to alleviate my troubles. I must seek her out to dispel my gloom. I implore you to assist me." Pei Shun furrowed his brow, recalling the image of her tear-streaked face and sorrowful eyes. "Brother, your wife has just entered our family. Prolonged neglect may cause her heart to ache. Do I not feel the weight of her sorrow as well? Dear brother, there is a matter I wish to seek your assistance with, yet I find myself at a loss for words. Perhaps we can meet outside?" Pei Shun adjusted his official attire, his elongated phoenix eyes curving slightly as he replied, "Then I ask you to wait a moment, brother. I shall change into my casual clothes and join you shortly, to offer you some comfort." With that, he retreated into the inner chambers to change, emerging in more relaxed attire to accompany Pei Hung to his small residence in Jinlu Alley. Chapter 19. A Replacement for the Marriage Chamber. Part 2. Jinlu Alley is not too far from the Marquis' residence. The woman he had acquired was selected for her resemblance to Jiang Wan, possessing similar features that captivated him, despite his awareness of his own reprehensible actions. Pei Shun cast a fleeting glance at Huan Yang, skillfully avoiding the wine she poured for him, while noticing the man across the table consuming several cups. His eyes, clouded with inebriation, remaining silent. Huan Yang, known as Sang Jiaoer, was gentle and compliant. Upon noticing Pei Shun's gaze, she inclined her head respectfully. Girls like her, raised in such private quarters, were particularly wary of divided affections, especially towards someone from the Pei family. Thus, she did not overly solicit his attention. Naturally, Pei Shun seemed only intrigued by her visage, casting a cursory glance before lowering his gaze in silence. "Brother, do you not think she resembles your sister-in-law?" Pei Hung inquired, his tongue slightly slurred. Pei Shun paused, his grip on the cup tightening, his brows knitting together, his expression tranquil as still waters. After taking a sip, he cast a brief glance at the woman before responding. How could she possibly compare? His voice was soft and low, deliberately muted as if to shield his words from those nearby. Pei Hung, unaware, stood up and playfully tugged at the garment of the woman before him, startling Sang Jiaoer into a gasp. He looked down at his younger brother, who remained absorbed in his drink, and burst into laughter. "Brother, what is it that you truly desire? Even such a stunning beauty fails to capture your interest?" Before them stood the woman clad only in a waistcloth. Yet Pei Shun's gaze held no desire. He poured himself another drink, listening to Pei Heng's incessant chatter. Eventually, he slumped back, resting a hand on his brother's shoulder, laughing. "Brother, are you aware that she is still untouched?" Pei Shun glanced at him with feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow in a manner that suggested disinterest in the topic. Yet he could not entirely dismiss his brother's words, lowering his head to sip his drink. "Brother, if she were promised to you, would you refuse?" "Brother, He waved his hand and erupted into laughter once more. I know you uphold your virtue, yet if you were to encounter a situation like mine, you would surely find yourself fortunate for not adhering so rigidly to such principles. As he spoke, he seemed to regain some clarity, consuming the restorative broth brought to him by the servant. After a prolonged moment, he finally dismissed the attendants and sat across from Pei Shun with a serious demeanor. Brother, to be candid, I am a failure. I cannot serve an office, nor can I leave behind an heir. I cannot bring joy to your sister-in-law. I am a wretched being, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. Pei Shun gazed into his cup, his response to his brother's words exceedingly indifferent, finally uttering, Brother, are you jesting? Brother, Pei Hung grasped his hand tightly, spilling some wine in the process. I implore you to assist me with this matter. If it offends you, simply disregard my words. Pei Shun furrowed his brows slightly, his tone calm as he replied, Please, brother, do speak. You and I share a bond deeper than that of mere brothers, as our mothers or cousins. A year ago, there was nothing unspeakable between us, until I was grievously injured not only in my thigh, but also in my very core by mountain bandits. Pei Shun raised his almond-shaped eyes slightly to cast a glance at him, then lowered them again, presuming he could no longer contain matter. However, he then heard him say, Elder brother wishes for you to consummate our union. The wine cup slipped from his grasp with a clang as he absent-mindedly retrieved it. Pei Shun's expression bore a hint of surprise. He paused, feeling a dryness and tightness in his throat, and murmured, Sister-in-law would not consent. Of course, she would not agree. But what if it were concealed from her? Pei Shun felt a slight sinking in his chest, as if immersed in a warm current. Concealed from her? Under the cover of night, we could slip in unnoticed, for our appearances are quite similar. In truth, he and Pei Shun were merely of similar stature. In terms of looks and physique, he could not compare to this younger brother. He was well aware of this, and, after stumbling through these words, he collapsed, softly murmuring, She desires a child. She longs for a child. Pei Shun pushed him away, rose, and opened the door to let Xiao Chuan in, assisting him back. By the time they arrived at the estate, the night had deepened. He took the man from Xiao Chuan's hands, saying, It is inappropriate for you to escort him inside. I shall manage. Pei Shun, known for his integrity, was never doubted in his intentions, and thus Xiao Chuan entrusted the master to him, guiding him into the Yanhua pavilion. In recent days, Pei Hung had returned late each night and rested in the main chamber. Therefore, Jiang Wan would wait for him, but to her surprise, it was her younger brother-in-law who returned with assistance today. Upon seeing a man enter the room, Jiang Wan felt somewhat awkward and hurriedly instructed Xiao Xiang and Li Chun to help. Pei Shun, however, smiled lightly and said, Sister-in-law, although elder brother is slender, he is still a man. He is utterly intoxicated. You cannot support him. Let me do so. She could only stand aside, instructing others to fetch warm water. Following closely behind Pei Shun, as he laid the man down, she skillfully began to unfasten Pei Hung's collar. Glancing aside, she noticed Pei Shun had already stepped out, allowing her tension to ease slightly. To speak plainly, it is improper for a younger brother-in-law to enter his sister-in-law's chamber. But everyone was preoccupied with Pei Hung and failed to notice. Pei Shun returned to the garden, reeking of Pei Hung's alcohol and body odor. He frowned in displeasure and ordered water for a bath. He could have easily disregarded the situation. After all, he was merely an elder brother. A few servants could have thrown him in, yet inexplicably, he found himself supporting the man into her room. The sordid thoughts accompanying this action were known only to him. You shall procure a dose of thundervine for infusion in wine tomorrow. Shuang Jiang hurriedly asked, Is there pain, my lord? I recall you suffer not from joint ailments. Pei Shun cast her a cool glance, but remained silent. Shuang Jiang, realizing her indiscretion, refrained from further questioning and quietly followed behind, only to hear him inquire, Where is the handkerchief? Shuang Jiang hesitated, recalling he must refer to the one used by the elder lady last time. She retrieved it from the Wang Wali wood box where she had placed it, not daring to disturb it, and hurried to the Duobao pavilion to bring it to him. Regarding the matter of her master coveting her sister-in-law, Shuang Jiang dared not ponder deeply. The master had revealed this to her not to invite her commentary, but rather to instruct her in her duties. Upon witnessing him slip behind the gauzy curtain, she hurriedly retreated. Chapter 20. A Substitute for the Marriage Chamber. Part 3. Upon awakening, Pei Hung found Jiang Wan reclining gracefully on the beautiful couch beneath the window, her exquisite curves captivating. A throbbing headache assailed him as he propped his forehead with a hand and rose slowly, making his way toward her. Her delicate face, partially obscured by flowing ebony tresses, revealed a slender neck and elegant fingers resting upon the pillow, the embodiment of serene beauty in slumber. He gently clasped her hand, rousing the sleeping beauty. She stirred, smiling as she rubbed her clear, bright almond-shaped eyes. "Husband, you are awake? Does your head ache?" "Indeed it does," he replied, seating himself beside her, pressing his forehead as he glanced at her, smiling as he pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Wan, unaware of his condition, allowed him to hold her, resting her head against his chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart. She lifted her face to gaze at him, raising a hand to touch his forehead. "What troubles you? What do you feel unwell?" "It is merely discomfort from last night's revelry. It is nothing, Wanner. Please, do not leave my side," he implored softly. Her confusion was palpable. She had already married him. Where could she possibly go? In this world, could a married woman simply abandon her husband? She found his demeanor somewhat childish, considering their 7-year age difference, and it was she who now sought to comfort him. Pei Hung, aware of her misunderstanding, caressed her fragrant cheek before consuming a bowl of hangover soup and proceeding to the garden. Upon entering, he learned that his younger brother was home, which caused him to hesitate before stepping inside. Shuangjiang, having spotted his arrival early on, hurried to greet him. "It is a rare occasion for the master to visit our garden. Indeed, it is primarily because my younger brother is seldom at home, and I do not wish to intrude. Is he here?" "Yes, the master is in the study," led by Shuangjiang. He entered to find Pei Shun lounging in a green robe, casually reclining on the couch beneath the southern window, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned his gaze towards Pei Hung, his previously furrowed brow relaxing into a smooth expression. Rising from the couch, Pei Shun allowed Shuangjiang to assist him with the shoes. "Elder brother, please take a seat." Pei Hung felt a surge of anxiety. Emboldened by the previous night's intoxication, he had laid bare his thoughts, and now he found himself in an awkward situation. Rubbing his palms together, he seated himself in a circular chair and hesitantly glanced at his younger brother. Pei Shun, seemingly unfazed, prepared tea with an air of nonchalance, as if the events of last night had never transpired. Pei Hung gritted his teeth and inquired, "How have you reflected upon last night's events, younger brother?" Pei Shun raised his slender eyelids, his dark eyes carrying an air of languor. "Has elder brother come to a decision?" Pei Hung recalled Jiang Wan's delicate visage, despite his reluctance. He realized it was preferable to be looked down upon than to remain in indecision. With resolve, he determined that once a child was conceived, he would not need to trouble his younger brother further. "Trouble?" Pei Shun raised an eyebrow, conceding, "Very well." Pei Hung had not anticipated such ease in the matter, leaving him momentarily stunned and feeling an indescribable discomfort. However, he was indeed seeking assistance, and given that his younger brother was not held in high regard by many, it was uncertain whether Wanner would appeal to him. Before Pei Hung could speak further, Pei Shun gently declared, "I shall visit tonight." As the moment approached, Pei Hung felt a sense of trepidation in his heart. He contemplated refusing and postponing his decision for a few days. Pei Shun, perceiving his hesitation, lowered his gaze and gently remarked, "I shall be returning to Yangzhou in a few days. If you are still uncertain, let us defer this discussion until I return next year." This urgent suggestion left Pei Hung completely unsettled. Stunned, he bit his lip and glanced at Pei Shun before finally nodding, "I will inform my mother. However, please refrain from mentioning it to her. Doing so will only stir unnecessary trouble." Pei Hung acquiesced and, feeling disheartened, stepped outside, lifting his face to the blinding sunlight. As if its rays could illuminate the darkness within his heart, he strolled towards his mother's chambers, recounting every detail of their discussion to her. Upon hearing this, Madame Jean could not help but shed tears. Her son, the eldest grandson of the Wuning Marquis, had never endured such indignity. For the sake of this woman. He had stooped to such depths. Her heart ached with sorrow. When she bears a child, I shall have your father petition the emperor for a chastity archway for her. You need not worry. This suggestion was rather sinister, implying that even if Jiang sure harbored ulterior motives, with such a shackle upon her, she could never escape unless death intervened. Pei Hung dismissed it as jest, for he was a living man. Only widows were granted chastity archways. How could she possibly? He believed it was merely his mother venting her frustrations for her son. Even without a chastity archway, if we present this matter to Her Majesty the Empress, elevating her as a paragon among women, I cannot believe she would dare to act recklessly. Mother, Pei Hung replied, somewhat displeased, I genuinely care for Jiang Wan. If not, I would not consider such absurd measures. She is not that kind of person. Why must you harbor such suspicions about her? She is my wife, your daughter-in-law. You should not think so ill of her. Madame Jean understood her son's affection for her, but knew that if he were aware of another man in her bed, she would still feel aggrieved on his behalf. Let us not speak of this anymore. I hope she is worthy of your devotion. Pei Hung nodded in agreement. Shall I go tonight? He nodded once more. Mother will prepare some wine for you. Thus, she will remain unaware of the identity of your guest. Pei Hung nodded again, feeling despondent. As a man, he lacked the ability to consummate his love with the woman he cherished. He could only deceive her, feeling too cowardly to speak the truth. He returned to the Yuanhua pavilion, where he was attended to upon entering. He found Jiang Wan sitting on the beauty couch, her head bowed as she wove with her maids. She quickly rose, smiling. Where did my husband go so early? Given your condition, why did you not call for me? Pei Hung hesitated, the words your condition pricking his heart like a thorn. He paused momentarily, but ultimately did not lash out at her. He was not one to lose his temper easily. Taking her outstretched hand, he gently squeezed her palm. I visited my second brother. Jiang Wan, with her keen sense, had already caught the scent of the sandalwood fragrance on him. The second, third, and fourth households were frugal and would not indulge in such expensive incense. Only the high-ranking Pei Shen would. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. Jiang Wan instructed Xiaoxiang to bring in the food from the stove. Only then did Pei Hung realize, have you not eaten either? I await my husband to share a meal. He gazes at her with a gentle smile, his eyes glistening, and he pulls her down to sit beside him. Noting the absence of the maidservants, he leans down to kiss her soft, pink lips. Jiang Wanxiang pushes him away, but she realizes that despite her aversion, this is an experience she must endure, so she allows him to proceed. As dusk envelopes the surroundings and the corner gates are locked, Pei Shun consumes a cup of liquor infused with thundervine before stepping outside. Pei Hung waits for him at the entrance, calling out as he steps inside, do not touch her. Pei Shun, perplexed, turns to him and asks, what? Pei Hung, with a tone filled with sorrow and helplessness, implores, for the sake of our brotherhood, please do not lay hands on any part of her. Pei Shun chuckles softly, responding with a nonchalant hum, yet feeling a pang of anxiety as he surveys the empty courtyard. During their previous encounters, she had displayed disdain for him. If she were to discover that he was the one to consummate their union, how would she react? Chapter 21. The consummation. Jiang Wan emerges from her bath and drinks a cup of wine offered by Pei Hung before settling onto the bed. As she observes him rising to leave, her eyes glaze over, her body feeling slightly weakened, yet her mind remains alert. This is a warming wine. She reclines on the bed, listening to the heavy footsteps approaching the door, gradually drawing nearer. She closes her eyes and turns her face inward as the candlelight dims, leaving only a faint glow within the gauzy curtains. She believed she was unperturbed, yet she finds herself clutching her clothing tightly over her chest. When the scent of osmanthus wafts through the air, she turns over, but her limbs feel weak, causing her to collapse. The man steadies her by the shoulders, gathering her into his embrace and sitting on her bed, which sinks slightly beneath his weight. Gazing at the silhouette before her, she softly inquires, husband, have you returned from my second brother's quarters? The figure opposite her lowers his voice, rasping, why do you ask that? You carry the fragrance of osmanthus. I'm quite familiar with this scent from my grandmother's house. I recall that only the elder branch's second brother would use such an expensive fragrance. Pei Shun hesitates momentarily, responding with a soft hum. Hearing her gentle voice, His hand rests upon her waist, though she cannot discern his features. She feels the heat radiating from his palm, her heart racing. Her voice trembles. "Husband, may we converse a little first?" He climbs on a bed, the scent of osmanthus intensifying, not as if he merely visited a garden, but as if he had been steeped in it. Her suspicions deepen, yet she hears him say, "Wanner, the spring night is fleeting. Tomorrow I shall listen to you. What is wrong with your voice?" He coughs softly, perhaps having caught a chill earlier. She contemplates that perhaps the world isn't filled with such absurdities. His hand has already begun to unfasten her clothing. She obediently lies down, gazing quietly at his figure, noting that while he mingles among women, he seems somewhat unfamiliar with their garments, often tying her sashes in knots that she ultimately has to untie herself. The air is imbued with the fragrance of osmanthus, and as she turns her head, she notices him seemingly pouring something onto himself, which suggests a thoughtful nature. Otherwise, why would he use essential oils? The figure leans closer, enveloping her in darkness, and she finds it increasingly difficult to discern his features, only sensing that he is not the slender type, but rather more robust. The pain elicited a soft whimper from her, prompting him to gently inquire, "Does it hurt?" She merely responded with a faint biting her lip with fervor, clutching the mattress beneath her, her nails tearing into the satin fabric. He was exceedingly gentle. It was her first experience, leaving her with a throbbing scalp. To Jiang Wan's surprise, in merely the span of a tea ceremony, he let out a muffled groan and hastily drew back the curtains, rushing out the door. She gasped heavily, still unable to comprehend that everything had concluded so swiftly. It was too fast, she mused, gazing quietly at the dim light beyond the gauze curtain. Perhaps it was his excessive indulgence that led to this. She rose to dress herself, lighting the candle, and summoned someone to bring hot water for her to wash, gathering the crimson-stained cloth into a tray beside her. She then turned back to bed, only to have someone enter after a considerable time. "Madam, the master inquires if you're hungry. Would you like something to eat?" Jiang Wan initially thought it was Pei Hung returning. Still in pain, she had no appetite, feeling more irked at his abrupt departure, and replied curtly, "No." The maid, perplexed by her anger, was taken aback. It was not until the following day that Jiang Wan learned Pei Hung had gone to concubine's son's quarters right after leaving her. She listened to Xiao Xiang chattering away, unaware that her hair had gotten tangled, forcibly pulling out strand. "Oh dear, the young lady cherishes her dark tresses so. To have lost so much is truly heart-wrenching." Jiang Wan cast a faint glance at Xiao Xiang, realizing that upon marrying, one becomes acutely aware of the nature of those around them, both virtuous and vile. She had thought that consummating their union would deter him from frequenting the beds of others, yet she had been overly naive. "I wish to rest for a while," she said, moving to the bedside, embracing the blanket as she lay down. The scent of Pei Shun's incense lingered, not merely a passing fragrance, but one that had deeply permeated. He had merely visited Pei Shun's room and returned, yet the aroma still clung to her bed. When she awoke again, the tray on the table had vanished, likely taken by a nursemaid for reporting. She noticed Xiao Xiang dozing nearby, and, as she shifted, it stirred Xiao Xiang from her slumber. "Miss, you are awake?" she exclaimed, quickly rising to adjust the gauze curtain. "The young master has sent over some watermelons via sister Shuangjiang. They were soaked in well water. I tasted a bit, and they're quite sweet." In the sweltering summer, it was indeed the season for watermelons. Her mouth felt bitter, and more so her heart. Lazily, she rose, donned a simple garment, and stepped outside. Spotting a bowl of watermelon on the ice tray, she picked up a silver fork, indulging in a slice that was both cold and sweet. Erasing the bitterness from her palate, she consumed a few more pieces, wary of overindulging and upsetting her stomach, and instructed the maidservants to take the remainder away to share. After summoning water for a cleansing wash, she finally dispelled her earlier lethargy, sitting by the window for a while until the heat dissipated before heading to Lady Pei's chamber. As Jiang Wan walked, she felt as though the lingering scent of incense enveloped her. Turning to Xiao Xiang, she asked, "Do you not sense an unfamiliar fragrance on me?" Xiao Xiang, thinking she was jesting, leaned in to sniff and laughed heartily. "Miss, you smell delightful. Could it be the scent of last night encounter with the master? In the midst of a bustling crowd, Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast a glance at her companion. She stepped onto the Dan terrace, where she found Jiang seated on a stone ledge, engaged in conversation with a maidservant of the main residence. Upon noticing Jiang Wan's arrival, Jiang's face lit up with joy as she excitedly approached, greeting her with, "Madam has arrived." Jiang Wan held a fondness for Jiang and nodded in acknowledgement, aware that Pei Shun might also be present inside. Hesitant to enter, fearing that others might suspect her of harboring secrets, she smiled and inquired, "Is your master also inside?" "Indeed, but the matriarch is also present. In a few days, it will be the young master's birthday, and once the celebration concludes, I shall accompany him to Yangzhou." Jiang replied. Jiang Wan smiled gently, stepping lightly over the threshold. Upon entering, she first paid her respects to Lady Pei and, noticing the matriarch's presence, promptly bowed in greeting. Pei Shun, positioned at the lower right, stood as she entered. As she approached, he returned her greeting with a respectful nod, saying, "Sister-in-law, may you be well." "May you be well too, second uncle," she responded with a graceful curtsy. The lingering scent of sandalwood still enveloped her, and she turned her gaze towards him. Noticing his calm demeanor as he conversed with Lady Pei, though his ears were noticeably flushed, this struck her as peculiar, yet she merely stole a glance. Chapter 22. Sordid Thoughts. Lady Pei remarked, "Next month, on the 15th, is Erlang's birthday. With Hunger now married, you, as the eldest grandson's wife, will eventually take charge of family matters. It would be prudent for you to assist your aunt in organizing Erlang's birthday celebration, allowing you to familiarize yourself with household affairs." Jiang Wan quickly responded, "I understand, and starting tomorrow, I shall make it a point to visit my aunt's chamber more often. I only hope she does not find me lacking. I cherish your presence, and only wish for Erlang to find a wife as delightful as you," Jiang exclaimed, linking her arm with Jiang Wan's, her delight palpable as she affectionately squeezed Jiang Wan's arm. Receiving such affirmation, Jiang Wan beamed with joy. Just then, Pei Hong entered, limping slightly as he struggled to make his way inside. She hurried to his side, assisting him to a chair. "For your birthday next month, we must put forth our efforts," he said, gently squeezing her hand as he spoke. Jiang Wan smiled softly, allowing him to hold her hand, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. It was only after he repeated his statement that she returned to the present, responding, "Yes, my husband speaks wisely." Once their gathering concluded, the two exited together, Jiang Wan attentively supporting him as they walked. Pei Shun followed at a leisurely pace, maintaining a respectful distance of roughly 10 feet. The events of the previous night, marked by his hasty retreat, left him feeling quite embarrassed, though Jiang Wan remained unaware of the reason behind his discomfort. He had never imagined that the joy following his first encounter with the one he admired would be so fleeting, leaving him with a sense of regret. He considered himself robust and not easily overwhelmed. "Please have Physician Jean procure a remedy for me," he mused, then added, on second thought, "Have Xingner fetch some deer-blood wine." Jiang immediately grasped the implication, recalling how the master had returned in a flurry, disheveled, and had locked himself in the lavatory, only to emit muffled groans. Understanding the situation, she stifled a laugh and reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Individuals like Pei Shun, who occupy high positions, often exude confidence. Last night, however, he faced an unavoidable setback. Upon returning to the garden, he instructed Jiang to inform Pei Hong of his intention to visit that evening. Pei Hong, filled with indignation and a sense of injustice, felt helpless in the matter. Jiang could only advise him, saying, "The young master is eager to expedite his affairs so that the second house may welcome a new addition. After all, he must return to Yangzhou." Despite his dissatisfaction with this sense of responsibility, Pei Hong still wished for Jiang Wan to conceive a child promptly. Ultimately, it was his own pride that had led to this predicament. Had he been forthright earlier, Jiang Wan's gentle and accommodating nature would surely have prevented such a delay. Jiang Wan returned from the residence of the first wife, Shun, and noticed honeydew melon and lychee displayed on the ice table. She sampled a piece, and, as Li Chuan entered, she smiled, saying, "Jiang sent these over. mentioning that if the eldest lady does not return by this afternoon, the young master would have someone else deliver more. The young master is overly courteous, she replied with a smile, enjoying a few more fruits. Concerned about overheating, she requested them to be taken away, for her constitution was frail. In the summer, she sometimes felt chilled, her hands and feet cold. In her childhood, her parents tended to her needs, ensuring she took her medicine. However, since living under another's roof, she had endured discomforts in silence, being particularly careful with her diet. After arriving in the capital, despite having her own modest wealth, her expenses were substantial. Although she occasionally took ginseng and nourishing pills, their efficacy seemed negligible, leading her to often neglect them. The young master is indeed considerate, but I fear our eldest lady cannot partake in such delicacies. It may not bode well for her, murmured Xiao Xiang. Jiang Wan shot her a look, questioning the appropriateness of her words. You should speak with Shuang Jiang and tell her that any urgent matters concerning the other sisters need not be brought to me. My health is not robust enough to tolerate such things. Xiao Xiang complied and exited, marveling at the grandeur of the garden compared to Yanhua Pavilion, with its spaciousness and antique furnishings that resonated with her family's character. Upon encountering Shuang Jiang and others conversing in the corridor, Xiao Xiang greeted them cheerfully. Shuang Jiang, delighted by her presence, eagerly took her arm and ushered her into the side room. What brings you to our courtyard today, dear sister Xiao Xiang? Our eldest lady has sent me to express her gratitude for your concern, but she has been weak since birth and is currently taking ginseng and nourishing pills. She is wary of indulging in too much fruit and fears the young master's generosity. Hence, it would suffice to focus on the other sisters. Shuang Jiang, momentarily taken aback, stammered, Is there really no expense involved? Does the eldest lady dislike eating them, or is she truly worried about the young master's spending? If it is the latter, there is no need for concern. These do not cost much. Xiao Xiang, in her innocence, remained oblivious to the underlying tensions between the master and servant, interpreting their actions as genuine care for their family. She replied, It is not that. She is genuinely frail and must still take her medicine from time to time during the sweltering summer. Shuang Jiang, realizing the sincerity in Xiao Xiang's tone and demeanor, suggested, Our young master knows a physician, Jin Tai. Perhaps we should invite him to examine the eldest lady? Pray tell, do you think you can dictate the young master's decisions? Xiao Xiang chuckled, stating that it was time for dinner and she must return to attend to her duties. Shuang Jiang hurriedly escorted her out and waited at the door for a moment, when she saw Pei Shun returning from outside. She promptly assisted him in changing into his everyday attire, and once she confirmed no one was around, she relayed Xiao Xiang's message to him in detail. Noticing his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrow, Shuang Jiang quickly bowed, saying, What I meant was to invite Dr. Jin into the residence for a consultation, but Xiao Xiang declined. Pei Shun dipped his brush into the ink, and upon hearing her ill-conceived suggestion, his elongated phoenix eyes lifted, casting a chilling gaze upon her, making her shiver as she bent lower. She had always maintained propriety, never overstepping her bounds. When had she ever accepted his good will without hesitation? Shuang Jiang dared not speak, merely listening to his instructions until, after a pause, Pei Shun declared, I will speak to her tonight. He halted his hand. A drop of ink fell from the tip of his brush, staining the pristine rice paper, which he crumpled in agitation, as though the paper itself condemned his inner turmoil. Sir, the Thundervine liquor for tonight. Shuang Jiang offered him a cup of wine. He glanced down hesitantly before raising it to his lips and downing it in one gulp. He then instructed to have him changed into a green robe, infused with the fragrant essence of the sandalwood often used by Pei Hong, and once the night had deepened, he finally stepped outside. Chapter 23. Scarlet on the lips when Pei Shun's warm palm met her delicate waist, Jiang Wan opened her eyes. She turned to gaze at the man before her, who, in the dim light, lowered his head to look at her, softly calling her name. Wanner, have I awakened you? Husband? Weren't you in Aunt Sun's chamber? He did not respond, but lay beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist and drawing her gently into his embrace. Allowing Jiang Wan to rest her head upon his chest, with a mingled scent of sandalwood and musk enveloped her senses. Husband, have you been to second brother's room again? Have you been drinking? He chuckled lightly, playfully tapping her nose. You have quite a keen nose. With that, he turned over, pressing down upon her. And Jiang Wan quickly pushed against his shoulder, her voice trembling. I still hurt. Could you please take it slow? Remembering Xiao Xiang's words about her frail constitution since birth, she realized her impatience had led her to forget this fact. Initially, he had only dared to admire her from afar, never anticipating such an opportunity to share a bed with her. His silence led Jiang Wan to believe he was upset. Just as she was about to push him away, he tightened his embrace around her waist, softly saying, "All right." He leaned down, seeking her lips, his tongue gently prying apart her pearly teeth. Jiang Wan, unsure of his intentions, responded verbally but found herself drawn into a kiss. She attempted to push him away, but he was unexpectedly strong, contrary to her recollections of Pei Heng's physique. Sensing her struggle, Pei Shen loosened his grip slightly, murmuring, "I merely wish to kiss you. Do not be afraid." Yet, an image of Pei Heng kissing her suddenly flashed in his mind, and he pressed down more forcefully, causing her some discomfort. She pounded her fists against his chest, attempting to push him away, but he restrained her hands. Jiang Wan, unable to budge him, bit down hard, finally managing to push him away, exclaiming, "You hurt me." "I apologize," he replied softly. With her fingertip brushing against her lip, blood had already begun to seep forth, compelling her to release him. She turned to lie on her side, refraining from further speech. Jiang Wan understood Pei Heng's temperament, though gentle by nature. He was not without his moments of irritation. She wrapped her arms around his waist, softly inquiring, "Did I bite your lip? It was my impulsiveness that led to this. You cannot be blamed." His voice was imbued with tenderness as he caressed her wrist, gently stroking it. Jiang Wan found it peculiar. Pei Heng, accustomed to a life of luxury, typically had smooth hands, yet today they felt unexpectedly rough. "I heard from the maid in Ertie's quarters that you are too weak to consume fruits. Is that true?" The inquiry disrupted her thoughts. She pressed her cheek against his back, relishing the breadth of his shoulders, her voice lilting and delicate. Part of her felt guilty for burdening Ertie, and indeed, her health had not been robust since the passing of her parents, which led to a cessation of her medications. The finances of the second household were limited. Taking medicine seemed not only unhelpful, but also painted her as overly sentimental. His voice flowed gently like water. "What kind of talk is this? What if you were to develop a chronic ailment?" Previously, she had heard Ertie mention a physician named Jean. "I shall invite him to our home tomorrow. Please, do not trouble Ertie. I am quite fine as I am." Suddenly, the man flipped over, pinning her beneath him, securing her hands above her head, seemingly vexed by her words. "What is the matter? Did you not wish for a child? If you do not rely on him, how might you conceive?" The double entendre of his words did not elicit doubt from Jiang Wan. Instead, she chuckled lightly. "Very well. Then I shall ask my husband to trouble Ertie." They continued to converse softly, and as Jiang Wan yawned, she found herself enveloped in Pei Heng's embrace, drifting off to sleep. When she awoke, however, the space beside her was already vacant. After attending to her morning rituals, she first visited the second lady to pay her respects, and then proceeded to Pei Mu's chamber, where she encountered Shen Shi. They exchanged pleasantries for a while before leaving together. "Honestly, I believe there is no need for such grand arrangements. Your grandmother insists that your second brother's status has changed. As a close minister to the emperor, it seems she is more concerned about appearances," Shen Shi remarked, shaking her head in resignation. There was no boastfulness regarding her son's elevated position, rather a lament for Pei Mu's pride. Having been part of this household for some time, she was well aware that Pei Mu cherished grandeur. Now that her son had attained such a position, it was akin to adding fuel to the fire, leaving one to ponder whether it was a blessing or a curse. "I believe grandmother speaks wisely. Your uncle, though young, occupies a high office, and the salt trade is a lucrative endeavor drawing many eyes. Rather than cling to trivial matters, it would be prudent to embrace the emperor's tacit approvals. Moreover, dear aunt, we could practice frugality in other areas." Shen Shi beamed with delight. "You are indeed astute, aligning with your grandmother's sentiments while also understanding my perspective. We must not defy our elders, yet we should also be judicious in our expenditures." The two women entered Shen Shi's Luyu courtyard, where young maidservants busily served sour plum soup. Jiang Wan was cautious not to indulge too much, recalling Pei Heng's words from the previous night. Shen Shi instructed someone to bring out the household accounts for Jiang Wan's review. I have heard that your family is of scholarly lineage. May I see your writing? Jiang Wan set down the account book, removed her jade bracelets, and requested ink and paper. Taking the wolf hairbrush, she began to write just as she heard the young maidservants announce the arrival of the heir. She reluctantly set down her pen and glanced towards the door, where a tall figure entered. Clad in a flowing azure robe, his raven-black hair was elegantly tied back with a jade crown. His straight nose and slightly pursed lips revealed a hint of crimson. "What has happened to your lips?" Mrs. Shun inquired, pulling her son to sit in the circular chair. Scrutinizing his mouth closely, Pei Shen had intended to avoid seeing Jiang Wan for several days, yet upon realizing she was at his mother's place, he could not resist coming. He quickly pressed his lips together and replied, "It's nothing, perhaps I just bumped into something." Jiang Wan cast him a sidelong glance and called out, "Second uncle." He responded with a soft, "Sister-in-law," and she returned to her writing. After exchanging a few words, a young maid brought in a bowl of sour plum soup. He accepted it and, glancing down, gently inquired, "Have you prepared some for sister-in-law?" Before the maid could respond, Xiaoxi interjected, "Rest assured, young master, the madam treats our lady very well." Jiang Wan wished she could seal Xiaoxi's lips. She shot a faint glare at her, knowing that this loose tongue would inevitably bring trouble. She penned several characters, intending to hand them to Mrs. Shun, but upon looking up, she found only Pei Shun remaining in the room, with even Xiaoxi nowhere in sight. Casting a glance at him, she noticed the crimson mark on his lip, glaringly conspicuous and igniting a flurry of suspicions in her mind. Could it be mere coincidence? Chapter 24. Intimacy. What are you writing, sister-in-law? Lost in thought, Jiang Wan realized Pei Shun had approached her, gazing down at the characters in her hand. His voice was gentle. "Sister-in-law, your calligraphy is truly exquisite, putting me to shame." Her proficiency stemmed from years of diligent practice, and since he was complimenting her, she felt obliged to respond. As she pondered how to articulate her thoughts without overstepping bounds, Pei Shun gently took the paper from her hand, unfolding it to glance at the words. "The evening grows cold. A few drops of rain urge the flowers to bloom." He recalled their first encounter, when she emerged from the rain, with apricot blossoms dancing in the air like falling salt. She had gracefully avoided the puddles in the courtyard, unaware that she had already taken refuge in his heart. He had thought his affection for her would end in silence, resigning himself to merely honoring her as sister-in-law. Never did he imagine that one day she would lie beside him, calling him husband. Although he knew she viewed him merely as Pei Heng, his heart still stirred. I have seen second uncle's handwriting. It contrasts with his gentle nature, possessing a hint of wildness. Pei Shun gazed tenderly at her, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he continued to study her delicate calligraphy, as if the words were imbued with unexpressed sentiments. "Second uncle, what has happened to your lips?" He never expected Jiang Wan would ask him this. His long fingers brushed against the place she had bitten, a hint of fluster evident. "It's nothing. I merely had a collision and bumped them. Your concern is unnecessary, sister-in-law." A wave of warmth flooded Jiang Wan's face. It was indeed a matter of crossing boundaries. He looked at her blushing ears and smiled down. "I was just joking with sister-in-law. Have I upset you?" Jiang Wan found his sudden change of demeanor amusing, though she was not truly laughing. She reached out to snatch the paper from his hands, pressing it down with a paperweight. He remained at her side, gently inquiring, "I heard from my elder brother that you are inviting the physician. Is there something amiss?" "There's no need for that." It was only then that Pei Shun realized she was genuinely upset. He pursed his lips and said, "I noticed you seemed anxious earlier, so I made a jest. I did not intend to offend you. Please forgive my thoughtlessness." He bowed deeply, maintaining a humble posture. Jiang Wan, fearing he might be misunderstood, urged him to rise, but he refused, saying, "I have upset you, and thus I shall remain seated. If you do not forgive me, I see no reason to stand." "Very well, but just this once I am not so petty as to hold a grudge. Please rise." Her reprimand was soft-spoken, yet to Pei Shun's ears, it sounded almost like playful teasing, stirring something within him. He decided to be forthright, responding gently, "Sister-in-law, I'm not a fool. Yet I cannot fathom what I have done to earn your disdain, making you regard me as a plague to be avoided." At his words, Jiang Wan's lips parted in surprise before she pressed them together again. Every gesture observed by Pei Shun. Had this been in the past, he might have been able to endure a slight reprimand. But today, witnessing her expression, he felt a dryness in his throat and swallowed hard. When she slightly lifted her gaze, she caught sight of his Adam's apple bobbing, causing her to hastily lower her head. "That is not the case. It is merely that my parents instilled in me the belief that men and women should maintain a distance. My uncle is a man, and thus I must keep my distance." He chuckled softly, treating her as though she were a naive 17-year-old. "Now that we have spoken openly, there is no need for such formality. I shall respect your wishes, and I hope you will consider me as part of the family." Indeed, she pondered, recognizing the wisdom in maintaining distance to avoid trouble. She lowered her gaze to the characters on the table, unaware that he had returned to his place. Xiaoxiang entered from outside, and Shun Shi emerged from within, smiling as she placed 2 volumes in Jiang Wan's hands while glancing at the characters on the table. "Oh my, this is remarkable. The script is so beautifully rendered. It truly reflects the person." Jiang Wan smiled brightly as she opened the volume she was handed, revealing a list of items from the clearly detailing the quantity and style of porcelain bowls, floral arrangements, and various utensils used for banquets. "These are necessary for our family gatherings, and all the overseers' lists are documented here. You are literate, far more so than I, and your presence will certainly alleviate much of my burden." Following her suggestion, Jiang Wan opened the other volume to find a clear list of the steward for the Zhao. Qin, Sun, and Li families easily understood at a glance, to which she nodded in agreement. "As for the keys, I shall keep them on my end for now. You are still unfamiliar with the arrangements. I will take care of it this time, and next time, I shall hand it directly to you. Does that sound agreeable? Your consideration is commendable." After exchanging a few more words, she made to leave, and in haste, she took a few steps, only to see Pei Shun also exiting. Jiang Wan frowned, realizing her own folly. He was several paces away, having turned to head in another direction. "It seems the matriarch is far more amiable than our own." Jiang Wan shot a glance at Xiaoxiang and remarked, "I have told you countless times that decorum is essential especially in the presence of men. You must heed this, for should you offend someone, I cannot be held responsible." Xiaoxiang recalled the incident involving Aunt Sun, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over her. It was only due to the elder master's leniency, considering the recent nuptials, that she had been spared this time, but there would be no next. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "This servant acknowledges her mistake." Upon their return, they encountered Aunt Sun loitering outside the main residence. Seeing them approach, she greeted them with a beaming smile, wishing Jiang Wan good fortune and the elder mistress peace. Jiang Wan responded with notable indifference, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Only the night prior, Sun Haiyan had learned of her and Pei Heng's consummation, but given Pei Heng's lack of standing, how could such a union be possible? After persistent inquiries, Pei Heng eventually revealed that it was Pei Shun who had entered the sister-in-law's chamber and shared her bed. She was eager to witness how this young lady, born into a scholarly family, would react to the revelation that her partner was her younger brother-in-law, pondering over it all night and nearly bursting into laughter. Jiang Wan discerned her ulterior motives and attempted to enter the room, signaling to Li Chun to send her away. However, to her surprise, Li Chun proved to be ineffectual, unable to deter even Aunt Sunday. According to Li Chun, it was simply a matter of considering that Sun Haiyan had gained Pei Heng's favor and did not dare to offend her. "I have heard that the elder master and mistress have consummated their marriage, and I came specifically to offer my congratulations." Jiang Wan regarded her, seemingly pleased, though she sensed that the joy was not entirely sincere. She gestured for Xiaoxiang to present a pair of earrings, handing them to Sun, saying, "Since my arrival, we have not had the opportunity to interact. This is a small token of goodwill. Please accept it. The elder mistress must think us remiss for not coming to pay our respects." Sun approached, playfully massaging her shoulders, and laughingly remarked, "Our previous misunderstanding was mutual, and both parties bear responsibility. Please forgive me, elder mistress." Jiang Wan suspected that she was attempting to ingratiate herself due to her status as a concubine. Yet the matter of concubines was ultimately decided by man, seeing a hint of sincerity in her demeanor, while she did not extend her trust. She did not feel inclined to reject her either. Chapter 25. Medical consultation. Once Aunt's son had departed, Jiang Wan reclined on her beauty couch, drowsily absorbing the sounds of laughter from outside. She soon recognized the voices of Pei Huai and others, who had come to seek her company. Xiao Xiang quickly assisted her in rising, and after washing her face, she emerged to greet her younger sisters, offering them tea and snacks. Xuangjiang also came to play with Xiao Xiang. Noticing her maidservant's lethargy, she lent a helping hand. We can enlist the services of the head, maid from the second brother's quarters. Pei Huai teased Xuangjiang, eliciting laughter from Pei Yu, who playfully nibbled on a pastry, mumbling incoherently, while the others merely chuckled, watching her. The second brother's birthday is approaching, and I was thinking we should pool some silver to acquire something novel for him. Pei Jian, the sister of Pei Shun, who bore a striking resemblance to her brother, nudged Shin Qianxi beside her, exchanged knowing glances upon hearing mention of their elder brother. The second brother has seen much of the world. What could possibly surprise him? We might end up embarrassing ourselves. Sister-in-law, are you joining elder brother? Of course. Would I join you all instead? Pei Yu replied with a laugh. Then do the maids in elder brother's quarters also count? Upon mentioning this matter, Jiang Wan found herself at a loss, merely nodding in response. Pei Yu, in a sullen tone, remarked, if I were to marry in the future, I would hope to find a sister-in-law like yours. I truly do not know how I would cope. Even girls in this society yearn for a beautiful dream of love and companionship with their husbands. Yet most often, reality defies our wishes. At present, I fear my second elder brother is perhaps the only one I could somewhat trust. Yet he is my brother, and marrying him is out of the question. Ha ha ha. Pei Qing laughed heartily. Shen Qianxi immediately blushed and inquired, doesn't my second cousin consort with courtesans? My elder brother has taken 2 girls under his wing. Consort with courtesans? You should ask Xuangjiang. The room is so clean that even my mother is concerned for him. Xuangjiang shot a glance at Jiang Wan and chuckled. This is indeed true. Our young master maintains a virtuous lifestyle. Let alone consorting with courtesans, we, the maids, are merely tasked with serving tea and water, and should not even entertain any such thoughts. Casting another glance, she noticed Jiang Wan seemed entirely unperturbed, laughing and joking with Pei Huai beside her. She couldn't help but feel anxious for the young master. It was already chaotic enough, and the young lady was oblivious. She dared not imagine what would transpire if she were to find out. The others merely watched Shun Qianxi laugh. Being young ladies of the inner chambers, they were aware that discussions of men were not appropriate. Thus, she simply pressed her lips together and refrained from further conversation. Ultimately, Jiang Wan, wishing to divert the discussion from any topic concerning Pei Shun, shifted the subject. The peers spoke of Pei Shun as a paragon of virtue, yet in her presence, he spoke of familial bonds and closeness, truly believing he could deceive her as if she were but a naive child. The words he had uttered still stung her heart, leaving her quite vexed, and she dared not share her feelings with anyone. At that moment, Xiao Xiang entered and whispered in her ear that Dr. Jean had arrived. She had no choice but to ask the others to wait a moment while she summoned Pei Heng back, then retreated to her inner chamber. The first thing Pei Heng asked upon his return was, "What is the matter? Why has Dr. Jean come to our home?" Jiang Wan, curious, replied, "Was it not you who asked my second brother to invite him last night? How could you forget?" Pei Heng exclaimed in surprise, quickly touching his lips, feeling a surge of anger. He had told Pei Shun that aside from their intimate encounters, he should not touch Jiang Wan anywhere else. Yet, it seemed he had nearly crossed all boundaries, even biting her lip. Filled with resentment, he questioned her, "Wanner, tell me, would you betray me for fleeting pleasure?" The maids present within the room hastily withdrew, believing their masters were quarreling. Jiang Wan, startled by his question, stood to support him, asking, "Why would you say such a thing? What pleasure do you speak of?" Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and began to weep, exclaiming, "It is all my fault. All my fault." The little maids, thinking their masters were in conflict, hurriedly left. Jiang Wan, moved by his tears, also began to cry, asking, "What have I done wrong? Did I upset my brother? Why is my brother?" No. Pei Heng's affection for her could not be articulated in words. Seeing her tears, he felt a pang of sorrow and gently held her hands, drawing her into his embrace. "It is my fault, Wanner. If one day you discover my shortcomings, would you promise not to leave me?" Jiang Wan was utterly bewildered. Though he often vanished during the day, at night he was tender and considerate, presenting no faults. In this world where she had no choices, she accepted her fate. "You consort with courtesans, have numerous concubines, yet I have come to terms with it. What else could possibly be wrong?" He hastily grasped her hand, gently massaging her palm. "Wanner, you care for me, don't you?" She nodded, a teardrop trembling and rolling down his hand. He quickly wiped it away, placing a tender kiss on her lips, and softly murmured, "I must have overthought things. From now on, I shall not stray to others, but remain by your side. That may not be necessary. If Mother were to find out, she might accuse me of jealousy." "Not at all," he replied, pulling her into his embrace. She struggled momentarily, then smiled. "Dr. Jean is still waiting." He promptly released her, allowing her to assist him in sitting on the bed, at which point he beckoned for a young maid to enter and attend to them. Suddenly, she noticed that his lips were intact, showing no signs of injury. Yet with others present, she refrained from asking further. She entered the dressing room, lying down on the bed as the maid lifted the canopy and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrist. Although Pei Heng was not in good health, this sight stirred something within him. Lord Pei, Dr. Jean, whom Pei Heng recognized as a man in his 30s with a hint of facial hair, greeted him with a bow. He instructed his apprentice to place the medicine box aside before taking a seat at Pei Heng's invitation. "I have long admired you, Dr. Jean. Too kind. Today, I was summoned by your younger brother to examine the esteemed lady of the house. I hear she has been afflicted with a congenital weakness. Is she accustomed to taking ginseng-nourishing pills?" A few questions left Pei Heng momentarily stunned. She had shared almost everything with her younger brother, but remained silent with him. After a slight nod, he listened as Dr. Jean proceeded to examine Jiang Wan's pulse, finding it consistent with what the previous doctor had said, advising her to consume ginseng and other nourishing foods, to include meat in her diet, and to avoid fasting, especially not to eat late. Afterward, he exited to write the prescription, and Pei Heng hurriedly accompanied him out, returning only after a while. He sat by Jiang Wan's bedside, softly inquiring, "What medication have you taken before? Why did you not share this with me during the day? If you mention it at night, I forget by morning." Jiang Wan lowered her sleeves and replied, "Brother, I seldom see you during the day, and when you inquire at night, I feel it would only confuse you." He recalled his nights spent drinking and indulging in pleasures, nearly absent from home, often in the company of concubine Sunday. He gently squeezed her palm and declared, "From now on, I shall accompany you day and night." Chapter 26. A clever smile, Jiang Wan nodded in agreement, wrapping her arms around his waist. This embrace felt peculiar, as if the person she held at night was different from the one during the day. The man she had embraced last night was firm and robust, while the one she clutched now was slender and gentle. She sensed something amiss, but dismissed it, reasoning that such thoughts were merely fleeting notions in an era that emphasized the propriety between men and women. That night, Pei Heng fell asleep beside her, wishing to share her chamber. However, his intentions were thwarted by his frail condition, leading him to merely hold her throughout the night. Yet, Jiang Wan's hesitance to speak stirred his pride once more. The two rarely visited the second madam to pay their respects together, and upon seeing her son, Madame Jean was delighted that he had come to terms, bringing Jiang Wan alongside him. After leaving Madame Jin's quarters, they made their way to Pei's mother's room, their path filled with laughter and conversation. They fortuitously encountered Pei Shun, whose sister and brother, Pei Qian, were also heading to visit their mother. Upon spotting Jiang Wan, Pei Qian jumped over and embraced her arm, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, how fortunate that elder brother could accompany you. Everyone in the household is aware that he no longer cares for Jiang Wan." She smiled gently, casting a glance that captivated someone's intense gaze for quite some time, until Pei Heng called him back to reality. Second brother, he observed Pei Shin's lip, which had been bitten by Jiang Wan, his teeth clenched tightly. "Thank you for your concern for my wife, but I shall take care of her myself from now on. Pei Shun looked at him, then at the receding figure of Jiang Wan and Pei Qing. He smiled lightly, yet his eyes gleamed like icy blades. You know well, there is no need for you to remind me, but I must caution you as well. Her health is frail, and once was enough to render her unable to conceive. Once, Pei Hong felt a surge of anger, raising his voice slightly now that Jiang Wan had distanced herself. Did you not spend 2 nights with her? She is delicate, and she refused. Pei Hong chuckled. I knew Wana was not one to seek mere pleasure. Pei Shun fixed his gaze upon him, realizing that this man was unconcerned about her health, only preoccupied with her loyalty to him. Should this continue, it would likely lead to her detriment. For such matters fester in a man's heart like an insatiable thorn. They only rot within, becoming an everlasting scar. I shall wait until you have considered it further. Dear brother, after all, you two are husband and wife. Pei Hong was pleased with Pei Shun's concession, determined to make it clear that, regardless of circumstances, Jiang Wan was his wife and should not be easily tarnished by others. His presence was merely to ensure the continuation of his lineage. Brother, let us depart. If we linger any longer, sister-in-law may become suspicious. He clasped his hands behind his back, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white, causing the maid Shuangjiang behind him to hold her breath. After a moment, she finally exhaled deeply, hurriedly catching up to him. Pei Mother was unwell today and had summoned a physician to their home. The younger members of the family waited outside, while the elders remained inside to hear the physician's diagnosis. Pei Hong, anxious for his grandmother's well-being, limped back and forth, while Jiang Wan, fearing he might fall, followed closely to support him. He occasionally glanced down to pat her arm soothingly, speaking to her in gentle tones. When a physician emerged, Pei Shun hurried forward to inquire about the situation, receiving the response that it was merely a result of aging and indigestion and nothing serious. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Wan entered the inner room with Lady Shun to see Pei Mother, noticing her pale complexion. After offering a few words of comfort, she refrained from disturbing her rest and stepped outside. Pei Hong wished to return with her, but she needed to visit Lady Shun's quarters as she had only reviewed a few of the account books yesterday. Thus, he returned alone. After seeing Pei Hong off, she turned back only to find Pei Shun there, causing her some trepidation. Yet, fearing he might suspect her of harboring secrets, she sat down. If you have any questions, you may ask second brother. He is knowledgeable. Previously, I managed the accounts, but it was he who actually handled everything. Now that he has been assigned elsewhere, he has become somewhat idle. Jiang Wan was puzzled. Isn't uncle going to court today? Today is a day of rest. And besides, I heard sister-in-law would be managing some accounts. The frugality I practiced may be perplexing to her, so mother asked me to be present for a brief while. This reasoning seemed quite reasonable to Jiang Wan, and feeling unable to voice any objections, she quietly sat beside him, reassured by the presence of the elders. Thus, she remained tranquil, confident that Pei Shun would not engage in any inappropriate conduct. Pei Shun sat not far away, while Madame Shun busily directed her servants to fan her son and brought chilled fruits for the two of them. Pei Shun remarked, Sister-in-law is of delicate health. I fear she cannot partake. Madame Shun was taken aback. Is that truly so? Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed a faint hue as she nodded, her eyes darting towards him, hoping he would refrain from further speech to avoid misunderstandings from the onlookers. Fortunately, at that moment, Pei also arrived, chattering incessantly as he entered. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze at the account book for a while, truly faced with a dilemma. She held the ledger and placed it on the fragrant table before him. Second uncle, what do these two characters mean? Her delicate fingers, as slender and white as water bamboo, pointed to the characters she could not decipher due to his hasty script. He picked it up to examine it and found it indeed quite scrawled. Nevertheless, he conveyed to her that the characters represented field and acres. Had it not been for the fact that these were written in his own hand from when he was 17 or 18, she might have suspected he had done so on purpose. Pei Qian leaned in. Elder brother's handwriting is quite flamboyant, which is rather unlike his character. Pei Qian was revealing his secrets. With Pei Qian present, the atmosphere became less constrained, and they exchanged laughter. Pei Qian playfully tugged at her palace ribbon, sister-in-law. This knot is a 4-loop style, isn't it? Almost everyone in our household ties a 3-loop knot. You truly are remarkable and skilled at everything. She smiled and was about to respond when Pei Shun gently interjected. Today I also noticed the 4-loop knot on brother's waist and felt quite envious. I wonder if sister-in-law has the time to make one for us as well. Does the young master truly desire it? This was crafted by a servant. I shall deliver it to you when it is ready. Jiang Wan chuckled, finding Xiao Xiang's understanding endearing, and covered her mouth with her hand, gazing at Pei Shun with a playful smile, while he awkwardly touched his nose. Pei Qian jumped in joy. I want one too, Sister Xiao Xiang, I want one. The servant dares not call you sister, she replied. Then I shall make a couple more and send them to the young master and Miss San. At this point, Pei Shen finally fell silent, his long fingers cradling the teacup as he lowered his head to sip tea while reviewing the accounts. Before long, it was time for dinner, and Jiang Wan led Xiao Xiang back to the Yuanhua pavilion. Pei Heng had been waiting for her at the door. Upon entering, he embraced her and exchanged a few words, and seeing no one around, he even kissed her. Jiang Wan disliked his unbrushed breath and subtly pushed him away. Sensitive by nature, he felt her disdain explode within him. He endured it yet again, ultimately ordering the meal to be served. He was disinclined to remain at home and hurriedly departed. Before leaving, he specifically told Pei Shun to come over tonight, hoping for swift progeny. Lest the night grew long with dreams. Chapter 27. Affectionate intimacy. Pei Shun, knowing her frail constitution, drank a cup of the lei gong tung wine before stepping out. As he noticed the sky darkening and the lanterns extinguished in various places, he finally entered. Observing that all the courtyard lights were out except for the main room, he stepped inside, the gauze curtains drawn tightly. Raising his hand, he extinguished the candlelight before approaching her bed. Just as he neared, she suddenly lifted the gauze curtain. Brother? Brother? Pei Shun's heart surged with reluctance. To address her husband as brother was such an intimate expression. The pent-up fury had nowhere to be released. He leaped onto the bed, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling her into the canopy, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Jiang Wan was uncertain if her eyes deceived her. The figure before her bore little resemblance to Pei Heng. His movements lacked the usual agility, yet she had no time to discern, as he had already seized her hands and pressed his lips against hers. She had to concede that the Pei Heng of the night was more to her liking, enveloped in a faint fragrance, albeit mingled with the taste of salt on his lips, indicative of his recent cleansing. Yet tonight, a chill gripped her. She had clearly seen that he did not limp. Could it be that he had merely been deceiving her all along? As she pondered this, he was already unfastening her garments, and she pushed against his body with all her strength, biting her lip to stifle any sound. To him, her gentle resistance felt like an enticing challenge, igniting a fervor within him, causing his breath to quicken. Though this was not their first encounter, the pain still lingered. She let out a soft whimper. Pei Shun lowered his voice, asking her what was amiss. He was unaware of her discomfort, but surmised the cause. His tone tender as Jiang Wan softly inquired, Brother, with so many concubines in your household and courtesans outside, do you truly remain ignorant of a lady's affairs? The man froze momentarily, his voice gravelly as he replied, I become anxious in your presence, Wanner. Jiang Wan's delicate hand traversed from his abdomen upward. A nagging sensation persistent in her mind that the man before her was not Pei Heng. This figure possessed firm muscles and robust arms. But who was he? Why was he engaging in such acts upon her bed? Before she could unravel her thoughts, he silenced her with a kiss, clumsy and inexperienced. Had Pei Heng truly forgotten all the women of his past? She gently pushed him away, asking, Brother, may I see your scars? Pei Shun was startled by her query, responding softly, Do you realize how much shock such a question brings a man during such moments? What? Do you wish to see that part? Her face flushed crimson at his words, and she turned away, meekly stating, No, I am merely curious. He lowered his head, burying it in the fragrant curve of her neck, whispering seductively, Ah, Wanner, a moment of intimacy is worth a fortune. Do not speak of such trivialities. She nodded, meeting his gaze and seeking his lips, chastising herself for her suspicions. Perhaps the lingering scent of incense had clouded her judgment. She suddenly recalled having been close to Pei Shun, and it was entirely plausible that she had absorbed a hint of his fragrance. "Ah, Wanner, call me once more," he urged. Complying, she murmured, "Brother." He was dissatisfied, yet her doubts silenced him, and he tenderly responded, his rough hands caressing her soft skin, inching closer. "Mm." She sighed softly, her waist grasped firmly in his palm. He gritted his teeth, and only when the clock struck 3 did he release her. From initial discomfort to quiet sobs, she begged him to hasten, and ultimately, she lacked the strength to plead further, collapsing onto the bed in a heap. "Vanya? Are you angry? It is not that I wish to prolong this. How could one cease such matters?" He leaned down, kissing the tears that had pooled in the corners of her eyes. Jiang Wan gently nudged him, but he pulled her tightly into his embrace, kissing the skin of her neck with a tenderness that was neither too forceful nor too light. He dared not provoke Pei Hong, fearing that he would thereafter prevent any further meetings with Jiang Wan. As dawn approached, she called for water, saying, "You may wash. I have matters to attend to and shall retire to the study." Jiang Wan rose, donning her nightclothes, and noticed him hastily putting on his coat before limping out the door. She paid him little mind, instead summoning someone to bring water for her ablutions, and then returned to lie down on the bed. She slumbered soundly until the sun rose high, reluctantly rousing to freshen up. After a light breakfast of thin porridge, she hurriedly made her way to the Jean family quarters. Upon arrival, she listened to a few words of advice concerning progeny, responding to each in kind. Today, she observed that Jean appeared in good spirits, expressing a desire to accompany her to visit Lady Pei. Jiang Wan had no choice but to assist her in walking, all the while sighing softly. Jiang Wan was not fond of people who sighed frequently, yet she felt compelled to console her. Jean scrutinized her closely, noticing the spring-like glow in her eyes, which only deepened her concerns for her son. In her heart, she knew that once Jiang Wan became pregnant, the truth of their situation would have to be revealed. Even if Jiang Wan had the intention, she doubted she possessed the courage. "I have heard that a physician is coming to check your pulse. If you require ginseng or the like, feel free to procure it from a shop. It is paramount to continue the family line. Once there is a son, I shall feel at ease," Jean said. Jiang Wan acknowledged her words, and as they entered the main courtyard, she greeted Lady Pei, assisted her with her medicine, conversed briefly with Shun, and then returned Jean to her quarters. After hearing a few admonishments, she proceeded to the Lu Yao courtyard. Shen had been waiting for her. Upon her entrance, she took Jiang Wan's hand and exchanged a few pleasantries. Learning that Shun Qinshi had arrived, she hastily left Jiang Wan to speak with her niece, while Jiang Wan settled by the table. "Has my second cousin not returned?" She had just heard from Pei Jin that Pei Shun had spent the entire previous day here. While she could not visit his garden, she had hoped to see him at Lu Yao courtyard, but today he was absent. Shun chuckled, teasing her for her lack of discretion, and urged her to sit, saying, "He entered the palace at the hour of the heir. He should be returning soon. Your eldest cousin is here reviewing the accounts, some of which are in his handwriting, and we cannot decipher them without asking him. I have no business today, so I shall keep you company. As your mother suggested, you should spend more time with your aunt." Seeing Jiang Wan smile with her head lowered, Shen understood that this naive girl's feelings were easily perceived by others, yet she did not wish to embarrass her. Quickly, she grasped her hand and said, "You need not accompany your mother." "Ha, very well. Do come by more often, so that we may grow closer in the future." Shin Qinshi had never anticipated her aunt would jest in such a manner, and her cheeks flushed as she turned away, thinking her aunt too clever with her humor. Just then, they heard the maid announce that the young master had returned. Chapter 28. Protection. Shun Qinshi turned to look, witnessing a tall figure entering from outside. Clad in a moon-white robe, with a straight nose and sharp brows, he bore a gentle and dignified smile as he walked directly inside, bowing to Shun. He bypassed her entirely, greeting Jiang Wan with a respectful salutation of sister-in-law before taking a seat in the armchair, prompting Shin Qinshi to approach him and pay her respects after receiving a signal from Shun. Pei Shun, occupying a high position and having accumulated considerable authority over the years, may have presented himself humbly before Jiang Wan, yet to others, despite his gentle demeanor, there remained an undeniable air of sternness that dissuaded any casual familiarity. Moreover, He held no interest in Shun Qianxi, treating her with a marked indifference, responding to her greeting with a mere lazy acknowledgement before lowering his gaze to his tea. Faced with such chilly neglect, tears had already gathered in Shun Qianxi's eyes, a sight Jiang Wan observed with concern. Pei Shun's behavior seemed excessively harsh. What young lady could withstand such proximity only to be met with indifference? Although she was his elder sister-in-law, the distinction between genders was apparent, and she sensed an unsettling familiarity in Pei Shun's gaze, which rendered her reluctant to intervene. Thus, she feigned ignorance, focusing instead on the account books before her. Time passed in the silent inner chamber, and Jiang Wan finally lifted her head, noticing the absence of company. She exhaled softly, intending to sip her tea, when suddenly he emerged from behind a curtain, prompting her to bow her head even lower, feeling somewhat surreptitious. It seemed the awkwardness of the previous day had rendered him mute, as he now occupied himself with reading, while Jiang Wan, harboring no fondness for him, turned her back. His concentration faltered as his gaze drifted beyond the pages to the delicate figure seated at the table, narrow shoulders and a slender waist, perfectly poised. Her form so petite that he could support it with a single hand. The thought caused his heart to skip a beat, and he felt an almost imperceptible tightening in his throat. "Why not take a break, sister-in-law?" he ventured after a prolonged silence. Jiang Wan stood at his words, glancing outside to find the midday sun blazing, then turned back to the hourglass with a smile, her lips parting gently. "It is indeed late. I must return." "Thank you for the reminder, second uncle." His intention had merely been to suggest she rest, yet it inadvertently conveyed an urge for her to leave, and he could only watch as she stepped out the door. Suddenly, a sigh escaped him, muttering, "Finally gone. What a stroke of misfortune." Though spoken softly, his ears, always attuned, caught the words clearly. His brows knitted in irritation, and without turning, he knew precisely who it was. Coldly, he retorted, "Is this how your parents taught you to conduct yourself? To speak ill of your elders behind their backs?" Shun Qianxi, taken aback by the words of the man she was to be betrothed to, felt tears welling in her eyes, but dared not let them fall. For the expression he wore was formidable, an unprecedented sight of her cousin. Shun Shi, having heard the commotion outside, hurried out, only to overhear her son reprimanding his cousin. "Erlang, she is still young. Sister-in-law is of a similar age, yet she carries herself with grace and decorum. I must inquire with my sister how she has raised her daughter. How can that even be compared? Jiang Shi lost her parents at a young age and has lived under the care of others. How could she not be cautious? Her plight does not justify anyone's scorn or humiliation." Shun Shi, astute as ever, quickly sensed the underlying tension in her son's words, but refrained from addressing it in front of others. At that moment, she chose to align with his narrative, acknowledging that Qianxi had acted rashly, but also realizing she hadn't truly heard his remarks. Thus, the matter was left to rest. Pei Shun recognized his own overreaction. Fearing his mother might discern any signs of discord, he calmly stated, "Regardless of who it may be, she must not speak out of turn. Otherwise, how can she ever hope to enter the Pei family?" With a single phrase, two women who were previously at odds found joy. In an instant, Shun Qianxi joyfully leaped into Pei Shun's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. He found it difficult to extricate himself from her hold and ultimately allowed her to cling to him. It was only when Shun's mother noticed her son's furrowed brow, deeply concerned, that she hurriedly pulled Shun Qianxi away. Shun's mother dared not jeopardize her son's future. The implications of her brother-in-law's feelings for his sister-in-law were fraught with peril. Should such scandalous matters be revealed, his position would certainly be at risk. She instructed someone to bring the account books to Yuanhua Pavilion and spoke in vague terms. Jiang Wan, overhearing, gleaned the gist. It was best to avoid that area altogether. She felt little concern and sent someone to inquire further, only to learn that after her departure, Shun Qianxi and young Master Pei had quarreled, with young Master Pei ultimately conceding, thus alleviating the tension. Xiaoxiang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express admiration. Young Master Pei is gentle in disposition, holds a high position, and is considerate towards his fiancée. Truly a rare gem. Such talk is utterly unfounded. How can such words be carelessly spread? They are not yet formally engaged. If this were to reach others' ears, what would become of the young lady's reputation? It must be above board. Xiao Xiang, unable to change her ways, merely stuck out her tongue, vowing not to speak so again. She glanced at the account books, knowing that she had long considered this. She feared Shen's mother might perceive her as overreaching and thus refrain from broaching the subject. Now that Shen's mother had thought of it and even expressed her sentiments, though somewhat peculiar, it ultimately aligned with her own desires. At that moment, Pei Hing staggered back. Intoxicated from outside, Jiang Wan adeptly assisted him with his ablutions. Noticing no one was nearby, she began to remove his clothing and took a cloth to wipe his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at her intently. "Brother, what is it?" She assumed he was alarmed by her intention to remove his trousers, which startled him awake. He brushed her hand aside and sat up, declaring, "No matter. If I return inebriated, just have someone take me to Aunt Sun's room." "Brother, did you not promise to stay by my side every day?" Hearing the hint of sorrow in her voice, Pei Hung cracked a smile, his lips parched. "I have many confidants in my chambers. I fear I might disappoint you." As he observed her palpable disappointment, a secret joy swelled within him. He patted her hand and chuckled. "I worry I may exhaust you. When I drink, I lose all sense. You are delicate, and I wouldn't want to tire you." He pressed her hand to his chest, feeling its softness. "Serving my husband is my duty. How could I tire from it? Moreover, I am taking medicine. Please do not cast me aside." Her sincere words struck Pei Hung with guilt, and he swiftly embraced her. Just then, Xiao Xiang entered with a hangover remedy and, upon seeing them in an embrace, quickly turned away, stifling a laugh. Jiang Wan promptly pushed him away to take the remedy, assisting him in consuming it before coaxing him to rest. No matter the circumstances, he was her husband, a fact that would not change. And thus she would not allow their bond to fray without grave necessity. Instead, she would strive to accommodate him in all matters. Life as a woman in this world was hardly easy, and she sought not to chase after elusive fantasies. Chapter 29. Awareness for reasons unbeknownst to her. Sun Haiyan persistently sought an audience outside. Jiang Wan assumed she was there to see Pei Hung and merely informed her that he was inebriated and had retired to bed, implying that she was not welcome in the main quarters. This was not an attempt by Jiang Wan to monopolize Pei Hung, but rather her aversion to encountering his concubines. After all, what one does not see, one does not fret over. We have come to pay our respects to the esteemed lady. Typically, you are gracious and do not impose restrictions upon us, yet we must adhere to decorum, Sun Haiyan stated earnestly. Jiang Wan, lacking the energy to engage with the trio, reluctantly permitted their entry. They settled in the guest area for a brief moment, during which tea was served. Apart from Sun Haiyan, the other two displayed a decidedly subservient demeanor, clearly having been coerced into accompanying her. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. There is no need for formality here," Jiang Wan offered. "My lady, I have no extravagant gifts to present. My mother is an embroiderer and crafts simple pieces, so I thought to create something for you, my lady. I hope you do not find it lacking." Jean Near, the most attractive among the trio, spoke timidly. Among the concubines, Sun Haiyan was the most favored, yet also the most audacious. Anru, having been used as a pawn by her previously, had distanced herself from Sun Haiyan and now spent her days laughing and conversing with Jean Near, free from the obligation to serve Pei Hung. At that moment, Jean Near handed a brocade pouch containing a hand warmer to Xiao Xiang, saying, "This is a small token for you, my lady. Our monthly allowances are limited, so I hope it will suffice." Jiang Wan smiled in gratitude. "Thank you. That is very thoughtful of you. This is a gift I had specially crafted for you. When you bear a son in the future, it shall bring good fortune to the Pei family, and we shall also share in the blessings," Jean Near continued. Among the concubines, only Anru and Sun Haiyan were aware of Pei Heng's precarious position. Anru, upon hearing this, gazed at Jean Near in alarm. How can he possibly father a child? That is absurd. Sun Haiyan handed the pouch to Xiao Xiang and cast a triumphant glance at Anru, who felt her heart racing with trepidation. Observing Jiang Wan's seemingly cheerful demeanor, Anru was left in shock. "What troubles you?" Jiang Wan inquired, noticing Anru trembling noticeably. "Are you unwell?" Should I summon the physician? And no, my lady. We are merely here to convey our small token of goodwill. We ought to return now, as you have pressing matters to attend to. Without waiting for Jiang Wan's response, she pulled Sun Haiyan towards the door. Once they reached the western chamber, they halted, ensuring no one was around before Anru pressed. What nonsense are you speaking? Are you not afraid of the Lord overhearing and punishing you? I have endured his wrath before. You will learn of this sooner or later. The Lord and the lady have consummated their marriage. Consummated? That is preposterous. How could the Lord possibly do so? With his hands? Sun Haiyan shot her an exasperated look. Such a beauty is Our Lady, and the Lord, raised amidst beauties himself, is undoubtedly captivated by her. Do you truly believe he would not indulge in her charms? With that, she sashayed back to her room, leaving Anru no chance to inquire further. Anru's curiosity gnawed at her, compelling her to seek answers from Pei Hung that evening, despite her awareness of his disdain for discussions regarding his physical condition. Yet, her intrigue was too potent to resist. For several consecutive nights, she listened intently at the wall, but there was no commotion from the main room. Just as she was about to give up and retreat to her chamber, a figure entered through the courtyard gate. Having followed Pei Hung for so many years, she was acutely aware of his character, and the person before her had unblemished legs. As he approached the lantern's glow, surveying his surroundings, Enro realized with a jolt that it was none other than the eldest son of the Pei family, causing her to break into a cold sweat, shivering from the wind. This implied that Sun Haiyan was in the know. She hastily withdrew, turning back to her room. Initially, her impression of Jiang Wan was tainted by a single remark that nearly led Pei Hung to dismiss several individuals. After causing a scene, she only realized, thanks to Jiang Wan's enlightenment, that she had been foolishly manipulated as a pawn. Jiang Wan had refrained from punishment, opting instead for gentle counsel, which tempered Enro's animosity towards her. However, witnessing the eldest son enter her sister-in-law's room today was utterly scandalous, a breach of propriety. She buried her head under the quilt, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling incessantly. Was the eldest son so brazenly audacious because of some tacit approval from the elder? The very thought frightened her. That night, she felt feverish, leaving her maidservants puzzled about her condition. The following day, they hurried to report to Jiang Wan, who promptly summoned the family physician and made her way to Enro's quarters. Upon entering, she found Sun Haiyan and Jean and heir positioned at her bedside. As they noticed her arrival, all three attempted to rise, but quickly pressed Enro's hand down, urging her to remain still, for she appeared unwell and was prone to dizziness. Enro's gaze flickered, awkwardly meeting Jiang Wan's eyes. She was uncertain if the latter was aware of the situation and dared not inquire. Sun Haiyan discerned her distress, but chose to remain quietly by her side. I have sent for the elder to return, she announced. You needn't trouble yourself, madam. Just then, a maid reported that the physician had arrived, prompting the women to conceal themselves behind the screen. After examining Enro's pulse, the physician departed, and Pei Hung returned, having retreated to the study after the previous night's intimacy. The young lady has contracted a chill. A dose of medicine should suffice for her recovery, the physician declared. Pei Hung promptly followed him outside to discuss the prescription, leaving 4 women in the room. Jiang Wan took a seat beside Enro's bed, her demeanor gentle. How could you be so careless? Have you caught a chill? One should not seek excessive coolness in summer. Enro was taken aback that such a gentle soul could engage in morally reprehensible actions. Overwhelmed with revulsion, she struck Jiang Wan's hand aside. Thank you for your concern, madam, but the physician stated that only 2 doses of medicine are required. Jiang Wan, bewildered by her reaction, forced a smile, assuming Enro was merely unwell. She offered a few more words of advice and instructed the maidservants to take good care of her before departing. Once she had left, Enro grasped Sun Haiyan's hand, whispering, Did you already know? Sun Haiyan looked innocent, know what? At that moment, Enro found herself at a loss, especially with Jean and heir present, and refrained from revealing what she had witnessed. Some matters were best left unacknowledged, yet she was not one to suppress her emotions easily. Chapter 30. The favor of a concubine over a wife, my dear grandmother. Just look at how those little concubines of the elder behave. There is no respect for you whatsoever. Only the eldest lady can endure this. Little Xiangqi, stamping her feet and gritting her teeth, wishes she could drag a few of them over for a good beating. What to do if one cannot endure it? Should I strike her? Jiang Wan raised her face to look at her, smiling, but her expression was mostly one of helplessness. Since ancient times, the notion of favoring a concubine over a wife has not merely been a saying. Most men respect their wives because they can still be regarded as individuals. However, this does not hinder them from loving another. Though they are despicable, they are also pitiable. Their wickedness stems from their narrow perspectives. Were they more learned and worldly, they would likely not begrudge each other over a man in this courtyard. She pondered for a moment and replied softly, I do not wish for that either. Little Xiang curled her lips in disdain. I only see what is in front of me. They bully the eldest lady. My status here is such, and my brother treats me decently. How have they bullied me? Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and bring me a bowl of mung bean porridge. The girl was far too good-natured, muttering as she stepped outside. She lowered her gaze to the account book in her hands, faintly hearing the sound of Shuangjiang approaching, and lifted her head to see her entering with a large red lacquered tray, smiling as she greeted, Eldest lady, may you be blessed. Young master has gone out today and caught a deer, especially sending it back for you. As she spoke, she lowered the tray for Jiang Wan to see, though she herself did not truly understand these things. Yet, she heard Shuangjiang say, This is the tenderloin of the deer, the best part of the venison. Our master knows that the eldest lady has a delicate constitution, and this is the best for you. Jiang Wan did not wish to accept it, fearing it would become widely known, but she smiled faintly. Seeing that she seemed reluctant to accept, Shuangjiang remarked, The second lady also received tenderloin. The young master is thoughtful, ensuring the weak among us receive it as well. Did the young master go hunting? Jiang Wan inquired. Indeed, came the reply. A discomfort stirred within her heart. Just last night, he had told her brother that the medicine was truly bitter and unpalatable, yet no one had heeded his words. Now, however, he had sent someone to deliver what he needed, as if he preferred others to provide for him. This venison is excellent for replenishing energy and blood. Please thank your young master for me, Jiang Wan said with a smile. She contemplated for a moment, thinking how she had received several favors from the young master, yet had little to offer in return. Last time, I heard the young master liked braided ribbons. I can make those. I shall weave a couple for him. Shuangjiang was so overjoyed that she almost leaped, yet she endeavored to conceal her excitement, hastily handing the items to a young maid and scurrying off to report. Pei Shun was handling correspondence regarding Salt affairs. Upon seeing her enter, he cast a glance her way. Hearing her converse with Jingzhe and the others, he instructed, You all may leave. I shall tend to the young master myself. Once the others had departed, she approached him and relayed Jiang Wan's intention to weave ribbons for him. Pei Shun's expression remained impassive as he responded with a soft "oh," waving her off. Shuangjiang exited in a dejected manner, unaware that Pei Shun's lips had curved into a slight smile, a warm current flowing through his heart. After wandering in the garden for a while, Shuangjiang returned only to encounter little Xiang. Inquiring where she had been, she replied with a smile, Did not the young master send us venison? The lady thinks such fine venison must surely be given to the master for his nourishment. So she sent me to the kitchen to see if there are any ingredients to stew the deer meat. Upon hearing this, Shuangjiang's expression fell. The master had specially given her the venison, and she had turned around to give it to her ungrateful husband. She still called herself the personal maid and personally went to seek the ingredients for the stew. Xiao Xiang saw her and, without a moment to spare for conversation, hurried back, delivering the Codenopsis, astragalus, and white atractylodes to the small kitchen before returning to report to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan instructed her to send a portion of the stew to Enro, which displeased Xiao Xiang. There is hardly enough for you and the master, and yet you wish to give her some? Do you not recall how she behaved earlier? The maid expressed her reluctance. Jiang Wan laughed at her stinginess, but ultimately refrained from insisting. She asked someone to check if Pei Heng was still in Enro's room. Xiao Xiang volunteered to go, and before she entered, she overheard faint voices inside. Straining her ears, she caught snippets of conversation, including mentions of the madam, which certainly did not sound favorable. Anger surged within her, yet with Pei Heng present, she dared not utter a word. She boldly entered, finding Pei Hung holding in row. Quickly, she bowed and announced, "Master, the madam has prepared venison stew for you to enjoy later." And Ro was startled, and upon realizing it was Xiao Xiang, Pei Hung released her and stood with the aid of his cane. "Tell your mistress I will come shortly." Xiao Xiang hurriedly bowed and dashed back, entering to seek Jiang Wan. She dismissed those around her, saying, "Miss, you are unaware, but I just overheard her speaking ill of you to the master. I couldn't catch all the details, but I'm certain it was not complimentary. Just moments ago." She cast a cold glance at the madam before turning to report to the master. "I shall not let her off easily. Report on me?" She believes herself to be cautious and proper within the household, and there is nothing to accuse her of. Even if she were to complain, it would require a legitimate grievance. Xiao Xiang was filled with righteous indignation. Indeed, but alas, her words were too soft and fragmented for me to discern clearly. Otherwise, we could confront her directly. Jiang Wan chuckled, thinking that her brother would likely not believe such claims. However, if he did, they would have to devise a response. Despite her lightheartedness, Jiang Wan felt a growing unease. Those in high positions had their methods of dealing with others, and the servants were adept at intrigue. She had witnessed how her aunt had been worn down by the concubines, forced to endure in silence. "I see that the master's eyes are full of you. Yet there are many hidden matters within the grand mansion. We must proceed with caution." Jiang Wan nodded in agreement, hearing the sound of beads clashing outside. She presumed Pei Hung had returned and rose to greet him. She found him standing in the center of the main hall, leaning on his cane. She smiled and rushed to assist him. "I heard that second brother sent venison over. Did you prepare the nourishing soup for me? I returned specifically for this." He sat down in the grand chair with her help, smiling warmly. "Second brother is so considerate of us. I hardly know how to express my gratitude." Pei Hung patted her hand reassuringly. "In a few days, I shall invite him to my residence for some drinks. I heard that brother has found a girl outside. I often feel frustrated about my leg, and fearing it may trouble you, I purchased a girl from a matron. She is clean and of good character. Do not worry. I hope brother treats her well, and I also hope you take care of your health. We are still young, are we not?" She smiled with great reluctance, her heart heavy with sorrow, ultimately transforming for her sake. Chapter 31. Flattery. Anru had fallen ill for several days, and Jiang Wan frequently sent someone to inquire about her condition, even providing her with some tonics that Pei Shun had previously given to Xiao Xiang. In no time, she recovered, but after the conversation she had with Pei Hung, she had been more restrained. Jiang Wan was both lenient and kind towards them, yet Anru only wished to see her ridicule. As fate would have it, just after her recovery, she adorned herself in vibrant attire and sashayed towards the main hall, demanding an audience. Xiao Xiang was attending to Jiang Wan's grooming when she heard the voices of several concubines requesting to see her. She gritted her teeth in frustration, wishing she could swallow them whole. Jiang Wan merely smiled at her temper and the narrowness of her disposition. It was not that the servant had a small heart. Rather, she felt it unjust on behalf of her young mistress, pondering what Anru had said to the master that warranted such generous gifts. Who does not gossip behind others' backs? Who does not allow others to speak? If I were to become entangled in such matters, would I not perish in anguish? As long as appearances are maintained, there is no need for excessive scrutiny. She accepted the pair of jade bangles that Xiao Xiang handed her, slipping them onto her wrists before rising to her feet. She stepped into the main hall and sat down in the grand chair, summoning the others in. After they all exchanged greetings, they took their seats and indulged in trivial conversation. Anru, with a beaming smile, remarked, "The eldest lady seems to have become quite radiant in recent days. With the master spending each night in the eldest lady's chamber, how could she possibly grow thin?" Sun Haiyan interjected with timely laughter. Jiang Wan truly could not fathom why they so frequently spoke of such matters. She silently sipped her tea, casting a half-smile upon them, which made the two ladies feel a shiver run down their spines, prompting them to lower their heads and smile meekly. "Enin, have you recovered?" she asked. "Thanks to the eldest lady's kindness, who sent me tonics. Though such fine gifts are indeed a burden on your resources," Anru replied. Jiang Wan responded with a mild acknowledgement, explaining that these were the same tonics Xiao Xiang had obtained after lending an umbrella to the young master during a chill. There was no need for gratitude. She simply hoped Anru would benefit from them. Anru gazed at Sun Haiyan's proud smile, feeling overshadowed for among the maidservants. Only she and Sun Haiyan were favored by Pei Hong. Jean and heir was merely sent by the matriarch as a compliant presence. Pei Hong had only visited her chamber a few times before deeming her dull, lacking the gentle charm of Sun Haiyan and the boldness of Anru. Everyone believed Sun Haiyan was the most favored, yet she too had been served a bowl of bitter medicine. Among the three concubines, one was deep-minded, never stepping into the limelight but instigating others. Another was outspoken and quick-tongued, and the last was timid, possessing little to contribute. Jiang Wan found it difficult to warm to either son or in, feeling only a shared sympathy among women who understood each other's struggles. After exchanging a few words, she grew cold and dismissed them, for she had matters yet to attend to. As the women rose and noticed the piles of ledgers on her table, they retreated. Jiang Wan observed their departing figures, thinking Jean and heir was rather earnest. She had heard that she was often bullied by Anton in the past. After all, she was sent by the matriarch, and the eldest lady ought to show her some consideration. Yet, Jean and heir seemed to take herself far too seriously. Li Chuan relied on Sun Ant. Of this Jiang Wan was well aware, and thus chose not to engage in conversation with her. There was no need for those without power to make things difficult for one another. Seeing Jiang Wan remain silent, Li Chuan understood she had hit a soft spot and hurriedly exited the room, concerned that the eldest lady might feel neglected. She busily attended to the eldest lady, carefully considering the dishes and rice. After a little more than half a day, Jiang Wan finished her meal. Noticing that the sky had cleared and the sun was slanting westward, the oppressive heat somewhat dissipated. She decided to take Xiao Xiang for a stroll, fearing that prolonged reading might strain her eyes and lead to nearsightedness. As the two entered the garden, they heard laughter and playful shouts. Turning around the rockery, they followed a path leading up to the hill, shielding her eyes from the sun with a fan. Jiang Wan beheld a spacious green meadow where several individuals were playing jianzi, while others held kites. Spotting someone peering over the rockery, Pei Qian waved enthusiastically. "Is that you, elder sister-in-law? We are playing jianzi." Running towards her, standing at the base of the hill, Pei Qian beamed. "Elder sister-in-law, come down from the back. I'll come and greet you." Jiang Wan, possessing a playful spirit, had previously refrained from such amusements while living under someone else's roof, dedicating herself to sewing day and night. However, with the fine weather, warm sun, and gentle breeze, it was indeed an opportune moment to fly kites. Following Pei Qian's suggestion, she descended the hill, but inadvertently took a wrong turn and retraced her steps. Seeing Pei Qian eagerly stretching her neck to await her, Jiang Wan smiled brightly. "When we came out, we intended to find you, but Mother said you were busy studying the accounts and asked us not to disturb you. Had I known, I would have called you along." "You are right, elder aunt," Jiang Wan replied. "I was indeed studying the accounts, but my eyes are feeling uncomfortable now, and I feared straining them, so I came out for a stroll." As they conversed, they reached the meadow where several young ladies from different households, along with two young men from the first and third houses, greeted her, calling her sister-in-law before returning to their games. Their calls extinguished Jiang Wan's desire to join in the fun, and she stood in the shade watching the others play. Pei Yu was excelling in the game, yet she intentionally allowed Pei Qian to shine, persistently yielding to her. Shen Qianxi, having recently been scolded by Pei Shun because of Jiang Wan, felt even more uncomfortable and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Wan. Though young, Pei Yu managed to please both Shen Qianxi and Pei Qian, while Pei Huai appeared somewhat awkward. Observing the fifth young lady's seemingly naive demeanor, one would not have expected her to be so adept at navigating social nuances. Xiao Xiang whispered in Jiang Wan's ear, "The young ladies within the estate, having just dined, have already grasped the intricacies of human relationships. Where could one find a truly simple-minded person?" Jiang Wan smiled gently and turned to see Pei Shun approaching from the flower-paved steps, clad in a blue robe, hands clasped behind his back. He was accompanied by several young gentlemen in azure robes. He gestured as he spoke, while the gentleman behind him nodded in agreement. Upon noticing the presence of the ladies near the water, he instructed Shuang Jiang to escort the gentleman out before making his way towards them. Jiang Wan had spotted him early on and discreetly concealed herself behind the vines, hoping he would finish his conversation with the younger siblings swiftly. Once on the meadow, he surveyed the surroundings, having clearly noticed people on the other side, yet finding them absent upon his arrival. Pei Yu, with sharp eyes, was the first to see him. Dropping her Jianzi and sweetly calling, "Second brother," Pei Shun responded lightly, standing still with his hands clasped behind him, observing the few individuals present. Jiang Wan noticed his lack of movement and hurriedly slipped into the artificial rock cave, taking a detour to exit the garden. With the call of sister-in-law, she felt it more dignified to watch them play from a distance rather than linger. "My lady, shall we not curry favor with the heir? Look at how everyone else is trying to win his favor, especially Miss Shun, who is quite perplexed." Chapter 32. The scent of dried flowers. Jiang Wan shot her a withering glance. "Do you understand the saying about the melon patch and the plum tree? What business do we have in engaging with the heir? It is wiser for us to keep our distance." Xiao Xiang, confused, countered. "But isn't Our Lady and the second master often seen laughing and joking in Jinling? Why can't it be the same here?" Jiang Wan hesitated at her words. Xiao Xiang was unaware of the underlying matters. Her cousin had grown close to the second master due to the eldest cousin's frequent indulgences in revelry. Jiang Wan wished to distance herself from such unsavory associations. "I wish to have some dumplings with extra seasoning. Let's return." Xiao Xiang had to swallow her words and hurried back, just as she encountered Pei Shun on his way back. She quickly saluted him. Pei Shun glanced over his shoulder, asking, "Why are you alone? Did your sister-in-law not ask you to attend to them?" Xiao Xiang, admiring Pei Shun's refined demeanor, replied cheerfully, "Our Lady is still in the garden, expressing a desire for dumplings, so she sent me to prepare them." He nodded, saying little more, and Xiao Xiang withdrew. Shuang Jiang, perceptive to the situation, followed Xiao Xiang towards the Yuanhua pavilion, holding her hand and chatting, while catching a glimpse of Pei Shun heading in their direction. Jiang Wan sat for a while, feeling the gentle breeze that made her somewhat chilly. She closed her eyes for a moment, only to hear footsteps approaching from behind. Fanning herself, she remarked, "Are you not leaving yet? Never mind. I shall not eat after all, but please refrain from mentioning such matters before me in the future." "What matters?" Hearing Pei Shun's husky voice, Jiang Wan nearly leapt up, hastily rising from her stone perch. As she gripped the handle of her fan, a nail cracked, causing her heart to race as she gazed at the figure before her. He was as gentle as jade, a paragon of virtue, yet his keen eyes concealed a hint of danger. Noticing her injured finger, he regretted his impulsive approach. As he focused on her hand, Jiang Wan quickly concealed it, realizing it was her second uncle. "How did you come to be here? Were you not just speaking with the young ladies?" He smiled softly, explaining that he had only emerged after seeing her, having spoken briefly of trivial childhood games. "Why aren't you joining them, sister-in-law?" Jiang Wan felt a weight lift from her heart. At least he hadn't sought her out deliberately. She smiled gently, as he said, "They are merely childish games. I cannot compare myself to them. Your sister-in-law is but 17. To me, she remains a little girl, indulging in such pastimes." Jiang Wan felt a flicker of emotion at his words, wishing that they had come from Pei Hung instead. Yet, he only showed her consideration during their private moments at night, while during the day, he was a ghost, dismissing his words as mere frivolities. She also yearned to live a harmonious and beautiful life, yet life often defies one's desires. Alas, it cannot be, as there are still mundane matters to attend to at home. "Uncle, I must take my leave." Even though Pei Shun holds her in high regard, there remains a certain distance between them, akin to the saying in the melon patch under the plum tree. She hastily departed the garden, feeling that conversing with this man was akin to standing before a roaring fire, exuding an overwhelming heat. Upon her return to Yuanhua Pavilion, Xiao Xiang, upon seeing her, hurriedly served her some dumplings. She managed to eat only a few before losing her appetite, claiming she wished to rest. She had indeed reversed the order of events. She should have taken a stroll after eating, not the other way around. As she drifted into a hazy slumber, someone approached to remove her garments. She opened her eyes to the dim candlelight, finding a man seated at the foot of her bed, gazing at her. Lazily propping herself up, he gently assisted her, and she rubbed her eyes, inquiring when he had returned. He replied softly, "I have just come back." She shifted inward, making space for him to join her. A fragrant aroma enveloped him, one of comforting incense, replacing the familiar scent of fragrant wood. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her face against his back, and the comforting scent intensified, causing him to momentarily freeze. "What troubles you?" he asked, swallowing hard, rubbing her wrist, his voice husky. "I had a few dumplings this afternoon and then fell asleep. My stomach feels unsettled. I shall summon the physician," he said, rising to leave. Jiang Wan let out a soft laugh, entwining her pinky with his. "We are not the main household. We cannot afford to call the physician every time. I am fine. I have hawthorn paste in my trunk. Just mix some with water for me." Upon hearing her sensible reasoning, Pei Shun realized he had nearly exposed himself. Hastily getting up to mimic Pei Hung's gait, searching for the hawthorn paste in the trunk, he returned with hot water, mixing it in a teacup for her to drink. "The candlelight is too dim. You should light 2 more. "Unnecessary," he replied without a moment's hesitation. "I am not night blind. This will suffice. The second household does not possess such wealth to squander. Moreover, you fear light while sleeping at night." Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile at his thoughtfulness, realizing that while he seemed indifferent to her during the day, he was considerate at night. After consuming a bowl of hawthorn water, her earlier nausea dissipated, and she returned to her lying position, closing her eyes and wishing for him to finish his matter swiftly. To her surprise, he merely drew her into his embrace. Through their encounters, she understood that he had not overindulged. Perhaps it was merely nerves that caused such tension the first time. In subsequent encounters, she found herself pleading for mercy before he would relent. His large hand rested on her abdomen, gently kneading it, as he softly inquired, "Do you still feel unwell? Shall I call for the physician?" Jiang Wan shook her head, her cheek resting against his chest, and she fell into a deep slumber. Pei Shun held her close throughout the night. In truth, the number of times they had been intimate could easily be counted on one hand. When her body was well, he desired a second round, but she found herself unable to withstand it, trembling as she pleaded for mercy. Thus, he had no choice but to endure. Jiang Wan awoke, and, as expected, found the room empty. Stretching languidly, she slowly rose from the bed. Hearing commotion outside, she peeked out, hastily calling for water. Li Chuan rushed in to attend to her. As it was usually Jiang Wan who served her, yet her words from the previous day had stirred something within Jiang Wan. She cast a glance at the reflection in the hexagonal mirror, and at that moment, Li Chun realized her mistake, hurriedly engaging in conversation to appease her. Jiang Wan had never been one to enjoy putting others in difficult situations. Having lived a life of caution herself, she understood that such an existence was hardly bearable. Recognizing Li Chun's careful demeanor, she suggested that she take a look at the small kitchen, as she herself had a craving for a pot helmet. The maid promptly complied. Li Chun, elated as if she had received a great honor, skipped out of the main hall. Such familiar tasks were usually reserved for Xiao Xiang, and now that the young mistress not only overlooked past grievances but also allowed her to work, it was clear that any resentment had dissipated. Chapter 33, Birthday, Part 1. Before long, midsummer arrived, and Pei Shizi's birthday was just around the corner. The Wuning Ho residence buzzed with activity. Jiang Wan, unable to avoid it, had to pay a visit to the matriarch Shun. Knowing they were busy, Pei's mother refrained from sending anyone to pay respects and instead urged them to prepare earnestly. Everyone acquiesced, though Pei Shun would occasionally visit his grandmother, briefly sitting with her. After a couple of months of interaction, Jiang Wan discerned that Pei Shun, despite his high official rank, had begun to regard her with a modicum of respect. He was willing to share in laughter and conversation with the young ladies, yet she remained prudent, preferring not to be alone with gentlemen. In recent days, Shun had specifically invited several young ladies to assist, under the pretext of broadening their horizons, which suited Jiang Wan just fine. On the 13th day, she rose at the hour of the rabbit and stepped outside, only to see dim lanterns along the corridor leading outward. A sharp-eyed maid noted that it was Pei Shizi, who was said to enter the palace at this hour daily, waiting outside the Tai Chi Hall. All officials did so, and a man of his stature could ride in a sedan chair. Jiang Wan cast a fleeting glance before heading toward Shun's quarters to oversee matters. Shortly thereafter, The housekeeper approached to greet her, and she recognized everyone in attendance, marking her rightful place as the head of the household. Although everything still lay in Shun's hands, this was indeed a significant beginning. After assigning tasks, they awaited the arrival of those to collect the keys for the necessary arrangements. Jiang Wan had also witnessed her aunt managing affairs with great decisiveness, yet she remained unappreciated by her uncle, who spent his days engaging in dubious activities, bringing all manner of filth into their home. In a few days, it would be the young master's birthday, and preparations had commenced in earnest. Those responsible for carriages and those for the ladies' entry had all been designated. She thought it best to proceed as usual. Otherwise, if she were suddenly tasked with unfamiliar duties, it might lead to chaos. Everyone agreed and dispersed. Turning back, she caught Shun smiling at her, albeit somewhat subdued. Jiang Wan was not one to overlook subtle cues. She exchanged a few words before returning to the Yuanhua pavilion. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered Pei Shun and Shun Qianxi entering the courtyard in succession. Shun Qianxi, with her bright red skirt lifted, skipped along, engaging him in conversation, her cherubic face beaming with joy. Noticing him pause, she followed his gaze. "Sister-in-law?" he inquired, bowing slightly. "I appreciate all the trouble you have taken to come back and forth these days. Your health has always been delicate. I fear you may tire yourself." Jiang Wan felt an overwhelming reluctance to engage in conversation with him. However, his demeanor was courteous and composed, devoid of any impropriety, and he was dutifully attending to family obligations. There was no need for Shun Ge to take such matters to heart. The next time he approached her with such frivolity, Jiang Wan resolved to address him in that manner, lest others misconstrue her intentions. Initially, Shun Qianxi harbored some annoyance. Pei Shun typically responded to her with mere murmurs. Yet he engaged in extensive dialogue with this woman. To her surprise, the woman was quite perceptive, addressing him as Shun Ge repeatedly, leaving Shun Qianxi momentarily stunned. Stealing a glance, she noted that Pei Shun remained unperturbed, which upon reflection seemed entirely expected. After all, her cousin had always shown profound respect for his elders. Jiang Wan dared not linger, offering a brief farewell before exiting Luyao courtyard. On her way home, she encountered Pei Hong, who was inebriated and being supported by several maidservants as he staggered toward the corridor. She swiftly stepped into a corner, tears streaming down her face as she sat on a stone edge for a moment. Xiao Xiang, noticing the tears in her eyes, also retreated to weep in solitude. She had once believed that a husband would be wholly devoted to his bride, yet it seemed that the bride was indeed devoted, while the husband surrounded himself with a multitude of concubines, not to mention the throngs of courtesans outside. What good was a kind temperament in such circumstances? Seeing Xiao Xiang cry, Jiang Wan managed to smile, urging her to cease her tears, lest others suspect something dire had occurred at the Ho residence. With Pei Heng's behavior, who could predict when he might succumb to misfortune? Observing Xiao Xiang's loose tongue, Jiang Wan shot her a glare, then noticed her lips trembling violently. Concerned for her maid's distress, she gently rubbed her arm, asserting that his demise would not serve their interests and that henceforth they must refrain from speaking ill of him. As they turned back, they encountered Enro sauntering toward the courtyard exit. Upon seeing the two of them, she first offered her regards, but her gaze fell upon their reddened eyes and beaming smiles. With a jovial voice, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, what has befallen the esteemed lady?" Jiang Wan recalled the last time she had wept in the corridor and how Pei Shun had advised her not to return home immediately. Indeed, his words rang true. Returning home with such evident distress would surely invite a barrage of inquiries. Could it be that the master has committed some transgression, inciting the lady's ire? Enro continued, "Oh, my lady, you must understand, when men find themselves in such situations, even if they bear responsibility, they inevitably regret relinquishing their women. Who wishes to be the green-haired turtle in this scenario?" Although her last few remarks were whispered, Jiang Wan caught every word. She presumed Enro was referring to Pei Heng's disputes over courtesans, and chose to ignore it, merely casting her a dispassionate glance. Men squabbling over courtesans was an all-too common occurrence. How could it warrant such a label? Xiao Xiang, too, would occasionally speak a word or two in Pei Heng's defense. But she observed in row, fanning herself, sizing her up before departing with a haughty sway. Infuriated, Xiaoxiang stamped her foot. Jiang Wan tugged at Xiaoxiang, then proceeded inside, while in row, after taking a few steps, turned back to mock the duo, scoffing. How shameless! Weeping now are we? Such a woman deserves nothing less than to be submerged in a pig's cage. Her accompanying maid, unaware of the context, softly inquired about the matter, but in row, wary of divulging too much, merely rolled her eyes and continued on her way. It was high time the young lady took her affairs in hand. While pity was one thing, defiance against authority was quite another. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment. It was time to take matters into her own hands, lest any foul language be uttered in her presence. She returned to her quarters, fully aware that Pei Hong was undoubtedly in Sun Haiyan's room, and she chose to disregard it, instead summoning a meal to share with Xiaoxiang. These past few days it kept her exceedingly busy, and with Pei Heng's absence at night, she found herself somewhat relieved, fearing that her temper might lead her to strike someone. Before long, the 15th of June arrived. Jiang Wan rose at the hour of the rabbit, and Pei Hong had accompanied her for the night, though he was not as clingy as he usually was. He maintained a commendable decorum. After both had washed and groomed themselves, they made their way to the main house. Chapter 34. The Birthday, Part 2, Pei Hong. With his limp and having indulged excessively in drink over the past few days, was in a weakened state, and after only a few steps, he found his legs unsteady. Jiang Wan had no choice but to support him as they proceeded toward the large courtyard of the main house. It was said that the birthday celebrant had already performed his prostrations in Pei Mu's room, and several individuals awaited him outside. As he emerged, they approached one by one. The younger generation bowed to him, while peers offered their congratulations. As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon Jiang Wan, who was adorned in a sky-blue embroidered long gown, complemented by a vibrant red skirt embroidered with golden threads. Her hair was elegantly styled with a jeweled butterfly hairpin, and her delicate face with a gently pointed chin. A finely shaped nose and rosy lips slowly broke into a smile as she stood gracefully beside Pei Hong, supporting his frail form. It was rare for him to see Jiang Wan dressed so splendidly, presumably in honor of his birthday. Upon reaching Pei Hong and his wife, they approached him, and he hastily rose to return their greetings. Jiang Wan presented him with a set of 4 intricately tied ribbons, carefully packaged in a sandalwood box, and with a smile. She wished him a long life, free from hardships. Pei Shun gazed deeply into her eyes, momentarily lost in the moment, feeling as though the world had shrunk to just the two of them. She too held his gaze until Pei Heng's voice brought her back to reality. He nearly forgot that the person before him was his sister-in-law. Despite their closeness at night, propriety must be upheld during the day, especially since she remained unaware of their affections. Thank you for the blessings, brother and sister-in-law. Second brother, let us go and enjoy the opera. My sister-in-law has specially invited a talented troupe from Jiangnan, reputed to be the Shui family's performers, renowned for their artistry. As he spoke, he had already tugged Pei Shun along with him. Jiang Wan and the others had no time to indulge in such entertainment as they were occupied with receiving guests. Given Pei Heng's mobility issues, Jiang Wan preferred not to have him wandering about. She kindly instructed him to remain seated inside, while she and Third Master Pei can attended to the guests outside. Pei Can, yet unmarried and aware of the strained relationship between the third and second households, had only seen Jiang Wan a handful of times. Each encounter left him feeling as though a beautiful flower had been placed amidst dung, leading him to remark on Pei Heng's good fortune, contrasting it with the rather mediocre prospects of the woman he was to wed. Third brother, I appreciate your efforts. Pei Can glanced back at Pei Hong, who was seated, and looked at his alluring sister-in-law with admiration, smilingly responding, Sister-in-law, there is no need for thanks. It is merely a gesture of goodwill, especially for second brother's sake. Jiang Wan nodded and proceeded to the back, where the wives and concubines from various families were arriving. She welcomed them inside and instructed the maids to escort them to the stage for the performance. As the crowd began to gather, the sun shone intensely, and with no one else arriving, Jiang Wan felt beads of perspiration forming. Upon returning home, she ordered water to be prepared and changed into a fresh set of garments before making her way to the theater. Upon entering the playhouse, Pei Shun spotted her immediately, adorned in a delicate rose-red cloak embellished with golden butterflies and peonies, gracefully advancing with measured steps. This was the first time he beheld her in such a vibrant hue. Red, typically garish in his eyes, appeared resplendent on her. He lowered his gaze to sip his drink, the strong liquor stinging his throat. Pei Jian had already noticed her, and, alongside Pei Huai, guided her to a table where they began a game of dice. Jiang Wan, uninterested, observed them as they enjoyed their drinks. Soon, Hua Dou approached her, noting that the elder was unwell and should drink less. Following Hua Dou's gaze, Jiang Wan spotted Pei Heng seated in a corner, surrounded by a group engaged in conversation with Pei Shun, while he remained isolated, leaning on his cane. Upon meeting Jiang Wan's gaze, a pang of sorrow struck him, yet he managed to smile at her. Pei Shun, noticing her attention shift towards the corner, momentarily hesitated with his cup, only to see his brother, forlorn and neglected. He accepted a drink offered by others and downed it in one go. Though he was surrounded by admirers, he felt more akin to his brother, who sat apart, and proceeded to pour himself another drink. Observing Pei Heng's state, Jiang Wan felt compelled to have Hua Dou offer him some comfort, which diminished her own desire for alcohol. Surrounded by others, she chose a lively song, The Wild Boar Forest, presuming that someone like her younger brother-in-law would appreciate the valiant Lin Chong, hoping to please him. Second brother, though we are not of the same womb, we share a bond. Our voices resonating throughout the theater, she exclaimed, her tongue tripping over her words. Jean Shi cast a glance at Jiang Wan, weary of his drunken demeanor. Summoning Hua Dou, she approached to support Pei Heng, intending to escort him home. Pei Shun gently interjected, "Sister-in-law, if the elder brother is intoxicated, you may struggle to assist him. Allow me to take him back." Jiang Wan expressed her gratitude with a glance, acknowledging his kindness. Pei Shun found amusement in her attempts to maintain distance, cleverly navigating their relationship as he helped Pei Heng rise, with Jiang Wan trailing behind. Shenshi turned to ensure her daughter followed, chuckling, "What troubles Duang? I heard from the doorman that he has been drinking all day. He was not like this before marriage, yet now, with such a beautiful wife, he appears to have lost his way." She seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. Jean Shi's expression darkened. Why was Pei Shun following? Given her cousin's reaction, it was understandable that Pei Shun had kept his mother in the dark. Pei Jian was puzzled by her mother's insistence that she accompany them. As she was enjoying her game, she was willing to help her sister-in-law, but wasn't Pei Huai already attending to the matter? Jiang Wan followed them into the courtyard, initially hesitant to allow Pei Shun to accompany her, yet he insisted, "Your brother is too heavy. The room is filled with women. I shall assist." He had no choice but to let him follow him inside. Upon reaching the doorway, Jiang Wan supported Pei Heng with a gentle hand. He turned his face to gaze at her, placing his hand on her shoulder and scrutinizing her delicate features. He lifted her chin and chuckled heartily, but suddenly, his expression shifted to one of anger as he forcefully pushed Jiang Wan away. Unprepared for his sudden aggression, Jiang Wan, being slender and delicate, collided with the fragrant table at the side of the door. Pei Shun hurriedly reached out to grasp her hand, but Jiang Wan adeptly evaded him, resulting in his hand striking the corner of the table, causing her considerable pain before she could recover her composure. "Vania! Vania!" both exclaimed simultaneously, though Pei Shun's voice lacked strength, overshadowed by Pei Heng's. Yet, Jiang Wan heard it clearly, only covering her abdomen and smiling at Pei Heng, who rushed forward to assist her. "I am unhurt. Sister-in-law is delicate. How could my brother?" Jiang Wan, having grown wary of Pei Shun, quickly furrowed her brows and admonished, "Young Master Pei, this is a matter between husband and wife. It does not require your interference." Chapter 35. Attending to illness, Pei Shun's supportive hand froze mid-air, ultimately clenching into a fist before dropping to his side. He watched the couple enter the room, realizing that she was indeed his brother's wife, his sister-in-law, and thus it was of no concern to him. His gaze grew murky, and as he turned away, he lowered his eyes in silence. When Pei Qian reluctantly followed him and reached the courtyard entrance, she collided with Pei Shun, causing him to frown slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Weren't you at the banquet? What brings you here?" It's because of Mother. She insisted I accompany her, claiming it would assist my sister-in-law. I said, "Isn't there an elder brother?" But she replied that your brother is a man, and you are a woman. She pouted, displaying her unwillingness. Pei Shun cast her a fleeting glance and waved her back, explaining, "They are a couple. They do not require our assistance." This echoed Jiang Wan's own words. When he looked at her, she appeared to hold her husband in high regard, leaving him with little to say. There was no real issue at hand, yet Pei Hong had chosen to create a scene, injuring Jiang Wan in the process. Pei Shun merely spoke one word to Pei Hong, yet it seemed to be misinterpreted as a reproach. Anger surged within him, feeling as if his heart was being twisted in anguish. This ungrateful wretch, and he had defended her. As they reached the doorway, he knew that not entering would raise eyebrows, and seeing Pei Qian's face frozen in anger, she hurriedly signaled to Jing Zhe to escort him back to the theater. Only then did she step inside to take a glance, accidentally encountering Xiao Xiang, who was carrying water. She promptly pulled her aside and asked, "What happened just now? Did sister-in-law come to any harm?" Xiao Xiang pouted, casting a furtive glance inside. The young master pushed the young mistress, and the young master intervened with a word. But the young mistress defended her husband, and the young master, in a fit of anger, left. She was well aware of her brother's nature. He too was protective, and family transgressions were often met with correction, yet she had not anticipated that her sister-in-law would stand up for herself so boldly. Pei Qian smiled warmly, patting Xiao Xiang's shoulder. "Do not be upset. I will return and inform Second Aunt, and she shall advocate for sister-in-law." Xiao Xiang curtsied deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Third Mississippi." As a young lady, she felt it inappropriate to enter the couple's chamber. So she exchanged a few words with Xiao Xiang before returning to the theater to join the others in merriment. Yet the earlier events lingered in her mind, prompting her to share a few words with Pei Huai. Pei Huai turned and conveyed the news to Jin Shi, who, feeling pity for her son, was not surprised to hear that he had pushed Jiang Wan away. She offered a few words of consolation to Pei Qian before returning home. However, upon her arrival at the Zijing courtyard, she was overwhelmed with anger, which soon took a toll on her health. Throughout the night, she summoned the imperial physician and endured a restless evening. Just as her health had begun to mend, it faltered once more. Jiang Wan had no choice but to attend to her ailments, and after enduring several days of this strain, she found herself on the verge of collapse. Yet, being young and under medication, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Nonetheless, Jin Shi regarded her with disfavor. The following day, upon her arrival, she scrutinized Jiang Wan before ordering supplies of ink, paper, and brushes, commanding her to sit by her side and copy the lessons for women. Observing her poised demeanor, Jin Shi felt a sense of relief, acknowledging Jiang Wan's adherence to decorum. "I do not wish to trouble you. Hunger suffers from an ailment in his leg, and he is discontented. As his wife, it is your duty to bear this burden." Such words were unreasonable, yet Jiang Wan remained composed, offering a faint smile, accepting her mother's words as truth, believing it was her lot to endure. Sun Haiyan, kneeling beside them, was secretly overjoyed, though her face showed no sign of it. She massaged Jin Shi's legs, exclaiming, "The esteemed lady is most filial. I hold great respect for your character. Once you bear a son for the master, you need not worry." Upon mention of children, Jin Shi felt an inexplicable anger rise within her. Had it not been for Patient's protection, would she have fallen ill? Jiang Wan was innocent, yet she was not entirely blameless. If it were not for her striking beauty, her son would not feel such insecurity, and thus, Patient would not be involved at all. Jiang Wan maintained an upright posture, appearing respectful, yet inwardly she lamented, thinking that her patience did not guarantee acceptance from others. Resolutely, she wrote with fervor, the strokes resonating with strength. After a day of such exertion, exhaustion overcame her, and after consuming a bowl of meat porridge, she collapsed on her bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. Stretching languidly, she was just preparing to rise when she heard murmurs outside in the corridor. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Upon realizing she was awake, Xiao Xiang hurriedly entered, lifting the curtain while simultaneously hanging the gauzy drapery on the golden hook. "It is Fifth Miss from Jin and Yang's room. She says that their mistress has fallen ill," suffering through the night, and has come to request that the esteemed lady summon a physician, although Jiang Yang is unwilling. Send for the house doctor, and also summon the master. Jiang Wan instructed as she quickly rose, casually donning a cloak, gathering her hair into a loose bun, and adorning herself with a hairpin before hastening towards the west wing. There, the three concubines each had their own small chambers, with Jiang Yang residing in the farthest corner, the smallest of them all. Upon seeing the esteemed lady arrive without having prepared herself, Fifth Miss hurriedly opened the door and assisted her inside. Jiang Wan proceeded into the room, immediately met with a musty odor that made her cover her nose with a handkerchief. As she entered the inner room, she noted that aside from the light filtering through the window screens, there was scarcely any illumination. The entire space felt lifeless and, combined with the moldy scent, it truly seemed unfit for habitation. Her brows furrowed slightly as she glanced back at Li Chun, who understood and quickly exited, returning shortly with a candle, which she lit within the lamp's shade, illuminating the room at last. Jiang Wan took a seat beside the bed, noticing the worn articles atop it, some patched with different fabrics. The elderly matriarch lay pale upon the bed, struggling to rise with the support of Wu Er, attempting to pay her respects to Jiang Wan. I have been remiss. I cannot bow to the matriarch. There is no need, she replied, as Jiang Wan gently pressed her back down, summoning the household physician to attend to her ailments. Speak freely of your discomfort. Do not conceal anything for the sake of money. Thank you, matriarch, she uttered, tears rolling down her sallow cheeks. Her appearance, already unappealing, was further marred by illness, and it seemed she had not been well nourished, leaving her devoid of vitality. Jiang Wan took a handkerchief to wipe away her tears just as Pei Heng's young maid returned, whispering in her ear, "The master says you may summon the doctor. He is occupied with external engagements and cannot attend to you." The master's disposition dictated that of the servants, explaining the current state of neglect. Even those once closest to her seemed to disregard her well-being. Unable to summon Pei Heng, Jiang Wan offered her hand for comfort. He, seemingly aware of Pei Heng's absence, managed a bittersweet smile, expressing understanding. "The master is busy. My illness is but a trifling matter. I am already content that the matriarch has come to see me." Though she spoke lightly, her heart ached, and she tugged at her garment as if to lie back down. Jiang Wan quickly rose to assist her. Chapter 36. Reformed Jiang Wan was at a loss for words to comfort her. She merely patted the back of her hand and turned her gaze out the window, only to discover the window screen was in a state of disrepair. With a sigh, she mused, "The concubine receives 2 taels of silver each month. The screens should be replaced. I have reviewed the accounts, and there seem to be no discrepancies. Have you not received your share?" Vous hésitated. But it was Jean and I who timidly explained, "It is my fault. My elder brother is to marry and cannot afford the expenses. My mother requires medication, and most of the silver has gone to our household." Setting aside the matter of silver, the monthly allocation for the screens should have been addressed. Vous, sensing Jiang Wan's benevolence, suddenly knelt before her, pleading, "I beseech the matriarch to intercede for our concubine, and the concubine is unreasonable and will not allow the craftsman to replace our screens." "Wu, do not speak so recklessly." Jean and I scolded sharply, which only caused her to cough. Gasping for breath while waving her hand, "Matriarch, do not heed her nonsensical claims. They are unfounded." Li Chun spoke the truth. Yet Jiang Wan had not anticipated Jean's plight. Any respectable maidservant would fare better. With a sigh, she reflected that no one had pocketed the funds for the screens over the years. Helping Wu to her feet, she mentioned that the physician had arrived, instructing them to step outside and listen to the physician's assessment, after which she would review the prescription. Unable to bear the sight of Jean's suffering, she took some of her own savings to procure necessary items for her. The window screens were to be replaced promptly, not with extravagance, but with practicality. Jiang Wan glanced at the physician's prescription. It was merely for treating a cold, devoid of any harmful ingredients, and instructed for it to be prepared. Remembering she had some leftover fabric in her cabinet, she sent Xiao Shi to fetch it. Upon Xiao Xiang's return, she could not help but lament that the room of Aunt Jean was sorely lacking in essentials, and it should be attended by 2 maids and 2 capable matrons. Yet within her quarters, there was only Wu to tend to everything. You should have seen Her hands were coarser than mine as a servant. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment and instructed her to write down all that was lacking for Jin Yang so that they might supplement her needs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiang grew even more incensed, as she had overheard Wu Er mention that Aunt An had brazenly snatched any good items from Aunt Jin's possession. If Aunt Jin were to report this to Pei Hong, it was not certain that Aunt An would be the one punished. It could very well fall upon her instead. She felt somewhat perplexed, recalling how close the two had been just the other day. It seemed that after being thoroughly frightened by you, she realized she had been used as a pawn, which explained her distance from Sun Yang. However, for reasons unknown, she had recently rekindled her association with Sun Yang. The servant could not shake the feeling that these two were akin to snakes and rats sharing the same den. Jiang Wan perceived Pei Hong as a person of gentle temperament, soft-hearted and easily swayed. Taking advantage of his current willingness to listen, she felt it would be prudent to address these undisciplined individuals. Otherwise, the humiliation inflicted upon them would be truly unprecedented. As evening fell, Pei Hong did indeed return, and Jiang Wan recounted her observations from Jin Yang's room, deliberately refraining from explicitly naming Enro, cognizant that Pei Hong held onto old sentiments. Thus, even if she were to lodge a complaint, it would likely yield no results. Pei Hong remarked, since even Aunt has entrusted the management of the household to you, naturally, matters in the courtyard are also yours to decide. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan felt a measure of relief. The courtyard was lacking in decorum, and given their familial ties, she had been reluctant to intervene. Yet, if this continued for much longer, it would surely cultivate a pernicious atmosphere, emboldening certain individuals in their arrogance. Pei Hong chuckled lightly. Surely, you are not referring to Roer? Her temperament may be somewhat fiery, yet she has not committed any grave transgressions. Jiang Wan smiled faintly, her heart having grown utterly cold. He had already begun to defend her before the matter had even begun. She hesitated, uncertain whether to involve herself in this tangled mess. Pei Hong, wishing to distance himself from Jin Yang, found her presence distasteful, yet seeing Jiang Wan's expression of concern, he felt compelled to offer solace. You are not like her. She was bestowed upon me by grandmother. I do not hold her in high esteem, merely granting her a semblance of dignity. In light of the current state of affairs, his words stung her like a dagger to the heart. Pei Hong stood momentarily frozen, biting his lip, yearning to take her hand, only to be met with her withdrawal. He awkwardly rose to his feet, mentioning that someone from Sun's household had come to summon him, and he would go to see what was required. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze and stood as well, indicating she would see him off. Pei Hong turned back to glance at her, torn between wanting her to stay and wishing to spare her from his troubles. Accepting his cane, he exited through the main door. Master is clearly biased, Xiao Xiang remarked. This situation is quite troublesome, and one might incur the wrath of others. She remained silent, her heart heavy with sorrow. The sentiment of nostalgia, was it truly a virtue? The remnants of past years still lingered, and if you were to unearth a piece of fine fabric, perhaps you could send a matching piece to Aunt Jean. Having witnessed Jin Yang's decline, Xiao Xiang, despite her own modest means, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Aunt Jin's life was far less dignified than that of her own lady. Prompted by Jiang Wan's words, she hurriedly retrieved the key to the storeroom. After a thorough inspection, the two companions found everything to be intact and allowed Xiao Xiang to take along as they proceeded to Jin and Heir's chamber. Sun Haiyan, lounging on the corridor while cracking seeds, tossed one aside upon noticing Jiang Wan's arrival, offering a distant salute before lazily stepping inside. Enro, seeing her enter, hastily followed, taking a seat at the table beside her and squinting mischievously. The eldest mistress appears dignified and virtuous, yet who would have thought she harbors such restlessness? I used to hold her in esteem, but if it were me in her position, how could I remain oblivious to the presence of my own man? Truly shameless. Lower your voice. She's just next door. Sun Haiyan replied with a sly smile, stoking the fire. Right now, the master's heart is entirely devoted to the eldest mistress. Last time, her mere words nearly got us thrown out. Have you forgotten? Be cautious, or we might pay dearly for your indiscretion. Enro pouted, unwilling to let the matter rest. Pay dearly? Ha! She is hardly pure herself, while the master indulges in drinking every day. The second mistress has long harbored disdain for her. Let her be the one to suffer. Sun Haiyan glanced at her freshly manicured nails and feigned a serious tone. The eldest mistress is young, hailing from a scholarly family, and has always been poised and gentle. It is only natural she remains unacquainted with men. Moreover, perhaps she is genuinely unaware. What poise and gentleness? She is merely a vixen ensnaring her prey. Otherwise, how could she have ensnared the master at first glance? And Ro could not tolerate anyone extolling the virtues of someone she despised, and she sought Sun Haiyan's agreement. Such grace is merely a fade. Who knows what she does behind closed doors, secretly cherishing the strength of her younger brother-in-law. With this thought, a sly smile crept across her face. Yet, she acknowledged that Pei Shitzi was indeed handsome, possessing an elegant demeanor and holding a high position, complemented by a gentle and amiable nature. Sun Haiyan, catching the glimmer of desire in her eyes, shot her a disdainful glance. Gentle and amiable? What a fool! Who can be gentle and amiable while holding the rank of a third-grade official at just 24? That is a minister close to the emperor. The salt trade is a lucrative position that has endured for centuries. Such a fool is best used as a pawn. Let her and Jiang Wan engage in mutual destruction. And then this Yan Huaxian will continue to bend to my will, allowing me to command the winds and reign here. Chapter 37, Rectification, Part 2. In Jinan's chamber today, the musty odor had considerably diminished. Jiang Wan understood that this unpleasant scent signified more than mere discomfort. A careless encounter could lead to illness, and with the medical conditions of ancient times, one might perish swiftly. Upon her entrance, Jin and heir attempted to rise, but Jiang Wan hastened to press her shoulder down gently. Do not move. I have merely come to check on you. How do you feel today? Is there any discomfort? She shook her head, appearing weak yet managing a smile. The eldest mistress is very considerate. I felt quite unwell yesterday, but after taking medicine twice today and sweating it out, I feel much better now. That is wonderful to hear. If you need anything, do not hesitate to inform Xiaoxiang. While you are recuperating, please take care not to expose yourself to the cold. A moment's carelessness could lead to a relapse, and that would be quite unfortunate. I understand. After issuing a few words of caution, Jiang Wan stepped outside and, upon raising her gaze, noticed Sun Haiyan and Ro seated within the room, engaged in light-hearted banter. One of them glanced her way with a slight nod, while the other feigned ignorance. Not even turning her head, she had directly overlooked it, always believing that a gentle disposition could foster amiability. However, in the end, others merely perceived her as easy to bully. Tilting her head, she remarked to Xiaoxiang, once Aunt Jean recovers, ensure she visits my chamber daily, and I shall accompany her. Xiaoxiang nodded in agreement, casting a self-satisfied glance at the little maid at Sun Haiyan's door as she assisted Jiang Wan in leaving. Having attended to matters on her side, she intended to confine herself to the Jean household. Since her arrival, Jean had been unwell. Although she had previously offered to tend to her illness, her proposals had been declined. This time, however, Jean specifically detained her to write the NZ, and upon completing it, she proceeded to transcribe the Sun, nearly copying all of the 4 books for women, concluding with admonitions to respect her husband and act with caution and propriety. Jiang Wan was perplexed as to where her demeanor had lacked circumspection. At times, she felt compelled to inquire but was dissuaded by those around her, who cited her poor health and her son's troubling state, suggesting that the second madam might harbor no intentions towards her. Challenging this notion might truly baffle her. In modern times, one could simply dismiss such confusion. But in this era, the weight of filial piety was suffocating. Ultimately, she restrained her feelings, affirming her mother-s words that a daughter-in-law must heed her duties. Jean, clearly unwilling to endure her presence any longer, waved her away. Jiang Wan was left wondering what offense she had committed to elicit such disdain from Jean, and thus, she retreated to the room of Lady Pei. Upon learning that Madame Shun and her son were inside, Jiang Wan exited and strolled through the garden for a while before returning to Lady Pei's courtyard, where she was diligently attending to her as she savored some delicacies. It hadn't been many days since, yet Erlang was preparing to return to Yangzhou, though he was inclined to visit her daily. A man of his stature had significant responsibilities and could not remain by his grandmother's side perpetually. Jiang Wan understood that Lady Pei in her advancing years. Often reminisced about her descendants. Others were present daily, yet none seemed to bring her joy. Perhaps it was indeed a case of preferring the fragrant over the foul. Uncle Heir was expected to return by the year's end, at which point the grandmother could once again enjoy daily visits. She smiled, a gentle warmth illuminating her wrinkled visage, as she placed a small piece of pickled vegetable in her bowl, nodding and saying, "Indeed, I am pleased by Heir Lang's accomplishments." De Lang was also meant to take the spring examination, but alas, his foot. As she spoke, she patted Jiang Wan's hand, instructing someone to clear away the snacks before her. Noticing the hour was growing late, Jiang Wan exchanged a few words with her before returning to her small courtyard. Just then, she asked when the meal would be served, as her health required her to eat and take medicine at fixed times. She instructed that it should proceed as usual and inquired about Jean and I's situation. "You are unaware. As soon as you left, she began hurling insults, veiled yet biting, even implicating the grandmother. She claimed that if she thought she could secure her position just by staying in the master's room for a few days, she was mistaken. In truth, the master detests such behavior." The latter remarks were too harsh for Jiang Wan to repeat, and she had no desire to hear them. After all, one cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth. She entered the inner courtyard and summoned the head maid in charge of the estate. The head maid, Qian Xia, had been known to Jiang Wan since her marriage and, upon entering, bowed respectfully. Jiang Wan perused the accounts of the small courtyard and inquired, "Aside from you, who else manages the financial matters concerning the garden?" Before the matriarch entered the door, the elder often cast glances, while the concubine was under the watchful eye of Sun, and the others, not being masters, dared not glance around indiscriminately. This effectively meant that Jiang Wan had usurped what was rightfully hers, naturally inciting her displeasure. She directly stated, "In that case, I observe little difference in the comings and goings of the second household. It would be prudent to economize, particularly in the concubine's quarters. The young maids and nannies remain unchanged, yet the provisions and necessities must be adjusted. The second household has always had meager income. If they practice frugality, they will have funds when matters arise. The matriarch should consult the elder before abruptly cutting off the concubine's provisions, lest it breed suspicion among the others." "What suspicion?" Qian Xia dared not elaborate. She was merely a woman in her late 20s, raised under the strictures of the Jean family. Married at 17 or 18, she was summoned back by the second madam to serve, yet she understood well that in the courtyard, aside from the elder's authority, the matriarch held significant sway. Thus, she merely raised a slight objection before issuing her orders. Although Enro was indeed detestable, were it not for Sun's machinations behind the scenes, Enro would not have stirred up such trouble, nor would Jean and I have suffered such indignities. My lady, could this incite public outrage? Frugality is not the end goal, but a means. One cannot resort to scolding like a shrew. Since they delight in depriving others, let them experience the same. Shall she, beaming with joy, gently massaged her shoulders, exclaiming, "The matriarch is wise. The matriarch is extraordinarily clever." These praises elicited a playful smile from Jiang Wan, who could not help but chuckle at her. Indeed, by afternoon, Jiang Wan meticulously penned specific methods for economizing on a piece of paper and presented it to Pei Heng. With feelings for her and considering their earlier discord, he was in a placating mood and readily agreed. "I only ask of you, dear brother, that when the concubines can no longer endure, you must not secretly provide for them, for that would be akin to slapping my face." Pei Heng complied without hesitation. Jiang Wan inquired, "Will you be dining here tonight?" This was a subtle way of asking if he would rest in the room. His expression darkened slightly, hesitating as he gazed at her, then smiled gently. "All right." Jiang Wan instructed the servants to bring in the meal, washed her hands, and carefully arranged the dishes and served him, then retired to the washroom to freshen up. Chapter 38. The concubine upon her return, the room was already dim. The candlelight had been extinguished. Fortunately, her eyes were bright, so she was not overly concerned, for she was accustomed to such surroundings. Peering through the tightly closed gauze curtains of the bed, "Brother?" she called softly. Yet, someone entered from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her onto the bed. She gasped lightly, reaching to grasp his arm, only to hear him chuckle softly in her ear, "Wanner, do you miss me?" She laughed gently, wondering why she hadn't asked earlier. Now, With the lights out, her courage had grown. The figure behind her also chuckled, his hand tightening around her waist, gently kneading. She struggled to free herself from his embrace, but to no avail, bursting into laughter as his touch sent delightful shivers down her spine. "Stop it. I'm going to laugh myself breathless." He laughed along with her. In recent days, Pei-hung seemed almost mad. He had been barred from approaching her, and during the day, she avoided him, while at night, her husband forbade any closeness. As he prepared to leave, it was evident how much he longed for her. As he pondered, a sense of attachment enveloped him. He found himself constantly devising ways to let her know, yet simultaneously fearing her awareness, entangled in profound contradictions. "What is it?" she inquired, cupping his face and bestowing a kiss upon his cheek. He supported himself with one hand while the other encircled her delicate waist, drawing her closer against his heated body. Jiang Wan reciprocated by wrapping her arms around his neck, planting kisses on his Adam's apple. "It is nothing, merely that I miss you." As her lips grazed his throat, a shiver coursed through him, tightening his entire being. He swiftly sought her lips, savoring her essence with fervor, yearning for her, his movements growing more intense. Jiang Wan, unable to bear it, gently pushed him away. "I apologize," he murmured in a deep voice. Jiang Wan raised her gaze, witnessing the movement of his Adam's apple, pondering that he must be exercising great restraint. Yet, she found it perplexing how someone who appeared so carefree in their daily life could exhibit such fervency in bed. Choosing not to inquire further, she merely shook her head, dismissing the matter. In the following moments, Pei Shin maintained remarkable composure, yet Jiang Wan still emitted soft sighs. His large hand clasped her waist as he breathed heavily, concerned for her well-being. He paused midway, taking her hand and guiding it to his abdomen. After a while, he let out a muffled sound, rising to dress and departing. He had never been one to linger after intimacy, a fact Jiang Wan had grown accustomed to. She rose, summoned water, and after cleansing herself, wrapped herself in blankets to sleep, only to awaken at dawn to prepare for the day. As anticipated, when the meal was served in Enro's chamber, she surveyed the meager bowl of meat porridge and a small dish of side dishes, wrinkling her brow in discontent. Su observed her discreetly and voiced her grievances, explaining that the kitchen had been instructed by the madam to economize, resulting in a diminished portion. Enro, feeling vexed, instructed Su to place it on the table, then sat down beside it. She stirred the porridge with a spoon. It was typically her favorite lean meat porridge, once brimming with ingredients, now reduced to mere shreds of meat floating within. Frustration welled up within her, and she abruptly struck the bowl. With a clatter, Su hurried in to investigate, finding the porridge spilled across the floor, and the person seated at the table was visibly agitated, breathing heavily. "To have such a person demean me, go summon the master. I would rather die than endure this humiliation." Although Su harbored her own doubts about the madam, she recognized the latter's position as the principal wife, and the steward's actions were likely sanctioned by the master. Thus, she hastily attempted to soothe her madam. Such an outburst may be perceived as disrespectful. The madam's frugality is not a new development. Just look next door. She gestured towards Sun Haiyan's room. She remained silent. Does she not? Upon reflection, Enro realized that Sun Haiyan had always been reticent. Initially, she had mistaken her for someone akin to Jean and I. But after Jiang Wan's guidance, she understood that Sun had merely been using her as a pawn. Now, she resolved to remain composed and wait, still harboring resentment. She observed Su tidying up the mess on the floor. "Invite the master to dine with us for dinner, and ensure the meal is even more frugal. I have matters to discuss with him." Seeing her come to an understanding, Su felt a sense of relief. They, as servants, relied on their masters for sustenance. While they weren't bound by an oath of life and death, offering sage advice was essential, if only to mitigate their own suffering. Each household adheres to its own unique customs, resulting in varying treatment of the concubines. However, those in smaller residences do not lead lives of such abundance. In the second household, the concubines receive not only their seasonal rations, but also a monthly stipend of 2 taels of silver, along with daily provisions of pastries, meats, rice, and vegetables. Jiang Wan has halved these allowances, consequently reducing the benefits for those below her. As a result, the leftover food that the masters could not consume now fails to reach the mouths of the maids and servants, leaving the inhabitants of the courtyard filled with grievances. Sun Haiyan understands that Jiang Wan merely intends to discipline a few concubines and would not oppose her. Therefore, she further curtails the already diminished allowances, remarking to her maid, Xiao Chui, that the household is struggling, and it is challenging for the mistress, suggesting that they ought to comply to ease the burden on the master. I heard from Su Su that Aunt intends to invite the master to her chamber tonight. Do you think she has something on her mind? Xiao Kui whispered, recalling what she had just overheard. Sun Haiyan scoffed, when has this fool ever shown wisdom? It seems I must stoke the flames. Xiao Kui, who had played alongside her since entering the household, was aware of her beauty and the master's gentle temperament, recognizing that elevating a concubine was merely a matter of time. Although she had not contemplated the long term, she understood that like attracts like, associating with fools would only lead to her own folly. The concubine possesses great insight. Sun Haiyan pondered briefly, retrieving a set of keys from her waist and opening a chest to extract 3 or 4 taels of silver. She entrusted Xiao Chui to send a servant out to procure several bolts of fabric and some supplements. Swaying her hips with a cheerful demeanor as she made her way to Enro's chamber. What's going on here? Upon entering, she found Su Su tidying up the broken dishes on the floor. Enro hurriedly approached to take her hand, but noticed Xiao Chui behind her, carrying fabric and a bag containing something wrapped in paper, sparking her curiosity. This is for concubine Jean, though I do not particularly like her. The mistress intends to promote her. It is prudent for me to maintain a good rapport with her in case anything goes awry in the future. Sun Haiyan raised her delicate brows, asking, will you go? Enro, who often relished making things difficult for Jean and I, could not bear the thought of lowering herself. Witnessing this, her annoyance flared, and she retorted, the household does not permit women to meddle. Does she truly believe the master will be rendered powerless? I don't believe she would dare act without his consent. Oh, one mustn't utter such words. What is there to fear? The master is kind-hearted, but I am not so easily swayed. Let us wait and see tonight. Sun Haiyan sipped her tea, her smile faint yet provoking, further inflaming Enro's temper. Chapter 39. Conflict. Jiang Wan dined early, concerned that a late meal would hinder digestion. In recent days, she had pushed back her mealtime. While she was in the midst of her meal, Pei Hung entered, leaning on a cane, his expression grim. Upon noticing Xiao Xiang seated at the Kong with Jiang Wan, the typically gentle man remained silent in his chair. Xiao Xiang quickly stood, casting anxious glances between Jiang Wan and Pei Hung. Jiang Wan gestured for her to leave and instructed her to set another place for the master. No need. I have dined in Aunt N's chamber, he replied curtly, his demeanor dark and uninviting. Xiao Xiang, you may leave now. Once the servants had exited, his expression softened. Jiang Wan would not allow herself to be angered during mealtime. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the importance of maintaining a peaceful demeanor while dining. She silently finished her meal, summoned someone to clear the table, and, under his watchful gaze, rinsed her mouth and requested tea. Pei Hung, observing her composed demeanor, could no longer contain himself and furrowed his brow, remarking, though the second household faces hardships, it has not descended to that level. Rower has been unwell recently, recovering only a few days ago. Is it truly necessary for you to act this way? Each word was imbued with concern. Jiang Wan, possessing a modern spirit, felt she had been remarkably tolerant of his several concubines. Yet, to her dismay, others were insatiable, eager for her to experience the plight of manipulating others. This was merely the first day, and already they were so protective of her. Brother, you have not ventured into Jean Inyang's quarters, have you? Her situation is no better, perhaps even worse. The 2 concubines have played an undeniable role in her downfall. How can you be so indifferent? Yet when it comes to me, you deem my feelings unreasonable. She observed his lowered gaze, seemingly suppressing her anger. And her remarks almost hinted at jealousy. He felt a pang of regret and spoke gently. My dear Wanner, I merely found it difficult to watch her suffer while eating. Though I have instructed moderation, I only advised a slight reduction in quantity and a careful selection of dishes. If you found the food in her chamber unsatisfactory, that could hardly be my fault. I did not intend to imply that the second household was on the brink of collapse. Pei Hung noted her assertiveness, a stark contrast to her usual gentleness, recalling her earlier words in Enro's chamber. He suspected that she might already be aware of the situation and perhaps even harbored ulterior motives, drawn to indulgence. He leaned on his cane and rose. But Jiang Wan did not offer to assist him. Instead, she sat quietly on the Kong, her gaze lowered. He reflected for a moment, then turned around. Despite his limping leg, he approached her and gently took her hand. I apologize for my tone. Do not be upset. It was just that her distress overwhelmed me. And in my haste, I did not realize the extent of her own suffering. I regret my insensitivity. Jiang Wan, unwilling to escalate their disagreement, allowed him to hold her hand and reflected on her own earlier harsh words. She smiled softly. I was too extreme. It is merely that Jeannie Yang is in a pitiable state. As she spoke, tears began to roll down her cheeks, and she wiped them away with the back of her hand. Pei Hung, seeing her tear-streaked face, felt an ache in his heart. He sat beside her, drawing her into his embrace, for he cared for her more than anyone else, and the words spoken by Enro faded from his mind. I understand your concern for her, brother, but if everyone were to behave in such a manner, it would set a precedent. It would be better to leave matters to Sun Shi, who understands the nuances of propriety, unlike an Yang, she remarked. What can be said? No matter how dignified she appears, she remains merely a concubine. How can she surpass you? He gently rubbed her arm, soothing her. Jiang Wan rested her head against his chest, quietly absorbing his words. She observed that some individuals in the courtyard seemed more focused on currying favor with certain people rather than attending to their own duties. After a long pause, she suggested, I have noticed that some of the young girls in the courtyard have come of age. Perhaps we should send a few back and select from the better ones. Pei contemplated for a moment and indeed concluded that those procured from outside were unsatisfactory. Thus he decided to select from the offspring of his own household. However, she was reluctant to choose from the children of the Wuning Marquis residence, as no matter how she deliberated, they would still bear the surname Pei. She yearned to select someone of her own preference, but at this juncture, she found herself compelled to compromise. Very well then. I shall first choose from the Pei family's offspring. Should they fail to meet my expectations, I shall look elsewhere. Pei Hung chuckled, stating that all matters were ultimately decided by Wanner. The two seemed to have reached an understanding. Xiao Xiang, upon hearing laughter emanating from within, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking the opportunity to serve tea, she entered to find the couple seated on the Kong, engaged in light-hearted banter, which allowed her to completely set her mind at ease. Pei Hung decided to remain for the night, resting in the main chamber. Jiang Wan held his hand tightly, laughing as she asked, Shall I help you bathe? He immediately changed his expression, forcing a stiff smile, and hastily withdrew his hand from hers, replying, No need. I shall go to Sun's quarters instead. As he spoke, he had already risen, feeling too ashamed to face her, not wanting her to witness his frail form. Grasping his cane, he hurriedly took several steps, moving so quickly that he nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Jiang Wan was there to support him. She stared blankly at the figure retreating into the distance before returning to her seat. Xiao Xiang, seeing Pei Hung depart, rushed in and inquired, Is the master not resting here? Why is he leaving? Jiang Wan shook her head, genuinely at a loss for words. She had thought that even if they did not meet during the day, their affection would flourish at night. Yet, with his departure, her dreams had been utterly reduced to mere folly. Let us rest, she suggested, as she observed Pei Hung exit the main room and head towards the west wing, and Ro reclined on the Kong, remarking, I told you so, the master has long wished to limit his interactions with her. We should prepare to welcome him. She adjusted her clothing, standing with a bright smile directed towards the doorway, not anticipating that Pei Hung, supported by Hua Dou, would bypass her room entirely and proceed to Sun Haiyan's quarters. She stood in place, frozen for a moment in shock. Auntie? Su Su timidly called out to her, igniting a surge of anger that made Enro's legs tremble. In a fit of rage, she struck the person beside her, causing Su Su to shrink back, momentarily stunned. Usually, it was she who faced reprimands, but today, it was Xiao Qin who bore the brunt of her ire. Xiao Qin, having received a firm slap, covered her face, refraining from crying, allowing only tears to flow as she gazed at Enro. Seeing her youth, Su Su quickly urged her to leave. It seems the eldest madam has said something that has caused the master to grow distant with you. Auntie, you are being too hasty. Upon hearing this, Enro could no longer remain seated. She paced the room several times, ultimately unable to devise a solution. It was only after Su Su offered words of comfort that she managed to regain her composure. Grabbing Su Su's hand tightly, her large eyes widened as if seeking affirmation. She exclaimed, "He left in a fit of anger after hearing something from me. He didn't even seek retribution. How could he possibly go to Sun Annie's room? It must be as you said. That vile woman must have said something to turn him against me. What am I to do?" "Yes, I too have perceived the situation clearly." He walked away in such a fluster, and Ro was now thoroughly anxious, mulling over a multitude of words to retain Pei Hong. Su Su, listening to her ramble, began to feel the same urgency, fearing that her loud musings might attract unwanted attention, thus complicating matters further. Chapter 40. Unveiling. And Ro pondered throughout the night, devising a plan to expose her, to humiliate her, rendering her unable to endure. At the break of dawn, she first ventured into Jean Ni's chamber. Upon entering, she was met with an unmistakable musty odor that nearly made her retch. Waving a handkerchief before her nose, she disdainfully remarked, "This scent is truly overwhelming. No wonder the master refuses to come this way. You ought to be less indolent and tidy up a bit. Who knows? The master might just decide to visit your quarters one day." Wu was inside attending to Jean and I, and upon hearing Ro's voice, her face contorted with anger. She heard Ro's messy comments and hesitated, contemplating whether to dismiss her. Yet, Jean and I grasped her arm, urging her to let Ro speak a few words before departing. There was no need to engage in conflict with her. "Annie, we now have the support of the eldest madam. Why should we fear her?" Jean and I shook her head. "Son Auntie is a deceptive person, and this one enjoys stirring trouble. The eldest madam is respected and does not hold grudges. We ought not to create issues for her." Wu had no choice but to suppress her indignation, watching as Ro led two young maidservants around her, rummaging through things. Just then, Xiaoxiang entered and, upon noticing Ro's presence, first offered her greetings before conversing with Jean and I. Having heard Ro's voice from the doorway, she was infuriated. Upon entering, she made a beeline for Ro's chest, immediately igniting her fury. Yet, acknowledging Ro's status, she refrained from confrontation and simply conveyed Jiang Wan's message. The eldest madam remarked that the odor here is truly unbearable and instructed Wu and me to pack your belongings so we may relocate to the East Wing. And Ro had already noticed Xiaoxiang accompanied by a new young maidservant, seemingly around 12 or 13 years of age, whom she had not seen in the courtyard before. She exchanged a glance with Su Su beside her and inquired, "From where is this maidservant? I have never encountered her before." "She is a maid selected for Jean and I by the eldest madam from the Pei family's nursery. She is quite clever and spirited, especially chosen by the eldest madam. Why should the servants of the Pei residence seek prior approval from the auntie?" Xiaoxiang emphasized the word especially, casting a sidelong glance at Ro. Ro rolled her eyes, realizing it was unwise to act against Xiaoxiang's presence. She turned to exit, her anger boiling within her, fanning her face with the handkerchief. Su Su, ever perceptive, promptly fetched a fan for her, soothing her agitation. Sun Haiyan had already overheard the commotion from the adjacent room, relishing the spectacle. Upon hearing Ro being retorted by Xiaoxiang without consequence, she hurried out to intercept them. Seeing Sun Haiyan approach, Ro quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with hers. "Sister Haiyan, where are you off to?" "Naturally, I'm going to pay my respects to the eldest madam. Last night, the master chastised me harshly, saying I should have advised you against provoking the eldest madam daily. We are sisters, so I shall speak plainly. The master visits me daily, yet speaks only of the eldest madam. You ought to temper yourself." Tears brimmed in Ro's eyes, her lips trembling as she retorted, "Why doesn't he come here to say that? The master surely overestimates her. She is nothing but an unclean person." "Shoo!" Sun Haiyan placed a finger to her lips. "Such words should not be uttered. Please refrain from speaking further. I dare not say anything again, for I fear the master might dismiss us all due to a single remark from the eldest madam. She dares. If she dares, I shall boldly proclaim the matter, and let us see if she can endure. If we are to live in hardship, she shall not expect to enjoy any fortune either." At that moment, Ro, fueled by Sun Haiyan's provocations, strode towards the main house, clutching her dress, when she nearly collided with Li Chun, who was emerging to fetch water. Anger surged through her. causing her to tremble, while Li Chun merely cast a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance. Look, even those from her household dare to disdain me. If I do not fight for my life today, I shall adopt her surname. The fire within her blazed fiercely as she ascended the steps with determination. Arriving at the door, where the maidservants, sensing her ill intent, hastily stepped aside. Upon her entrance, they quickly gathered, only to be shooed away by Xiao Xiang. Inside, Enyang stood before her daughter without offering any greeting, merely standing there defiantly. Jiang Wan had just completed her grooming, and as Li Chun attended to her, she turned to see someone standing before her, her brows furrowing in annoyance. What manner of servants are you, allowing anyone to enter? Li Chun hurried to summon assistance, but Enro struck her backhandedly, sending her staggering a few steps as she pointed a finger at her, hurling insults. You little harlot, do you presume to lay hands on me, a mere dog before my mistress? You think you have any authority over me? Within the room were 4 individuals. Su Su, witnessing Sun Haiyan's instigation and her mistress's frenzied demeanor, dared not align herself with Enro. Meanwhile, Enro believed she possessed leverage over Jiang Wan, feeling emboldened to manipulate her at will. Jiang Wan, recognizing Enro's intent to cause a disturbance, noticed the red mark on Li Chun's cheek from the slap and ordered her to fetch ice to soothe it, then sat down on the Kong nearby. Enyang, you trespass into my quarters without cause and injure my maidservant. Are you here to humiliate me? Enro scoffed coldly, declaring, Let be known today, if the eldest mistress does not provide me with an explanation, I shall create a scene before the matriarch. I fear no one. Do not assume your status grants you power over me. In the eyes of men, we are equal. I desire not to control anyone, but what explanation do you seek? Jiang Wan inquired calmly. Enro, with her fiery temperament, found herself subdued by Jiang Wan's composure and recalled her leverage over her. Thus she too adopted a more measured demeanor, taking a seat in the circle chair beside her. I ask you only this. What did you say about me before the master yesterday? Why did he go directly to Sun Yang's quarters upon leaving? Jiang Wan let out a derisive laugh. And Yang, if he chose to visit Sun Shi rather than your abode, should it not prompt some self-reflection on your part? How can you blame others for his choices? Furthermore, his feet belong to him alone. Do you think I can control him? And Rose sprang to her feet, feeling as though Jiang Wan regarded her with utter disdain. Jiang Wan appraised her, thinking how foolish she was, merely a pawn in others' schemes. Suddenly she laughed, adopting a mocking tone. Eldest mistress, do you truly not fear that I might expose your secrets? Jiang Wan's gaze shifted, a cold smile gracing her lips. What do you imply? Enro chuckled. Have you not realized that the one who entwines with you nightly is not the master, but rather pays Shitsi? Chapter 41. Knowledge. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over Jiang Wan, chilling her to the core. She shuddered, staring blankly at the person before her, memories of his familiar scent flooding her mind. How absurd it was he himself, as she remained in shock. The other person laughed heartily, seemingly underestimating her background. Jiang Wan clenched her fists and rose abruptly. Before the words could fully escape her lips, she raised her hand and struck her across the face with such force that the woman collapsed onto the ground, clutching her face in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Say that again. Jiang Wan's teeth were clenched tightly as she spat out the words, each syllable dripping with venomous hatred. You wretched woman, are you having an affair with my little uncle? Before she could finish, Xiao Xiang had already struck again, causing blood to trickle from Enro's mouth. Her entire face swelling instantly as she gazed at the two with a mixture of shock and fear. Jiang Wan regarded the person before her with a cold stare, her body trembling uncontrollably as she forced herself to maintain composure. Xiao Xiang, this concubine has overstepped her bounds and slandered the mistress. Her crimes are unforgivable. Go summon 2 maids to restrain her. You dare to handle me privately. And Rose's face was already a mess of blood and flesh, and she hoarsely shouted at Jiang Wan, straightening up in a desperate attempt to claw at Xiao Xiang, who deftly evaded her. Panic coursed through her. Do you think I wouldn't dare? In the midst of her words, Xiao Xiang had already summoned 2 burly maids, seasoned from years of labor, their arms as thick as Enro's calves. Without hesitation, they lifted the struggling woman from the ground, ignoring her futile attempts to break free. They stuffed her mouth with rags and bound her tightly with rope. One of them inquired, Madam, Where should we take her? Jiang Wan's fury soared to the heavens. Yet she could not recklessly act against Pei Hong. Take her to the back room. And Rose struggled fiercely, knocking a blue and white porcelain vase off the table, shattering it into pieces. Jiang Wan, bracing herself against the table, descended the steps, watching as Enro was dragged away, her chest feeling as if it were about to explode from the lack of reason. Xiao Xiang, come with me, she commanded, already stepping out the door and heading towards the garden. Xiao Xiang, trembling with fear, cautiously followed the enraged woman into the courtyard. Shuang Jiang was seated on the stone platform in the main room, watching a maid perform tricks with a skipping rope. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's furious expression, she quickly guessed something was amiss and hurriedly dismissed the servants from the courtyard. Where's Pei Shun? Shuang Jiang noted the tremor in Jiang Wan's voice and glanced at Xiao Xiang behind her, hastily forcing a smile. Madam, what brings you to our courtyard? Our young master is not at home. I demand to know where Pei Shun is. Her voice was sharp and unwavering, causing Shuang Jiang to hesitate. The young master is in the study, madam. Typically, the internal study of the Marquis of Wuning's residence was located in a side room to the west of the main hall. Without a second thought, Jiang Wan pushed Shuang Jiang aside and stormed into the main hall, heading directly for the study. Pei Shun had already sensed the commotion outside. Turning to the door, he saw Shuang Jiang blocking the entrance. He waved his hand to dismiss her and then raised his hand in a respectful gesture, smiling gently as he said, "Sister-in-law." I did not mean to. Before he could finish, Jiang Wan raised her hand and struck him across the face. His already pale complexion turned crimson, the imprint of her hand stark against his skin, causing his head to tilt slightly from the force of the blow. Despicable, shameless, vile, filthy. Pei Shun's tongue traced the back of his teeth as he felt the sting on his face. He narrowed his eyes at her in disbelief, ultimately gritting his teeth. Realizing she must have learned the truth, anger was a natural response, and he chose to suppress his rage. You know, please do not be upset. Let us discuss this calmly. You are not in good health. Jiang Wan detected the ambiguous tone in his voice, which only fueled her frustration. She raised her hand again, intending to slap him once more, but he caught her wrist firmly, his expression darkening as he admonished, "Do not go too far." Clenching her teeth, she realized she was powerless in this situation. If she reported him, she would likely need to sacrifice her own life to prove her innocence, and if she did nothing, he would likely escalate his actions further. Seeing her in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks, Pei Shun, fearing for her mental state, reached for her hand. Despite the sweltering heat, her hand felt icy. As he sensed her despondence and desire to leave, he wrapped his arm around her waist, guiding her to sit on the Kong table. The teacups and pot shattered on the floor, jolting her back to reality. She pushed against him with both hands, but could not free herself. Instead, he leaned closer, pinning her against the table. With no success in pushing him away, Jiang Wan pressed her hands firmly against his chest as he drew nearer, scrutinizing her face intently. You were too reckless today. If someone had seen you, had it not been for Enro's warning, I would have been made a fool for a lifetime. He lowered his gaze, the sweet scent of her lingering in the air. Rest assured, I will ensure she cannot speak. I will confront my brother, she sobbed, pushing against him again. This is all you're doing. Seeking him means you acknowledge everything. Do you not understand what that implies? Noticing Jiang Wan's silence, he spoke softly to soothe her. If you go to him now, revealing that you are aware of the situation, have you considered the consequences? Perhaps initially, he may feel some guilt, but what then? Over time, will that guilt remain? I fear it will only breed disdain. Jiang Wan raised her tear-stained eyes, glaring at him. If you knew it would come to this, why treat me so? You are utterly vile. Pei Shun found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had been selfish. He was fully aware that their relationship defied moral boundaries, yet he had acquiesced. However, had he refused, it was likely his esteemed brother would have sought someone else to fill the role. Thus, he would prefer that she despise him. I know you hate me, but this is not the time for such discussions. You must return. As for that concubine, do not concern yourself. I will silence her. With nowhere else to turn, Jiang Wan asked, are you going to kill her? Killing her will only raise suspicions. He slowly took a step back, releasing her. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon her face, demonstrating that silencing a person does not solely hinge upon violence. Chapter 42. A lesson to deter others. Jiang Wan emerged from the garden, accompanied by Jiang, who explained the reasons behind Pei Heng's actions, recounting how he had survived under the bandits' grasp and how he had lost his lifeline, ultimately revealing Pei Shixi's true nature. Xiao Xiang observed her dazed expression, tears streaming down her face. Supporting her, the two of them wandered aimlessly through the dilapidated estate, which was rife with dirt and despair, returning in a daze. Upon reaching the Yuanhua pavilion, they found Aunt Sun waiting at the entrance. She spotted them from a distance and hurriedly greeted Jiang Wan as they approached, inquiring, "Madam, do you know where Annan is gone? I heard that you have confined her in the back room." Jiang Wan's lifeless gaze stirred at the sound of her voice, and she turned her attention towards her. "What? Do you wish to accompany her?" Aunt Sun was taken aback by this response, momentarily losing her usual grace and composure. She exchanged a bewildered glance with her maid, Xiao Tsui, as she watched Jiang Wan enter the main room. "Miss, are you all right?" Xiao Xiang helped her lie down on the bed, where she fell into a deep slumber. Fearing that Jiang Wan might not withstand the burden, she remained vigilantly by her side. As anticipated, that night, Jiang Wan developed a fever, causing Xiao Xiang to panic. Unable to call for help openly, she anxiously rushed about, summoning water to sponge her down. Pei Heng was roused from his sleep in Sun Haiyan's room, supported by Huado as he made his way to the main room. He found Xiao Xiang attending to Jiang Wan and immediately inquired if the estate's physician had been summoned. After a moment of silence, he lifted his gaze and sensed Xiao Xiang's resentful stare. "What is it? I am asking you. What is wrong with you, madam? Has the physician been called?" "It's nothing. She merely caught a chill while out earlier. I thought it best to wipe her face. Perhaps she fell ill then and has not yet sought the physician." Pei Heng harbored no doubts, solely focusing on the woman in bed. He instructed someone to fetch the physician, then took the cloth from Xiao Xiang and gently wiped Jiang Wan's face, easing her chest with tender strokes. Before long, a maid announced that the physician had arrived, prompting him to ensure she was properly dressed. Using a cane, he ventured to the main hall to meet the physician, briefly relaying Xiao Xiang's account before inviting the physician inside to diagnose Jiang Wan discreetly behind the curtain. After examining her pulse for a considerable time, the physician concluded, "Madam is suffering from internal heat and toxins due to fright, compounded by a lingering weakness from birth, resulting in her fever." Upon hearing this, Pei Heng promptly instructed someone to find a woman with a similar birth date and stature to act as a substitute, having her chant scriptures in the Buddhist hall to shield Jiang Wan from malevolent spirits. He also sought the presence of a monk for prayers, then turned to Xiao Xiang with earnest inquiry regarding the situation. Xiao Xiang, wary of revealing what Jiang Wan knew, concocted an excuse. "We merely strolled in the garden, and when Madame splashed her face with water, a gust of wind startled her. I thought it was then that she caught a chill. When we turned back, we encountered a snake, and Madame has feared snakes since childhood. It must have frightened her. Why did you not mention this sooner?" Xiao Xiang, timid and hesitant, caught the attention of Sun Haiyan, who sensed that the situation was far from simple. First, Enro was confined to the back room, and now, overwhelmed by fear, she had succumbed to a fever, as if she had uncovered a shocking truth. Sun Haiyan stood quietly by, determined that this matter could not leak from her. She leaned down to gently comfort Pei Heng, whispering, "Xiao Xiang is also frightened. She hardly remembers anything. My lord, please do not be angry." Pei Heng took her hand, urging her to rest while he remained by Jiang Wan's side. Sun Haiyan had no choice but to exit. It was the dead of night, and she faintly noticed someone moving about. Having grown up in the Pei residence in a humble position, she was naturally alert. Yet the gravity of today's events weighed heavily on her. Fearing she could not bear it, she hurriedly led Xiao Chui back to their quarters. Early the next morning, Su noticed that the main room had finally quieted down and sought an audience with Pei Heng. Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging her, but the words she spoke outside drew his attention. "What did you say?" The madam, for some unknown reason, struck our concubine, bound her, and locked her away, claiming she intends to sell her. Pei Heng's first reaction was that Jiang Wan had gone too far, remembering she was still unwell. He ordered for Enro to be carried back to her chamber, intending to check on her shortly. Inside, Xiao Xiang listened, terrified and anxious, wishing to awaken Jiang Wan, who remained tightly shut-eyed. Pei Hong glanced back at Jiang Wan and, seeing her breathing steadied a bit, quickly exited. Xiao Xiang summoned a young maid to guard Jiang Wan's bedside before stealthily making her way to the west wing. There, she faintly heard Rose cries but could not discern her words. Frustration bubbled within her with no outlet, prompting her return. Just then, she encountered Shuang Jiang in the room and, unable to vent her anger upon her, unleashed her ire on the young maid. Are you wooden? Allowing anyone and everyone in. Can't you see the madam is ill? If she contracts another ailment, you'll be in for it. As she spoke, she twisted the young maid's arm a few times, prompting the maid to cry out in distress before being pulled away by Li Chun. Dear sister, do not speak to me in such a tone. I merely came to see the madam, the young maid protested. Xiao Xiang gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath, I thought we were truly one family. But it seems your intentions are ulterior. Shuang Jiang had been warned by Pei Shun not to respond to Xiao Xiang as provocations, as she was in a foul mood and needed to let off steam. Otherwise, given Shuang Jiang's status and temperament, she would surely retaliate with a few slaps. My lord has heard of the madam's illness and is anxious. However, due to his position, he cannot come himself. He has sent me to deliver some tonics. If the house physician proves inadequate, we shall seek Dr. Jean. Xiao Xiang saw the tonics on the table, glaring at them, but realized she had no authority to refuse Jiang Wan. Instead, she seated herself at the foot of Jiang Wan's bed, ignoring her presence. Shuang Jiang leaned over to check on the patient, observing her face as pale as paper, her lips frighteningly colorless. An yin-yang's matter has been taken care of. You need not worry. Also, please put your mind at ease, madam. It seems they have set an example, and Sun Yin-yang will think twice before acting recklessly. Sun Yin-yang is aware? Xiao Xiang exclaimed, both astonished and alarmed. It was her ill-conceived idea. Xiao Xiang was on the verge of losing her temper. For such antics were merely intended to belittle her mistress. Truly, she was a smiling tiger, a venomous woman, never stepping into the limelight herself. She incited Ant and to take action. Upon seeing the furious expression on her face, Shuang Jiang feared that she might unleash her wrath upon her. So she hurriedly inquired about the physician's instructions from the young maid, as she still needed to report back to the young master. Chapter 43. A warning. Jiang Wan had been asleep for 2 days, and the substitute that Pei Hong had found for her had been reciting sutras in the temple for the same duration. On the 3rd day, at dawn, she finally awoke. Pei Hong murmured a prayer and smiled while gently touching her face. During her slumber, she had dreamt of Pei Hong coercing her towards death. Instinctively, she turned her head to avoid his touch. Fortunately, Pei Hong was kind-hearted and did not hold her actions against her. You have scarcely consumed anything but water these past 2 days. I had the kitchen prepare some thin porridge. Allow me to assist you in sitting up so you can eat a little, he said, moving to support her back. Yet, weakened and frail as he was, Jiang Wan lacked the strength to prop herself up, and her body felt limp, causing her to collapse once more. Xiao Xiang quickly set down the bowl of porridge and retrieved a cushion from within it to place behind Jiang Wan. In one seamless motion, Pei Hong stepped aside, realizing he could be of no further assistance, and turned to leave. My lord has spent the last 2 days in Aunt Sun's chambers. Jiang Wan remained unfazed. She had always believed that Pei Hong held some affection for her, yet when family interests were at stake, she had become a mere casualty. Is there any news from Annan? Xiao Xiang shook her head. Young Master Pei specifically sent Shuang Jiang to inform us that everything has been resolved. The one behind this mischief is still that Aunt's son. We must remain vigilant against her. As she spoke, she spooned the porridge into Jiang Wan's mouth, observing her vacant expression with concern. What a situation this was. Having suffered such a great loss, she could only swallow her bitterness. After several attempts, the porridge merely dribbled from Jiang Wan's lips, prompting Xiao Xiang to panic and burst into tears. My lady, please do not frighten me. You haven't eaten in 2 days. Just have a bit, I implore you. Jiang Wan gazed at her dazedly, lifting her hand to wipe away her tears, her voice weak as she spoke. I am fine. I simply cannot fathom why, despite having come this far, I still find myself at a dead end. Upon hearing the words dead end, Xiao Xiang pouted, fighting back tears, aware that she and her mistress shared a deep connection. If anything were to happen to her, Xiao Xiang would not fare well either. Moreover, Despite referring to herself as a servant, Jiang Wan had never treated her as one. After a couple of bites, Jiang Wan could no longer force herself to eat and turned to lie back down. Xiao Xiang wished to encourage her to eat more, but noticed that she had already closed her eyes. Reluctantly, she handed the bowl to the young maid and returned to draw the curtains, sitting down on the footstool. She resolved to remain close, fearful that her mistress might succumb to despair. Outside, Li Chun peeked in, and upon seeing Jiang Wan sleeping soundly, she emerged. Noticing Li Chun's hesitanza, Xiao Xiang shot her a disapproving look and asked, "What is it? What troubles you concerning the eldest mistress?" This is to inquire about Aunt's son. Xiao Xiang cannot dismiss her, especially since she was given by the second lady. Even Jiang Wan is reluctant to let her go, let alone this servant. Jiang Wan had previously mentioned that the people in this courtyard are either observing or forming factions, with many seeking to select individuals from outside to serve within. However, Pei Heng insisted on choosing from the offspring of the Pei family, and she could not oppose him, so she selected a seemingly clever one for any year, intending to find a wet nurse to choose a few more. Unexpectedly, before she could make her selections, this incident occurred. The eldest lady has fallen ill. Is there anything you need? If not, stay outside and refrain from wandering in here. Li Chun, feeling indignant, dared not argue with Xiao Xiang, turning to leave. At the door, she paused to glance back, thinking that they were all servants, yet some acted as if they were young ladies. On ordinary days, Xiao Xiang would have surely protested, but now she herself could hardly endure such a blow, especially since it involved her own young lady. She could only suppress her feelings. Li Chun had no choice but to exit, noticing Aunt Sun standing at a distance near the west wing, shaking her head at her. Just then, Pei Heng emerged from Anru's room, and Sun hurried to assist him. Pei Heng, seeing her gentle and compliant demeanor, patted her arm and proceeded outside. For the past few days, Pei Heng had been at home. When she wished to visit Anru's room to inquire, she was turned away at the door. With the master present, she could not force her way in. Seeing him leave, she instructed Xiao Cui to take some inconsequential items to Anru's room next door. Anru had just been brought back, and Susu instructed Xiaoqin to sit on the stone pier, ensuring that no one entered to see Aunt and recovering. Aunt had been in such pain these past 2 days that she could hardly drink water, yet she dared not utter a word. Susu, witnessing her suffering and humiliation, felt both pity and resentment. She had no knowledge of the events that befell Anru, only aware that Jiang Wan had slapped her and confined her in the back room. Upon her return, she was unable to speak, her face swollen beyond recognition, which was not how it should be. Unfortunately, Xiaoqin was inept, and soon Aunt Sun disregarded her and entered. Anru did not wish to see her. In her current state, she felt not only disheveled but also ashamed, even daring only to cover her face with a scarf when Pei Heng was present. "Sister, I heard you were tied up by the eldest lady. I was so worried that I could not eat or drink, enduring day by day. I lacked the dignity to plead with the master, only daring to cry in my room," she said, sitting on Anru's bed while dabbing at the corners of her eyes, devoid of tears. Susu, observing her duplicitous demeanor, could only lower her head and stand aside. If she heard correctly, the other day, while she was anxious here, Aunt Sun had taken money and ordered food from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Alas, her mistress was truly disappointing, lacking intellect and refusing counsel. "Sister?" Anru was tucked under the covers, revealing only half her head, her face turned inward. Sun Haiyan, wishing to see her in disarray, would not allow her to turn away. As she adjusted the bedding, she spoke calmly. "Only you know what you discussed with the eldest lady. Now that she is gravely ill, your life has reached its end." Anru, upon hearing her words, turned to face her, her eyes brimming with terror. It was then that Sun Haiyan noticed the severe swelling on one side of her face, startling the maid, Xiao Cui, who gaped in disbelief. What on earth has happened? How could the madam and Xiao Xiang be so ruthless? Anru dared not utter a word. Just the previous night, a burly man disguised as a woman had entered and extracted 2 of her teeth, declaring it a warning. Should she dare to speak out again, she would lose her tongue. She was too frightened to make a sound, even enduring the pain of having her teeth pulled in silence. Chapter 44. Control. She no longer dared to speak a single word, especially after the countless words of caution from Susu in recent days, which had rendered her increasingly timid. The moment she heard Sun Haiyan's threatening remark, her body trembled with fear. She had said nothing. After being slapped by Li Chuan, she was punished by the madam, who threatened to sell her. Terrified, she resolved never to argue with the madam again. Although her face was swollen, she managed to murmur her predicament clearly. Now, extracting even a single word from her lips was an impossible task. If young Master Pei had spoken, and she remained tight-lipped, she could live her life in peace. However, if he discovered that even a whisper had escaped her, not only would her tongue be at risk, but her family outside would also suffer the consequences. The lives of her entire family rested precariously on her tongue. You are the apple of the master's eye. Although the madam is the legal wife, how could she possibly sell you without the master's consent? If I were in your position, having been beaten so severely, I would not rest until the matter was resolved. Anru listened in a daze, burying her head in the bedding and gazing with her uninjured eye, murmuring, I am not you. My bond with the master is tenuous, and I have no face before the madam. There is no need to provoke me here. If you wish to confront the madam, do so yourself. Hiding behind others is no display of courage. Sun Haiyan, taken aback by her retort, nearly toppled over but was ultimately reluctant to sever ties with her. Slowly, she patted Anru's bedding, forcing a smile through her tears. Sister, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, or I shall be mortified. She sniffled, wiping her tears, squeezing out a few more drops. Sister only feels sorrow for you. How could a once healthy person end up like this? As she rolled a cloth to dab at her eyes, sighing dramatically, Anru seized the opportunity to signal to Susu, who quickly assisted her to her feet. Annie wishes to discuss matters with you. She is still waiting for your decision, she prompted, leaving Sun Haiyan momentarily speechless, before finally relenting and sending Anru away, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In the East Wing, Jani, having heard of Jiang Wan's illness, had been eager to visit for the past few days. Since maids were not permitted to enter the main chamber at will, she summoned Wu to inquire with Xiaoxiang about attending to the madam. Seeing her struggle to walk, Xiaoxiang advised her to rest well, assuring her that the main chamber had plenty of diligent maidservants. After regaining consciousness, Jiang Wan slept for an entire day and night before finally regaining her senses. Pei Shun was right. She had truly lost her mind to confront him. This matter must not reach Pei Hong, lest he learn that the person in her bed was not her husband. Human nature is such that even if one is the orchestrator of a situation, in the ensuing days, they may merely perceive their own body as having betrayed them, harboring not a flicker of remorse. Xiao Xiang, while feeding her porridge, mentioned the arrival of Aunt Jean to attend to the illness, but she simply waved her hand weakly, expressing her desire to distance herself from all of her concubines. Enough of this. Noticing Xiao Xiang's hesitation, she sighed and urged her to speak. In a hushed tone, Xiao Xiang revealed that Pei Shitzi had sent some supplements to the young lady. Initially resolved to refuse, she feared being discovered. What was to be done? Accept them when they are sent. To refuse would only raise suspicion. Reflecting on the past, she recalled the unmistakable scent of sandalwood that lingered on him. Yet she dared not entertain the thought that such a scandal could unfold within a prominent family. After all, Pei Hong was not deceased, merely incapacitated. Who would have anticipated that he would so readily relinquish his wife? Jiang Wan wept, rendering her unable to consume anything, which caused Xiao Xiang to fret incessantly. She ordered the small kitchen to prepare salted duck and several other dishes from Jiangnan, serving them to her, yet Jiang Wan merely glanced at the food, unable to eat a morsel, prompting her to have it taken away. As Xiao Xiang sighed and placed the bowl on the Kong table, she heard the sound of frost falling outside. Turning around, she saw Jiang Wan's complexion turn ashen, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed toward the door. Before Xiao Xiang could gather her thoughts, Shuang Jiang burst in, observing Jiang Wan seated on the bed. The young lady, already delicate in stature, appeared even more frail due to her illness, her chin sharper and her dark eyes fixed intently upon her. Esteemed Madame Jean, I am here on behalf of the young master to inquire about your well-being. Xiao Xiang found herself in a predicament. Offending her was not an option, as it would also incur the wrath of the main household. Thus, she invited Shuang Jiang to sit on a stool. Glancing outside, She noticed the young maidens lingering in the corridor and instructed them to withdraw, ensuring they need not remain inside. What does he truly intend? At this moment, Jiang Wan felt utterly helpless. She was powerless against even a mere concubine, let alone Pei Shun. Do not become agitated, madam. I am merely here to ascertain your condition on the young master's behalf. There are no ulterior motives. Should you fall ill due to my presence, the fault would lie with me. Though she regained a semblance of composure, Jiang Wan could not fathom the situation. To them, it seemed straightforward. Yet if word of this were to spread, her reputation and possibly her life would be at stake. Moreover, she bore the responsibility of the Jiang family daughters, who were even more innocent than herself. Just observe and then depart. It would be best if he keeps his distance from me in the future. Shuang Jiang rose, casting a glance at her. Her master had never feared anyone. Keeping a distance might prove impossible, and such inexplicable avoidance would only invite suspicion. Yet, being a servant, she merely promised to convey the message. After all, her master would not remain long. Soon, she would return to Yangzhou, and at that time, no one would see anyone else. Noting Jiang Wan's reluctance to speak, Shuang Jiang dared only to express a few words of concern for Pei Shun before bowing and taking her leave. She exchanged a few words with Xiao Xiang and hurried back to report. The onset of spring revealed that Li Chun was aware of the camaraderie between Xiao Xiang and Shuang Jiang. On one hand, Xiao Xiang believed that it was harmless for those in the main house to curry favor, yet today she exhibited an unusual coolness, even displaying a displeased countenance towards Shuang Jiang. In haste, she made her way to the western chamber where Aunt Sun resided, recounting the events in detail. Sun Haiyan became increasingly convinced that Jiang Wan must be privy to the underlying truth. However, such matters are typically best left unvoiced by the astute, who would be foolish enough to confront a husband or mother-in-law. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Chun, recalling a casual conversation they had shared, during which Li Chun had inadvertently mentioned a distant relative of hers. It was said that a family's eldest son had fallen from his horse and was left bedridden. Unbeknownst to his fiancée, she married into the family, only for the family to orchestrate a switch, allowing the younger brother to cohabit with the new sister-in-law. Once children were born, the truth was revealed, leading the new sister-in-law to despair and ultimately take her own life by drowning. Had it not been for Li Chun's tale, she would never have contemplated the possibility of such a switch occurring during the wedding night. Now, reflecting on it, she felt a twinge of suspicion as she scrutinized Li Chun, her heart sinking with trepidation. She hurriedly closed the door, realizing that while the young master Pei remained passive, he held everyone in his grasp, inciting a profound chill within her. Chapter 45. An invitation. Meanwhile, upon returning, Shuang Jiang merely reported that Jiang Wan had fallen ill and lost considerable weight. He responded with a muted acknowledgement, lowering his head to arrange the items on his desk. Observing the lingering redness on his master's face after 2 days of seclusion, yet still fixated on the instigator of the distress, Shuang Jiang felt a surge of indignation, though he dared not express it in Pei Shun's presence. Just as he contemplated a discreet exit, he heard a call to return and promptly complied, bowing to listen. Pei Shun sat behind the elegant desk, his large hand resting on his forehead as he gently massaged it. Shuang Jiang quickly inquired, "Master, do you have a headache?" Pei Shun remained silent, his expression caught in a play of light and shadow. After a prolonged pause, he gravely asked, "How is she?" Shuang Jiang was taken aback. What did he mean by how? Nevertheless, he swiftly recollected himself, realizing that while she had not wept, she was consumed with anger, likely making future interactions difficult. Pei Shun waved him away, choosing instead to sit alone in the room, contemplating that he would likely feel better by tomorrow. He needed to attend to pressing matters and then proceed to the palace to pay his respects. In the Zijing courtyard, the second madam, noticing Jiang Wan's absence during her customary greeting and hearing the chanting of scriptures from the Buddhist hall, summoned her maid Feng Dai to inquire. These maids often shared information among themselves. Upon being questioned by Jin Shi, Feng Dai replied, "I heard that the eldest lady went out to the garden, encountered a snake, and was so frightened that she became feverish. The master sent someone to find a substitute to recite scriptures for her." Jin Shi immediately felt displeased. Her son was in such a state, requiring assistance to conceive, yet Zhang's constitution seemed unable to withstand even this minor fright. Reflecting on her nephew's prolonged absence since their union, she felt increasingly unwell, her head beginning to throb. She extended her hand for support to rise, nearly faltering. Despite the others' attempts to dissuade her, they ultimately acquiesced, assisting her towards the Yuanhua pavilion. She stormed into the courtyard, startling Xiao Xiang, who hurried in to report to Jiang Wan. She was engulfed in sorrow, unwilling even to see Pei Hong, and whenever he approached, excuses were fabricated to send him away. Now, reflecting upon the second madam, she realized that she, as a mother, understood her own son well. As a woman herself, she could not fathom how she had acquiesced to such matters. In this era, and even in contemporary times, such actions defy all moral principles. With these thoughts, she turned and lay down, only to be stirred by the sound of approaching footsteps. Slowly, she propped herself up, feebly attempting to rise and pay her respects. Initially, Jean was fuming, but upon seeing her frail form, scarcely possessing any flesh, her anger softened. As a mother herself, she felt compassion, gently rubbing her back and assuring her that there was no need for excessive formality. "You should rest. Your health is paramount," she insisted. Xiao Xiang hurriedly fetched a large pillow for Jiang Wan to lean against, ensuring her comfort. Jean sighed and grasped her hand, lamenting, "The people around me are deaf and blind. Had I not inquired, I would have remained ignorant of your illness. My dear child, you are truly pitiable, reduced to skin and bones." She tenderly pinched Jiang Wan's frail arm. "Your mother is also unwell, and my ailments seem to have worsened since I arrived here. While I am young, and though I suffer from occasional ailments, they seldom trouble me anymore, yet I feel I have burdened you with my woes. How can I not be distressed when you're my child? My chronic afflictions are of little consequence, but how can you expect me not to worry? You have been wed to the Lang for some time now, yet there has been no progress," she continued. "You must take care of your health. Let the Lang reside in the main chamber. Having a legitimate heir is of utmost importance." Jiang Wan felt a wave of nausea at the notion of being treated as a cherished daughter, yet she was unable to refuse. She forced a faint smile. "I fear my recovery will be slow. As for the heir, it will be better for my brother to visit several concubines. Regardless, I shall raise him as my own." Upon hearing this, Jin's smile faded. What kind of talk is this? In any noble family, the eldest son and grandson are paramount. This is settled. Once you are well, we shall ensure the Lang visits your quarters more frequently. Look at you, beautiful, gentle, and poised. Do you truly fear he will not come?" She only wished to scoff. Those without roots still cavorted about. How could those with roots maintain their virtue? They had sullied themselves beyond recognition. Yes, a mother's words are heard by her daughter-in-law. Seeing Jiang Wan's lack of vitality, Jean spoke a few more words before inquiring, "Where's your elder brother? Why does he not come to see you during your illness?" "Mother, he has engagements outside and manages the household affairs. He is simply unable to attend to everything at once." "I knew you were a virtuous person who understands the Lang's hardships. Xiao Xiang, if your grandmother needs any medicine, inform me. Your health comes first. We are not lacking in wealth." As she spoke, she stood up with the assistance of two maids. Jiang Wan wanted to rise to see her off, but was restrained. "Your grandmother is still unwell. Quickly, do not let her get up abruptly, or she may feel dizzy." Jiang Wan obediently reclined again. Once Xiao Xiang had seen Jean off, she entered the room, feeling a bit more spirited. She thought to herself that once this ordeal passed, she must discuss with Pei Shan the necessity of not returning to her quarters. From that moment on, she would be alone, and as for the child, she would relinquish her claim. After thoughtful consideration, she realized that her health had significantly improved. It would be prudent to have Xiao Xiang communicate clearly with him, urging him to relinquish his pursuit and to inform Pei Hong of her decision to withdraw. She had even prepared a rationale for Pei Shan. Summoning Xiao Xiang with a wave of her hand, she leaned in to whisper her intentions. Upon Xiao Xiang's return, she conveyed that Pei Shan wished to meet her on June 25th at Ji Tong Temple. In truth, Xiao Xiang found Pei Shan to possess a gentle demeanor, far more tender than that of Pei Hong, and he maintained a respectable conduct. Reflecting on the matter, she surmised that his actions were likely compelled by circumstance. Moreover, it was best to resolve such matters promptly. Why must they travel to such a distant location for a conversation? With ears everywhere at home, discretion was advisable. Yet, as a lone man and woman with an intricate relationship, it felt undeniably awkward. Furthermore, despite being ensnared by familial ties, he was ultimately responsible for his actions and could not be considered blameless. Given their interactions over the past few months, she believed he was not devoid of empathy. Xiaoxiang quietly remarked that she had heard Pei Shun had recently taken a day off, and Shuangjiang mentioned he bore a mark on his face, making him reluctant to venture outdoors. He deserved it. After all, who would entertain such matters? Consumed by guilt, she found herself unable to sleep after several restless nights, prompting her to engage Xiaoxiang in conversation to alleviate her unease. This unforeseen development had cast a shadow of uncertainty over her life, leaving her feeling as though she were lost in a fog, unsure if an arrow would suddenly pierce through, leaving her without a place to rest. Chapter 46. A private meeting in the afternoon. Pei Hung returned from the shop to find Jiang Wan in better spirits. He sat by her bedside, wrapping his arms around her shoulders in a comforting embrace. "It is my fault for allowing that concubine to overstep her bounds. I shall never visit her again." Jiang Wan knew his words were merely lip service. He could not truly sever ties with her. She smiled faintly and squeezed his hand. "My recent illness came upon me suddenly, likely due to the approaching anniversary of my parents' passing. The reason I have not prepared anything is that I wish to visit Ji Tong Temple to light incense and hold a water and land ceremony for them." Pei nodded. "I shall accompany you." Jiang Wan replied with a playful tone, "There is no need for that. I plan to return on the same day, and your legs are not suited for such a journey." She no longer cared about his thoughts. Noticing his expression shift, she lowered her head and allowed Xiaoxiang to serve her the tea and milk that had just been brought. When she looked up again, she saw him limping away, his demeanor forlorn, prompting her to shake her head and declare she could no longer eat. Once he departed, Jiang Wan stared blankly at his receding figure. Since their first meeting, she had never considered him particularly handsome, and his character was rather weak. Even if he struggled with mobility, she had accepted it, never anticipating he would engage in such absurd behavior. Xiaoxiang opened the corner wardrobe and retrieved a light lotus-colored brocade gown, smoothing it across the table. She placed several coals in the iron and spritzed it with a touch of alcohol, meticulously pressing the fabric until it was perfectly smooth. This hue was the closest to white, with a delicate tone. When the time came to visit the temple, they would burn incense and then don the garment. Once everything was arranged, she instructed the young maidservants to carefully place the attire. With that, they were ready to proceed, as it was merely a casual outing. Jiang Wan reclined lazily against the large cushion, observing her busy surroundings. Typically, such tasks were handled by the young maidservants, but in recent days, she had scarcely permitted them to enter, resulting in all the household duties falling to Xiaoxiang. "Madam, Lady Jean requests an audience," came a voice, perfectly audible to both women. Jiang Wan gestured for Xiaoxiang to welcome the visitor and then cast aside the cushion, straightening herself. As Lady Jean entered, tall and slightly stooped, Jiang Wan scrutinized her closely. Though her complexion remained pallid, there was a newfound vitality about her. Suddenly, Lady Jean hastened forward and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, bowing her head fervently. Jiang Wan, wishing to assist, was too late. She quickly called for Xiaoxiang to help her up, scolding, "What are you doing? Quickly rise." Despite Xiaoxiang's efforts, Lady Jean managed to knock her head a few times against the floor, leaving marks upon her forehead. Once assisted to her feet, she merely settled onto a small stool. "Had it not been for Madam's willingness to advocate for me, I would not know how to survive," she lamented, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Wan consoled her while instructing someone to bring water for her to wash her face, chiding her playfully, "At your age, still crying at the drop of a hat, stop this weeping." Having grown up hearing the old adage about not shedding tears under another's roof, Lady Jean found herself smiling through her tears at Jiang Wan's words. Just then, a young maid entered with medicine, prompting Lady Jean to eagerly offer her assistance. Jiang Wan, however, did not believe in subjugating others. She simply invited her to sit. "The maidservants will handle the chores. Do not fret. Come and converse with me." Taking the bowl from the young maid, Jiang Wan gulped down its contents, then sweetened the bitter medicine with a piece of sugar that Xiaoxiang offered, calming the turmoil within her stomach. Beside her, Jean and I also busily flitted about, and Jiang Wan recognized her desire to repay a kindness, allowing her to assist. She soon called for a moment of respite, inviting her to join the conversation. Jean and I was not only earnest and devoid of guile, but also possessed a grateful heart. Jiang Wan believed such a girl might find herself at a disadvantage. Thus she resolved to have her accompany her in the future. Jean and I readily agreed, recounting how, though Aunt Anne had always criticized her, Aunt Sun had often offered counsel. Eventually, even Aunt Sun's advice had lost its efficacy, and Aunt Anne had become more relentless, with the master remaining indifferent, leaving her no choice but to endure. Jiang Wan exchanged a glance with Xiao Xiang, hesitating before speaking. I know it is Aunt Sun who stirs trouble behind my back, but what difference does that make? The master has no fondness for me. It was evident to Jiang Wan that Jean and I genuinely cared for Pei Hong, as her eyes sparkled with joy at the mere mention of his name. Jiang Wan could only offer solace. One must first love oneself, Lady Jean. If you continue to appear sickly and sorrowful, eventually, no one will be able to bear it. Understanding dawned upon her, and she nodded with a smile. In the following days, Jiang Wan wandered through the garden, taking the opportunity to strengthen her body after her recent illness. On the 25th day, before the rooster crowed, Xiao Xiang assisted Jiang Wan in dressing, and after breakfast, the two, accompanied by 5 or 6 servants, 3 or 4 matrons, and 2 young maidens, departed for the Jichong temple located outside the city. Although Jiang Wan is upright and unafraid of shadows, the thought of meeting Pei Shun stirs unease within her, especially since the one she is entangled with nightly is none other than her younger uncle. The discomfort of sitting in the carriage is palpable, and her decision to bring so many companions today is to silence any potential gossip. Observing her troubled expression, Xiao Xiang hurriedly offers her a cup of tea, whispering, "Miss, perhaps we should not have come. What if he's ulterior motives?" Despite her apprehensions, Jiang Wan clenches her dress at the knees, betraying her own fears. Yet she understands that a resolution must be reached, compelling her to proceed. As she pulls back the window curtain, she notices the willow trees drooping along the roadside, and pedestrians moving slowly, prompting a deep sigh. Today, regardless of the outcome, she must clarify the situation and bring it to a close. Upon arrival, before the sun has risen, they set out, traveling for about an hour. A servant calls out, and Xiao Xiang quickly lifts the curtain to take a look. She helps Jiang Wan don her veil before dismounting the carriage to escort her inside. Standing firm, Xiao Xiang retrieves a pouch of silver coins from her sleeve and presents it to the side, saying, "The eldest lady has matters to discuss with the abbot. You may indulge in food and drink, but kindly refrain from entering the temple to avoid any disturbances." The group readily agrees, unloading the horses and leading them to the nearby stable, while Xiao Xiang assists Jiang Wan through the entrance. Jiang Wan is not deceiving Pei Hong. Her intention is to light incense and perform a ritual for her parents. Upon entering, she discusses the arrangements with the abbot, who informs her that the temple is currently unoccupied and the ceremony can be conducted that very day. After their deliberations, noon approaches, and a novice monk guides them to a meditation room for a brief rest. Xiao Xiang has entrusted the novice with the preparation of some vegetarian dishes. As Jiang Wan surveys the quiet room, she is about to settle in when Shuang Jiang enters. Chapter 47. Persuasion. Upon entering, Shuang Jiang first offers her respects. "Eldest lady, may you be blessed. The young master is just next door, and I have come to inquire whether you wish to visit him or if he should come to you." Jiang Wan exchanges glances with Xiao Xiang, prompting her to wait outside while she invites the young master over. Given the clandestine nature of their dealings, discretion is paramount. She takes a seat at the table, suddenly aware of the sweat pooling in her palms, hastily reaching for a handkerchief to wipe them. Just then, the entrance darkens as a figure steps inside. Nervously, Jiang Wan rises, and he halts at the door, bowing to her, "Sister-in-law, may you find peace." His demeanor is open and unguarded, making Jiang Wan feel somewhat furtive in comparison. Yet, she too feels a sense of embarrassment, especially as the scent of the incense he carries wafts toward her, causing her to perspire profusely. Pei Shun takes a seat, casting a fleeting glance her way, and notices the fine sheen of sweat on her brow. He stands and exits, seemingly engaged in conversation with others. Shortly thereafter, Shuang Jiang returns with a bowl of sour plum soup, garnished with ice. She glances down at it, contemplating before placing her hand on the bowl. The coolness of the ice seeps into her palm as it begins to melt. Pei Shan speaks, his voice imbued with a gentle warmth. I understand that you are eager to distance yourself from this situation, but such overt actions may arouse suspicion. I recognize that you, like myself, find this predicament uncomfortable. Upon hearing the words difficulties, Pei Shan raised his long, phoenix-like eyes, revealing a tenderness within. He allowed a deep sigh, stating that his invitation to his sister-in-law today was merely to offer her some counsel. The burdens of familial ties weigh heavily upon us all, and we are no exception. The promise I made to my elder brother stemmed from this very notion. He and I have been closer than blood brothers since childhood. Thus, I was asked to intervene. I am acutely aware of your disdain for me, yet I find myself compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Jiang Wan felt a profound sense of helplessness as she listened to his words, each infused with an air of resignation. He continued, I heard from my brother that your background is pitiable, and given his own frail health, he fears that without a child by your side, your future may be fraught with difficulties. This notion had crossed my mind as well. I wish to persuade my younger brother to adopt a child from our clan, which would not only resolve our current predicament, but also ensure the continuation of our lineage. What could be more advantageous? Sister-in-law, my brother has indeed contemplated this. Yet he believes he has little time left and does not wish for his affairs to become public knowledge, which is why he has resorted to such desperate measures. Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. If that were truly his mindset, he would have already laid his cards on the table without all this circumlocution. He believes that an adopted child could never replace one's biological offspring. Should such an arrangement come to pass, there may be accusations of severing maternal bonds. And given the gravity of our situation, your withdrawal would serve no purpose. Jiang Wan had pondered this as well. A child not born of her womb would always bear an invisible barrier between them. Even if raised with love, the child might harbor resentment towards her as a mother, knowing that her circumstances were dictated by necessity. Such instances do exist. Some adoptive arrangements are merely a guise for those seeking to exploit a widow's assets. Pei Shan then rose, bowing deeply. Fear not, sister-in-law. Once you bear a child, I shall withdraw from this entanglement. After all, I may be in Yangzhou for the next several years. Jiang Wan felt a flush of heat on her cheeks. Though she wished to sever ties, there was a kernel of truth in his words. She felt as though he had ensnared her in a web of confusion. Yet she could not fathom his motive for doing so. Today, my brother informed me that your health has improved, and he urged me to. He appeared somewhat embarrassed to continue, lowering his gaze. Indeed, who among us would covet a sister-in-law? Let us wait a few more days for me to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Suddenly, she recalled something. I heard that the injury on your face kept you home for several days. In moments of urgency, one can easily falter, and such matters can drive anyone to despair. Jiang Wan regarded him. He still wore his blue robe, his sword-like brows and starry eyes sharp yet profound. His features were strikingly beautiful, with a strong jawline. And combined with his gentle demeanor, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as both amiable and dignified. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Pei Shan said hastily, observing her closely, seemingly unaware of any unusual tension. Sister-in-law, to avoid raising my brother's suspicions, I shall visit tonight, but I assure you, I will not touch you. I merely wish to keep you from being placed in a precarious position. Jiang Wan hesitated to reject him, yet a sense of fear lingered within her. However, today he presented himself with the dignified demeanor of a gentleman, which eased her apprehension slightly. She responded with a faint acknowledgement, and only after he departed did she take a seat. While she wished to distance herself from her brother-in-law, circumstances had already entwined their fates, compelling her to feign ignorance. If his claims held any truth, and she were indeed with child, extricating herself from the situation would pose no issue. Her only concern lay in the possibility of his fickleness. Reflecting on her own marital status, she pondered whether he would entertain any ulterior motives. Previously, she had observed his peculiar behaviors, which she surmised stemmed from undisclosed matters that caused him embarrassment in her presence. Pei Shan emerged from his meditation chamber and headed towards the back mountain to ride. He instructed Shuang Jiang to return and inform Pei Heng that he would be visiting tonight. Shuang Jiang, not daring to delay, hurriedly hired an ox cart. Having heard that the master was at the shop, She rushed to the shop to find Pei Hong, who was engaged in conversation with the shop assistants, directing them to bring out last year's fabrics for airing while he reviewed the accounts. Upon learning of Shuang Zhang's visit, he was somewhat surprised by her presence at the shop. After inviting her in and clarifying the situation, he felt a sense of helplessness. Given her frail condition and the exhausting day she had spent at the temple, she certainly needed to rest. The master expressed confusion, remarking that it was said that a brief separation enhances the affection of newlyweds. If he did not visit today, what might the mistress think? Did he not care for her? Pei Hong pondered for a moment and, with a resigned wave of his hand, declared that he would return tonight. Once he had completed his business at the shop and arrived home, he found a servant waiting at the second door, who informed him that the mistress had said the matters of the day remained unresolved, implying he would likely not return until the following morning. This news brought him a sense of relief. He instructed the servant to wait a moment as he carried a letter for Jiang Wan. The servant remained at the second door, and after a brief interval, a long-faced maid emerged with the letter. He smiled and offered a few compliments, gently taking her hand, which felt soft to the touch before turning away. The maid, named Li Chun, had not accompanied Jiang Wan to the temple that day, which left her feeling somewhat discontented. She had been conversing with the other maids when unexpectedly the master returned, prompting the maids to scurry about in preparation while she remained in the main residence to attend to her duties, thus becoming the errand runner. These insufferable men, always seeking to take advantage of the maids, and they dare to call it a token of affection. Her frustration boiled within her. Chapter 48. Dissemination. Every action of Yanhua Pavilion was nearly within Pei Shen's control. Upon hearing that Pei Hong was delivering a letter, Shuang Jiang was taken aback, wondering if the master intended to convey something to the mistress. Pei Shen cast her a casual glance, tossing a book onto the Kong, unconcerned about what Pei Hong might reveal, as he himself bore the weight of secrets. His only apprehension stemmed from Jiang Wan's potential refusal to accept him. Rubbing his temples, he realized that he needed to stoke the flames further. With a swift gesture, he beckoned Shuang Jiang closer, who slightly bent her body, positioning herself within earshot to listen intently as her master instructed her on how to proceed. Shuang Jiang hurriedly withdrew and, following his guidance, set about disseminating the news. The news, of course, inadvertently leaked from the Zijing courtyard. Such rumors are often either vague or exaggerated. Yet, they brought an unusual delight to Mrs. Qi. Before Pei Heng's unfortunate injury, he had nearly paralleled Pei Kan in all matters. During the autumn examination years ago, to her chagrin, Pei Heng's rank had even surpassed that of Pei Kan, causing her to grind her teeth in resentment. Human nature is such that jealousy is often reserved for those who are merely comparable, rather than those who far surpass oneself. Thus, when Pei Hong was injured, she did extend some sympathy towards the Jin family, but more so, a sense of triumph, as her child was overshadowed by Pei Shun and the Wuning Marquis, a status few could rival, given that not many are favored by His Majesty from a young age. However, Pei Hong, even in his complete state, could not compare to her son, and in Jin's retelling, it transformed into her son being outshone by Pei Hong in every aspect. Initially, she was disinclined to dwell on the misfortune of a cripple, but Jin's relentless encroachment stirred a deep-seated dissatisfaction within her. Furthermore, Sanlang would occasionally extol the beauty of the Jiang family. As a mother herself, she had secured for him a wife of ordinary appearance and humble lineage, which left her feeling quite vexed. Upon hearing this news, Mrs. Qi could hardly contain her laughter. Among the sisters-in-law, she had the least affinity with the second branch, Jean, and the fifth branch, Lin, while maintaining a closer bond with the fourth branch, Lin. Since the fourth branch was also close to the first, she seized the opportunity to mingle with the first branch through them. The sixth Yao courtyard of the Shun family was not far from the Marquis's main residence. So after paying their respects to Madame Pei, the two accompanied her to Shun's quarters. The three engaged in conversation for a while. When Lin from the fourth branch noticed the exquisite embroidery on the fragrance pouch worn by Shun's maid, Tian Heir, and beckoned her to showcase her craftsmanship. As soon as the maid stepped away, Mrs. Qi cast a glance at Shun, who had buried her head in a cup and sat beside her. Sister-in-law, may I inquire about something? I've heard that the eldest son nearly suffered a grievous injury to his vital parts back in the day. Is it true that he can no longer carry on the family line? Shen felt her head spin. Who had the audacity to spread such life-altering rumors? She chuckled derisively. Who told you such nonsense? Such talk of cutting off descendants is utterly absurd. I was present at that time, and the physician only mentioned an injury to the leg, with a near miss to the vital area. Otherwise, he would not have married at all. Surely, you jest. Upon reflection, Mrs. Qi conceded the point, with Jin's strong-willed nature. If her son were truly incapacitated in such a manner, it would surely lead to more than mere illness. She might have resorted to drastic measures. Even now, despite her son's condition, he still managed the family's businesses and estates, maintaining an air of pride. Where did you hear such tales, sister-in-law? It seems the one spreading these rumors does not wish to see you reconciled with the second sister-in-law and seeks to make you a scapegoat. Mrs. She found this reasoning compelling. The Lin family of the fifth branch, blessed with beauty, had historically caused strife between her and Jean in their youth. Now that they were older, with their own households to manage, they had less time to meddle. Today's gossip bore a striking resemblance to previous tactics. Thankfully, she had not directly mocked Jean, considering that Pei Hong managed the household affairs. While she did not seek their favor, she also had no desire to offend them excessively. Had it not been for your timely warning, how could I have retracted such words once uttered? She rose to her feet, fully aware that the Shun and Jean families were cousins. Nevertheless, her trust lay with the Shun family. Such matters were best whispered in private. How could she dare to confront the Jean family openly? Feeling awkward, she sought out Lin and feigned a desire to return home. Despite Shun's earnest attempts to invite them to stay for a meal, they graciously declined and made their way outside. Shun, clutching a handkerchief, bid them farewell. Her heart already heavy. After enduring a quarter of an hour in silence, she finally ventured out, heading towards the Zijing courtyard. Upon entering, she was drenched in sweat and collapsed into the circle chair beside Jean. Why come at such a time, amidst the heat? Be cautious of the summer's heat. You young ones, in your robust health, neglect the need for care, Jean admonished, summoning Young, May to bring tea. Yet, noticing the peculiar glint in Shun's eyes, she quickly dismissed the maids. Cousin, what troubles you? Shun, practically boiling with anger, retorted, you appear oblivious in this courtyard. The news has reached the third branch. Even the third daughter-in-law has come to inquire about its veracity. Jean was taken aback, nearly petrified. Could it be true? Fortunately, she had only heard vague whispers, merely that someone had nearly lost their life. Jean gasped, collapsing onto the beauty couch, nearly fainting from fright, her fan trembling in her hand. Shen anticipated her exaggerated reaction and swiftly produced a delicate white porcelain vial from her sleeve, dispensing a pill for her to wash down with tea. This is a heart-protecting pill, she assured her cousin. Her fate is unfortunate, encountering such turmoil, forced to swallow her grievances in silence. Casting a glance at the one who provided her with solace, she pondered whether her cousin would still recognize her as a relative if she discovered her son was involved in such matters with the second branch. I am fine. I will thoroughly investigate the happenings in the courtyard. Cousin, your efforts for our family are commendable, yet I feel unworthy. Shun brushed aside the sentiment, insisting that such matters of worthiness were trivial. She gently caressed Jin's back, offering quiet comfort before finally suggesting, perhaps we should have Jiang adopt a child from the Pei family to raise as her own. Jean shook her head, leaning weakly against the couch. Isn't that akin to what the third branch proposed? I refuse to accept it. Cousin, I refuse. Seeing her cousin seemingly drained of energy, Shen stepped outside to observe the people in the courtyard, letting out a sigh. The third branch had sensed her distress. How could she possibly endure? Moreover, Jiang had already consummated her marriage with her nephew. There was no turning back. They must urge Jiang even more fiercely, hoping she could conceive before her nephew departed. Chapter 49. A good-tempered Jiang Wan returned from the temple, arriving at the corner gate just as she disembarked from the carriage. Before she could enter the soft sedan chair, a maid awaited outside. Upon seeing her, the maid promptly approached, bowing respectfully. Madam, the lady has been waiting for you in the courtyard for quite some time. Climbing into the sedan, she lifted the window curtain. You mean the lady is waiting for me in our courtyard? Her gaze met Xiao Xiang's, and she wondered what significant event had transpired. For Jean seldom visited their small courtyard. The maid confirmed this with an affirmative nod. She lowered the curtain and, with Xiao Xiang signaling the bearers, They proceeded into the inner courtyard, where they set the sedan down at the flower-laden gate. Xiao Xiang hurriedly lifted the curtain and assisted her down, whispering in her ear, "I wonder what the lady intends to do this time. It's truly vexing." Jiang Wan cast a subtle glance at her, signaling her to remain silent. The two entered and made their way to the Yuanhua pavilion, where Pei Heng awaited at the courtyard entrance. Upon her arrival, he promptly extended his hand to his sister. "Mother has been waiting for you," he said. Jiang Wan smiled sweetly and obediently placed her hand in his palm. "Is there something urgent? Why trouble Mother to come personally? If there is a matter, the maidservants can call for me, and I shall attend to it." He chuckled lightly. "It is nothing of great importance. You will understand once you enter." As they approached the main door, a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine assaulted Jiang Wan's senses. Having taken her medicine for merely half a month, the aroma now made her feel nauseous, causing her to frown as they proceeded inside. Upon seeing the two enter hand in hand, Jinshi felt a measure of relief regarding Jiang Wan's well-being. She hastily beckoned her to sit down, gesturing with her chin. A young maidservant complied, bringing forth a bowl of thick, dark medicinal brew. "This is a royal secret remedy that the lady has specifically requested on behalf of your grandmother, designed to aid women in conceiving. Do drink it while it is warm." Jiang Wan lowered her head and detected the odor, feeling utterly repulsed. She cast a pleading glance at Pei Heng for assistance. Though he wished to refuse on her behalf, their eyes met, and gazing at her delicate features, he turned his head away. He too desired for Jiang Wan to conceive swiftly, completely severing ties with Pei Shun. Although she was unaware, he could not bear to see his wife in another man's embrace for long, despite his own inherent weakness. Noticing Pei Heng's feigned ignorance, Jiang Wan expressed her reluctance to drink. "What sort of royal secret remedy is this? Could it be a scheme to deceive?" Jinshi's expression darkened immediately. "What nonsense are you speaking? I obtained this from a chief eunuch in the palace of the noble consort. Do you think it would harm you? Drink it at once." With little room for debate, Jiang Wan had no choice but to pinch her nose and consume the brew. Xiao Xiang had already prepared some candied fruits for her to alleviate the taste. Jinshi, then, laid the prescription on the table. "This is the prescription. I consulted with the doctors outside. It is a medicine to warm the womb and nourish the blood. Just drink it. If you still cannot conceive, you shall kneel in the ancestral hall until you are with child." This was utterly unreasonable. Jiang Wan, observing Pei Heng's continued inaction, could only place her hopes on Pei Shen. She slightly lowered her head and murmured in agreement. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Jinshi refrained from saying more, rising to her feet, prompting the others to do the same as they escorted her to the door, reminding her not to forget the medicine. Once Jiang Wan returned to her room and noticed Pei Heng following her inside, she chose to remain silent. Frustrated with him, she finally spoke. "Since Mother is eager for a grandchild, I would ask my husband to visit my chamber more often for rest." Pei Heng was taken aback, momentarily stunned before lowering his head despondently with a wry smile. "Very well, I shall return to the main room for rest every day henceforth." After uttering those words in anger, Jiang Wan immediately regretted it. Previously, ignorance had shielded her, but now, she felt an overwhelming fear. In such a predatory world, if anyone were to discover them, she was still a young lady from scholarly family. Setting aside the other daughters of the Jiang family, how could she possibly survive? Pei Heng cast a deep, lingering gaze at her before turning to leave. Xiao Xiang hurriedly checked that no one was around before coming to support her, equally anxious. "Miss, what shall we do now? Is it really?" "Xiao Xiang, from this day forth, let us pretend to be oblivious to this matter. We know nothing of it. Do you understand?" Tears brimmed in Jiang Wan's eyes, cascading down her cheeks like droplets of despair. "Xiao Xiang, what should I do? Knowing it is a path leading to ruin, I find myself compelled to tread it." Xiao Xiang knelt before her, her voice firm and resolute. "My lady, this matter does not concern us. It is their shamelessness that has brought us here. We must feign ignorance, for otherwise we truly face a dead end." Jiang Wan offered no reply, wearily rising to retreat into the inner chamber. "I wish to sleep for a while. Please refrain from disturbing me unless it is urgent." Xiao Xiang acquiesced, fearing for her safety, and chose to remain nearby, listening intently for any sounds from within. When silence enveloped the room, she ventured inside, only to find Jiang Wan fast asleep. She slumbered until the afternoon, using sleep as a balm for her troubled spirit. Whenever her heart was heavy, a brief respite would often lighten her burdens. Upon awakening, hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to summon dinner. Xiaoxiang joined her for the meal, and they took a stroll outside to aid digestion before returning for bathing and changing. Yet, as Jiang Wan lay in bed, sleep eluded her. Tossing and turning, she decided to extinguish the candlelight. Just as she was about to rise, she heard the door creak open. Startled, she pulled her feet back beneath the curtain, tightly drawing it closed, leaving only a narrow gap to peer through. To her astonishment, Pei Shun strode in, clad in a simple blue robe, which lent him an air of unpretentiousness. His physique was more robust and towering than Pei Hang's. How had she never suspected this before? Lost in her thoughts, the curtain was suddenly drawn aside, causing her to recoil in fright. She stared wide-eyed at the figure before her, who seemed equally taken aback by her wakefulness. Recognizing that she was aware of his presence, he refrained from extinguishing the candle. His night attire was sheer, revealing a delicate crimson bodice against his fair skin. He caught himself staring and quickly turned, taking a seat on the bed, while Jiang Wan hastily draped her cloak over herself. "Sister-in-law, I implored my brother and aunt to reconsider, but they believe we have come too far to turn back now. If they relent, all will be in vain." His urgency was palpable, as if fearing Jiang Wan would doubt him. "Have you been drinking? Is it that you need liquor to muster courage with her?" Jiang Wan interjected before he could finish. How, then, can such a high-ranking official conduct himself in this manner? Without waiting for a response, she pointed to the side bed. "You shall sleep there tonight." I truly cannot." Surprisingly, he did not react with anger, but instead accepted with a gentle demeanor, his expression softening. He approached the side bed, stretching out to claim most of its space. Jiang Wan, anxious that he might cause trouble under the influence of alcohol, dared not sleep, keeping her eyes wide open until dawn. When she heard the sound of the outer gate being locked, she realized how she might have underestimated his temperament. Chapter 50. Xiaoxiang had kept vigil outside all night, hearing not a single sound. Upon rising in the morning, she noticed signs that someone had indeed occupied the bed, and in a flurry, she set about tidying up. Though this was a mundane task, Xiaoxiang harbored secrets, making her movements feel ghostly. Jiang Wan had not slept a wink, her eyes betraying dark circles against her fair complexion, making it apparent to anyone who looked closely. Fearing that others might discern her distress, Xiaoxiang prepared a warm towel to soothe her eyes, attending to her as she washed and prepared for breakfast. Upon seeing Jiang Wan's disheveled appearance, Li Chun could not suppress a chuckle as she lowered her head, laughing quietly to herself. She stood before Jin's family as if clocking in for work, greeting Lady Pei with decorum. Having had a restless night, she stood to one side, listening to the conversations of Pei Xian, Pei Huai, and Pei Yu, who chattered animatedly around Lady Pei. Lacking energy, she merely sat beside them, sipping tea. Noticing her silence and listlessness, Lady Pei jestingly remarked, "Look at your sister-in-law, so poised and gentle, unlike you rascals who can't be tamed even by a mountain." It was not that she was poised and gentle, but rather that she simply lacked the vigor to engage in conversation. Hearing Lady Pei's comment, she felt compelled to rise and, with a handkerchief in hand, smiled and was about to defend the young ladies. Just then, a maid outside announced, "The young master has arrived." Like a clap of thunder, Jiang Wan felt every hair on her body stand on end. With a guilty heart, she hurriedly rubbed her arms and stepped back into the crowd, prompting Shun Xianxi to scrutinize her before rolling her eyes, her delicate brows furrowing in disdain. Pei Shun entered, first bowing respectfully to Lady Pei, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Wan, making her tremble and return his glance. She finally understood why she had always felt an odd intensity in Pei Shun's gaze. It mirrored her own discomfort upon seeing him now. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness, yet his high status imbued his eyes with a sense of authority that she had misinterpreted as disdain. Now enlightened, she felt ashamed for having underestimated others based on her experiences at the Jiang household. "Greetings, sister-in-law," he said as he approached Jiang Wan, bowing deeply. Jiang Wan, aware of the misunderstandings that had transpired, responded with a smile. Seeing her sweet smile, Pei Shun swallowed hard, his thin lips pressed tightly together, and he nodded with restrained acknowledgement. "How is my second uncle?" "Cousin." Just as Jiang Wan bent to rise, Shun Qianxi darted out from the crowd, her lively and charming demeanor exuding a playful allure as she called out to him, clutching the hem of her rosy gown and gazing intently at him. She quickly stepped aside to stand by Pei Xian, noticing that Lady Pei seemed fatigued. Assisting her maid to rise, she followed suit, prompting Lady Pei to chuckle as she patted her hand, saying, "You didn't come to amuse me before, but now that there's work, you're here, such a sincere girl." Jiang Wan laughed, wondering if the old lady was dissatisfied with her granddaughter-in-law. Surely, she cared for her. Seeing Jiang Wan help her grandmother inside, Pei Shun's demeanor softened slightly in response to Shun Qianxi's antics. He excused himself, indicating he had matters to attend to. Part of his visit was indeed due to Jiang Wan's presence, and since she had entered, he felt he must take his leave. As was her routine, Jiang Wan attended to Lady Pei until she fell asleep, then led Xiao Xiang out. Just as she was about to cross paths with Pei Shun descending the corridor, she hesitated, torn between whether to avoid him as she had in the past. Though she had agreed to the intimacy they would share at night and had grown more favorable towards him, during the day she still wished to avoid contact to prevent any suspicion. Pei Shun, noticing her subtle evasiveness, refrained from approaching her. Fortunately, he had intended to go out for social engagements, so he simply nodded at her before continuing along the corridor. "Miss, do you think we could rely on young Master Pei in the future? Xiao Xiang truly has a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics." Jiang Wan, overwhelmed with regret regarding their relationship, felt her eyes welling up upon hearing Xiao Xiang's words, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Your tongue is far too loose. Perhaps I should send you back to Jinling today," she said. Xiao Xiang was taken aback, dropping to her knees in fright, tears spilling forth. "Miss, I was wrong. I should not have spoken like that. When I entered the Marquis' residence, I warned you that the rules here are far stricter than those at home. You used to only speak in my presence, but now things are different. Mind your words. Yet, you persist in this foolishness. Rather than witness your demise at the hands of others, I would rather send you back to Jinling now." Pale with fear, Xiao Xiang crawled a few steps, gripping Jiang Wan's skirt tightly, her tear-streaked face pleading, "Miss, I would rather die than leave your side. If you wish to cast me aside, I would rather throw myself against the pillar and perish." With determination in her eyes, she prepared to dash herself against the column, but Jiang Wan grasped her shoulder, her piercing gaze causing Xiao Xiang to shudder. Sighing, Jiang Wan remarked, "I understand your good intentions, but we are teetering on the edge of a precipice. There is no room for error. Do not expect anyone to come to our aid. Not even my brother can be relied upon, let alone him." Only then did Xiao Xiang realize the gravity of her mistakes, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Yet she dared not sob aloud, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Wan. Ultimately soft-hearted, Jiang Wan helped her to her feet. Xiao Xiang quickly swore an oath, vowing that if she ever spoke out of turn again, her tongue would rot and fester within her stomach. Jiang Wan sighed, dismissing her claims with a wave of her hand, her heart sinking deeper despite her calm exterior. It seemed that Xiao Xiang was not suited to remain by her side. As they turned to head back, they encountered Enro, who was finally able to venture out as her swelling had subsided. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, her demeanor bore no trace of previous hostility. Instead, she appeared even more docile than Jean and I. In truth, neither mistress nor maid had inquired about Shuang Jiang, nor had they discussed what had transpired. Even if they had, their questions would have been vague. They hadn't seen her in several days. Today, upon their reunion, Enro approached with a beaming smile, as if she had never spoken ill of Xiao Xiang and her uncle. "Madam, has the mark on your face faded?" Jiang Wan asked, astonished. "What are you talking about? I have never had a mark on my face." Enro's response left Jiang Wan bewildered, wondering how Pei Shun had managed to persuade her, whether through coercion or bribery. After all, the main branch was notoriously wealthy, and money could indeed sway even the most obstinate. Wishing to avoid further entanglements, Jiang Wan exchanged a few words with Enro, noting her normal demeanor before retreating to her chambers. She had a habit of napping after meals, and today, after dining, she slept soundly until sunset. As night enveloped the surroundings, Jiang Wan heard Pei Shun's heavy footsteps approaching in the moonlight. This time, he extinguished only a single lamp, its bright light almost blinding. In the candlelight, she appeared exceptionally graceful. Chapter 51. Inescapable, the candlelight was too bright. She mumbled softly, her fingers tightly gripping the curtain as her nails grazed the delicate fabric. His keen senses caught her every word, and he turned back to extinguish the light. Had she granted him permission? From light to darkness, Jiang Wan was momentarily blinded, unable to discern his expression. She sat limply on the bed, slowly regaining her composure as the light dimmed to reveal only a silhouette approaching. When the warmth of his palm grazed her ankle, she instinctively withdrew her foot. "I apologize." He spoke in a voice that was both gentle and deep, strikingly similar to that of his brother, making it easy to imitate. Under the circumstances of a blind marriage, Jiang Wan was not well acquainted with Pei Hong, rendering her unable to tell the difference. The only constant was the lingering fragrance that wafted from his presence, still potent. "What is wrong with me?" As she hesitated, he softly inquired, "Do you not wish for me to stay? Should I then return to sleep on the Kong?" Despite his words, he remained at her bedside, and she let out a long sigh. "No need for that. One can evade the initial day, but not the 15th. I truly apologize, sister-in-law. This matter has put you in a difficult position," he continued. "It is not your fault, so why offer apologies?" She shifted inward, making space for him. Patience settled onto the bed, and they both fell into silence amidst the darkness. Ultimately, Jiang Wan could no longer endure it. The sleepless nights had taken their toll, and she turned to lie down. The candle had long since extinguished, but the moonlight from outside illuminated the features of the woman before him, revealing her graceful form. "Sister-in-law." His voice was hoarse. Jiang Wan, with her back to him, turned at the sound of his call, only to find a substantial figure looming over her. He placed his hands beside her arms, startling her. She gazed at the man who had encroached upon her space, her reprimand caught in her throat, swallowed back down. Jiang Wan stifled her reaction. When his hand rested on her waist, she trembled. As he leaned closer, she turned her face inward, anxiously gasping for breath while her eyes fixed on the mandarin ducks embroidered on the canopy. At the moment he inched even nearer, Jiang Wan instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, pressing against him. Patient paused. "Sister-in-law, what is the matter?" The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, making her feel distinctly uncomfortable. "Please refrain from touching me elsewhere," she replied. He was taken aback. How could they be so in sync? Clenching his fists, he ultimately managed to respond pleasantly, pondering for a moment before rising to adjust his clothing. With a resigned sigh, he said, "If you are not ready, sister-in-law, let us postpone this for a few days." Jiang Wan stared at his retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Was he upset? Yet, she couldn't simply appease someone she hardly knew just because he was displeased. Feeling a surge of anger, she thought, "Very well." Patient ground his teeth, restraining his impulses, and answered pleasantly before standing to leave. Jiang Wan sat on the bed beneath the covers for a while, watching as the moonlight gradually slanted towards her bedside. Only then did she turn to sleep, plagued by nightmares throughout the night. She found herself adrift in an endless ocean, struggling to find solid ground, but her feet were ensnared by an unseen force, dragging her down. Suddenly, she choked on water, and it was at that moment she jolted awake from the nightmare, drenched in sweat, gasping heavily for air. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed that the moonlight had already shifted outside the window, and the sky was now a soft, bright blue. The sound of footsteps from the servants echoed through the corridor, while the gates were securely locked. Unable to sleep, she decided to rise and pour herself a cup of cold tea. The maid on night duty, hearing the commotion, hurried in to check. She found her standing by the window, teacup in hand, with the window ajar, casting a dim light upon her delicate visage, momentarily rendering the maid speechless. "Bring me water to wash up," commanded the lady. The maid bowed in acknowledgement and swiftly exited to relay the message. The other maids filed in, with Lu Chun already present. She picked up a comb and began to style her hair, expertly arranging it into an elegant coiffure adorned with a delicate flower made of gauze. Jiang Wan had endured a night filled with nightmares. Her sleep had been troubled for days, and the recent harrowing dreams left her feeling utterly drained. After a hurried breakfast, she made her way to pay her respects. By the time she arrived at Madame Pei's quarters, it was nearly the hour of Chun, and Pei Shun was also present. Dressed in a moon-white embroidered robe, his elongated phoenix eyes met hers, causing her to instinctively shrink back, as if startled. In both this life and the last, the boldest decision she had ever made was to sever ties with her modern parents. Now, having encountered numerous difficulties in this life, her courage had waned considerably. She had never crossed moral boundaries, and even though this situation was not her fault, she felt an unsettling sense of guilt, as if she were caught in wrongdoing. He initially intended to sit briefly before departing, but upon hearing his grandmother and the senior made mention Jiang Wan's absence, he recalled several stories from the Huaiyang region to share with her, hoping to amuse her. When he learned that Jiang Wan had arrived, a gentle smile graced his lips. As he turned his head, he caught sight of a lady entering, one hand grasping her skirt and the other holding a delicate fan. A lovely flower made of gauze nestled in her hair, its soft pink hue accentuating her youthful beauty, while the rest of her appearance bore no adornment. Yet it captivated the eye. He lowered his gaze, no longer observing her. As her gentle voice reached his ears, Wanner pays her respects to grandmother, wishing her longevity. "You've come at the perfect time," Madame Pei exclaimed, pulling her closer to sit beside her. "In a few days, Erlang will be returning to Yangzhou. We must prepare a farewell for him, which will undoubtedly require your assistance." Jiang Wan instinctively glanced at him, but he remained focused on Madame Pei, his thin lips curling into a slight smile, his warm presence enveloping the space around him. He slightly inclined his body, maintaining decorum, as he said, "I am grateful for your efforts, sister-in-law." "Uncle is too courteous," she replied. The two, each harboring their own secrets, awaited the other's departure. Eventually, Madame Pei, fatigued from sitting, gestured to rise and return indoors. Jiang Wan hurried to assist her, and Pei Shen also stood to lend a hand, each supporting her from either side. As Jiang Wan attempted to withdraw, she noticed his composed demeanor and began to doubt her own perceptions. After exchanging pleasantries with Madame Pei, the two exited together. Jiang Wan led the way out, quickening her pace to distance herself from Pei Shen. Realizing she was avoiding him, he paused under a tree in the courtyard, waiting until she and her maid had walked far enough before making his way back. Just then, he encountered Shuangjiang returning from outside. He instructed her to send away the servant who had been fetching medicine, reminding her that the medicine could not be taken with the lei gongteng wine, as it was inherently toxic, and it was best for him to avoid drinking it altogether. Pei Shun strolled forward leisurely, listening to her words of advice, slightly raising his head, and replied, "No problem." Chapter 52. The Medicine. The thunder vine is toxic. For men, it serves as a contraceptive. This was a revelation Frostfall had only recently gleaned from an outside physician. Usually, the young master would directly inquire with them for anything he desired. Frostfall felt her master's covetousness towards his sister-in-law was one thing, but she never anticipated that he would disregard his own well-being. Just as she hesitated whether to offer further counsel or directly inform the lady of the house, the figure ahead lifted his eyelids and cast a faint, icy glance in her direction, exuding a chill that bore an unmistakable warning. "Nothing at all." Frostfall hurriedly waved her hand, bowing her head in submission. Pei Shun continued his walk along the corridor, his flowing sleeves trailing gracefully as he made his way to the garden. Jiang Wan emerged from the main courtyard, strolling ahead and idly fanning herself. Upon spotting Pei Hong returning from outside, she waved at him from afar. She offered a faint smile, gathered her skirt, and waited for him at the entrance. "Where are you off to, Wanner?" he inquired, leaning heavily on his cane, struggling to walk with a noticeable limp. Usually, Jiang Wan would assist him, but today she felt disinclined. She lifted her delicate visage, smiled sweetly, and replied, "I was just visiting grandmother's quarters and encountered my second uncle." Exchanging a few words with him, his smile faltered momentarily before re-emerging. "Is that so?" Jiang Wan cast a subtle glance at him, noticing an unusual expression on his face. She gently took his hand and led him inside, her graceful form deepening his sense of regret. Why had he chosen to pursue studies abroad instead of remaining home to marry her? Yet, had he been well, he still would not have taken her as his bride. What purpose would that serve? Merely to become a green-headed turtle. His expression grew awkward as he softly remarked, "Jean and I has been ill for some time, and I have yet to visit her. Wanner, you should return first. I will go see her." Jiang Wan smiled in agreement and turned to enter her own quarters. Xiao Xiang, following closely behind, watched her with a sense of indignation. Yet after yesterday's events, she dared not voice her thoughts, feeling it preferable to accompany the young master instead. Upon entering, she glanced at the half-finished embroidery she had set aside days prior and asked Xiao Xiang to retrieve it. She forced herself to work for a while, but soon felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and laid down on the beauty couch. Recently, her midday rest had become erratic, often stretching until the afternoon. When she asked Xiao Xiang why she hadn't woken her, the reply was always rooted in concern for her tireless efforts, insisting that she must prepare early to stand before the Jin matriarch properly. That woman, her mother-in-law, was unwell herself but took pleasure in testing others, insisting Jiang Wan stand obediently for a while to assist her with medicine or meals. Otherwise, she would become irritable, a burden Jiang Wan could scarcely bear. The weather grew increasingly warm. Although there was an ice basin, it could not compare to the air conditioning of future times. The cooling effect required someone to fan the air around the basin to truly feel its relief. She drowsily stretched, vaguely hearing Xiao Xiang's voice raised in reprimand outside. What was going on? She gestured for those nearby to cease fanning her. Standing nearby, the young maid fanning herself hastily set down her fan and whispered. It was Sister Xiaochun who allowed the maid to enter the main chamber, claiming she sought relief from the heat. However, Sister Xiaoxiang scolded her and insisted on sending her away. The others protested, and a commotion ensued. It is no wonder that Xiaoxiang wished to expel her. The household is filled with long-standing servants, many of whom are families that have resided here for generations. At times, their audacity can be quite alarming, and some might even surreptitiously take their master's belongings and hide them. When you finally notice their absence, as a newlywed wife, it is not easy to conduct a thorough investigation. You advise Xiaoxiang that since there are no established rules, she should report to the managing wife and have the intruder expelled. It is not that she lacks compassion, but rather that she has no other choice. If she were to show leniency, it might lead to numerous complications. It is better to set an example and eradicate such factors at once. In her youth, her sympathy towards unruly behavior only resulted in a series of troubles in her mother's quarters, with her aunt clinging to every opportunity to meddle. Those who could enter and exit freely could also take advantage of the situation, hence their grievances were not unfounded. Soon the outside fell silent. Xiaoxiang entered with a gilded lacquered food box, smiling as she sent everyone away, and then quietly remarked, "It is ice cream, sent by the main house." Jiang Wan furrowed her brow. Knowing who had sent it, the second house was not in such dire need of such delicacies. Was he not embarrassed to send it over? Or was he subtly indicating that she should cool her temper? Just leave it there. I do not wish to partake. Please fetch me some sour plum soup instead. Since that day of swearing an oath, Xiaoxiang dared not speak out of turn. She placed the gilded food box aside and retreated to fetch the sour plum. After they had enjoyed their meal, Jiang Wan instructed Xiaoxiang to summon Shuangjiang to retrieve the food box. Shortly after, Xiaoxiang returned with Shuangjiang, who first offered her blessings to Jiang Wan. Noticing that the food box appeared untouched, Shuangjiang inwardly lamented her misfortune but steeled herself to take it back. Before departing, Jiang Wan smiled and said, "I appreciate my brother's good intentions, but my second house is not so impoverished as to require such charity." Shuangjiang, awkwardly holding the food box, returned to the garden in a dejected manner. When she placed the box before Pei Shun, he merely raised an eyebrow. Naturally, she did not dare to relay Jiang Wan's words verbatim, instead claiming that she had just woken and could not eat anything cold. He responded with a faint acknowledgement. In truth, when the spring medicine was brought back, and she was instructed to send something over, she instinctively believed her master intended to deliver the medicine to Jiang Shi. But to her surprise, that was not the case. Observing as Pei Shun slowly put pen to paper, Shuangjiang realized she could take an hour's reprieve from serving, merely requiring the light-footed Yushui to bring in tea. Gathering her courage, she made her way to Yuanhua Pavilion, where she found the young maids idly chatting in small groups. She quietly inquired about Xiaoxiang's whereabouts, and just then, Li Chun happened to emerge, laughing upon seeing her sneaking about. With a playful poke on her forehead, she teased, "Who are you trying to find in such a sneaky manner? Is the garden so idle?" I was just out for a stroll while Yu Shuai was attending to me. Is the eldest lady having her evening meal? Li Chen nodded. Yes, Xiao Xiang is attending to her. She then pursed her lips, seemingly dissatisfied with Xiao Xiang. She sat for a moment when a young maid emerged in succession, followed by Xiao Xiang, who exchanged a few words with the other maids. Casting a fleeting glance at Shuang Jiang before retreating inside. Jiang Wan was busy fetching water to wash her hands when Xiao Xiang hurriedly presented her a towel to dry off. After sitting on the Kong for a little over half an hour, she instructed someone to prepare water for a bath. When she emerged from the washroom, the room was already empty. With a sigh, she thought to herself that it was just as well for tonight. As she contemplated, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, prompting her to hastily secure the belt at her waist. Upon raising her head, she saw a figure stepping in from behind the beaded curtain, his elongated phoenix eyes meeting hers as she stood beside the floor-to-ceiling curtain. Chapter 53. Out of control, her heart immediately raced, and she remained rooted to the spot, intently observing his every movement. Unlike his usual habit of extinguishing the lamp upon entry, he swiftly moved a couple of steps and seated himself on her bed. Noticing his uncharacteristic assertiveness, Jiang Wan followed suit and sat down beside him, catching a glimpse of him fidgeting silently for a while without any further actions. Slightly tilting her head, she glanced over. His ears were flushed a deep shade of purple. One hand resting on the edge of the bed while the other clutched his collar, his head bowed low. Even from the side, it was evident that he was in considerable distress. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" she inquired, extending her hand to feel his ear with the back of her hand. He turned his head slightly, his crimson eyes fixated on her, bearing the same aggressive gaze as before, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Startled, Jiang Wan quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes fixed on the man before her. His long fingers clenched the silk fabric of the bed tightly, turning pale at the knuckles as he gasped for breath. "My brother invited me to drink, and I suspect he has slipped something into the wine for you. What do you think he means by that?" His voice was hoarse, shaking his head vigorously as he furrowed his brows, staring at her intently. Jiang Wan was taken aback by his words. "How am I to know what he means?" she stammered, rising in a flurry. "Let me fetch you a cup of tea." Pei Shen lifted his gaze to her, taking in her snow-white cheeks, rosy lips, and large, glistening eyes that stared at him with palpable fear, almost causing him to lose control in that moment. The drug was indeed testing him, especially in the presence of the person before him. She hurriedly poured a cup of tea and offered it to him. As he looked up at her, he saw her panic, clearly terrified. He reached out to grasp the teacup, inadvertently clutching her hand within his palm. When his scorching hand enveloped her delicate skin, she struggled to break free, causing the tea to spill onto his lap and the cup to crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. He glanced down, supporting himself with both hands on the bed's edge, visibly in great pain. Jiang Wan quickly crouched down to pick up the shards. His gaze remained fixated on her. As she stood up, leaning against the wall for support, she stumbled a few steps before he seized her arm, yanking her up abruptly. Her nightgown was already thin, and his heated grip only exacerbated her alarm. She looked up at him, her heart racing so fast it felt as though it might leap from her chest. He merely guided his palm down her arm to her hand, appearing to have lost all sense of restraint. Grasping her delicate fingers, he gently cradled them in his palm and, with a low yet tender voice, inquired, "Don't pick it up. You might hurt your hand." He then brought her fingertips to his warm lips, and after a few exchanged words, he tugged at the collar of his garment, as if to tear it open. His face flushed crimson, the anguish evident in his expression, his chest heaving with deep breaths, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. "Are you all right?" She withdrew her hand, which he had held too tightly, and said, "I will get you a glass of water." As she turned to leave, he embraced her from behind, nearly causing her to scream in fright. She struggled against his hold, afraid to cry out, whispering instead, "Please don't do this. I'm scared." He seemed to understand. Loosening his grip slightly, she attempted to shift her body, hoping to escape his embrace, but he tightened his arms around her waist, his warm palm caressing the soft contours of her body. This time, he drew her even closer, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, like a furnace radiating heat around her. She felt both astonished and fearful, wanting to soothe him, Yet her voice trembled as he pressed his heated lips against her ear, kissing her softly, sending shivers through her. She instinctively shrank her neck, pushing against his hand. Pei Shun, my dear brother, I beg you, please stop. Pei Shun was a man of remarkable restraint, especially considering the spring and the effects of the potion he had administered himself. He feared she might not withstand it, hence the dosage was minimal. But the potency was overwhelming. Upon hearing her voice quivering with distress, he promptly released her and stepped aside, unable to meet her gaze. When he saw her attempt to flee, he grasped her arm once more. Do not be afraid. If you do not wish it, I shall not touch you. Once you leave, this matter will no longer concern us. Noticing a flicker of rationality and respect remaining within him, Jiang Wan allowed him to keep hold of her, though her eyes still reflected fear. Ultimately, he lessened his grip. Is there any water here? What kind of water? Yeah. He shook his head. She understood and pointed toward the washroom. There is some leftover water from my bath, if you don't mind. As the words left her lips, regret washed over her, for Pei Shun was not only virtuous but perhaps also possessed of certain fastidiousness. While she pondered this, he abruptly opened the washroom door and stepped inside, shutting it with a decisive thud. Jiang Wan tiptoed to the door, pressing her ear against it, listening to the sounds of water within. Unsure of what to do, she wondered if she should summon a physician. The sound of water gradually ceased, and after stepping back a few paces, she realized he had not yet emerged. Worried he might be in distress, she pressed her ear against the door once more, enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the faint dripping of water. Are you all right? She whispered through the door. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and she looked up to find him standing there, drenched, water cascading down his chiseled nose. He had shed his clothing, save for a pair of undergarments, seemingly taken aback to find her waiting at the threshold. With her presence, he had initially resisted the effects of the potion, but now, seeing her again, the fire that had been doused flared back to life. Are you well? He disregarded her inquiries and stepped forward, droplets of water from his nose splattering onto her cheek. She quickly raised her hand to wipe them away, a gesture that he interpreted as flirtation. His gaze flickered, and before she could react, he grasped her waist and lifted her into his arms. Startled, she attempted to push him away, but his other hand seized her wrist, pressing her down and sealing her lips with his. She widened her eyes in shock, struggling momentarily, but Pei Shun, breathing heavily, released her, yet did not relinquish his hold. His chest heaved deeply as he rested his forehead against hers, his voice low and husky. Sister-in-law, do you not feel for me? Chapter 54. Coaxing, she was momentarily stunned, gazing into his eyes as he cradled her face, speaking in a tone tinged with plea. Sister-in-law, do you not feel for me? Is that not our purpose tonight? Her voice was barely a whisper, soft and imbued with a hint of shyness, yet he heard her clearly, leaving no room for her to retract her words. He bent down and lifted her once more. Jiang Wan felt a flicker of fear. He was already strong, and under the influence of such substances, his strength was magnified. Clinging tightly to his arms, her nails dug into his flesh, yet he allowed her to hold on, his robust arms encircling her. Do not be afraid, he murmured softly, coaxing her. As he laid her upon the bed, he observed her trembling form and offered a soothing word before leaning closer. Jiang Wan fixed her gaze upon his face, contemplating that even if she were to bear his child, certain areas must remain untouched. Thus, she turned her face inward. But as he reached to undo the ties at her waist, she swiftly covered his hand, exclaiming no. Pei Shun understood her intent, yet in the throes of passion, he paid little heed to such reservations. However, he did not force her. Instead, he took her hand and pressed a kiss in her palm, his warm lips igniting a shiver within her. Though their encounters were few, Pei Shun was always attentive. Following his memories, he grasped her waist, and at first, she attempted to pry his hands away. But after he applied a gentle pressure, she let out a soft moan. His hand traveled gradually upwards along her waist, resting upon her chest, and just as she was about to voice her thoughts, he pressed his lips against hers, plunging into a deep kiss. In truth, Jiang Wan understood that such matters were beyond control, so she chose not to dwell on them, but instead melted into his embrace, yielding to his comforting touch. His movements were neither rushed nor frantic, tender and lingering, yet he remained cautious, concerned for her well-being. Ultimately, their hearts laid bare to one another. In the warmth of their intimacy, Jiang Wan regained a sliver of her reason. As she gazed at his face, a wave of shame washed over her. She turned her face away, tears streaming down silently, fearful that Pei Shan might perceive her as both desiring a child and overly sentimental. She let her tears fall onto the satin fabric, not daring to wipe them away, unable to contain the sniffles. He cradled the nape of her neck, pausing his movements. When he brushed his cheek against hers, feeling the dampness, he paused, bewildered. "What is it? Did I hurt you? What does it hurt? Please do not cry." His gentle words sought to comfort her, easing the turmoil within. He attempted to draw away, but Jiang Wan clung to him, pulling him back into her embrace. At this juncture, pretense was futile. The priority was to conceive a child and expedite the severance of this relationship. He lowered his head to gaze at her, seemingly having made a significant resolution, and leaned in to kiss her with a hint of mischievousness, applying a measure of pressure that made her obediently remain still, her heart softening once more as he placed a kiss at the corner of her lips. It was not until the early hours of dawn that the commotion within the room finally subsided. Jiang Wan, nearly devoid of strength, drifted into a drowsy slumber, contemplating rising to wash up. Yet upon closing her eyes and opening them again, she found the sky already bright and her side empty, save for a lingering warmth. A blanket covered her, evidently placed there by Pei Shan, and she felt a twinge of fear that she might awaken to find herself completely exposed. Grateful that this young Master Pei proved to be relatively considerate. Outside, Xiao Xiang inquired, "Miss, are you awake?" Jiang Wan responded, prompting her to enter. Last night, she had heard sounds coming from within and hesitated to intrude. After listening carefully and realizing it was nothing grave, she had relaxed. Upon entering now, she noticed the shattered teacup but found nothing else amiss. However, when her eyes fell upon Jiang Wan, she was immediately taken aback. Every area that her clothing could typically cover was marked with bruises of red and purple. Seeing Xiao Xiang's gaze upon her, Jiang Wan also looked down, her face flushing crimson. In a flurry, she attempted to cover herself with her garments, her hand brushing against her burning cheeks. "Please prepare some water, I wish to bathe," she requested, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Xiao Xiang hurried out to fetch water, soon returning to announce it was ready. Jiang Wan preferred solitude at that moment, and understanding her embarrassment, Xiao Xiang volunteered to assist her. As she gently wiped Jiang Wan's body, she scrutinized the marks, relieved to find they were all concealable by clothing. Thankfully, they are all in places that can be hidden. This person truly put the young lady in an awkward position, she thought. Jiang Wan, however, was unfazed, merely scooping a handful of water and pouring it over her neck, the warm water cascading down into the tub, providing her with considerable relief. Not wishing to linger too long in the bath, she soon rose to dress, had her breakfast, and after ensuring everything was in order, took a brief nap. This night, it was rare for Pei Hung to return. Upon his arrival, he found her asleep on the beauty couch, and he bent down to embrace her, planting a kiss upon her. "Were you tired last night?" he inquired. Jiang Wan smiled and nodded. "Are you going to visit Aunt Sun's chambers?" He shook his head. "Tonight, I shall stay with you." She playfully urged him to wash up, and as he turned toward the bathing area, her smile faded. She turned away, presenting her back to him, pondering how she had been compelled to partake in such humiliating acts due to the influence of others. Exhausted, Jiang Wan quickly succumbed to sleep. After his bath, Pei Hung joined her in slumber. Though he had lost his manhood, he still shared the age-old desires of countless eunuchs, yearning for intimacy. His hands roamed over her body, but ultimately, Jiang Wan rejected his advances. Had it been in the past, she would not have denied him, but now, the thought of him guiding her to another man's embrace made her feel repulsed. "You were so passionate last night. Why are you so tired tonight? Did you not tire yourself out until the late hours?" Pei Hung had no retort, turning away instead. After tossing and turning, he finally rose, donned a cloak, and with his cane in hand, made his way to Sun Haiyan's quarters. She had not truly fallen asleep. After being awakened by him, She could not find solace in slumber again, tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting into a hazy sleep. When she next opened her eyes, daylight had already streamed in. She hurriedly rose to call for water, chiding Xiao Xiang for not waking her sooner. Xiao Xiang glanced at her, forcing a faint smile, and explained that according to old Lady Ju's orders, the young lady was to proceed directly to the main courtyard to discuss the marriage arrangements before the heir's departure, as it was urgent. Almost as if she would not find a suitor otherwise. Jiang Wan caught a glimpse of her in the mirror, causing Xiao Xiang to retreat her head in fear, to which she responded with a mild acknowledgement. As the eldest daughter-in-law of the Pei family, she was naturally expected to be present for all matters. Once she had completed her preparations, she led 3 or 4 young maidservants to the main hall. Upon entering, she first paid her respects to Pei Mu, who greeted her warmly and exchanged a few pleasant words. She then took her place beside Jin Shi. Initially silent, after a moment, Jin Shi cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Wan and remarked, "You seem to have become quite adept at idleness. Sleeping until the sun is high. Does this reflect the customs of your scholarly family?" Chapter 55. Thoughts of Parents. Just as Jiang Wan was about to respond, Pei Shun, seated across from her, suddenly turned to speak with Jin Shi. "Second aunt, I heard from my brother the other day that cousin Jean is coming to the capital. It has been quite some time since we last met, and I have been thinking of his remarkable horsemanship." Jin Shi, still harboring resentment towards Jiang Wan, felt a knot in her chest as she listened to her nephew inquire about his cousin. Aware that this visit was merely an attempt to foster closeness under the pretense of familial ties, she soon forgot her earlier irritation and replied with a smile, "Indeed. I heard you returned. I had intended to come to the capital sooner, but he needed to attend to various matters at home. After finally sorting everything out, he has only just arrived, having fallen ill on the journey. It had indeed been 4 or 5 years since they last met, and she eagerly anticipated their reunion in the capital." He casually glanced at Jiang Wan, who was gazing downwards, lost in thought. Jin Shi was delighted, but also felt awkward. Initially, she had regarded her eldest nephew as someone quite close, even encouraging correspondence between him and her son Jin Ziki. However, he had grown aloof, claiming that approaching someone of such high status would be seen as sycophantic, resulting in him avoiding visits in recent years. While not entirely forgotten by the Pei family, the Jin family was currently on a decline and needed support. It was frustrating to see such a promising match right before them, yet they insisted on complicating matters unnecessarily. Each time she thought of her nephew, Jin Shi felt a headache coming on and dared not look at her husband, fortunate that Pei Shun did not press further. In truth, while the discussion was about marriage, the two families had already reached an agreement long ago. Today was merely a formality, a gathering for conversation. Given their cousinly relationship, they could spare the formalities of name inquiries in the 6 rites. Jiang Wan's late arrival was no surprise to Jin Shi's annoyance. The most delighted among them were the elders from both families and Shen Qinshi, as the familial ties allowed for a certain closeness, albeit one that should not be overly familiar. The two rose in the center of the main hall, bowing and exchanging greetings before their elders. The young lady was filled with joy, while Pei Shun remained aloof, bowing slightly, yet unconsciously glancing toward someone. After the greetings were exchanged, the younger generation offered their congratulations one by one. Pei Qian was particularly animated, linking arms with Shen Qinshi while tugging at Pei Shun's flowing sleeves, bringing them before Madame Shun with a playful smile. "Mother, you shall have another daughter." The light-hearted tone and lively gestures elicited hearty laughter from those present, with Madame Shun beaming with delight, eagerly scrutinizing Shen Qinshi's features. "Wonderful. I am pleased. Now we women can have our conversations," she exclaimed, while Qian'er, a bit dazed, appeared less attentive than the thoughtful Qianshi. Madame's sister-in-law remarked, "My daughter is quite proud and somewhat simple-minded. I fear that after 2 months here, she may have displeased the esteemed lady. However, her redeeming quality lies in her attentiveness, especially towards her elders." Duke Wuning stroked his beard and chuckled. "A young girl's thoughtfulness is paramount. When men return home, they seek the comfort of a caring presence." Jiang Wan could only follow suit with the others, while Shen Qinshi blushed deeply, nestling into Madame Shun's embrace as her aunt sat nearby, holding her daughter's hand and laughing, occasionally leaning down to inquire about her thoughts. Jiang Wan was not one to be overly sentimental. In her past life, her parents did not regard her as a person, and upon her demise, her spirit was transported here. She had anticipated a similar fate, yet was pleasantly surprised by the tenderness and attentiveness of her mother. Although her father desired a son, he had never treated her poorly. He arranged for her education and would play with her in his leisure time, providing abundantly, even preparing a generous dowry, which was unfortunately seized by her uncle. She had always believed it was heaven's compassion that led her to encounter such parents, only to find herself an orphan at the tender age of 8. Observing Shun Qinshi before her, she felt a pang of envy, her eyes slightly reddening as she quietly watched the merriment around her. What was the matter? Pei Heng, who had been laughing alongside the others, turned to see Jiang Wan with her head bowed. Suddenly recalling her orphan status, he reached out to grasp her hand. Startled, she lifted her gaze to meet his, and after a moment of surprise, she reciprocated his grip. "It's nothing, just a bit misty-eyed." Pei Heng did not press the issue, noting that the lively atmosphere around them seemed detached from their shared experience. He gently led Jiang Wan outside, and, as she supported him, they chose not to return but to stroll through the garden, a first for them during their 2 months of marriage. After a few paces, he pulled Jiang Wan into his embrace. She feared the maids would witness such an undignified display and attempted to push him away, but he held her tighter. "Vanya, are you thinking of your parents?" As she struggled to break free, his words struck a chord within her, and she paused, ceasing her resistance, allowing him to hold her. Tears began to flow uncontrollably as she nodded in response. "Once I finish my current obligations, I will take you back to pay your respects to them. How does that sound?" "Really?" Jiang Wan looked up at him, her tear-streaked face evoking a deep sense of compassion in Pei Heng. He cupped her face and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek, smiling as he tousled her hair. Indeed, she wrapped her arms around his waist, smiling through her tears. But then she recalled that returning would inevitably mean encountering her uncle's family, which she disliked immensely. With a sigh, she replied, "Perhaps it would be best to forego that. Since I have married into the family, I am, after all, a member of the Pei household. My parents have already performed a ceremonial rite for them." Pei Heng did not respond verbally. He merely smiled and drew her into his embrace. She, too, found solace in her own justifications for happiness, returning his embrace and resting her head on his shoulder. Her gaze drifted past him to a figure standing atop the rockery, the gentle breeze lifting the hem of his azure robe as he appeared to gaze into the distance. It was too far to discern his features. Sensing a shift in Jiang Wan, he released her and inquired, "What is it? You seem rather distracted these days." Jiang Wan quickly shook her head, but when she looked back, the figure had vanished. The two then strolled hand in hand deeper into the garden, where she carefully assisted him, eventually pausing by the pond. It was midsummer, and the surroundings were lush and green, particularly the pond, where the lotus leaves, varying in height, were untainted by any hue of pink, forming a seamless expanse of green that seemed to connect to a pavilion in the distance. "In a few days, I will accompany my younger brother to Yangzhou for business. You should stay home and enjoy time with your sisters, honoring our parents, and patiently await my return." Jiang Wan nodded, asking, "How long will you be gone?" "At best, 1 to 2 months, at worst, half a year. In any case, I will return before the new year." Jiang Wan had grown accustomed to it. Travel in ancient times was inherently time-consuming, compounded by the possibility of illness, accidents, or banditry along the way. Noticing her silence, he gently rubbed her hand and remarked, "If I return swiftly, I shall come to fetch you to Jinling." Chapter 56. A lesson learned. Jiang Wan smiled softly and responded affirmatively. As they retraced their steps, upon entering the courtyard, Pei Heng seemed to forget her presence, especially upon seeing Sun Haiyan, from whom he immediately released her hand and limped toward. "What brings you out? I was just about to look for you." Sun Haiyan greeted him with a beaming smile, casting a fleeting glance toward Jiang Wan and nodding her head. "May you be blessed, dear madam." Jiang Wan, fanning herself, quietly observed the two, stepping between them. "Master is off to Yangzhou. I have brought out some refreshments to invite you to my quarters. She shot a reluctant glance at Jiang Wan, adding, and I hope you, dear madam, will grace my humble abode with your presence, though it pales in comparison to the main residence. I fear you may find it lacking. Then I must express my gratitude for your hospitality, Aunt Sun, Jiang Wan said languidly, teasingly regarding the individual before her. It seemed that Sun Haiyan did not anticipate such a response, especially given that Xiao Xiang had often displayed a dislike for her, and thus, the servant was unlikely to hold her in high regard either. You ist, dear madam. You are the mistress. It is only fitting that I extend my hospitality to you. It appeared that Pei Heng only then remembered her, attempting to approach, but was hindered by Sun Haiyan clinging to his arm, his injured leg preventing him from moving freely. Aware that Sun Haiyan did not welcome her, she naturally reciprocated the sentiment. Their relationship was merely that of an ordinary couple, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, I was only jesting with Aunt Sun just now. Look how startled she is. Brother, please procure a couple of cups of wine from Aunt Sun for me. With a playful smile, she added, if there is nothing else, I shall return to my chamber. He yearned to retain her. Yet Jiang Wan had already turned and gracefully traversed the corridor, entering the main chamber. He could only watch her silhouette fade from his sight. Sun Haiyan, observing his mesmerized gaze, hastily signaled to Xiao Cui, assisting her towards her room. My lord, I shall attend to your needs this evening. How does that sound? Pei Heng comprehended her insinuation. Though he felt unanchored, his desires remained undiminished. Upon seeing her delicate, blushing face, he could not help but feel stirred. Jiang Wan was oblivious to his affliction, while Enro, during their interactions, often unwittingly expressed her disdain. Only Sun could understand him, allowing him moments of joy. He too felt delighted and acquiesced. Sun promptly called for Xiao Cui to fetch the meal and instructed the kitchen to properly warm the wine. I remember Aunt and can play the pipa. Why not summon her for our gathering? It has been ages since I heard my sister play, Pei Heng remarked. He remained silent, reclining leisurely against the large pillow, savoring Sun's ministrations as she kneaded his legs, while he closed his eyes to relax. Xiao Cui exchanged a glance with Sun Haiyan, noted her signal, and then stepped back with a smile, making her way to Enro's chamber. Oh, Anne is napping, she announced, already kneeling in reverence. My lord is in Sun's chamber. Let us request Anne to play a tune, pointing at the pipa hanging nearby. This was clearly an attempt by Sun to amuse herself at Enro's expense. Though Enro had a fiery temper and was intimidated by Pei Shan, she felt compelled to contest. My fingers hurt, and I just had my nails done. I cannot play. Kindly inform my lord. No need. I shall invite my lord to request you. It seems you have offended both masters in this courtyard. What will you do henceforth? She said, preparing to leave. Enro hurriedly gestured for Su Su to hold her back, then took up the pipa, laughing, my dear, I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. Xiao turned to leave, scoffing, such a wretched creature. How can one be so irritating? Truly deserving of a sound thrashing. The two behind her pretended not to hear and followed her inside, only to find Pei Heng lounging on the Kong, with Sun nestled in his embrace. She wore a pale blue silk robe embroidered with bamboo leaves, beneath which was a striking red bodice that revealed her fair arms and decolletage. Upon noticing Enro's entrance, she straightened and beckoned her. Sister, do come sit over there, she smiled, pointing at a small stool brought in by a maid. Stools were typically reserved for those of lesser status than the host, and Enro glanced at the stool, then at Pei Heng, who was merely enjoying a grape that Sun had offered. Reluctantly, she complied and sat on the stool. Once seated, do play a tune. Do not mind the arrangement. At that moment, Pei Heng opened his eyes to regard her, seemingly displeased with Sun's insistence that she sit on the stool. Yet he merely cast a fleeting glance her way, hesitating briefly without uttering a word. Previously, Sun had only used her as a pawn. Now, she seemed intent on placing obstacles in her path. Enro could only endure, for even the matriarch seemed powerless against Sun. How could she hope to resist? Oh, why does it seem that one side of your face is larger than the other? She remarked, feigning delicacy. The matriarch's grip must be quite strong to leave you in such a state. It pains me to see your face so swollen. Her words, delivered in a teasing tone, elicited laughter from Pei Heng. After a moment's contemplation, he adopted a more serious demeanor. Swollen? How could that be? How could water possess such strength? Indeed, it is swollen. My dear sir, if you do not believe me, you may inquire with Su Su. Pei Hung cast a glance towards Su Su, who, upon hearing his words, knelt down with a thud, stammering for a considerable time, which only aroused the man's suspicions. He recalled having visited Enro several times, each time under the pretense that her face had been bruised and required treatment. Thus he had been summoned. It appeared that her condition was indeed swollen. How did such swelling occur? As Aunt Sun aptly remarked, it was inconceivable that one heir could inflict such damage, and furthermore, given her gentle disposition, how could she resort to violence merely for an impolite remark? Enro cautiously glanced at him, then shifted her gaze to Sun Haiyan, who was exuding a sense of triumph, causing Enro's heart to tremble with fear. Suddenly changing her tone, she smiled and said, "Dear sir," uttering a disrespectful comment, "while the madam appears gentle and dignified, you cannot fathom the truth. I merely remarked that she squandered my family, blaming her deceased parents. And she viciously struck my face with a bamboo splint, knocking out my teeth, hence the swelling." Sun Haiyan fixed her with a steady gaze, astonished at her newfound cleverness. Was she now too wary to provoke that formidable figure? She silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was not wisdom that had dawned upon her, but rather the lesson learned from past misfortunes. Aunt Sun wished to expose Jiang Wan, yet feared becoming the bearer of ill tidings. Thus, she sought to manipulate others into doing her bidding. What a delusion! Pei Heng's expression darkened. Although Jiang Wan had a kind temperament, he knew that if her parents were brought into the conversation, she might not hesitate to resort to violence. He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, rise." At that moment, he was devoid of any further inclination, straightening himself as he awaited someone to assist him with his shoes. Aunt Sun, sensing the shift in atmosphere, peeled a grape and offered it to him, only to be rebuffed. "I shall visit Aunt Jean. I will rest there tonight." Enro hastily rose, clutching her pipa, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom. Upon witnessing this, Pei Hung scolded her further. "She is your mistress. To disrespect her is to disrespect me. Remain in your chamber and reflect. If you are not restored to clarity, do not venture outside." Once he had dismissed her, Enro let out a deep sigh. Harboring a profound resentment towards Aunt Sun, her heart racing with anxiety. Supported by Su Su, she ventured outside. A gust of wind sent a shiver through her, and upon returning, she fell ill, rambling incoherently. Chapter 57. Drawing the line, the candlelight was warm and inviting. On this day, she had not drawn the curtains. Lying on her side in bed, her figure resembling the undulating hills, graceful and untouchable. Lost in thought, the figure on the bed stirred slightly, a hand gently resting on her waist. He approached slowly, taking a seat beside her, his large hand slipping beneath her garment to caress her back. The person on the bed seemed to be in a daze, not fully awake, responding to his touch with a smile and a gentle twist of her body. "Brother, do not tease." Pei Shun was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at the person before him. Was she mistaking him for Pei Hung? Jiang Wan, still half asleep, abruptly realized it was night time, and with a sudden jolt, sat upright, her bright eyes fixed on him. In an instant, she recalled that he had already discussed a marriage proposal that day, and her brows furrowed with concern. "What do you want?" With one hand, she hastily retied her garment while clutching the blanket to her chest with the other, immediately erecting a barrier between them. "What do you think I have come for, sister-in-law? Are you pretending to be oblivious?" His face bore a gentle smile as he spoke, already leaning in closer, one arm encircling her waist, pressing her down against the bed, disregarding her struggles and resistance. "Shingur, did you not discuss marriage today? Do you remember? She is desperately anxious. Does my sister-in-law truly wish to address me in such a manner?" His lips lingered at her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Whenever Jiang Wan desired to draw a line between them, she would assume the demeanor of an elder. For someone with Jiang Wan's temperament, he felt compelled to adopt an offensive strategy. If he were to wait, she might already belong to another. "Shingur, you cannot behave this way." Jiang Wan struggled to push him away, yet she found herself drawn closer, trembling with anxiety as she whispered, "If you continue like this, I will call for help." He seemed oblivious to her distress, certain that she would not dare to raise her voice, growing increasingly audacious as he kissed and nibbled at her neck. It was only when he sensed her body yielding beneath him that he propped himself up to gaze at her. Her head tilted to one side, her eyes tightly shut, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Pei Shun initially thought he was mistaken, staring for a moment before realizing he needed to pry her mouth open. However, she clenched her jaw resolutely, refusing to relent. Wanner, he gently tapped her face, using 2 fingers to pry her teeth apart, pressing into her mouth. She stubbornly bit down hard, and he furrowed his brow, allowing her to bite him until the skin broke, blood seeping from his fingertips. He gritted his teeth and said, "What anger do you have to unleash upon me? Why must you torment yourself?" Seeing her gradually relax her grip, he held her chin and examined her mouth. Her tongue had already been severely injured, blood flowing profusely, shocking him with its intensity. He had never anticipated such ferocity from her. "Vanya?" She slowly regained consciousness, staring at him in bewilderment before bursting into tears, quietly sobbing, "You might as well just kill me." This situation had already brought her immense pain, and with the engagement of her younger brother, she felt an even greater sense of guilt. He should not have come. He still intended to exert force upon her. Without a second thought, she had bitten down hard on her own tongue. He narrowed his eyes, his brows knitting together. "Do you truly despise me so?" Jiang Wan did not comprehend his meaning. There was no question of dislike, only a sense of injustice. Had she possessed any sharp object at that moment, her tongue would not have been the one to suffer. "Consider this my plea. Do not return. This is not a favorable situation." His gaze shifted, becoming intense and profound, his dark eyes sending chills down her spine. He shifted slightly toward the bed, but, fortunately, he merely restrained himself. As he turned to leave, he heard her say, "Is this not the consensus? You are also discussing marriage. That night, after so many bowls of medicinal soup, I should expect to hear news within a fortnight." He remained silent, standing there for a moment. Jiang Wan observed his clenched fists, turning pale with tension, and dared not utter a sound. When he turned back to look at her with a terrified expression, he walked away. Once he had departed, Jiang Wan finally exhaled in relief, lying down fully clothed. Reflecting on the earlier events, she believed she had made herself sufficiently clear. He should not return. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that Pei Shun was somewhat peculiar. What brought her relief was that Pei Shun was finally leaving. Aside from facing the Jin family, she would no longer have to contend with troubles. As for Pei Heng's various concubines, they could live as they pleased. If they did not wish to coexist peacefully, she would not hesitate to be unyielding. After a sleepless night, she rose to find her head slightly dizzy, and the taste of blood lingered in her mouth. Hastily, she instructed Xiaoxiang to bring some clean water for rinsing. Just as she was about to ask Xiaoxiang for medicine, she heard the sound of frostfall approaching. Though the young maid had been scolded by Xiaoxiang, she dared not impede her and directly allowed her entry. In her hands, she held a blue and white porcelain jar, first bowing in greeting before presenting it with both hands. This was a commonly used medicinal ointment from the military, specifically sent by the young master for the lady's use. "Thank you, young master, but I already possess excellent medicine in my room, so there is no need to trouble him," she replied with polite words that carried an unmistakable distance. Frostfall sensed the discomfort and thought it ill-fated. The last time she had delivered cheese, it had been rejected, which had displeased the young master, although he had not expressed his anger. If she were to return today empty-handed, it would mean her own downfall. "My lady, you must see, this remedy is truly remarkable." Hearing the tremor in the speaker's voice, Jiang Wan cast her an odd glance and simply replied with a dispassionate refusal. In a hurry, Frostfall opened the jar and brought it to Jiang Wan's nose for her to smell. "My lady, what ails you?" Xiaoxiang, instantly enraged, slapped the jar from Frostfall's hands, pointing a finger at her face, her voice low yet venomous. "Who do you think you are, clinging to the lady like this? Even if you were the young master's senior maid, you are still merely a servant." Frostfall, having been shoved and scolded, felt her temper ignite. Although the young master was known for his ruthlessness, he had never raised his voice in anger towards her. Now, she found herself on the receiving end of such disrespect. "You go back and inform Pei Shun that my private matters are none of his concern. Our relationship is strictly that he is the brother of my husband, and I am his sister-in-law, nothing more. I hope he does not misinterpret this." Frostfall's words caught in her throat. Had she uncovered something that warranted a clear boundary with the young master? He was always so restrained in his actions. It was unlikely he would ever find out. Is there a misunderstanding, my lady? Did you not say that a long sister-in-law is like a mother? It is only natural for the young master, as a brother, to show concern, she pressed. Jiang Wan waved her hand dismissively. The matter has been made abundantly clear. Please take your leave. Chapter 58. Intoxication in July. The family of Jean Ziki entered the Pei residence, and Jiang Wan found herself busily attending to various matters, darting from courtyard to courtyard. Fortunately, since Frostfall's visit, Pei Shun had not returned, which brought her a measure of relief. It was not as she had feared. The ladies were gathered in the garden, enjoying a theatrical performance, while the gentlemen indulged in wine in the outer courtyard, having invited a few courtesans to sing. Jean Ziki, though not yet 25, had been married for several years and had a daughter named Yun'er with his wife, Xie. The child was utterly delightful. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, she repeatedly called her aunt, her voice sweet and endearing, her cherubic face round and flushed. Jiang Wan, pleased, had gifts prepared, 2 gold ingots and a length of fine silk. Yun'er, how old are you? She inquired, squatting down to ruffle the girl's hair. It was soft and fine. Had she been in a modern setting, her parents would surely have cultivated her into a prominent internet celebrity. The little girl, with her chubby cheeks and bright, smiling eyes, was a picture of innocence. I am 3 years old, she replied, her speech still a bit unclear, holding up 2 fingers. Xie laughed and corrected her, adding another finger to the count. Jiang Wan gazed at her with a continuous smile, her large, glistening eyes brimming with vitality. Tilting her head, she exclaimed, Auntie, you're truly beautiful. As she spoke, she leaned in to plant a kiss on her cheek before scurrying behind her mother, timidly peeking out to observe Jiang Wan. Xie, with a gentle smile, remarked, It seems she genuinely adores you, dear lady. No amount of coaxing from others would persuade her to kiss, yet today, her enthusiasm is quite rare. It was evident that Xie held a deep affection for Yun'er, her laughter infused with warmth. Jiang Wan, too, found herself enchanted by the lively little girl, whose exuberance contrasted sharply with her own childhood reservedness. She had always perceived adult teasing as somewhat childish, leading her father to worry about her premature maturity. Mother, Yun'er's tummy is crowing like a rooster. The group paused in surprise, after which Xie burst into laughter. Jiang Wan, having never raised children before, was intrigued by the child's expression and turned to Xie with a questioning gaze. Dear lady, she is not only talkative but also imaginative. This is her way of saying she is hungry. Jiang Wan suddenly understood and pinched the adorable chubby cheeks of Yun'er, delighting in her charming expression. Yun'er, just as Jiang Wan intended to ask a little maid to take the child downstairs for a meal, a male voice called from behind. Everyone turned to see Pei Shun and Jean Ziki standing in the corridor, both wearing cheerful smiles as they looked in their direction. As a married woman often engaged with men in public affairs, Jiang Wan believed it unnecessary to hide away. Such behavior would only appear petty. The 2 men exchanged polite gestures as they descended the steps, while Yun'er, with her short legs, dashed forward, her chubby cheeks bouncing, and hugged Jean Ziki's leg, calling out sweetly, Father. The sunlight was dazzling, and Jiang Wan held her silk fan to shield her forehead, joyfully watching the little girl, who was being tossed playfully in her father's arms, her laughter ringing like music. Jiang Wan could not help but feel a surge of happiness herself. Pei Shun gazed at her, having indulged in a couple of drinks that day, feeling slightly lightheaded. Rubbing his temples, he caught sight of her beaming face. Sensing his intense gaze, Jiang Wan stole a glance and noticed the dreamy haze in his elongated phoenix eyes. She quickly lowered her fan and turned away, striving to avoid his eye contact. Having just confirmed her suspicions, she found herself confronted with his inebriated state. She whispered a few words to Xiao Xiang, who discreetly glanced at Pei Shun. Seeing that his gaze had shifted, she reassured Jiang Wan and quietly withdrew to summon Shuang Jiang to assist their young master. Noticing the young couple engaged in conversation, Jiang Wan felt no need to linger and began her return. Upon entering the theater, she was immediately spotted by Pei Jean, who pulled her in to pour her another cup of wine. Although the alcohol was not as potent as modern spirits, it had a significant after effect. My dear sister-in-law, You have worked hard these past few days. Do indulge in a couple more cups for a good night's sleep." The elders also smiled at her, leaving her no choice but to comply, resolutely downing 2 cups. The fiery sensation coursed down her throat to her stomach, and soon her head began to feel slightly dizzy, her cheeks warming from the drink. "Oh dear, this is quite a strong pour." Pei Huai chuckled, urging, "Let us spare the elder sister. We are robust and can indulge ourselves. She is still under medication." The group shared a light-hearted laugh, but Jiang Wan felt dizzy, so she settled into a chair, resting her elbows on its arms, somewhat dazed. Turning her head, she noticed Xiao Xiang entering and requested her assistance to step outside for some fresh air. The theater was situated within the garden, and the sun blazed fiercely outside. They sought a secluded path, and Jiang Wan, inebriated and fatigued, was captivated by the sight of oddly shaped rocks ahead, their arrangement somewhat picturesque. She opted to sit upon a boulder. "Please fetch me a bowl of sobering soup. I can hardly move," she said. Xiao Xiang surveyed their surroundings, noting the absence of others. Feeling anxious, she replied, "The young maidens are busy attending to various tasks in the inner courtyard today. Please wait here. I will summon a maid to watch over you." Jiang Wan nodded, resting her arm on the stone and her head in the crook of her arm, eventually succumbing to deep slumber. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiang exited and spotted 2 young maids carrying trays nearby, sending one to guard Jiang Wan. The maid navigated the winding paths toward the designated spot, relieved to find the elder mistress resting on the rock. After a brief wait, her companion, unable to endure the delay, urged her to hasten. Looking around and seeing no one, and recognizing the seclusion of the area, she decided to follow suit. Left alone beneath the boulder, Jiang Wan suddenly became aware of a tall figure approaching from behind, clad in a flowing blue robe. He stepped gracefully toward her, gazing intently at the figure reclined against the stone. Lowering himself, he gently swept aside the strands of hair that brushed her nose, leaning down to press his lips against hers, delicately savoring her rosy mouth. Jiang Wan felt something crawling on her lips and instinctively raised her hand to swat it away. Encountering a solid object, drowsily attempting to open her eyes, she found her eyelids heavy and unyielding. When she managed to lift them slightly, the sight was surreal, resembling Pei Shun in a hazy memory. She struggled to rise, but found herself collapsing back down. Just as her head was about to hit the stone, Pei Shun swiftly placed his hand beneath it, studying her face closely and gently prodding her cheek with his fingertip. Sleeping here, unperturbed by prying eyes, he murmured with a soft laugh, as his thumb began to caress her lips, rendering them a charming shade of red. Chapter 59. A heart of malice. When Jiang Wan regained consciousness, she found herself lying in bed, realizing it was already the following day. Her mind was flooded with images of Pei Shun's gentle smile and the memory of him playing with her hair, leading her to question whether she harbored any intentions toward her younger uncle. Observing Xiao Xiang bustling about, she hesitated to ask, "Were you the one who carried me back yesterday?" "It was Aunt Jean," Xiao Xiang replied with a cheerful smile. "It's true that good deeds yield good results. Aunt Jean encountered me while I was bringing the sobering soup and accompanied me back. You were utterly intoxicated and in a deep slumber impossible to rouse. So she volunteered to attend to you." Jiang Wan forced a smile and inquired, "Did we encounter anyone along the way?" She found herself in a peculiar state. She set aside her tasks and sat down on the footstool beside the bed, pondering deeply about the situation. What could have happened to the young lady? Suddenly, she recalled that yesterday she had instructed a young maid to keep watch over you, but she failed to do so. Today, upon her return, she discovered that the maid had been sent away to the estate, which was truly alarming. One could hardly rely on her. As she contemplated, she remembered that her elder brother would be departing in a couple of days. "You should summon Aunt's son to meet with me. I shall instruct her on her duties." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi hurriedly went out and soon returned, announcing that Aunt's son had arrived. Aunt's son, emboldened by her influence, had behaved like a docile cat while Pei Hung was present. However, in his absence, she could hardly be bothered to maintain pretense. With a handkerchief in her grasp, she lazily performed her greeting and stood there as if unperturbed. Xiaoxi scolded her for her lack of awareness, noting that the mistress was preparing herself, and yet Aunt's son made no move to assist. "Aunt's son, if you have no pressing matters, kindly wring out a handkerchief for the eldest mistress and assist her with her ablutions. Aunt Sun cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Shi, aware of her status in front of Pei Heng, yet she dared not act out of line before the mistress. Reluctantly, she fetched a handkerchief from the rack, soaked it in hot water, wrung it out, and presented it to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan casually accepted it, washed her face, and returned it to her. It was evident that she was expected to continue serving. Aunt Sun, with no other options, complied. In the absence of Pei Heng, she felt diminished in Jiang Wan's presence. Nevertheless, possessing a flexible disposition, she smiled as she wrung the cloth again and assisted Jiang Wan in drying her hands. "Will the master take you along?" Aunt Sun's heart sank at this inquiry. She hesitated in her movements. What prompted such a question? She was already fearful of Pei Shan's potential reprimand on the boat. And now, this question only heightened her anxiety. She quickly smiled and replied, "The master is attending to important matters. I doubt he would take a mere servant with him." Jiang Wan turned to look at her, noting the sudden shift in her self-reference from I to this servant, clearly indicative of her fear of Pei Shan. One could only wonder what he had done to Aunt and that instilled such dread. With a calm smile, she regarded Aunt Sunday. In the master's absence, it is essential to have a devoted attendant. What sort of riffraff would dare approach him when he is alone? Aunt Sun, unafraid of Jiang Wan's potential scrutiny during Pei Heng's absence, recalled her intention to charm Pei Heng into revealing which companions would accompany him. Yet, upon remembering Jiang Wan's demeanor, she felt inexplicably irked and had called for Enro to expose her, only to find herself thwarted. What is the eldest mistress implying? Jiang Wan laughed, taking her hand warmly. When I entered, the master mentioned that only you hold his heart. I watched as Enro was taken aback. Jean and I is timid, but you are gentle and capable. Your presence beside the master reassures me. But the master has not even seen me. What does it matter? Tonight, I shall invite the master back, and we sisters will have a good chat. Aunt Sun scoffed inwardly at this, realizing that Jiang Wan was growing weary of her. She could not indulge her whims, so she smiled broadly, saying, "Very well. I shall pour the wine for the mistress and attend to her needs." Jiang Wan chuckled. "I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I can barely manage a couple of cups before I succumb. Attend to the master diligently. Ensure he is in good spirits. And I shall spare myself from unnecessary words. You may go now and return in the evening." After sending away Aunt Sun, the smile on Jiang Wan's face faded. Xiao Xiang, puzzled, questioned why her lady insisted on keeping such a person close, despite the risk of her exposing their secrets. Jiang Wan, with a cold smile, retorted, "Do you not understand why she dares not leave?" Without waiting for Xiao Xiang's response, she continued, "Because Pei Shun is aboard the ship." "Xiao Xiang, have you not heard what Su Su confided to me?" "Su Su? Initially, I thought we were all unfortunate souls, compelled into this life, and that we could coexist peacefully. Even if she became aware of the truth, I assumed she would remain tight-lipped, and we could live out our remaining days amicably. However, I was taken aback when she relentlessly pressured Enro to reveal my secrets to Pei Heng, which frightened Enro to the point of feverishly disclosing everything. I inadvertently letting Su Su overreact. She was terrified and came pleading to me." Xiao Xiang gasped, clearly alarmed by the grave news. "What shall we do?" "Xiao Xiang, it is either her or me. What do you propose we do?" Her eyes were filled with resolve. "What shall we do then? Among those we previously purchased, there are several robust young men who have signed death contracts. Let us send them to Jinling to retrieve some of my belongings. Should we not seek the assistance of the young master?" Jiang Wan shot her a cold glance. "I wish to have no entanglements with him. When do I have to ask for his help?" Xiao Xiang shrank back, refraining from further comments, yet still anxious. "I fear these men lack experience. If they fail, it could lead to further complications. That will not happen. If they cannot accomplish the task, what purpose do they serve?" Previously, she had perceived her aunt as ruthless, believing the concubines were forced into their roles. But now, facing her own predicament, she realized that goodwill often comes at a price. She did not wish to regret her decisions later. Once the master and servant had concluded their discussion, they summoned breakfast to the table. Jiang Wan, despite her appetite, found her frail body often succumb to fatigue after exertion. Thus, most of the food in the small kitchen was easily digestible. At times, She found that the meals prepared by Pei's mother suited her better. After consuming a small bowl of porridge, she set down her chopsticks. After her meal, she made her way to the Jean residence. Jean, having heard that her son intended to accompany his nephew to Yangzhou, understood his intent to deliberately avoid his wife. If she were pregnant at this moment, her son could return shortly. She scrutinized Zhang's demeanor, noting her meticulousness and thoroughness, and chose not to elaborate further, merely reminding her not to forget to pack the winter cloak and knee pads, as her son had always been in poor health, and the trials he endured at the hands of bandits had certainly diminished his fortitude. Who else will accompany you in attendance? Chapter 60. Setting a standard, Jiang Wan dutifully responded, I wish for Aunt Sun and Aunt Jean to accompany me in attendance, though Aunt Sun appeared somewhat reluctant. Jean, rubbing her forehead, found herself lacking the strength to argue further. At that moment, she became enraged, her pallid face flushing crimson. And, after a few coughs that seemed to threaten to expel her very insides, she exclaimed, reluctant, How does this matron manage to ascend above you? Jiang Wan hurriedly presented her with a spittoon, gently caressing her back, her voice devoid of emotion as she remarked that Sun Yinyang's parents were merely servants to their husband. Thus she refrained from further comment. After all, they were but servants. You are far too feeble. If you cannot invite her, I shall do so. Jiang Wan smiled at Jean Shi, stating that with her mother's words, it would be inappropriate for her to decline the invitation. Jean Shi fell silent, while Granny Qin, who had come to accompany Jean Shi, witnessed her daughter-in-law outmaneuvering her and gradually retreated. After Jiang Wan attended to her medication, she proceeded to pay her respects to Madame Pei. Upon exiting, she encountered Pei Shun, who was about to enter. She stepped back, and Pei Shun bowed deeply, greeting her with sister-in-law, may you be well. As he spoke, his gaze briefly lingered on her lips before shifting away. Although Jiang Wan could not be certain, she preferred not to entangle herself further with him, returning the courtesy and then exiting, with Xiao Xiong quickly following her. As they made their way back to Yanhua Pavilion, she instructed Xiao Xiong to open the box and retrieve silver coins to send to the kitchen for purchasing chicken, duck, fish, and meat for tonight's meal. She also directed Li Chun to the shop to summon Pei Hong, as the eldest lady wished to host a master and several concubines for a banquet. The servant returned with news that the master had mentioned he would return early to dine with the eldest lady. After bowing respectfully, he exited, while Jiang Wan reviewed the accounts. She planned to establish a pawn shop under the name of Zhang Granny's son. In this era, it was not permissible for official families to engage in commerce, and being a woman made it even more challenging. Thus, most official families had their businesses managed by servants at home. However, a pawn shop was a time-honored financial enterprise, capable of yielding substantial profits, which attracted many. Supported by the Ho family and Pei Shun, she feared that clinging to her current circumstances might lead to her own suffering. With only 300 or 400 taels in silver notes and land deeds at her disposal, she pondered in silence, holding the sandalwood box. Her total assets barely amounting to 3,000 or 4,000 taels, with only about 1,000 taels available for use, as the shop could not be touched. Just then, she heard a little maid announcing that Jean Yinyang had arrived, prompting her to close the box and take a seat in the Grand Hall S armchair. Upon seeing Jean enter, she invited her to sit. I heard from Li Chun that you wish for us to dine together. I came to inquire if there is anything I can assist you with, Jiang Wan offered, urging her to sit. As they busied themselves, she added, let us not rush. Bring tea for the concubine. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to ask, do you drink tea with milk? The eldest lady instructed them not to hurry. I shall have tea, she said, already serving herself while also pouring some for Jiang Wan. Do sit down. Jiang Wan encouraged her to take a seat on the stool brought by the maid. Observing her closely, it appeared that her face had become noticeably rounder. I heard that the master has been resting in your room for several days. Jean and her face immediately flushed crimson, and she stumbled to her feet, flustered and unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Eldest lady, I did not mean to. Jiang Wan was taken aback by her reaction, momentarily stunned, and quickly pressed her shoulders down to sit. Please sit down. Do not misunderstand. I meant no harm. It was merely a jest. She gazed at the individual before her, uncertain of the extent to which the son and families had tormented him. Merely asking a question had rendered him so fearful. Aunt Jean, have you accompanied our master to Yangzhou this time? Madam, please do not misunderstand. Although the master is with me, he constantly speaks of you, madam. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Jiang Wan felt a pang of sympathy for her. I understand, but you are his concubine. It is not surprising for him to rest in your quarters. Do not think I am envious. I have no interest in Pei Hong. My association with him is merely an attempt to elevate my status. I have invited you along to ensure you serve him well. As the legitimate wife, I am bound by filial duties. Jean and I, displaying a measure of cleverness, quickly inquired, is there anyone else besides me? There is also concubine's son, but she is reluctant to go. Observing Jiang Wan's cheerful demeanor, she felt assured. Do not worry, madam. I will assist you in ensuring she accompanies us. It was unclear who aboard the ship instilled such fear in her, as this morning she nearly quarreled with me over the decision to go. Jean and I frowned, aware that concubine's son had the support of the matron and that the master favored her, making matters quite complicated. Jiang Wan, sipping her tea, smiled as she looked up at her. Support? What support? After a moment of surprise, she too began to laugh, realizing that no one could overshadow the master. The matron was devoted to him, and she was insignificant by comparison. Just as Jiang Wan was about to speak, a maid called from outside, the master has returned. Both women promptly rose from their seats and bowed as he entered, leaning on a cane. Pei Hong, noticing the smiles on their faces, inquired with curiosity about their conversation. Jean and I hurried to assist him and sat beside Jiang Wan, who stretched her hand towards him. He gently pressed down his hand, saying, "You both sit." They obliged, positioning themselves at an angle as he glanced at Jiang Wan and then at Jean and I, awaiting their reply. Jean and I, stealing a glance at Jiang Wan, quickly stated, "Madam and I were discussing the lively and adorable young girl from the Jean family. We both find her quite delightful." Pei Hong's smile gradually faded. Indeed, Yin'er was rather charming. Jiang Wan cast him a sidelong glance, adjusting her clothing, sitting upright with her hands resting on her knees. In that moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and Jean sensed the shift in atmosphere, lowering her head. "Master, madam, it is time for the meal." Jiang Wan rose, extending her hand to support his arm. He looked down at her, gently nuzzling her face, softly inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell?" Jean and I, standing awkwardly to the side, felt a pang of discomfort. Although Pei Hong's demeanor was gentle, it was the first time she witnessed such a doting expression from him, one that he had never shown to the two concubines, leaving her feeling unexpectedly empty. Chapter 61. Cutting off the source of trouble, the group entered the dining room, where the table was already set with dishes. Knowing that Pei Hong had returned, Sun and dared not act presumptuously and had awaited outside the main room. Once Xiaoxiang reported their arrival, they were allowed to enter and take their seats. Pei Hong and Jiang Wan sat at the head of the table, while the three concubines settled at the far end, only occupying half of their seats. Refraining from being too casual, Jiang Wan beckoned a few individuals with a smile, saying, "Aunt Sun, come sit here," gesturing to the left side of Pei Hong for her to join. Sun instinctively looked towards Pei Hong, who was merely pouring himself a drink, and remained silent. Feeling a bit apprehensive, she hesitated about whether to comply, but then heard the person at the head of the table finish his drink before saying, "Since Wanner has invited you to sit here, you should do so." "Very well," she replied, and after a moment's hesitation, approached with a timid demeanor, a stark contrast to her behavior around Jiang Wan, as she slowly took her seat beside Pei Hong. "Go ahead and eat," he suggested, lifting his wine glass, gesturing aimlessly in the air. Jiang Wan, placing her hand on his arm, smiled gently and said, "Brother, drinking on an empty stomach is harmful. You ought to eat some food first." As soon as she finished speaking, Sun promptly served him some dishes. In their presence, no one had ever dared to urge him to drink. They always catered to his whims. Aunt Sun, however, did not perceive Pei Hong as particularly fond of Jiang Wan. This act of urging was, in essence, a contradiction to the man's disposition. Men, even a eunuch, would submit only to those of higher status. Disregarding the fleeting words of women, the young mistress still appeared too naive to comprehend that harmony between men and women often relies upon the gentleness and obedience of the latter. "My lord, This is the fried quail you usually enjoy. It pairs perfectly with wine." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Wan smiled and remarked, "Brother, for this trip to Yangzhou, let Aunt Jean accompany you." At this declaration, Sun Haiyan was taken aback. Hadn't she just been told in the morning that she would be going along? Now, she was not even mentioned. What was the intent behind this sudden shift? Jean and heir also understood that by saying this, she had become the target of scrutiny. Yet she felt no fear. She was determined to repay Jiang Wan's kindness and promptly rose from her seat, bowing and affirming, "Yes, I shall certainly attend to my lord's needs." Aunt Jean was indeed considerate, and with her accompanying the young mistress, the servants felt reassured. However, she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, pretending to wipe away tears, saying, "I am unwell, and I fear my presence would be a burden." Jiang Wan replied with a smile, "Aunt Sun need not worry. I've already informed the matriarch, so you can rest assured." Informed the matriarch? Indeed, I mentioned it to her this morning when I went to pay my respects. Aunt Sun seemed unprepared for this unexpected revelation, feeling as though she had been stabbed in the back before the matriarch. Seeing Jiang Wan's ambiguous smile, she realized that to claim illness now would only bring shame before the matriarch, leaving her without any support. But if she went, what pay shun? She returned to her seat, gazing quietly at Jiang Wan. Previously, she had viewed this person as gentle and serene, perhaps even a bit timid. But it seemed she had been blind to the underlying malice. After much contemplation, she recognized that while she may have incited in Ro, she had kept her lips sealed. Moreover, with Pei Hung present, he would likely protect his brother, Pei Shun, from acting against her. Convinced that she ought not to offend the matriarch due to her unfounded assumptions, she smiled and said, "Look at me. I've only spoken half of my thoughts." The matriarch must have misunderstood. While my health may not be robust, it is merely an old ailment, one that comes and goes. Besides, serving my lord is my duty. How could I possibly refuse? I have been attending to my lord since childhood, and there are many matters that Aunt Jean may not fully comprehend. Jiang Wan chuckled. Well, it is for the best. After all, Aunt Jean cannot attend to her alone, so it is wise for you to accompany her. Sun Haiyan cast a furtive glance at Pei Hung, relieved to find him oblivious to her scrutiny. She then turned her gaze towards Jin Yang, who was indeed under Jiang Wan's influence. What could be her true intention in insisting on bringing Jin Yang along? Could it be to keep tabs on whether she would betray her? A wave of resentment washed over her. She would need to keep a close watch on that little wretch throughout the journey. Since Wanner had agreed, all was settled. It was merely a matter of ensuring that she managed the household affairs and honored her parents. Such was her obligation. After their conversation, the group dined and drank, each harboring their own secret motives before dispersing. Jiang Wan, having a low tolerance for alcohol, found herself quite unsteady after just one cup. Xiao Xiang hurriedly prepared a hangover soup for her, and after she had freshened up in the washroom, she emerged to find Pei Hung already reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, adorned in a sheer veil and a bright red apron, standing still before him, he sensed her displeasure. Although his garments carried a hint of fragrance, an unsettling odor still lingered about him, one reminiscent of the time she had visited her father's study. When the palace guards were present, she recalled learning from various texts that eunuchs, having lost their essence in childhood, often bore a distinct smell, as they could not fully rid themselves of it. Previously, she had thought it was merely the scent of sweat from a day's labor, easily forgiven when cleanliness was assured by night. Yet today, it seemed he had not changed at all. "What is the matter?" Pei Hung, noticing her hesitation, shook the book in his hand and earnestly inquired. Jiang Wan, eschewing any pretense, directly asked, "Brother, do you not intend to wash up with all that sweat on you?" Pei Hung was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Jiang Wan would voice such a concern. Observing her delicate face, slightly pouting in irritation, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He chuckled. "All right, I shall wash. Please do not be upset." Indeed, he tossed aside the covers and got up to fetch water. By the time Jiang Wan had tidied herself, he had already gone to freshen up as well. Jiang Wan then instructed Xiao Xiang to light a burner of fragrant incense. As the unpleasant odor gradually dissipated, Jiang Wan finally succumbed to slumber. In a hazy dream state, she sensed someone brushing against her back. She recognized it to be Pei Hong, but felt too lethargic to respond. Suddenly, the distinct scent of incense jolted her awake. Her heart raced as she quietly observed the figure above her, but the dimness of the room made it difficult to discern. She reached out and pinched his arm, finding it solid and confirming it was indeed Pei Hong. "What are you doing?" she whispered, her voice barely audible, as he was listening intently nearby. His voice was hoarse as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, sending shivers down her spine, his lips brushing against her earlobe. The reprimand she intended to voice was caught on her tongue as he slowly advanced, entwining his own with hers and savoring the sweetness of her mouth. Jiang Wan's mind spun as she struggled to rise, pushing against his shoulders. Chapter 62. No pretense. Pei Shun observed her feeble attempt to strike and couldn't help but smile. Seizing the moment, Jiang Wan bit down on his tongue, causing him sharp pain. He slipped his large hand beneath her garment, pinching her waist without uttering a word, and continued to knead her side. She let out a couple of soft moans, yet refused to release her grip. Pei Shun furrowed his brow slightly, deciding to take his time. Instead, he leaned towards her lips, enveloping her in his warm breath. Jiang Wan increasingly sensed something was amiss. Her bite only seemed to incite him further. With no other option, she patted his shoulder, and upon receiving no response, she did so again, prompting him to finally let her go. Gasping heavily, she felt as though he had nearly rendered her breathless. In frustration, she pushed him hard, inciting a low chuckle from him. "Why do you act as if you haven't seen me?" Jiang Wan regarded his shadow with a perplexed expression. "You are quite strange. Initially, you spoke of this as a mere transaction, allowing you to father a child. Now, you claim it's simply a matter of time, yet you return again." He sighed deeply. "It was my brother who sent me. He is in the inner chamber. Why would I deceive you? What reason would I have to mislead my sister-in-law? Surely she doesn't think I harbor any intentions towards you." This statement was a test, gauging her suspicions. Jiang Wan frowned. "How could I ever think that others have intentions towards me? I merely stated that you should not have come." Pei Shun felt a twinge of disappointment. "If that is the case, why should you worry, sister-in-law? We must prioritize important matters." He leaned closer, his heavy breaths echoing in her ear, his warm lips grazing her cheek, creating a tantalizing sensation that made her want to retreat. Impatient, Jiang Wan took advantage of his distraction, raising her knee to deliver a sharp jab. He grunted heavily as he tumbled off the bed with a thud, the sound startling her. Alarmed, she quickly adjusted her clothing and cautiously peered out, only to find him sprawled on the floor. Her heart raced. She panicked, thinking, could I have injured him? That would truly make him and his brother two unfortunate souls. Hastily, she donned a cloak and cautiously stepped over him, crouching down to assess his condition. He clenched his teeth in pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The impact from her kick had intensified the discomfort he was already feeling, leaving even a battle-hardened man like him unable to withstand it, unable to rise. Jiang Wan hesitated, frightened by his stillness. If he were to perish in her room, what would that mean? She hurriedly shook him. Are you all right? Through gritted teeth, he replied, What do you think? Don't push your luck. Jiang Wan sighed in relief. Grateful he was alive, she rushed to assist him, only to discover she lacked the strength to lift him. His muscles felt as solid as iron. She murmured, Could you not move at all? He remained silent. Believing he must be in excruciating pain, she knelt down, reaching out to help him. But he suddenly seized her hand and yanked her down to the ground. Realizing what was happening, she was caught off guard as he flipped her over, pinning her legs down and trapping her hands above her head. What are you doing? She asked. What do you think? Though his face remained obscured, it was evident that he was seething with rage, his grip on her wrist tightening painfully as he breathed heavily in the darkness. She could sense that the man before her was not to be trifled with. His fury was palpable. You truly do not fear me. His voice was icy, devoid of the gentleness he typically displayed. Yet, moments later, as if attempting to intimidate a child, he clenched his teeth and threatened. You ought to be thrown to the wolves atop the mountain. You heartless creature. Regardless of his words, Jiang Wan insisted, Let me go. Her voice trembled, momentarily catching Pei Shun off guard. She was clearly terrified, using her anger as a shield. His grip loosened, and just as she believed she would be released, he suddenly clasped her waist and lifted her, throwing her onto the bed with force. The commotion startled Pei Hong next door. He listened intently to the sounds within, his heart twisting painfully as he braced himself against the wall, gritting his teeth to endure. Jiang Wan landed amidst the bedding, unexpectedly unscathed. As she propped herself on her elbows to rise, he advanced upon her, pressing his lips against her chest and neck, relentless in his pursuit. She attempted to evade him, but escape proved futile, and she dared not utter a sound. Was he trying to alert him? After such a ruckus, it was likely he had heard everything. Are you satisfied now? He released her, panting, his tone frigid. Jiang Wan could only stifle her sobs. He was not a man known for his compassion. The harsh realities of court life had taught him to be cold-hearted, to wield his smile as a weapon, concealing the daggers hidden behind it. As he grew older, he became accustomed to a life steeped in bloodshed. I hate you, she spat through gritted teeth. Pei Shun dismissed her sentiments, tenderly caressing her back, planting kisses upon her shoulder, inch by inch, exploring her skin as her garments fell away. She ceased to resist. At that moment, Jiang Wan became increasingly convinced that Pei Shun sought to possess her. It was not a matter of her confidence. Her perception of this man mirrored that of Pei Hong, merely a manifestation of primal desire. Yet, this man possessed an even greater intensity of yearning. She gritted her teeth, enduring his relentless advances as he pursued her time and again until she could bear it no longer, pleading for him a halt, lest dawn break. Only then did he withdraw. Yet he lingered, softly inquiring by her ear, "Shall I carry you to wash?" Jiang Wan raised her hand to strike him, but her strength had waned. Her hand merely grazed his face. He interpreted her gesture as an invitation for affection, hastily pressing her palm against his cheek. The misunderstandings of the night were indeed profound. When he attempted to lift her, she pushed against his chest in refusal. "Please, grant me some dignity." Pei Shun tousled her dark locks, dismissing her protests. "Do not speak foolishly. I shall return from Yangzhou." With that, he stood and exited. Jiang Wan was infuriated. He no longer even pretended to care. Rising from the bed, she glared at his retreating figure and hurled a nearby pillow at him, striking the doorframe with a resounding thud. Unable to contain her tears, she wept softly, for she sensed footsteps approaching, quickly retrieving the pillow before the door swung open. Jiang Wan had little strength. She turned over and soon fell into a deep slumber. By the time Pei Hong approached, she was already sound asleep. He lay down beside her, reaching out to hold her, only to discover that her eyes were red, hinting she had been weeping. Unsure whether to wake her, he pondered whether the earlier commotion had caused her distress. As he rested his head on his hands, sleep eluded him. Chapter 63. A scheme with a tiger on the 6th day of the 7th month, as the Pei brothers were preparing to depart for Yangzhou. The entire household gathered for a feast. This occasion was particularly significant as Pei Shun had recently gained favor with the emperor, prompting members of the Pei clan to convene at the residence. Jiang Wan found herself acquainted with the prominent figures present, including the esteemed Lady Ming from the corridor and Madame Quan from Jinshui Lane. It was merely a formality to exchange greetings, yet she felt the weight of her responsibilities as she was still attending to the ailing Jin Shi, leading her to make a brief circuit before returning. Since her marriage, Jin Shi had been largely confined to her sickbed. Jiang Wan believed that as long as one maintained a healthy regimen with ginseng tonics, one could manage their health, a notion she attributed to her own dedication to physical exercise. Although her constitution was somewhat fragile, she reasoned that barring any severe trauma or contagious illness, her health was generally stable. Upon her return, she noted her mother-in-law's pallid complexion, appearing frail and weak. As Jin Shi prepared to take her medicine, she inquired if Jiang Wan had managed to greet everyone. The previous gathering, marred by the recent incident involving Heir Lang, had been rather subdued, and this time she observed the fickleness of those around her, who adeptly navigated the shifting tides of fortune. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm was merely human nature. Jin Shi, burdened by her illness, felt it unwise to dwell on such matters, advising Jiang Wan not to let such people weigh on her mind, lest it distract her husband while he was away. Jiang Wan resolved to bolster her spirits, recognizing that if she faltered, Pei Hong would surely worry during his travels. She had urged him not to go, but he remained determined. Reassured by the prosperity of Yangzhou and the absence of significant threats, particularly with her second brother present. In truth, Jiang Wan suspected that part of Pei Heng's motivation was for her sake, but a larger impetus was likely the salt trade, as the second branch of the family sought to stake their claim. However, she discerned that Jin Shi attributed all such motivations to her, leading to pointed remarks during her moments of discontent. Despite this, she found Jin Shi to be more manageable than her formidable aunt. Regardless, the priority was for her mother-in-law to recover, as it was not Jiang Wan's fault if her husband was preoccupied with concern while away. Jin Shi, perhaps softened by the departure of her son and left with only her daughter-in-law and daughter for company, guided Jiang Wan to sit by her bedside. "These days have been taxing for you," she remarked. "Since your arrival, you've been busy attending to matters, and, as your mother-in-law, I haven't set a proper example for you. Fortunately, you possess a fair amount of wit, which has alleviated my worries. Should you have any uncertainties, I lack the energy to instruct you. Feel free to consult your aunt, my cousin, as you are aware." Jiang Wan merely smiled in agreement, unperturbed by Jin Shi's mixed assessments of her character. Patiently and attentively, she administered the medicine, assisting with rinsing afterwards, and once Jin Shi settled down to rest, she stepped outside. The maidens were bustling about, and the lady, with a light-hearted remark of appreciation, seemed to have entirely forgotten her past demeanor towards them. She takes pride in her seniority, and to have spoken thus far is indeed commendable. You know this, so refrain from elaborating further. Is everything arranged? What did Aunt Jean say? Xiao Xiang hurriedly scanned the surroundings, confirming no one was present, before whispering, "She has consented, but I fear her timidity. Will she divulge the lady's identity upon hearing any news?" "She will not." Although Jiang Wan is embarking on this endeavor for the first time and feels a twinge of fear, she is resolute in her belief. Trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. Desiring to avoid such a heavy topic, Jiang Wan led Xiao Xiang back when she suddenly encountered Pei Shun approaching from the corridor. Clad in a blue robe, he exuded an aura of springtime warmth, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, he first performed a respectful bow. "Sister-in-law, why are you not enjoying the company of the other ladies, but rather here?" Jiang Wan observed the amiable demeanor of the man before her, a stark contrast to the beastly nature he had displayed the previous night. Following closely behind him was Jingzhe, standing at a respectful distance with her head bowed, unsure of how to engage. She took a step back, bending her knee in greeting, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Madam is unwell. I must attend to her." Noticing the fleeting glance she cast to the stain upon his chest, his long fingers flicked at his garment. "They insisted on drinking, and I spilled some on myself. I was just about to return to change." "Who asked you?" Jiang Wan shot him a dispassionate look, finding his demeanor baffling. She clutched her handkerchief, hoping he would take his leave promptly. He chuckled softly, stepped closer, and gave her palm a light pinch before retracting his hand swiftly. Jiang Wan had never anticipated his audacity reaching such heights. She stared at him, her gaze unwavering, while the person behind him dared not even lift their head, which eased her mind somewhat. Yet, she felt a sense of grievance. A faint blush appeared around her delicate eyelids. Fearing Jingzhe's notice, she suppressed her emotions. "Do not cry. I merely missed you." This statement, once uttered, only intensified her ire. Jiang Wan felt tears welling up, her nails digging into her palm, creating crimson lines. To avoid revealing her turmoil, she lowered her head and brushed past him, hastily descending the corridor, grateful that he did not pursue her. "Your Grace, do not let it trouble you. Xiao Xiang, I am truly foolish courting danger." Though Xiao Xiang did not fully comprehend, she recognized that everyone, at some point in their lives, makes erroneous judgments. Even emperor's heir, leading nations astray. How much more so for us? Noticing the blood on Jiang Wan's hand, she hastily opened it for inspection. "My lady, you are too harsh on yourself." As Jiang Wan allowed Xiao Xiang to examine her hand, she acknowledged the simplicity of her words, yet the predicament she faced was indeed complex. After all, Pei Shun had previously performed and feigned before her, and should he ever decide to expose the truth, the consequences would be dire. Given his high status, she felt utterly powerless against him. With a deep sigh, she watched as Xiaoxiang summoned a servant to bring roasted duck, 3 delicacies, pickled vegetables, fragrant rice, and several small dishes. Above all, do not forget to eat. Once you are full, my lady, you may enjoy a blissful slumber, and upon awakening, a new day of beauty awaits you. Jiang Wan forced a smile and nodded, inviting Xiaoxiang to sit opposite her for a meal. After hastily finishing their meal, they rinsed their mouths with tea and then went out together to assist the Shun family in entertaining guests. It wasn't until the afternoon, when the guests had departed, that the weary Shun matriarch could no longer stand straight. After offering a few words of advice, she returned to the Lu Yao courtyard. Fortunately, everyone attended to their duties, and there was no need for Jiang Wan to say much. The accounts were aligned, and even if there were various servants managing the affairs, they could adequately explain any discrepancies regarding broken dishes, bowls, and plates. In summary, there was a fear that the underlings might seize this opportunity to pilfer items for resale, fostering an atmosphere of mistrust among the staff. Moreover, the household sometimes possessed items of questionable legitimacy. Should any information leak from the servants, the consequences would be dire. In Jinling, there was a merchant who faced ruin over a similar issue concerning dishware. Although his establishment was prominent, the merchandise was of low value, and one careless slip of the tongue by an underling led to his downfall at the hands of a rival. Chapter 64. Valued after 2 or 3 days of organizing Pei Heng's belongings, Jiang Wan reflected on the task at hand. In total, she managed to sort 5 large boxes. Estimating that he might be away for half a year, she resolved to take as much as she could. Jean Shi, rarely visiting Yanhua Pavilion while unwell, observed Jiang Wan's neatly organized items. Although she could find no fault, she remained dissatisfied, lamenting that this year only 3 summer outfits had been prepared, deeming it insufficient. There is no need for you to worry excessively, mother. I believe this is quite adequate. Wanner is thorough in all matters. Pei Heng entered just in time to overhear his mother critiquing his wife. It was a rare moment of engagement, causing Jiang Wan, accustomed to solitary struggles, to feel somewhat surprised. Having only been here for a few months, the frequency of her solitude made it hard for her to feel touched. She merely smiled faintly. Jean Shi sighed and reproached him. I know your wife is dutiful. After offering Jiang Wan a few more pieces of advice, she pulled her son aside to converse in a side room. In a few days, I will invite a physician to examine her pulse. There has been no reaction over these past 3 to 4 months. Is it possible that my younger brother, being a horseman, is to blame? Don't speak nonsense. He is your brother, trained in martial arts since childhood. It cannot be his fault. Pei Heng hesitated, recalling the unusual commotion from the other day. His wife, already frail, had endured much. Consulting a doctor seemed prudent. Then let us invite that Dr. Jean. He was the one my younger brother brought last time. He recalled that his younger brother seemed quite anxious about this matter, perhaps eager to see his sister-in-law conceive quickly, especially since engagements were looming by year-end. Jean Shi cast a glance toward the main hall. If Jiang Shi cannot bear children, it may be best to lay everything bare. However, I dare not speak too freely. Perhaps we could adopt a child from the sideline. She nodded in agreement. After bidding his mother farewell, Pei Heng returned to Jiang Wan, carefully advising her. While I am away, please ensure the courtyard gate is closed early in the evening. Spend time conversing with Enro or visiting your mother. Do not wander about the garden. Jiang Wan laughed at his fussiness, I understand. Pei Heng gently squeezed her hand, leading her to sit together on the kong. His gaze intently fixated on her face. Knowing it would be months before they would meet again, he held her close, whispering tenderly, Wanner, brother, please take care of yourself on this journey. Eat and rest well, and don't overexert yourself. You're not in good health. It's best to avoid the pleasure houses, she advised, her concern evident. Pei Heng chuckled softly, massaging her delicate shoulder. Is that what you wish to convey? I shall not indulge in the brothels. Rather, I have merely arranged for someone outside. When I depart, her contract will remain in my trunk. Dispose of it as you see fit. She resides in Jean Lu Alley. Jiang Wan smiled, seemingly unfazed, her thoughts already drifting away. Their conversation dwindled into silence. He eventually stood, knowing he would leave the next day. I shall rest tonight in Enro's quarters. She was just lamenting why I did not take her along. Pei Heng's indulgence towards these concubines was rather chilling. In just a few days, he had completely forgotten Enro's behavior, turning instead to console her. Jiang Wan remained silent, rising to see him off for a few steps before returning to sit down. She shared a portion of snacks with Xiao Xiang, and only then did they converse while completing their tasks before sending for water to wash up. The following day, just at the break of dawn, footsteps echoed in the corridor as people began to stir. Jiang Wan remembered that Pei Heng was to depart, prompting her to rouse Xiao Xiang and prepare herself. Just then, Pei Heng entered the room. You sleep so soundly. Given your frail health and the busy days past, what prompts you to rise now? He questioned softly. If I do not rise now, I fear the matron might tear me to shreds. She laughed lightly. I shall return to sleep shortly. It is merely that my brother is leaving, and I must bid him farewell. Pei Heng's heart ached for her as he gently caressed her palm. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Chuan's voice called from outside, announcing that young Master Pei was urging them to hurry to the main hall. Their conversation consisted of mere words of caution, which could be exchanged en route. Thus, they departed together, with Pei Heng guiding Jiang Wan to the main courtyard. Pei Shun stood beneath the eaves, a gentle smile gracing his face as he noticed their arrival. He opened his mouth to speak, but his gaze lingered on their interlocked fingers before he turned and retreated inside. Second brother? Pei Heng called out, hastily dropping Jiang Wan's hand to follow him inside. Limping slightly, she wiped away the sweat he had left on her hand and entered after him. Just as she crossed the threshold, the sound of Pei Mother's weeping reached her ears. It will be half a year before you return. Now that you've achieved high office, you no longer recognize your family. I see your parents have wasted their efforts raising you. Jiang Wan felt a twinge of exasperation towards the elders. It seemed they could never be satisfied. If one did not go, they were deemed unsuccessful. If one did, they were accused of being unfilial. Truly perplexing. Grandmother, do not fret. My brother and I shall return by year's end. I will take good care of him along the way. Please rest assured, uncle and aunt. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan hesitated at the entrance, her heart swelling with frustration, until a young maid entered, snapping her back to reality. She quickly maneuvered around the screen and stepped inside. She cautiously made her way through the crowd, anxious not to attract attention. Fortunately, everyone was preoccupied with their sorrow over the impending departure. Gradually, she approached Jin Shi, who was bowing her head to wipe away tears. Jin's face was adorned with a heavy layer of powder. Although her makeup was exquisite, age had taken its toll. The powder had settled into the creases at the corners of her eyes, and with a mere touch, the makeup on either side was smudged, revealing her sallow complexion. Mother, my husband is about to depart. It is best not to burden him with worries. Jin glanced at her and nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wan continued. He will return by the end of the year. Last night, he insisted more than once that I should come and cheer you up. I visit daily. Such reminders are unnecessary, for this is a son's filial affection. After soothing her with tender words, Jin gradually ceased her tears, holding Jiang Wan's hand against her heart with a sigh. At that moment, everyone rose to their feet. Jiang Wan had to attend to old Madame Pei and could not accompany Pei Heng. She merely supported old Madame Pei, watching him leave and seeing her tears streaming down. She could only offer her patient comfort. Old Madame Pei began reminiscing about her two grandsons. The elder, Zhong's son, was mature for his age and thus favored by everyone. Yet their grandfather had a preference for heir Lang, who had been nurtured in the palace for several years, accompanying several princes in their studies. When he reached 13, he spent 2 years in the army, and everyone remarked on the old master's discernment in marrying me and valuing heir Lang. Chapter 65. Complexity. Pei Heng's departure was the lightest burden for Jiang Wan. Su Su also came back with news that Enro had always been well-behaved. As for Su Su, she was not a virtuous character. How could a traitor be considered good? Xiao Xiang sent someone to investigate thoroughly and returned with the information that Su Su had a gambling-addicted brother, and she desperately clung to Enyang in hopes of providing for her family. Yet her mistress remained foolish. While Su Su was relatively tight-lipped, one could not trust her. If she betrayed her mistress today, she might do so again for other reasons tomorrow. The maid believed it best to send her far away. Jiang Wan nodded in agreement. instantly concocting a discreet plan to remove her from the premises. She waved to Xiao Xiang, who hurried over, and the two whispered their discussion before Xiao Xiang went out to summon someone, giving them careful instructions. Before Xiao Xiang returned, Li Chun entered with a beaded curtain, announcing, "Madam has brought Dr. Jean to check on the eldest lady's pulse." Jiang Wan had no choice but to rise and step out, only to find Jean entering the inner chamber with the urgency of a whirlwind, breathless as she settled onto the column. She instructed someone to bring a screen and, without further ado, directed her to sit behind it. Upon recognizing Dr. Jean, Jiang Wan realized he was affiliated with Pei Shun, and a wave of anxiety washed over her as she reluctantly extended her hand for him to examine her pulse. Li Chun placed a handkerchief on her wrist, and Dr. Jean rolled up his sleeves, meticulously checking her pulse. Jean, waiting anxiously beside them, finally inquired, "Doctor, what is the verdict?" "The eldest lady, though frail, has been taking her medicine consistently. At present, her condition during pregnancy should pose no significant issues, but we must await the right moment." Jean could not suppress her sighs. She had expected some news after all this time. It was not an issue with Zhang's health. Was it then a problem concerning her nephew? At this moment, she refrained from placing blame on Jiang, though her frustration simmered. Yet she still spoke kindly, instructing someone to see Dr. Jean off to prepare a tonic for her health. As the onset of spring beckoned, she ventured out to attend to matters, receiving prescriptions and delivering gifts before summoning the dog to her side, offering him a handful of treats. With care, she sent the physician to the Chuehua gate to await the palanquin. The dog complied, leading the way, and as they traversed the corridor, they encountered the lady of Wuning Marquis, who approached them. She promptly stepped aside to await her arrival, bowing respectfully to inquire after her well-being. Madame Shun was acquainted with physician Jean and, upon his arrival at her residence, hastily extended her greetings to the womenfolk of his household, inquiring if he had come to attend to her sister-in-law's ailments. Before the physician could respond, the dog interjected, saying, in response to the esteemed lady, "He has come to examine our esteemed matron." Madame Shun let out a thoughtful "oh," expressing her surprise. "Has the eldest just departed, and now your matron has fallen ill? What remedy does she usually take? If she is out, she may procure from my stock. I possess ample ginseng and deer antler." The dog chuckled, clarifying it is not an illness, but rather a check on her pulse for well-being. Well-being? Madame Shun, being a perceptive woman, sensed something amiss and playfully probed physician Jean, asking, "I have heard she suffers from a congenital weakness, and that bearing children may pose difficulties. How is her pulse today?" Physician Jean, interpreting her concern as a familial affection towards the younger generation, smiled and replied, "It is merely that the esteemed matron has been married for several months without conception. The pulse is indeed healthy. It is just a matter of time." "Is that so? Was it the second madam who summoned you?" The dog chimed in. "Indeed, it was the second madam who requested your presence." At that moment, a shock reverberated through her being. How could she be oblivious to such matters? How would her nephew consummate his marriage? How would he father children? Could it be that such a thing would not come to pass? Agitated, she caught the attention of a nearby maid, who immediately instructed the dog to escort her away, helping her to a stone bench nearby. The maid, unaware of the underlying tension, noticed her grasping her chest and inquired, "Madam, do you feel unwell? Shall I fetch some medicine?" "Not necessary." She waved her hand dismissively. She was nearly inclined to point the finger of suspicion towards her own son. "Let us retreat to the Zijing courtyard for a moment." However, after a few steps, she halted, feeling a sense of unease. What kind of person was her son? Having navigated the palace from the age of 7 to 13, he had once wielded power over his uncle with remarkable acuity. How could anyone possibly have leverage over him? She felt reassured. Her son had always maintained his integrity. He would not engage in such indiscretions. No, he would not, until she confirmed whether it truly involved her son. It would be unwise to confront the second house directly. It was better to endure the discomfort and wait for her son's return at year's end to inquire about the matter. "Let us not proceed. Since you feel unwell, it is best to return to your chamber." "Shall I summon physician Jean to examine you, madam?" "I said it is unnecessary. It is unnecessary. Do you not understand? The maid Jiang Wan was taken aback. Madame Shun, known for her gentle disposition, had never exhibited such unwarranted anger. The sudden outburst startled the nearby maids. "I am in a foul mood today. Where's my husband? Has he returned?" "He has not yet returned, madam. Would you like someone to fetch him?" Madame Shun shook her head, following the others back, her gaze lingering on the receding figure of Physician Jean. A sense of dread washed over her. If it were indeed her son who had erred, what would become of them? Such a transgression would be utterly disgraceful. As Xiao Shi hurriedly returned, she rushed through the door and collided with the departing Madame Jean, startling her, especially given her guilty conscience. Xiao Shi, equally taken aback, quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Madam, auspicious greetings." Madame Jean frowned, and her maid, Shi, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly delivered a slap to Xiao Shi, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses?" In the eyes of Madame Jean, such behavior was unbecoming, considering that Xiao Shi was Jiang Wan's chief maid. It left Jiang Wan utterly speechless. It seemed that today, Madame Jean intended to unleash her frustrations on her. Yet her own unease left her without justification, and Xiao Shi merely happened to be the unfortunate target of her ire. Jiang Wan signaled to Li Chun, who, with a bright smile, approached and gently grasped Shir's arm. "Say, my dear, do not be angry. You might hurt your hand." She was a bit rash. Let the housekeeper handle it. Only then did Madame Jean appear to regain her composure, awkwardly waving her hand. After all, striking Jiang Wan's maid would bring disgrace upon Jiang Wan, and despite their usual discord, such behavior was inappropriate in front of their subordinates. Furthermore, even if Xiao Shi had erred, what was the need for direct confrontation, which could only tarnish her own reputation? Ultimately, it was evident that her frustrations were misdirected toward Jiang Wan. Chapter 66. Salt tax. Upon arriving in Yangzhou, Pei Shun's first order of business was to summon the prominent salt merchants of the Lianghuai region. Having only assumed office earlier that year, and with the salt tax issue bringing him back to the capital, he had only been acquainted with a merchant named Fang. This Fang, a wealthy businessman who had risen from humble beginnings in Jinling, had started as a small trader and, through 2 decades of capital accumulation, had forged connections with eunuchs in Jinling, obtaining licenses for salt trading from the Ministry of Revenue. Today, he was a prosperous merchant in Yangzhou. Due to his humble origins, those envious of his success whispered derogatory names, gradually referring to him as Fang the Declined, a moniker he shrugged off with indifference. As the salt merchants gathered at the tavern, their waits stretched longer than expected, prompting them to engage in conversation. One merchant, sporting a distinctive mustache and clad in a luxurious satin robe, jested, "Could it be that he has wet himself in fright? I hear he is merely in his 20s. He twirled a tuft of his mustache and continued, "The last one who threatened us ended up fleeing in disgrace." Fang had met Pei Shun before. A young gentleman with a fair complexion and a constant smile. He listened intently, though his silence could quickly turn to ruthlessness should he deem it necessary. "Rumor has it he enjoys the emperor's favor and is the heir of the Marquis of Wuning," remarked a burly merchant, whose face bore the marks of indulgence. "He grew up in the palace, attending to the princes." "Indeed, I have heard that as well," chimed in another, a portly man in his 30s representing his father. "They say he maintains a pristine reputation. Today I have specifically invited Xiao Taoong, renowned in Yangzhou for her beauty and innocence, just at the right moment for appraisal. I procured her to present to Lord Pei. Ah, what a splendid gift for a vigorous youth." They all laughed heartily, after concluding her remarks with a gentle applause. A graceful woman emerged from behind screen. With almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, she donned a sky-blue embroidered long gown and held a peep in her arms, gracefully bowing as she descended. The onlookers were captivated. Throughout history, few heroes have been impervious to the allure of beauty, especially in the presence of such captivating charm. It was indeed a rare sight, and none could believe that the so-called heir could remain unaffected in her presence. A little financial incentive would surely suffice to sway him. The enchanting woman, having completed a turn to bask in the admiration of the crowd, retreated behind the screen, allowing the spectators to regain their focus, albeit their minds still lingered on the image of her beauty. At that moment, someone entered to announce, "Masters Pei and Zhao have arrived." The crowd promptly stood. Arranging themselves by the table, eyes fixed on the entrance. A young gentleman stepped in, clad in a flowing blue robe, tall and slender, exuding an air of nobility tempered by a gentle smile that softened the earlier, imposing aura he carried. He was indeed a striking young man. Following him was the familiar governor of Yangzhou, Zhao Huixing, today adorned in a stone-blue cloak, his demeanor reflecting the weight of his bureaucratic experience. "Greetings, Masters Pei and Zhao." The crowd, accustomed to fine company, exchanged glances. They recognized that the embroidered robe worn by Pei was made of song silk, a fabric so luxurious that only the affluent dared to flaunt it. Under the gaze of the assembled guests, Pei Shun approached the seat of honor, whereupon several individuals eagerly invited him to take his place. He graciously declined the offer from Zhao, settling into his seat without hesitation. "Why is Master Quan absent?" one inquired. "Master Quan encountered a mountain flood on his way out and has fallen ill since. He has yet to recover." The assembly exchanged knowing looks, realizing that Master Quan deemed Pei Shun merely an inconsequential youth, thus choosing to feign illness. Pei Shun chuckled lightly. "This illness has arrived at an opportune moment. It matters little whether he comes or not. Do not take offense, Master Pei," he added, waving his hand dismissively. "I am a man of great tolerance. Please, make yourselves comfortable." The affluent merchants soon took their seats, and the bearded merchant, known as Master Qin, remarked with a smile, "I have long heard of Master Pei's remarkable presence. Meeting you in person exceeds all expectations." "You flatter me, Master Qin," Pei replied modestly. The guests exchanged glances, surprised that he could name each of them despite their prior unfamiliarity with one another, causing a chill of apprehension to course through them. The pale-faced master, Xiao, swiftly stood to toast Pei Shun. "I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Master Pei. My family has a fair lady who holds you in high regard. I hope to introduce her to you. Please drink to this toast." He downed the cup in one breath. Pei Shun, a man of remarkable tolerance for alcohol, felt no qualms about drinking on an empty stomach. Interpreting Master Zhao's intent as an offer of his daughter, he raised an eyebrow and drank deeply. Turning, he noticed a lady standing beside him, her ethereal beauty and slender figure suggesting remarkable talent. Upon catching his gaze, she smiled warmly, revealing dimples at the corners of her lips, and gracefully seated herself beside him. This is the young lady, affectionately known as Ziadahong. Having long admired the esteemed reputation of young Master Pei, she is eager to make his acquaintance, which is why I have brought her here. Pei Shun had previously heard that wealthy merchants in Yangzhou often raise their young daughters in secluded quarters, nurturing them until the age of 13 or 14, so that they may possess exquisite beauty and mastery of the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, thus becoming eligible as refined companions. To enhance their stature and facilitate their own career advancements, these merchants often present such young ladies as adopted daughters, transporting them in a palanquin to the homes of officials under the guise of marrying them off. Ziadahong had already lifted her cup to pour wine for Pei Shun and was just about to bring it to his lips when he slowly raised his hand to block the gesture. Despite her training, it was her first experience of rejection, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. After all, her beauty seldom elicited refusal. "Not so fast. I have brought a gift for everyone. Let us first take a look before indulging in the wine," he announced. As he spoke, his confidant, Lu Yuan, entered bearing a box in one hand and a knife in the other, respectfully presenting it to him. Governor Zhao was startled. When had such guests arrived? He slowly approached the window and, upon peering out, was taken aback to see the area below surrounded by the imperial guards, leaving him thoroughly astonished. He turned to the smiling figure seated among them, questioning their intentions. "This is a modest gift I have prepared for you all," Pei Shun said, receiving the box and beginning to unveil its contents. Several present turned pale upon seeing what lay within, rising to flee, but the imperial guards had already closed in, firmly restraining them in their seats. They were well aware that while one might escape a monk, one could not evade the temple. Thus, they dared not struggle. From the 18th year of Yuan Wu to the present, 5 years had passed, during which a total tax debt of 6,521,780 taels had accumulated. He rose, strolling leisurely past several individuals, hands clasped behind his back, as he recounted their transgressions. False reporting, concealment, forgery of salt permits, illicit salt trading, and collusion between officials and merchants. All extremes had been employed. A faint smile adorned his face, yet his gaze was chillingly fierce, causing discomfort to those under his scrutiny. Chapter 67. The deceased early in the morning. Lady Jean dispatched a maid to summon Jiang Wan, claiming there was a matter to discuss. As she was freshening up, she noticed the urgency in the young maid's demeanor and hurried those around her, departing for the Zijing courtyard without even partaking in breakfast. Upon entering, Lady Jean handed her a letter, sighing heavily. Jiang Wan took it, scanning its contents with great care, only to discover it detailed that concubine's son had fallen overboard while traveling near the Sea River, with no one present to assist at that moment. By the time anyone heard the commotion, the boat had drifted far away. When they stopped to render aid, the lake had returned to a state of calm. Were they able to recover her? Where could they search? The water's surface was so tranquil, it was as if no one had ever fallen in. Had it not been for the assurance that she was indeed not on the boat, one might have thought they had misheard. Your second brother, being occupied, left only the eldest to search for her. Living or dead, she remains elusive. Jiang Wan's heart sank momentarily. The absence of both living and deceased was a strong indication that she was most likely still alive. She cast a deep glance at Xiao Xiang, who understood immediately and hurriedly withdrew. It must be said that she had always captured her husband as affections, displaying a gentle and acquiescent demeanor before me, truly attuned to my feelings. Her absence now is indeed a source of great sorrow. Tears were genuine, and it was the first time Jiang Wan engaged in such a murderous act. Her heart was heavy with trepidation, unable to find tranquility. Despite her attempts to convince herself that it was either her demise or her own, the reality remained that it was a living, breathing life. Pei Huai, noticing her distress, hurried to offer consolation, saying, "Each person has their fate." Perhaps this year she neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out, thus provoking misfortune. And with the plum rain season still lingering, it seems her destiny was simply ill-fated. It's also my fault. When she mentioned her poor health, I reproached her for not wanting to serve the eldest son, never anticipating that such a tragedy would befall our household. After a lengthy, murmured lament, Jiang Wan wiped her tears, at which point Jean Shi finally spoke. Her family will undoubtedly come. I have 100 taels of silver here. Please arrange for someone to deliver it to her family and gather her belongings so they may take them. Jiang Wan nodded in acknowledgement, and after attending to Pei Huai, she made her way out of the courtyard. Because her mind was preoccupied, she did not respond when Pei Huai called her several times. It was only when Pei Huai gently shook her arm that she regained her focus. Pei Huai assumed her melancholy, was in mourning for concubine's son, and embraced her in comfort, saying, "You, dear sister-in-law, possess too kind a heart to be troubled by concubine's son's fate. You do not know how she used to provoke discord among us. Only in front of the matriarch and the eldest brother did she feign obedience." Jiang Wan cast a red-eyed glance at her, questioning whether she had ever instigated Pei Huai as well. I only learned of it afterward. Pei Huai continued, "I wished for a little maid from the garden, who possessed some talent. At that time, the eldest brother was not in his current state, and she suspected I had ulterior motives, thus inciting our mother against her. The poor girl was driven away and fell gravely ill before she could seek me out, but it was too late." Perhaps Pei Huai's words indeed offered solace to Jiang Wan, as her anxious heart began to settle. She took Pei Huai's hand in understanding, saying, "I see." Just then, Li Chun announced that members of the Sun family had arrived at the estate, expressing a desire to meet the matriarch. "I shall go to see them," Jiang Wan asserted. Pei Huai, aware of Jiang Wan's discomfort, considered stepping in on her behalf, but was firmly halted by Jiang Wan's grasp. "You, an unmarried young lady, should not face that unruly crowd. I will handle this." Acknowledging her reasoning, Pei Huai calmed herself. These individuals had come merely to demand more silver. Though Jiang Wan harbored resentment towards them, her inherent kindness prevailed, and she took out 50 taels of silver from her own resources, an amount not comparable to that of her mother-in-law, and instructed a maid to gather her jewelry for her family. The brother and sister-in-law of concubine's son were ushered into the courtyard by a second-tier servant, and upon being received by Li Chun, they appeared timid. Despite being born into the noble household of the Marquis of Wuning, they had never entered the inner quarters before. With their heads bowed, their eyes darted nervously. Before entering the main hall, Li Chun offered stern warnings, causing the two to hunch their bodies and refrain from looking around. Wang Shi, the daughter-in-law of the Sun family, had intended to confront them robustly, but upon entering and witnessing the grandeur of the intricately carved beams and majestic surroundings, her confidence waned. Observing the servants' decorum in their movements and speech only heightened her trepidation. Upon meeting the eldest lady, do not gaze boldly. She is a lady of a scholarly family, not someone to be approached lightly. As for other courtesies, I trust you need no further instruction. The two timidly complied. In the midst of a chaotic environment, the common folk abide by fewer rules. Before the birth of a child into the household, they typically reside in the back alleys, leading lives indistinguishable from those of the ordinary populace, their demeanor and conduct relatively unconstrained. Upon entering the inner quarters, an air of discomfort envelopes them. However, Sunda, having secured the affection of the eldest grandson of the Pei family for his sister, elevated a concubine, thus managing the private treasury of the second household with a degree of ease unlike that of Wang Shi, who remains constrained. Li Chun observed the two for a moment, offering a few words of counsel before ushering them inside. Once they crossed the threshold, they dared not glance around. Standing in the presence of 3 or 4 second-tier maidservants and 5 or 6 young maidens, with an additional 7 or 8 waiting in the outer corridor. Upon encountering the esteemed Lady Jean, the two knelt and bowed their heads. "Rise," Jiang Wan said, dabbing at the corners of her eyes. "You have undoubtedly heard of the misfortune that has befallen son Inyan. Although my time here has been brief, I have come to know her, and it is indeed tragic that she has met such an untimely fate." The two remained hunched, their heads bowed. Speaking in a tone steeped in humility and tinged with sorrow, "It is our aunt who has met with misfortune. She can no longer serve the esteemed master and mistress. My mother is heartbroken. She has but this one daughter, and now she is gone, with even her remains lost to us. How can we not grieve? The esteemed lady may not be aware, but my sister was most dutiful, contributing her monthly allowance to the family, always expressing her fondness for her dear nephews and nieces, promising to provide for them in the future." After speaking, she nudged her companion, who also began to weep. Jiang Wan did not pay them much heed, yet she was aware of their subtle gestures, which were merely attempts to extract more wealth. Disgusted by Sun's family and the individuals before her, she dabbed at her eyes again and waved her hand. A young maidservant presented a bundle, and Jiang Wan remarked, "This contains your sister's clothing and some jewelry." Wang Shi hurriedly accepted it, and Jiang Wan, intending to toy with them, continued, "Your aunt had no children of her own and spent little time with us. Yet she devoted herself wholeheartedly. The mistress, feeling sympathy for her plight, has generously allocated 100 taels of silver for your funeral arrangements." Upon hearing the phrases regarding her lack of children and brief tenure, Sunda felt his efforts were in vain. However, the mention of 100 taels brought him immense joy. He listened as the speaker continued, "Bearing in mind our sisterly bond, I cannot allow her family to go hungry. Though it may not compare to what the mistress has offered, it is a token of goodwill. 50 taels have been set aside for you, with an additional 50 from the official funds." The young maidservant was instructed to present 200 taels of silver to Sunda, whose eyes gleamed with delight as he hastily stuffed the coins into the bundle, bowing repeatedly in thanks. Jiang Wan, wishing to avoid further interaction, summoned someone to escort the couple out. Watching their retreating figures, she could not help but feel a pang of sorrow for Sun Inyan. Chapter 68. Departure to Yangzhou. After bidding them farewell, Xiaoxi returned from outside. Upon seeing her enter, Jiang Wan promptly asked the others to leave, inviting her into a private room where she poured a cup of tea for her. Receiving the tea, Xiaoxi panted. "I inquired, but the person has yet to return. Was it not the young lady who sent someone to Jinling? They may very well return in a few days." Jiang Wan felt anxious. Without a body to bury or a spirit to grieve, who could ascertain whether she was truly dead? Fortunately, She had not been targeted by the very one she suspected of inciting trouble. Even if she were alive, it was likely that the blame would fall squarely on Pei Shun. Speaking of Pei Shun, Xiao Xiang entered, holding a cup, hesitating to speak. The maid had overheard that the madam of the main house was so enraged she had fallen ill and was currently summoning the physician. Enraged? About what? It was rumored that the heir had taken a delicate courtesan from Yangzhou as a mistress, intending to formally marry her, and had just sent a letter today, which infuriated the madam to the point of retreating in fury. Jiang Wan felt helpless. It was fortunate that her aunt had not succumbed to her anger. What reputable family would ever take a courtesan as a concubine? Even the kind of women Pei Hong kept outside could attract criticism, let alone bringing one into the household. Pei, who appeared to be a man of integrity, had indeed stirred such a scandal. It seemed all men possessed the same nature. Jiang Wan was utterly indifferent. In modern times, even with monogamy, infidelity was rampant, let alone in an ancient society that tolerated men taking multiple wives. It was merely human nature. This was simply the conduct of an ordinary man. Henceforth, let us refrain from discussing the matter of other concubines in our presence. Li Chun entered, bringing a bowl of red date and lotus seed soup. The master and servant shared the meal before heading to the Jin residence, where Jin Shi was already anxious, unable to sit still. As Jiang Wan arrived, she hurried to assist her towards the Lu Yao courtyard. Your aunt has long suffered from a condition of chest tightness and shortness of breath, exacerbated by your second brother's actions. Truly. He was silent until he made a stunning revelation. While she complained, the heavy stone that had burdened her heart for years seemed to suddenly lift, granting her immense relief. So what if she had given birth to a grandson? His talents were mediocre, and he had faced the misfortune of having no male heirs. Yet, her nephew had proven himself in such a manner. While she felt sorrow for her cousin, her heart felt lighter as a result. Jiang Wan merely smiled faintly. The troubles of others were of no concern to her, and she had no desire to engage in such discussions. As they entered the Lu Yao courtyard, they ascended the Dan terrace and faintly heard the sound of weeping from within, seemingly more than one person. Upon entering, they found their aunt seated beside Shen Shi, offering comfort, while Shun Qinshi stood by the bed, her head bowed, occasionally wiping tears from her cheeks with a handkerchief. Upon hearing movement at the door, she looked up, her almond-shaped eyes red from crying. Seeing Jin Shi and Jiang Wan, she quickly turned aside to wipe her tears and came over to support Jin Shi. You are not well. Why have you come out on such a hot day? She inquired, glancing at Jiang Wan and reaching out to assist Jin Shi, while a young maid had already brought a stool for her to sit on. Who would have thought I would reach this age and still be driven to such distress by this unfilial son? Jiang Wan noticed her wearing a headpiece, her hair disheveled, her face and lips pale, with traces of undried tears upon her cheeks. The room was filled with the scent of medicine, which Jiang Wan, having been accustomed to since childhood, found not unpleasant. This child truly brings no peace of mind. Who could have foreseen he would act in such a manner? Shun's family had lost all semblance of dignity. Just moments after discussing a marriage alliance with her brother's family, they welcomed a courtesan into their home, leaving everyone exasperated. The Marquis of Wuning threatened to break Shun's legs, yet in the end, he was left sighing in resignation, powerless to change the situation. In this world, it seemed he could only heed the emperor's commands, for I had no means to influence him. Another deep sigh escaped my lips. Jiang Wan contemplated whether to offer some words of consolation, but before she could speak, Shun Qinshi darted past her, nearly causing her to stumble, and fell to her knees before Shun. Aunt, I cannot believe this. I must inquire with my cousin personally. Please, I implore you. The aunt had not anticipated her daughter's reckless behavior and hurried to pull her up, only to be shoved aside by Shen Qinshi, who wept and wiped her tears. I refuse to believe my cousin would treat me this way. Aunt, I wish to go to Yangzhou. If you won't allow me, I shall go alone. Rising to her feet, she attempted to leave, but her aunt grasped her arm tightly. You foolish child, stop. The aunt's face was ashen. Realizing she could do nothing to deter her daughter, she forced a smile, deciding it best to pretend the marriage proposal had never occurred, remaining silent instead. After all, Shen's family had already lost face. In truth, I too wished to visit Yangzhou, to ascertain what sort of wretched creature has captivated him so, if only to vindicate you. Suddenly, she turned to Jean. I would like to borrow someone from you. Jean promptly replied, Sister-in-law, please speak freely. Shall we allow Wan to accompany us this time? She has proven herself capable in managing affairs these past few months, and besides, I cannot bear to see the couple separated. I feel compelled to advocate for them. Jiang Wan's heart sank. Why was it necessary for her to join? Moreover, her own matters with Su remained unresolved. That is of no consequence. Let her accompany you. Initially, Shen felt it unworthy to venture forth for such trivialities, but her curiosity about the truth of her son's situation was overwhelming. How could she endure the relentless stream of bad news? Mother, I'm uneasy about leaving you alone at home. Furthermore, as a sister-in-law, I have no authority over my younger brother's affairs. De Lang will be there. What is there to fear? Besides, Huai is old enough to keep me company and amuse me. Jiang Wan had never encountered a mother-in-law like Jean, who, despite her own dissatisfaction, wished for others to share in her misfortunes. But after all, he was still her son. Could she truly be so complacent in the face of such betrayal? And I believe it unwise to journey so far merely to confront my second brother over such trivial matters. Moreover, he holds a position as a minister. Our visit might bring him shame. Chapter 69, Journey to Yangzhou, Part 2. Jiang Wan smiled gently. Furthermore, this Shen's sister is merely acting out of impatience. Once she calms down, she may reconsider the necessity of such a trip. The aunt, accustomed to Jiang Wan's dignified and respectful demeanor, found her words soothing. She too recognized that her daughter's actions were inappropriate. After all, she had yet to marry and had already garnered a reputation for jealousy. To travel such a distance over a mere trinket seemed excessive. He has already committed such acts. What more dignity can he expect? Shen's words were sharp as she grasped Shun Qinxi's hand, and the two women wept together. Jiang Wan was taken aback by a remark and, with a resigned smile, remarked, It seems that in front of my mother, matters of face hold little significance. You may proceed without concern. However, as a sister-in-law, it may not be seemly for me to partake in the festivities surrounding my younger brother. She cast a pleading glance towards Jean Shi. Upon hearing this, Jean Shi also felt uneasy, suggesting that perhaps she should accompany her instead. Moreover, Xiaoxi was merely a young girl of 16, and Jiang Wan, as her sister-in-law, would be tasked with her welfare during the journey. Surely, the elder matriarch would not require such assistance? Shun Qinxi, at 16, was only a year younger than Jiang Wan. So why should she be responsible for her care? Furthermore, given her previous displays of disdain toward Xiaoxi, it was rather absurd to suddenly find themselves together. She fixed her gaze on Jean Shi, who was attempting to argue, stating that with her mother gravely ill, her departure might incite her husband's ire. Jean Shi refrained from further discussion, as the family had only the eldest son's marriage to attend to, and given that it was her cousin requesting assistance, she feared that pressing the matter might raise suspicions. Do not worry about me. You should go, she insisted. Recognizing her own unease, she reluctantly acquiesced. Shun Shi spoke with conviction, declaring that they would depart for Yangzhou in the next few days. After escorting Jean Shi back to the Zijing courtyard, she returned with Xiaoxi, while Jiang Wan was consumed with worry, fearing that Shun Shi had learned something. If they were indeed to go, she could only hope that the young lady would successfully capture Pei Shen's attention, thereby halting any further developments in their relationship. She sighed softly, requesting that they pause their preparations until her return. Deep down, she felt conflicted and fearful. Yet, she understood that yielding to her soft-heartedness would only lead to her own demise, so she chose not to dwell on it. As they journeyed back, she instructed them to pack lightly, requiring only 2 boxes, while ensuring to gather some autumn garments, as it was likely that by the time they returned to the capital, it would already be late autumn. The following morning, Shun Shi summoned Jiang Wan to the Lu Yao courtyard, requesting her to compose a letter for Pei Shen, asking him to personally escort them on their journey. Jiang Wan was somewhat skeptical about whether Shun Shi truly knew something and hesitated to voice her doubts. She quickly removed her bracelet and asked the young maid to prepare the writing materials, only to turn and find Shun Qinxi present as well. Why was she not allowed to write? It appeared that Shun Shi had discerned Jiang Wan's thoughts, for she smiled and remarked, "I am not well versed in letters. And as for Xiao Shi, being a young lady from a respectable family, I hope you wouldn't mind writing the letter on my behalf." With a beaming smile, she gently shook her head and settled into a nearby armchair, dipping her brush into the ink and letting Jiang Wan's words flow onto the paper as she dictated. In truth, there was nothing significant about writing to her cousin, as their engagement was already established. Sooner or later, they would have to communicate. Shun Shi cleared her throat heavily and cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Wan, signaling that they had company and that frivolous talk was inappropriate. "My niece has a straightforward nature. Do not take offense, Wanner." "Of course not," Jiang Wan replied softly, raising her head with confidence. Once the letter was completed, she presented it to Shun Shi, who, upon seeing the elegant script, sighed, lamenting that her niece lacked such talent. In Jiang Wan's presence, she sealed the letter and handed it to a second-tier maidservant standing by, instructing her to deliver it to Yangzhou. Even if they were to depart, they were met with the ongoing plum rain season, making the journey fraught with delays. Noticing that Shun Shi had no further matters to discuss, Jiang Wan took her leave, conversing with Xiao Shi throughout the night, while her mind was preoccupied with concerns about the efficiency of those tasked with their arrangements and whether Pei Shun might act rashly. The night was fraught with nightmares, leaving her drenched in sweat upon awakening. She hastily seized a handkerchief to wipe her neck, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, and summoned someone to bring water for her bath. After changing into a moon-white silk robe adorned with embroidered bamboo leaves and donning a floral skirt, she began to prepare herself at the mirror. With a simple cloud hairstyle, adorned with palace flowers and a delicate hairpin, she paid her respects to Lady Pei and Madame Jean before stepping into the sedan chair, making her way to the corner gate. There, she found Madame Shun and Shun Qianxi already waiting. She descended from the sedan chair and offered her greetings to Madame Shun. Noticing her pure and elegant appearance, Shun Qianxi felt a surge of jealousy, unable to comprehend why her aunt was so partial to her. Sighing at the sight of her in plain attire, Madame Shun instructed the attendants to board the sedan chair. Each mistress was accompanied by 4 personal maids, several young maidservants, and a few second-tier servants, while outside, several stewards led a dozen or so young men for the rough work. The second steward, Chu Shifan, had a close relationship with the Pei family due to his father's past military service. As the ladies prepared to travel to Yangzhou, he was entrusted with overseeing all external matters. Upon seeing the mistresses board the sedan chairs, he ordered the departure towards the dock. Since it was still early, only a few laborers were present at the dock, already cleared aside by the flattering officials. Once a few women disembarked, they donned their veils and were assisted by their maids onto the boat. The cabin of the ship featured private quarters, with each mistress occupying a separate room, while the maids and second-tier servants were assigned to the lower deck. Jiang Wan assisted Madame Shun into her room and helped her settle down. Madame Shun remarked on the early rising, suggesting that the maids take some rest as there were other attendants present. Jiang Wan, having had little sleep the previous night and rising early again, felt fatigued and returned to sit by the window after instructing Xiao Xiang to fetch medicine and water for her to take. "Miss, you should rest a bit more," she urged, gazing out at the river, which reminded her of her parents. The unresolved challenges weighed heavily on her heart, drawing tears as she wiped her eyes before returning to the bed. When she awoke again, daylight had fully arrived. Feeling a bit overheated, she leaned against her hand, lost in thought. Xiao Xiang, who had been dozing at the table, noticed the commotion and quickly rose to check on her. Seeing her staring vacantly, she gently wiped the beads of sweat from her temples and softly asked, "They've prepared crucian carp soup outside. Would you like a bowl?" Jiang Wan nodded, rose from the bed, draped a cloak over her shoulders, and made her way to the table. Chapter 70. Interrogation. A young maidservant brought in the crucian carp soup. Jiang Wan took a sip, finding the flavor quite satisfactory despite the simplicity of the seasonings. The freshness of the fish whetted her appetite, prompting her to request a meal. Life on the boat revolved around eating and sleeping, with occasional conversations with Madame Shun, the exchanges often trivial. The only interruptions were Shun Qianxi's occasional jabs at her. At first, Jiang Wan felt a kinship with them, recognizing their shared misfortunes, and admired Shun Qianqi's courage in questioning their prospective suitors. Upon closer acquaintance, it became apparent that she was not a paragon of courage, but rather an unequivocal romantic. I found it unnecessary to be cordial towards her. Together, we paid our respects at the Shun residence, and I noticed her following closely behind, casting a glance at Xiao Xiang. Understanding the signal, Xiao Xiang, seizing the opportunity, remarked, "During my time in Jinling, I had heard tales of the slender beauties of Yangzhou, who are not easily encountered. It is said that they are proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and possess skills in the delicate art of charm. Though young, they evoke the sympathy of men, akin to the ailing Shishir." Li Chun, astutely aware of the implications behind Xiao Xiang's words, responded with a beaming smile. "Although I am in the capital, I too have heard of such ladies. Their beauty and grace are indeed unparalleled." Shun Qianqi was not known for her intellect and had a straightforward disposition. These days, she was nearly losing sleep over the so-called slender beauty of Yangzhou. Upon hearing Xiao Xiang's comments, she seized Xiao Xiang by the arm, raising her hand as if to strike. Jiang Wan, having anticipated this reaction, deftly grasped her arm before she could act, scrutinizing her with a discerning eye. "Oh, dear girls, it is merely curiosity speaking. You must not take it to heart. As a young lady of a respectable family, surely you understand that someone like Shang Ge would be fond of refined young ladies. Why resort to violence?" Indeed, Xiao Xiang wrinkled her nose, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's admonition was swiftly applied to her as well. Though Shun Qianqi felt a surge of indignation, her aunt had just advised her to temper her emotions, perhaps to lessen her worries regarding her cousin. Listening to Jiang Wan, the anger that had built within her began to subside, leaving her feeling stifled. Jiang Wan released her hold and observed her for a moment before leading Xiao Xiang to her quarters. Shun Qianqi, exasperated, pounded her chest in frustration, on the verge of exclaiming in anger, but was restrained by the gentle tug of her maid, who urged her to remain composed. In a matter of days, the group journeyed south to Liaoqing, where they encountered Pei Shun's trusted confidant, Lu Yuan, accompanied by a dozen or so loyal followers, who had come to escort them aboard. "Our esteemed master is otherwise occupied and unable to attend personally, so he has sent me to escort you, madam," Lu Yuan announced. Upon learning that he would not be present, Shin's worries were somewhat alleviated. She cast a glance at Jiang Wan, who remained poised and graceful, reminiscent of a delicate flower reflected upon water, then turned to her niece, who was perpetually fidgeting, causing her heart to feel heavy with concern. "I understand. Your efforts are appreciated. Chu, please take the others below to rest," she instructed before rising to retreat to her chamber, with Shun Qianqi hurriedly following. "Cousin is exceedingly busy. Truly, there was no need for him to come personally," she insisted. The foolish girl still sought to provide excuses for him. Forgetting that he was her son, what rift could exist? She had asked Jiang Wan to write a letter merely to confirm her suspicions, yet that was no guarantee of truth. Since that day, when Shun Qianqi had teased her, she had not sought out Jiang Wan's faults again, perhaps realizing that her true rival was not Jiang Wan, but rather that slender beauty of Yangzhou, which had quieted her somewhat. They arrived in Yangzhou just before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and, as usual, it was Pei Heng who came to greet them. Upon their meeting, he first offered his respects to Shun, then with a warm smile addressed Jiang Wan. "My younger brother is exceedingly busy with affairs and could not come. Thus, I have come to escort you, aunt." Jiang Wan had finally managed to extricate herself from her two brothers, yet she found herself compelled to return, forcing a smile that barely masked her discomfort. Observing the harmonious rapport between the couple, Shun's doubts were somewhat alleviated as she led her niece forward. Pei Heng, limping slightly, reached out to take her hand, gently caressing it. "As soon as I heard you were coming, I was filled with anticipation. Yet now that I see you, I find myself at a loss for words. I had no intention of coming, but due to my aunt's persistent insistence and my mother's concern for her well-being, I agreed to accompany them." Pei Heng chuckled softly, continuing to hold her hand as Jiang Wan supported his arm, and together they approached the sedan chair. Throughout the journey, Jiang Wan yearned to inquire about Aunt's son, but refrained, fearing he might suspect her intentions. They eventually halted before a grand red door. Upon disembarking, he extended his hand to assist her as she looked up at the gilded plaque that read Jiang Wan. My younger brother has been occupied with affairs these past few days, residing at the Yamen, he said, chuckling awkwardly. That slender horse is here too, named Xiao Taohong. My brother has taken quite a liking to her and often returns to listen to her play. Jiang Wan gazed at him intently, prompting him to dismiss the notion hastily. I certainly do not harbor such thoughts. Isn't that just a gathering of friends? She remained silent as they entered the inner courtyard, where Jin Yang awaited at the moon gate. Upon seeing her, Jin Yang joyfully adjusted her attire and greeted her respectfully, tenderly addressing her as Madam, and offered support to Pei Hong. They proceeded into the main hall, where Shun had already taken her seat in the Grandmaster's chair, adopting an imposing demeanor. Where is your brother's favored one? Pei Hong hesitated, caught between loyalty to his brother and his mother's expectations. Shun maintained her authoritative stance, and a servant behind her swiftly summoned a maid, inquiring about the matter. When the maid could not provide satisfactory answers, she received 2 resounding slaps, leaving her bloodied. Jiang Wan, having witnessed the world, felt a pang of anxiety at Shun's wrath and the sight of the maid's injury. In a listening rain pavilion, Shun exchanged glances with a matron who then barked, "Go, lead the way." The young maids, being local to Yangzhou and accustomed to interacting primarily with Pei Hong and Pei Shun, found themselves intimidated by the imposing presence before them. They hurriedly scrambled to their feet, not daring to wipe the blood from their faces, leading the way. Jiang Wan, fearing for the maid's life, discreetly instructed Li Chun to summon Lu Yuan to bring Pei Shun back. Before long, the matron indeed ushered a woman into the room, who stood delicately in the center of the hall, her frail appearance hinting at some underlying ailment. The matron, mindful of the importance of impressing those in power, ensured that each of these women appeared delicate and fragile. Are you Xiao Taohong? Shun's voice resonated with authority as she inquired solemnly. Chapter 71. Protecting Ziadahong had long heard that Lord Pei's mother was coming. She thought it was merely the usual visit from an official's wife, but to her surprise, the woman was formidable. Ziadahong, feeling unworthy to meet someone of such status, had intended a rest, but was abruptly pulled from her blankets by a servant. Are you deaf? Did you not hear the lady call for you? The coarse voice scolded. She raised her eyes slightly to observe the scene. Apart from the noblewoman seated at the head of the table, 2 elegantly dressed young ladies stood, kneeling softly and beginning to weep, their tears like fallen blossoms, evoking sympathy. Shun's brow furrowed as she slammed her palm on the table, saying, "Do not attempt to play games with me. I'm not a man. I will not fall for your tricks. Aunt, this wretched woman, it would be best to have her dragged out while cousin is away and have her mouth silenced. Let's see if she dares to seduce men again." Jiang Wan frowned at her, noting the venom in her words, feeling quite helpless. Such a young girl, yet with a heart so malicious. Shun did not perceive anything amiss. Her own mother had been ruthless with concubines when she was a girl, leaving no mercy, which made Shun's marriage to the Pei family relatively pleasant. Her husband was a military man, and there was a semblance of mutual respect. Aunt, regardless of the circumstances, my second brother is now a high-ranking official. She is but a trivial matter. Let us spare him some face. Shun, already furious, scoffed. You need not persuade me. Today, I shall demand to know what sort of vixen she is, one who has caused my son and me to turn against each other. While I still possess a modicum of patience, I advise her to confess everything. Otherwise, she shall not escape my wrath. Madam, though my origins are humble, the gentleman and I have sworn oaths to each other, vowing to bring me into his household. I implore you, do not be enraged. One cannot undermine a gentleman of such high stature with mere words. Impudent! Who do you think you are to speak back to the lady? The servant did not wait for a response, delivering several slaps that sent Ziadahong sprawling to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Eventually, she weakly propped herself up, one side of her face swollen and glaring defiantly at those above her. At that moment, a young maid returned with news that the young master had arrived. Ziadahong immediately straightened, wiping her tears with her sleeve. The elder servants, upon seeing Pei Shun, dared not act recklessly and stepped back behind Shun. Shun Qinshi eagerly awaited, wishing to rush out and greet him, but a warning glance from Shun quelled her enthusiasm. Pei Shun strode into the room, surveying the crowd with a discerning eye. Momentarily lingering on Jiang Wan before greeting Shun with respect and taking a seat in the circle of chairs below. His mother journeyed from afar for such a trivial matter. Was this an affront to him? The earlier imposing atmosphere was dampened by Pei Shun's words, and seizing the opportunity, Zia Tehong began to weep, crawling a few paces to clutch his feet and plead her innocence. Naturally delicate in appearance, with a hint of frailty in her demeanor, her hair half loosened, she knelt there, an image of vulnerability. Yet, Pei Shun merely waved his hand in annoyance. Enough. Let her be taken care of. He instructed those outside, see to her well. Initially, Jiang Wan harbored concerns that Pei Shun, like Pei Hong, would hastily dismiss the young woman in deference to the wishes of the Shun family, merely for the sake of filial piety. However, it became evident that he was indeed protective, causing her to exhale in relief, realizing her worries had been unfounded. Was it truly necessary for her sister-in-law to travel such a great distance merely to observe her predicament? Her mother, who toiled from dawn till dusk, deserved the comfort of companionship upon her return. Was their household not already sufficiently populated? Each individual within it was remarkable in their own right. Why then seek out such a frivolous woman? Was reputation of no concern? It would be best if she could arrange for her departure. Otherwise, she threatened to return to their ancestral home in Jingzhou with her younger sister. The tension in the room was palpable, as Pei Shun remained resolute, smiling as he declared, "If mother insists on returning, I shall resign from my post and accompany you, thereby fulfilling my duty as a son." Shun Shi, taken aback by his audacity, clutched her chest and pointed at him, stammering in frustration, yet unable to voice her thoughts. Jiang Wan promptly rose to assist her, smoothing her chest in a gesture of comfort. It was evident that only a child could effectively manage their mother. Shun Qianxi, exasperated, exclaimed, "Cousin, how can we possibly marry under these circumstances?" Pei Shun regarded her coolly. "Do as you wish. You ungrateful child, you are not always like this." His mother lamented, "I was mistaken. You have always been this way. If only you would." Jiang Wan interjected softly, admonishing him gently, "Second brother, be cautious with your words. Anne has already been upset several times at home." Pei Shun was accustomed to speaking with authority, and no one dared interrupt him. He lifted his gaze, his deep, dark eyes locking onto hers, and finally relented, recognizing her composure surpassed that of anyone present. Rising, he knelt before Shun Shi, stating, "Mother, whether in anger or reproach, let fall upon me. She is too frail to endure your wrath." Shun Shi, nearly speechless with indignation, could only point at him, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In the end, she could not resist her son's will and muttered, "So you protect her? Just wait until your father hears of this." Ultimately, she placed her hands heavily down, her resolve wavering. In light of this, Jiang Wan's previous concerns regarding the Jiang family's disapproval were alleviated, and she felt a sense of relief. The notion of a courtesan was far less palatable than the scandal of an illicit relationship among relatives. Observing Shun Shi's softened demeanor, Shun Qianxi immediately grew discontent, tugging at her aunt's arm in a show of affection. "Aunt." That little wretch, noticing her cousin's gaze fixed upon her, she fell silent, lowering her head and nervously twisting her fingers as she retreated behind Shun Shi. "Rise," Shun Shi commanded, her tone brusque. Pulling her son closer for a better look, she noted his gaunt appearance, tears welling in her eyes as she playfully struck his arm a few times. "You ought to have married by now to ensure someone looks after you. Look at you. It's only been a month or two since we last met, and you've grown so thin." Pei Shun maintained his usual warm smile, bowing and apologizing, offering gentle reassurances that ultimately elicited a laugh from Shun Shi. Jiang Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had not allowed their matters to weigh heavily on his mind, lightening her heart considerably. Turning, she met Pei Hong's smile with one of her own. After their conversation concluded, they dispersed, and Pei Hong took her hand, leading her to his chambers. Originally, Jean and I had been present, but upon learning of her arrival, she had to vacate the premises completely. "I have something for you," he said. "I believe you will find it delightful." As she spoke, someone brought forth a cloak, its color somewhat subdued, yet adorned with intricate cloud patterns. Noticing Jiang Wan's confusion, he had the cloak held up to the sunlight, revealing that the dark azure hue shimmered brilliantly under its rays, the entire garment radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, as if infused with vibrant hues. Chapter 72. Little Peach read. Jiang Wan instinctively stepped forward, gently caressing the peacock-feathered cloak, uncertainly turning to him and asking, "Is this the golden feather cloak?" Pei Hung, leaning on his cane, nodded with a warm smile. "It is woven from tens of thousands of feathers, and the craftsmanship alone is a significant expense. The lining is made from the fur of the black cloud leopard, providing exceptional warmth. The second house has always been frugal. How could they possess such an item? Where did it come from? It is from my younger brother. He excels in his duties and coincidentally received a tribute from foreign lands, which the emperor bestowed upon him. He mentioned he had no female relatives, thus he gifted it to me, believing it would befit you." Jiang Wan chuckled awkwardly. "Doesn't he have concubine? It is merely a trinket. Why take it so seriously? My younger brother despises interference, yet few in the main house possess a calm demeanor. Even if our elder uncle were to visit, he would inevitably face difficulties. Do not overthink it. Try it on." Jiang Wan's heart raced again as Pei Hung prepared to drape it over her. She stepped back, evading him. "You should return it to my younger brother. We are not covetous of others' possessions. Furthermore, isn't our elder aunt a female relative? What of it? Such a fine item. My younger brother is closer to me than a blood sibling. You need not be overly concerned. Besides, he is inherently generous. Have you not seen that little peach red? The pearls and agates adorning her hands and neck, along with her silks and satins, are even more splendid than those of the other ladies. You cannot afford to be outdone by her." Jiang Wan felt somewhat helpless regarding his perspective. He was incapable of holding an official position, and she had no ulterior motives. Yet he seemed to imprison himself. "We should utilize what is appropriate for our circumstances. I do not mind, but you ought to return it." Pei Hung, slightly irritated, struck the ground with his cane several times. "What is wrong with us using something fine? It was specially sent by my younger brother. Moreover, how would it appear if we were to return it?" Seeing him nearly sulk in frustration, Jiang Wan attempted to reason with him. He remained resolute, leaving her no choice but to accept it for the time being and assess the situation later. "You have journeyed a great distance and must be weary. I have arranged for warm water. Please bathe and then rest." Jiang Wan nodded, instructing Xiao Xiang to carefully store the golden feather cloak before following him into the room. As she observed the arrangement, memories of her own home surfaced, causing her to reminisce about her parents. With the water prepared, Jiang Wan immersed herself in the bath, and Shun hurried in, only to be shielded by Pei Shun. Now, however, the commotion had subsided. Xiao Xiang, while drying her off, sighed, "People are indeed different." With a slight pout, she hesitated to speak further. Jiang Wan finished her thought. People are indeed different. Had this matter involved the Elder Master, he would not have been able to protect her. "The Elder Master is too gentle by nature," Xiao Xiang replied, nodding vigorously. "What you say is absolutely correct." Jiang Wan recalled the numerous conflicts she had with his mother, the desperate glances she cast towards him, which he consistently disregarded. Having just entered the Pei household, she lacked both the inclination and the leverage to confront the Jin family. Yet, he persistently chose to distance himself, retreating into silence. This was already disheartening. Throughout their months of marriage, the only gift he had presented her was one that Pei Shun had delivered through his own hands. "My lady," the maid observed, "this little peach blossom is truly exquisite, though I wonder about her temperament. Do you think she would fare well against Miss Shen?" Jiang Wan chuckled, raising her damp hand to poke her forehead. "You certainly know how to stir the pot. Just wait and see. She may appear delicate, yet she seems adept at leveraging her connections, so I doubt she will suffer any losses." With their conversation concluded and the water turning cold, Xiao Xiang assisted Jiang Wan in rising, wrapping her in a garment before applying fragrant ointment for her skincare. As the beginning of spring approached, Xiao Xiang dried her hair, allowing her to finally recline on the bed. During this season, Yangzhou was particularly warm. Xiao Xiang stood nearby, fanning her, while Li Chun kept watch outside with the other maids. Upon glancing up, she noticed Shuang Jiang leading two matrons, who claimed to be delivering ice for the master's quarters. She quickly shushed them, gesturing towards the interior. "The madam is asleep. Please be gentle." Shuang Jiang understood, and the matrons, being somewhat clumsy, were replaced by the younger maids to carry the ice inside. Just then, Xiao Xiang emerged, wiping her brow, and remarked, "I was just wondering why Yangzhou is hotter than the capital. You've only been to the capital for a few days. Isn't the weather in Jinling similarly warm?" Xiao Xiang merely smiled, inviting someone to bring out some bayberries for them to enjoy. Exhausted from the boat journey, Jiang Wan slept until the afternoon. During her slumber, Pei Heng had returned to check on her. Seeing her deep in sleep, he chose not to disturb her and left once more. By evening, when Pei Heng returned, he found her already awake and preparing for the day, styling her hair. He settled onto a nearby couch, sipping tea while watching her, which made Jiang Wan quite flustered, prompting her to urge Xiao Xiang to hasten her pace. Pei Heng merely smiled. "Take your time. There's no rush. Today, we celebrate your arrival." Jiang Wan rose, feeling a sense of completion. He touched his chin, admiring her figure, which was as graceful as a willow. "Indeed, you are a beauty." Upon arriving in southern Jili, I heard tales of the Jiang family's fair maidens. The Lin commander we encountered a few days ago married a girl from the Jinling Jiang family. Her father is Jiang Huayu. Do you know her, Wana? Being from the same esteemed lineage, I certainly do. He nodded. "We have crossed paths. She bears a striking resemblance to you. At the time, I thought her lovely, but now, seeing you, she pales in comparison." Jiang Wan laughed. "It seems my brother has become quite the charmer during his stay in Yangzhou." "Thank you for your kind words, my lady," he replied with a respectful bow. Jiang Wan shielded her face with her fan, her small visage hidden behind it as she giggled, pulling at her skirt in an attempt to step outside. Turning around, she was startled to find Pei Shun standing at the moon gate, watching the two of them intently. Her heart raced, and her smile froze in place. "I thought something might have happened since you and my sister-in-law had not arrived. I came to check on you." Pei Heng once again distanced himself from her, limping as he approached to embrace his brother's shoulder. The two brothers laughed and bantered as they moved forward, while Xiao Xiang supported Jiang Wan with a resigned pout. Noticing her pale complexion, Pei Yi dared not speak, merely proceeding toward the banquet hall. Shenshi was already seated, accompanied by the charming Xiao Tao Hong, who stood attentively nearby. Pei Heng was taken aback, realizing it was indeed his brother who dared to act. Both Xiao Tao Hong and Jean and I did not take their seats, but busied themselves serving dishes to their masters. Shen Xian's eyes were nearly rolling back in exasperation, yet Xiao Tao Hong, beaming with a smile, feigned ignorance and diligently poured wine for Pei Shun, her delicate fingers surpassing those of ordinary folk. Chapter 73. Not dead. Shen Xian picked up her chopsticks, contemplating a toss. But as they were provided by Xiao Tao Hong, she was halted by a mere glance from Shenshi, who coldly instructed, "If you find them unclean, have someone replace them for you." A nimble maid quickly presented a new pair of chopsticks, which she reluctantly accepted, angrily picking up a piece of lotus fish and placing it on her plate, eating in a huff. The table fell silent as the meal concluded, and tea was served for rinsing mouths before they moved to the main hall to sit. Xiao Tao Hong approached Shenshi with tea and water, inciting rage that turned Shenshi's face a shade of green, yet she merely glared in silence. Jiang Wan wished to laugh, but restrained herself. Having come to know Pei Shun over the past few days, she realized that this long journey was a futile endeavor. Now, the aunt and niece could only watch as Xiao Tao Hong flitted about before them, powerless to intervene even as they fumed. Shenshi's formidable authority faltered before her son, and when Xiao Tao Hong brought tea to Jiang Wan, she took a closer look at the young woman before her. Suddenly noticing her bound feet, she nearly spilled the tea in shock. Gazing intently at those tiny feet, she lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Wan's sparkling apricot eyes, feeling a tinge of offense and quickly returning a smile to mask her own embarrassment. That night, Jiang Wan found herself lost in thought, fixated on the girl's feet, until Pei Heng called her back to reality. The Mid-Autumn Festival was just days away. Unexpectedly, they would celebrate it outside this year. In the past, the residents lacked female companions, But now that they had come, Jiang Wan would take charge to avoid a desolate atmosphere. "Shun Qian," she interjected, speaking with an air of authority, insisting that those unpleasant individuals should not be present at the banquet to spare others disgust. Pei Shun, absorbed in his tea, frowned upon hearing her command Jiang Wan as if she were a servant, sternly rebuking, "Who permitted you to speak in such a manner?" He added dismissively, "It's merely a trivial matter. How embarrassing to be so agitated over it." Shun Shi hastily intervened, grasping Shun Qianxi's hand and massaging it to ease the tension. As dusk fell, lanterns were lit everywhere. Noticing the encroaching night, Jiang Wan urged Shun Shi to rest, suggesting that after a long journey, it was best to retire early. The aunt and niece shared a room. Jiang Wan assisted Shun Shi inside, listening to her brief instructions before stepping out once more. The moonlight bathed the surroundings like water, with a gentle breeze bringing a sense of refreshment. Noticing that Pei Hong had not waited for her, Jiang Wan had grown accustomed to his indifference and gracefully descended the platform, leading Xiao Xiang back. Their room was situated in the southeast, merely a stone's throw from Shun Shi's quarters. Having grown up in Jiangnan, Jiang Wan found the scenery here familiar and endearing at every step. As they laughed and chatted while crossing the moonlit archway, they encountered a figure standing gracefully under the silvery glow, tall and poised. He turned to greet them with a bow, addressing her as sister-in-law Jean, remarking on how long it had been since their last meeting. Jiang Wan's smile instantly faltered. She clutched the hands of her companion, Xiao Xiang, tightly, while her other hand gripped her fan, her gaze fixed on the man before her. Despite the difficulty in discerning his features, he stepped closer, halting about half a pace away. Under the gentle moonlight, his striking features were illuminated, and a warm smile lingered on his face. Unlike their previous encounter, he showed no intention of grasping her hand. Nevertheless, his mere presence was enough to startle both mistress and maid. "I have something to discuss with you, sister-in-law," he said, his eyes locked on Jiang Wan, though his words were directed at Xiao Xiang. When she hesitated, he lazily shifted his gaze to her, only to see Xiao Xiang, paralyzed by fear, abandon Jiang Wan and flee. Jiang Wan, trembling with fright, took a cautious step back, to which he replied in a slow, deliberate tone, "Aunt's son is not dead." Her heart raced, and she bit her lip to stifle a scream, fixing her gaze on him. He studied her for a moment, noticing her pale countenance under the moonlight, and softly continued, "Did you not consider inquiring about her past travels and studies with your elder brother, where she mastered the art of swimming? Your first act of killing is understandably terrifying, yet your planning seems rather lacking, and your accomplices appear clumsy," he added, as if he had seized upon her vulnerability. Tears streamed down her face, but he softened his tone, urging her not to cry, assuring her that he had already resolved the matter and that she need not fear. She turned away, wiping her tears, and muttered defiantly, "Whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. Why should brother Shin involve me in this?" He chuckled softly, "Indeed, I am the one who killed her. It does not pertain to you, sister-in-law." His manner further incited her disdain, and she glared at him, but he merely smiled, seemingly oblivious to her animosity. She bit her lip, questioning, "Will you speak of this to your brother?" "Not at all," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "If you require assistance, I can provide you with 2 trustworthy individuals." "Unnecessary," she retorted, alarmed at the insinuation that he would monitor her. Her urgency elicited another laugh from him, to which he nodded and gently acquiesced. "I wish to leave," she thought, remembering the golden sparrow cloak. Fiddling with the pendant on her fan, she declared, "I do not want your cloak. Give it to your concubine." "Why not?" he inquired, his smile widening as he leaned closer to her ear, teasingly asking, "Could it be that sister-in-law feels envious?" Jiang Wan stepped back, pushing against his shoulder to maintain distance. And hissed softly, "What are you doing?" He merely allowed her to shove him, continuing to smile at her, desperate to avoid further conversation. Fearing that Pei Hong might send someone to search for her if she returned late, she hurriedly walked a few steps, pulling Xiao Xiang along towards their quarters. Her heart raced. Had Pei Shun not intervened, Aunt's son might have accused him of attempting murder, which would certainly bolster his ego. Upon returning to the main chamber, Pei Hong was already washed and reading on the bed. She changed in her nightgown and climbed into bed, preparing to sleep. Noticing her settling down, Pei Hung extinguished the lamp and lay back down, his hand resting gently on her waist. Jiang Wan turned and nestled into his embrace, while he tenderly cradled her face, gently caressing the corners of her lips. The following morning, Jiang Wan relished a rare day without the need for formal greetings, sleeping soundly until the sun had risen high in the sky. Upon awakening, she beheld the bright sunlight glistening through the sheer curtains of the window, a clear sky following the rain, and occasionally the sound of a pipa reached her ears. Xiao Xiang, hearing the noise, had water brought in. Jiang Wan inquired if someone was playing the pipa. Indeed, it came from that direction, likely from the little Tao Hong. She responded with a soft murmur and fell silent. Xiao Xiang, perceiving her lack of fatigue and noticing no dark circles under her eyes, concluded that she had rested well the previous day and offered her a wrung handkerchief. Chapter 74. Enduring after completing her morning rituals, Jiang Wan took up her fan and lifted her skirts as she stepped outside. Approaching the moon gate, she listened intently. The pipa's clear and melodious tones captivated her, only to be interrupted by a raucous call. With the gentleman absent, she pondered for whom this brazen display was intended. Without needing to look, she recognized the voice and turned back, intending to lead Xiao Xiang on a detour, but was halted by her cousin's call. "Big cousin, where are you going? I hear the pipa's delightful sound and wish to seek its source. Would you accompany me?" Shen Xianqi's face flushed with anger, her eyes glaring at Jiang Wan. "You two truly are kindred spirits, sharing the same beguiling nature. Such a person can only find praise from you. If one were to truly distinguish between social standings, what defines high or low, noble or base?" Jiang Wan hesitated to delve into the grand principles of the world with her. Before she could respond, she remarked, "Your status is indeed elevated, yet your character leaves much to be desired. To judge a person by their appearance or social standing reveals one's own lack of wisdom. You dare to insult me for a courtesan. I do not do so for her sake, but for second brother in you, since she resides in the household. Despite her lowly status, she is still a guest. She has not provoked you. Why must you be so harsh? You are not yet wed. Your words are unkind. Though I may not be your elder, I ought to advise you. Should I simply allow you to act out?" Xiaoxi, unbeknownst to them, Shen had been standing behind them for some time, exuding her customary air of authority and grace. Dressed in finery, she commanded respect without uttering a word. Displeased with her niece's bitterness and equally discontent with Jiang Wan's tone of admonition, she interjected sharply. The two quickly turned to pay their respects. As she descended the stone steps, she scrutinized Jiang Wan, surprised that the Jiang family imparted such lessons. These trivial matters were hardly worthy of respect. Is it truly expected to show reverence to your maidservants? Jiang Wan was not so foolish as to believe that, in the eyes of the servants, her inherent kindness could bridge the class divide. If her fortunes were to wane, they would only trample upon her. Nevertheless, she felt no need to harbor unwarranted malice. Warner did not intend such a thing. Second brother has always disliked idle gossip. I merely sought to counsel my cousin against reckless behavior. If Aunt believes I overstep, then I ought to apologize to my cousin. Shen understood that she was digging a pit for herself. If she said it should be managed, then her previous argument held no merit. If she claimed it should not, it would only magnify her niece's issues. She found herself puzzled, wondering why her niece could never seem to restrain herself despite having parents for guidance, and at the very least her own support. Surely, there was no need to bother an outsider. Jiang Wan responded softly, expressing her gratitude, and then made her way outside. After venting her frustration, she felt somewhat relieved. A small maid guided her through the garden, leading her to the corridor adorned with flowering steps. Peering through the patterned window, she spotted someone seated in a pavilion by the water, cradling a pipa, seemingly lost in thought and not playing a tune. To be frank, she had no desire to entangle herself with Pei Shen's concubine. Human hearts are inscrutable. It is wise to maintain distance from those who do not warrant closeness. Thus, she turned back at another moon gate, noticing the trellis adorned with climbing roses. She waved her fan, taking a moment to admire them before retracing her steps. Just as she approached the moon gate, she heard a commotion inside. Jiang Wan had no intention of joining the ruckus. She merely stood at the corner, listening. A sharp voice rang out, Even if the master favored you first, what are you? Just a trinket. Have you ever caught our master's eye? A softer, yet equally pointed voice retorted. If you hadn't chosen to trouble me while the elders are home, I might have respected you a little more. This voice seemed to belong to the little Tao Hong, laced with a hint of laughter, slow and steady, yet filled with provocative undertones that made Jiang Wan frown deeply. Our young lady has come to deal with seductresses. The madam is here for her son. Do you think our young lady is here for men? Who among us is more noble? Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed, suggesting someone had been struck. Unable to remain an observer, Jiang Wan entered through the moon gate, commanding, "Stop." What was happening here? She saw little Tao Hong, whose swelling had barely subsided, now reinflated from the blow. Xiaoxiang helped her up, struggling due to Tao Hong's small stature, making it difficult for her to rise. "What is your name?" Jiang Wan turned to the maid who had struck Tao Hong. The maid wilted under her gaze, stammering for a moment before replying, "I am Rong, a servant of the Shun family. Even if you're the main wife of the Pei household, you cannot dictate matters of the Shun family. Such arrogance. If I were to have you punished today, do you think your master would confront me over it?" The maid pondered this possibility, realizing her master might indeed retaliate, yet she feared the ensuing uproar and fell silent, standing with her head bowed. Jiang Wan continued, "If you wish to defend your master's honor, you should not engage in trivial disputes that only invite scorn." Turning back to Tao Hong, who was teary-eyed, she added, "Do not take it too far. If the maids are troublesome, simply inform the steward. There is no need to create a scene and utter unclean words." Tao Hong twisted her waist, twirling a lock of hair around her finger, a smirk forming at the corner of her lips. "Are we to receive equal punishment now, madam? As a mere concubine, I cannot allow a mere maid to insult me without retort, especially in light of my brother's reputation. If the young lady continues to argue with me, she shall surely face consequences." The way the master called out was truly enchanting. I stepped out delicately, maneuvering around Jiang Wan, only to find that it was Pei Shun returning, his gaze fixed upon me, sending chills down my spine as if I had committed some grave error. Xiao Taohong approached Pei Shun, playfully clinging to his arm, her voice sweet and soft. "Master, if you do not return soon, these people will surely torment me to my end. Please do advocate for me." However, as soon as she drew near, Pei Shun raised a hand to keep her at bay, his meaning unmistakable. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hand. With his slender, phoenix-like eyes locked on Jiang Wan, he spoke in a low voice. "If she insults you, bear it. If she strikes you, endure it. Must I teach you how to be a concubine?" Not even a glance was cast towards those around him. Chapter 75. Compassion. Jiang Wan felt a chill as Xiao Taohong's voice pierced through her, sending shivers down her spine. Although Xiao Taohong was pouting, she dared not approach after being pushed away by Pei Shun. Such a person as Xiao Taohong had learned from a young age to read the moods of others. In truth, she exhibited greater perceptiveness than many maids. Pei Shun had taken her into his household, yet he spent his days merely listening to her play the pipa and dance, rarely exchanging more than a few words. Often lost in thought with a wine cup in hand. Today, it became evident that her intentions were merely to covet the sister-in-law. Standing tall, she observed the two of them intently. "Since my brother has returned, he shall surely keep a close watch over you." With that, she turned to leave, and the rest dispersed. Pei Shun quietly watched her retreating figure, while Xiao Taohong, keenly observing his expression, could not help but chuckle, sweetly remarking, "So, it appears the master favors someone like the eldest lady. Perhaps I should learn from her." Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Shun seized her by the throat, tightening his grip on her slender neck with increasing pressure. Xiao Taohong's face flushed crimson as she desperately beat against his hand, gasping for breath. "Were you learning from her? Huh? You think you're worthy?" His temples throbbed, his face contorted with rage as he ground out the words. Just when she thought she might perish at his hands, he released her, and she crumpled to the ground, coughing violently and struggling to breathe. "Cough, master. There's no need to be enraged. I was merely speaking in jest. I am but a trivial diversion, unworthy of comparison to anyone, let alone to learn from another. Please, spare me." As tears welled up in her eyes, she hastily wiped them away, her face burning with pain. Pei Shun cast a sideways glance at her, then strode towards his chambers. Xuanzang hurriedly pulled Xiao Taohong up, assisting her as they returned together. Jiang Wan retraced her steps, confirming that Pei Shun had indeed not followed her before she slowed her pace and let out a deep sigh. She instructed Li Chun to fetch a bottle of medicinal ointment for Xiao Tao Hong to apply to her face. Having taken a stroll, she felt a pang of hunger and sent someone to inquire if Pei Hong had returned. Xiao Chuan entered and reported, "My lord is dining with guests outside. He has asked you to eat without him and will come to accompany you later in the evening." She nodded, then reminded Xiao Chuan to gently persuade the elder master not to drink excessively and take care of his health, before giving him a handful of coins for his errand. Jiang Wan requested a meal, with Xiao Xiang attending to her at the side. The small kitchen served a soup made from pickled bamboo shoots and chicken skin, which was particularly delightful in the summer heat, prompting Jiang Wan to indulge in a few extra spoonfuls. Just as the dishes were cleared away, Xiao Tao Hong and Shuang Jiang approached, carrying a box that they placed beside the ice basin. Upon lifting the lid, a collection of yangmei berries was revealed, each one resembling the size of an egg, perfectly ripe and a deep red tinged with black. These were the famed yangmei from Taizhou. Xiao Tao Hong selected a few and placed them on a plate, gracefully advancing with measured steps to present them to Jiang Wan. She curtsied, acknowledging her previous slight against the esteemed lady, and expressed her gratitude for the ointment, which had been wonderfully soothing. Jiang Wan rose and gently lifted her arm, aiding her to her feet. Despite the sweltering weather and the embroidered handkerchief around her neck, Jiang Wan, though surprised, refrained from scrutinizing her too closely. "Rise now. I judge actions, not status. Your identity is already established. If you demean yourself, how can you expect others to regard you with esteem?" Xiao Tao Hong, with the notion that Pei Shun harbored feelings for her, had sent for the ointment in hopes of flattering Jiang Wan and testing the waters, unaware that her words would pierce directly through her hidden thoughts, making her feel as though she had found a confidant. "Please invite Aunt Jean to join us," she requested. Xiao Xiang went to fetch her, while Jiang Wan turned back to observe Xiao Tao Hong, who stood there motionless, gazing intently at her. Jiang Wan smiled in return. "Why do you look at me so? Please have a seat." Xiao Tao Hong hurriedly placed the plate of yangmei on the tea table and sat on the stool brought by the little maid, her hands neatly resting on her knees as she smiled gently, glancing at the lady of the house. "I have heard that you are from Jinling. Could it be that you hail from the illustrious Jiang family of Jinling?" "Indeed, I am from the Jiang family of Jinling." Just then, a servant who had been out on errands entered to report, and Xiao Tao Hong quietly observed Jiang Wan, captivated by her every gesture and demeanor, wondering if she possessed the grace of a refined lady, which made her feel inferior by comparison. Although she, too, was skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, her humble status rendered her education limited to frivolous verses and songs, inevitably leading her to adopt a rather light-hearted demeanor. After listening to the servant's report, Jiang Wan lowered her gaze to Xiao Tao Hong's feet, which were only a few inches long. Being inherently soft-hearted, she felt a tinge of sorrow for her. Upon concluding the servant's words, she dismissed her, leaving the room steeped in silence. Noticing Jiang Wan's gaze fixed on her feet, Xiao Tao Hong boldly inquired, "Have you never encountered someone with bound feet before?" Jiang Wan offered an awkward smile, shaking her head. Xiao Tao Hong chuckled softly, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. After all, as a lady of noble birth, she had never encountered such a predicament. It was only those of us who sought to win a man's favor who found ourselves in such tangled circumstances. She let out a gentle sigh, saying, "If you think men fancy such displays, then showing them would not guarantee their approval. They might even find it repulsive." She sensed an inexplicable sadness emanating from Xiao Tao Hong, whose every frown and smile revealed a sense of helplessness. Her frivolity was merely a facade to mask her own bitter fate, and her self-deprecation served to make her feel less out of place. The matriarch was the only person I had encountered who truly respected me, urging me not to belittle myself. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, though she fought to suppress them. Jiang Wan gently patted her hand, intending to offer comfort, when Jean and heir entered, greeting them with a bow. Upon noticing the redness around Xiao Tao Hong's eyes, she quickly grasped the situation. What is this about? Could it be that she spoke of something she didn't get to eat? Xiao Tao Hong had spent 2 months with Jean and heir, and their interactions had been courteous and amicable. Jean Nier's witty remark elicited a laugh from her, who playfully rubbed her eyes, teasing, "You have quite the sharp tongue. I look forward to the day when the matriarch sends you away." Jean Nier replied with a smile, "The matriarch would never part with me. Besides, even if it meant death, I would not leave her side." Xiao Taohong perceived that this was not merely a matter of harmony between wives and concubines, but rather a connection rooted in compassion, one woman recognizing the plight of another, and the latter showing respect in return. Chapter 76. Sophistry. Why, on such a sweltering day, do you have a scarf wrapped around your neck? Could it be that you are involved in some clandestine affair? As she spoke, she reached out to remove the scarf from around Jean Nier's neck. Jean Nier, assuming it was merely some remnants of a romantic encounter, was taken aback when she saw the truth. Xiao Taohong raised her hand, but it was too late to cover what was revealed. Distinct marks and bruises marred Jean Nier's delicate neck, standing out starkly against her fair skin. What they had thought to be light-hearted banter had taken a serious turn. Jiang Wan gasped, her voice trembling as she asked, "Was it Pei Shun who did this?" Hearing her speak his name so directly, both Jean Nier and Xiao Taohong turned to look at her, exchanging glances filled with unspoken questions. Xiao Taohong was aware of Pei Shun's affections for her, but she was uncertain of Jean Nier's feelings towards him. If their relationship was intimate, then it was clear he had not laid a hand on her. Thus, there was no reason for animosity towards Xiao Taohong. Conversely, if she was indifferent to him, then his affection was merely unrequited. Contemplating this, Xiao Taohong awkwardly nodded, saying, "It was I who offended the gentleman, leading to such treatment. I hope the matriarch does not misconstrue the situation." Her words left Jiang Wan in a state of confusion, unable to discern whether she was aware of something deeper. She could only respond awkwardly, "Even if it is not as it seems, it should not have come to this. When the master returns, I will speak with him. I have always felt that such matters are better handled by women. It would be best if the matriarch intervened on my behalf, as you are his sister-in-law and well suited for this type of situation." Jiang Wan hesitated momentarily, her voice softening. "I fear he may strike me." Observing Jiang Wan's excessively startled expression, Xiao Taohong nearly burst into laughter. Truly, this Lord Pei has shot himself in the foot, inadvertently frightening the very person he holds dear. It is unlikely he would resort to harming his sister-in-law. Jiang Wan, already possessing a poor impression of him, now found it further deteriorated. She could easily surmise that such a person might be capable of anything. After all, who would have anticipated that a seemingly solemn individual would engage in such dubious actions to fulfill his brother-esque desires? Xiao Taohong found the situation increasingly amusing, as it appeared that Pei Shun had been caught at a disadvantage. He would often come to speak of his own shortcomings to this lady, but upon turning, he noticed Shuang Jiang staring intently at her, causing her to instinctively retract her neck. Indeed, yesterday marked Shuang Jiang's first witnessing of her young master's explosive temper. She stood by, utterly at a loss, wishing to offer counsel, yet fearing the repercussions. With Shuang Jiang present, Xiao Taohong dare not mention Pei Shun anymore. The others, recognizing her injury, refrained from bringing it up, and they shifted the topic of conversation. Jiang Wan picked a bayberry, took a bite, and was met with an unexpected bitterness. After consuming half, she found it increasingly unpalatable, lethargically setting it aside. Noticing her gloomy demeanor, the others rushed to comfort her, but she merely replied that it was nothing and expressed a desire to sleep, prompting them to respectfully withdraw. Jiang Wan chose to recline on the couch, gazing out at the banana trees outside. Xiaoxi draped a thin blanket over her and took a seat nearby to keep watch. When Pei Hong returned and found her asleep, he ordered tea and settled at the table, admiring the serene beauty of her sleeping visage. Upon her awakening, she was greeted by his steady gaze. Propping herself up, she smiled, inquiring when he had returned. "I have been back for some time, seeing you sleep so soundly. I could not bear to disturb you," he replied. She turned her head, noticing the sun had begun its descent. Rising, she changed into a more casual outfit for him. He took her hand gently, and once she was ready, they summoned food to share a meal together. After dining, Pei Hong discussed items to procure for the following day and presented her with some silver coins. Eventually, They retired for the night, but while Pei Hung sought closeness, Jiang Wan lacked the inclination, gently pushing his hand away and suggesting it was time to sleep. Pei Hung understood that prolonged attempts at intimacy without reciprocation could be off-putting, so he turned away and succumbed to slumber. Jiang Wan, unable to find rest, pondered why her stomach remained so still. Could it be that Pei Shen truly had some issue? Lost in thought, she drifted into a light sleep. The next morning, upon waking, she found Pei Hung already gone. After sitting with her arms crossed for a moment, she rose to wash up. By this time, the household maids had arrived to seek her instructions. Jiang Wan asked them to wait while she had her breakfast, and only then did she emerge to sit in the main hall. At this point, some of the maids, unable to contain their impatience, rushed in to seek her guidance. Jiang Wan addressed each of their inquiries clearly, and soon the household was bustling with activity. She found herself constantly on the move, with any free moments coinciding with mealtimes. A busy day passed, and with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching the next day, the preparations became frantic. Exhausted, Jiang Wan washed up and retired for the night without waiting for Pei Hung's return. Uncertain of the time, she awoke, drenched in sweat, feeling the warmth of someone close beside her. Instinctively, she pushed away, suddenly opening her eyes. Awake? Jiang Wan was taken aback. Could it be that her refusal of Pei Hung last night compelled him to seek assistance from Pei Shen? She dared not breathe a word, feigning slumber as she let out a soft hum and turned to retreat inside. Yet, the person behind her drew closer, brushing against her nose. Are you pretending to sleep? Her breath had become erratic. What are you doing here? Resignedly, she ceased her charade and struggled to rise. Aren't you afraid he might hear you? Your audacity has grown. Recalling the bruises on Xiao Taohong's neck, she felt a mix of fear and disdain towards him, dreading that he might unleash his frustration upon her. And she had no desire to engage in such matters with him. You should leave. Her voice trembled, reminiscent of the fear she felt when she discovered it was him the last time. A flicker of fear ignited within him, since she had forced him last time. He sensed a change in the way she regarded him, and he dared not defy her. He gently inquired, What is it? Even if you don't wish to, I can remain here. Please don't chase me away. As he spoke, he moved closer to her, causing her to hastily burrow into the quilt, clutching it tightly. No matter how he coaxed from outside, she would not yield. Eventually, Jiang Wan could no longer restrain herself and snapped at him. Do you intend to strike me if I go outside? The way she said you made him instantly aware of her feelings. He could only chuckle in response. Are you referring to Xiao Taohong? She crossed my line, which led to this. Regardless, you should not resort to violence. Indeed, violence is unwarranted. Yet, who was it that slapped me, preventing me from leaving my home for 2 days? You are being disingenuous. For Jiang Wan, Pei Shen could endure anything without offering excuses. Silently fixating on the bulging quilt, a silence fell between them. Unable to bear the stuffiness any longer, she timidly exposed half her head, only to be swiftly pulled out by him. He chuckled lightly. Wanner, what do you think you can hide now? Chapter 77. Peculiarities. Jiang Wan found herself pinned beneath him, nearly crying out in fright as she pressed against his shoulder, glaring at him. If you continue this way, I will be angry and will refuse to acknowledge you. He appeared momentarily stunned, raising an eyebrow as if to ask if that meant she would acknowledge him from then on. Perhaps this statement held some weight for him, for though he did not rise, he ceased his movements. Jiang Wan urged him to get up by patting his shoulder, and he obediently complied, sitting up and pulling her up with him. The night lacked candlelight, yet the moonlight was bright, casting a gentle glow across his face, half lit and half shadowed, as usual, adorned with a tender smile. Noticing her gaze upon him, he turned his face toward her, prompting her to hastily avert her eyes. Wanner, shall we lie down and converse? Must we endure the night sitting like this? Jiang Wan remained silent, but eventually succumbed to sleep, making space for him, provided he harbored no ulterior motives. Wishing to put the past behind them, he too reclined, noticing she genuinely intended to sleep, and called out to her, Wanner. Pei Shen, I am your sister-in-law. How can you address me so? He made no retort, chuckling softly as he inched closer behind her, whispering, So you have this peculiar preference for me to call you sister-in-law while in bed. Jiang Wan abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at him. Pei Shen, if you utter another word like that, You had better keep your distance. I truly do not wish to see you. He indeed possessed a thick skin. Soothingly rubbing her arm. All right, I won't do it again. Please forgive me, sister-in-law. Jiang Wan was infuriated, yet could not express her anger. With a huff, she turned away, leaning against the pillow, unwilling to utter a word to him. After a considerable time, when he no longer heard her rhythmic breathing, he edged closer, softly inquiring, Sister-in-law, have you not conceived yet? Not conceived. What of it? She retorted with a heavy snort, turning to face him, only to find him even nearer. Their faces just a fist's distance apart. Frowning, she pushed him away. Isn't not conceiving a reason to continue? Do you wish for previous endeavors to be in vain? A wave of heat washed over her face, and she touched her burning cheeks. It may be that I am destined to be childless. He was about to respond when she continued. The physician said there is nothing wrong with my health. It is likely you who, before she could finish. He abruptly embraced her waist, pulling her closer, grinning as he teased. What are you implying? Are you suggesting my body is incapable? My meaning is... But before she could conclude, he lowered his head, sealing her lips and denying her any chance for rebuttal. She struggled to push him away, yet found herself utterly trapped in his grasp, her attempts weakening as he held her waist firmly. Breathless from the kiss, he began to caress her sensitive areas, leaving her no room to resist. Frantically, she pounded his shoulder, regretting her words that had angered him. She feared there was no escape now. Once he had satisfied himself with the kiss, he finally released her, cradling her face and placing another kiss at the corner of her lips. Wan, I was wrong. I should not have said such things. Please, spare me. It is too late. He replied in a deep voice, filled with restraint and forbearance. Do not speak like that. Dear aunt, it seems you have realized. Sujin, call me Sujin. I know my mother is aware, which is why she staged a farce about a courtesan. Otherwise, why would I, so bored, entangle myself with a courtesan? He lifted his gaze to cast a look at her. Pei Shun, I beseech you. I do not wish for a child. This alone has brought me enough shame. Do you wish to drive me to despair? His rough actions indeed ceased. He wrapped her in the bedding beneath her, still holding her close, panting heavily. Jiang Wan dared not move, wishing only to sever her own hand. Feeling tainted by its presence, he adjusted his attire, turned back to gaze at her, and upon seeing her dark, glistening eyes fixed on him, realized she was not truly angry. He leaned down to peck her at the corner of her lips and pinched her waist, eliciting a soft whimper from her, which made him chuckle lightly. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Wan wiped her hands on his robe, quietly detesting him. He pinched her cheek before straightening his attire, casting one last look at her before stepping out. Once he had truly departed, she hastily dressed and summoned Xiao Xiang to bring water for her bath. The dawn had yet to break. Jiang Wan had endured his torment the entire night, feeling utterly awake. Only as the sky began to lighten did fatigue creep in. But by then, the maids were already waiting in the courtyard. Pei Hung entered from outside, and upon seeing her asleep, instructed someone to bring in water for her to wash up. As preparations were fully made, Pei Hung gently roused her from slumber, observing her lazily stretching her limbs. He noted that her earlier vexation had completely dissipated, and he tenderly leaned down to kiss her cheek. Rise, for there are social obligations awaiting us today, and our household relies solely on you, as aunt is lacking in vigor. Jiang Wan felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation towards Madame Shun. Pei Shun had revealed her awareness of the situation and summoned her from afar, confirming Jiang Wan's suspicions. No wonder she insisted on her companionship. She was indeed both foolish and malicious. Brother, please lend me your support. It was rare for Jiang Wan to display such vulnerability. Pei Hung shifted closer and, with a smile, assisted her in rising. However, recalling the events of the previous night, he speculated that her display of affection was perhaps a reaction to Pei Shun's behavior, leading her to collapse heavily back onto the bed. Chapter 78, Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Wan stared at him in surprise. Was her strength truly so feeble? I apologize for not catching you. He rose, leaning on his cane, his smile strained, offering no further explanation before exiting, leaving Jiang Wan staring blankly at his retreating figure. Xiao Xiang leaned in close, whispering. The young lady did not notice, but upon entering, her expression was quite dark. It seemed she overheard the commotion last night, and is undoubtedly displeased. She has it coming. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wan rose, donned her garments, and, after attending to her appearance, made her way to the main hall. Once arrangements were made, she proceeded to Madame Shen's quarters, where she found her still preparing. Upon noticing Jiang Wan's arrival, she motioned for her to sit and urged the others to hasten. Once she finished her preparations, Pei Shun and Xiao Taohong arrived. Madame Shun glared furiously, yet was powerless to act. Jiang Wan had already confirmed from Pei Shun that Madame Shun intended to confront her and Pei Shun, and she dared not risk even a glance in their direction. Shen Qianxi entered from outside. She had been notably subdued in recent days. Upon seeing Xiao Taohong standing elegantly beside Pei Shun, her previously restrained demeanor vanished, and she rushed over, raising her hand to strike, only to have Pei Shun grasp her wrist and forcefully throw her aside. "Cousin," she exclaimed, pointing accusatorily at Xiao Taohong, "with someone like her by your side? Upon your return to the capital, who knows what allegations may arise against you?" Jiang Wan regarded Shen Qianxi with astonishment. Her rhetoric had notably evolved, indicating significant growth. She couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph, delighting in Pei Shun's predicament. However, Pei Shun noticed her amusement and cast a fleeting glance in her direction. "What, is my cousin now to be my judge? By what authority do you presume to assume such a role?" Shen Qianxi's face flushed crimson, and she stammered. Unable to articulate a response, her large eyes fixed angrily on Xiao Taohong, who smiled sweetly, causing tears to well up in her eyes. "Enough! Is there not enough noise already?" Madame Shun, unable to protect her son, sought to quell the chaos. Xiao Taohong stood demurely to the side, her face adorned with a playful smile, seemingly taunting Shen Qianxi, which only fueled her frustration. With tears streaming down her face, she wiped them away, fearful of inciting further misunderstandings with her cousin. "Let's all take our seats," Jiang Wan suggested, extending her hand to assist Madame Shun as they both settled onto the benches. Pei Hung cast a couple of glances at her before settling beside Pei Shun, inadvertently pushing Xiao Taohong aside. Xiao Taohong was quite pleased with this arrangement, as she genuinely held affection for Jiang Wan, resulting in her being flanked by 2 concubines. Observing that Xiao Taohong had a fondness for cream-filled pastry rolls, Jiang Wan refrained from taking more after having 2, fearing reprimand from Madame Shun for impropriety. Noticing Xiao Taohong's eagerness, she gestured for Xiao Xiang to serve her another, which brought immediate delight to the young girl. At merely 15 or 16, still of the age for studies in her era, she found herself serving men, a circumstance that foreshadowed a life fraught with tragedy. Pei Shun noted that Jiang Wan was surrounded by her 2 concubines, making it seem as though they were there to cater to her. He chewed on a piece of chicken marrow bamboo shoot slowly, seemingly unable to extract much flavor from it. "Madam, do give this a try," he suggested. Jiang Wan responded, but it earned her a disapproving glance from Shen Qianxi. Regretting her response after witnessing the eye roll, she remembered how Shun often urged her to observe Jiang Wan's demeanor, despite her own aversion. Nonetheless, Jiang Wan's manner, though not to Shun's liking, was neither harsh nor overly soft in its teasing. After their meal, the 3 engaged in lively conversation. Shen Qianxi, noticing Jiang Wan's disregard for her status, felt compelled to remind her of propriety. However, upon turning, the 2 concubines gravitated back to Jiang Wan's side, much to her delight. As they conspired about making lanterns in Jiang Wan's room, Shen Qianxi, observing the jovial exchange with the maidens, received an invitation from Jiang Wan. "We are heading to my room to make lanterns. Would you care to join us?" Shen Qianxi appraised her for a moment, torn between desire and pride, eventually muttering, "I originally had matters to attend to with the maids." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wan replied, "If you have matters, then let it be. We shall go." With that, Shen Qianxi turned and led Xiao Taohong and Jin and I away. Her frustration manifested in foot stomps. In truth, she held little fondness for Shen Qianxi, finding her excessively self-important. Such personalities were indeed irksome. The trio made their way to Jiang Wan's chamber, where Xiao Xiang had prepared rice paper for them. As they settled down to create, Shen Qianxi unexpectedly arrived, displaying a rare sense of decorum as she entered and bowed to Jiang Wan. Upon noticing the other two, she gazed at them steadily until Jean and I acknowledged her with a bow, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and smile. Cousin, if you don't mind, shall we use splints to craft the framework? Initially, they planned to have one paint and the other color, and once completed, affix the artwork onto the framework, resulting in a simple yet charming lantern. To Jiang Wan's surprise, Shun Qinshi seemed unperturbed, drawing closer to see what Jiang Wan was painting. It turned out to be magnolia blossoms, or perhaps crabapple, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, yet conspicuously absent of any beauty figures. There was little animosity between her, Jiang Wan, and Jean and I. Indeed, both were not the type to hold grudges and had cultivated a pleasant rapport. However, during the half hour Shun Qinshi had been present, she had not exchanged a single word with Xiao Taohong. Unbeknownst to everyone, Xiao Taohong, who was also engaged in painting, leaned over for a glimpse, muttering to herself that common folk only know how to paint ordinary flowers, and poorly at that. Xiao Taohong, noticing Jiang Wan's presence, refrained from engaging in conflict. Pretending she had not heard, she simply replied, "Just take care of your own affairs. My matters are overseen by the eldest lady." Shun Qinshi, fearing that the others might join forces to drive her away, fell silent and returned to her seat. Observing Shun Qinshi's newfound caution, Xiao Taohong felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Biting the tip of her pen, she pondered aloud, "Eldest lady, do you know what my family despises the most?" Jiang Wan, not intending to mention Pei Shun, recognized the gleam in Xiao Taohong's lively eyes, realizing she was intent on teasing Shun Qinshi. She chuckled and played along. "What could that possibly be?" With a laugh, she added, "The most loathed are those who appear astute and capable, yet are utterly inept." As she spoke, she gestured towards Shun Qinshi. Shun Qinshi looked up at the group, her round eyes darting between them, gradually understanding that Xiao Taohong was referring to her. Feeling discontent, she pouted and returned to her own tasks. Once the painting was completed, Xiao Xiang called for someone to prepare the paste for gluing the paper. Jiang Wan, ever observant, noted Xiao Xiang's deft handiwork and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "I did not expect my cousin to be so skilled. Of course, she cannot be compared to my elder cousin-in-law, but she can certainly hold her own against someone." Xiao Taohong burst into laughter, teasing, "Cousin, you do not think I am your rival for your cousin's affection, do you? Worry not. Even without me, he would hardly pay you any mind." Shun Qinshi, infuriated, widened her eyes and retorted, "You can rest assured, my aunt will never allow you to cross the threshold. You can only flaunt your power here." With that, she threw down what she held and dashed out. Xiao Taohong paid her no mind, recognizing that someone like her would likely struggle to find a place in the world. Meanwhile, she felt secure residing in the Pei household, awaiting Pei Shan's return to marry and start a family, unaware of where she would end up. Jiang Wan, seeing Xiao Taohong lost in thought, felt no satisfaction in her verbal triumph. She pulled her down to sit and resumed crafting lanterns together. At that moment, Shuangjiang entered, cradling an intricately carved sandalwood box, beaming as she approached Jiang Wan and bowed. "The young master heard that the eldest lady and the young ladies are here making lanterns, and he asked me to bring this for you to place inside the lantern." As she spoke, she opened the box in front of them, revealing a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, glistening like glass. Jiang Wan furrowed her brow and declined, saying, "This item is quite valuable. What will we do if it gets lost? Quickly put it away and do not display it again." Chapter 79, Mid-Autumn Festival, Part 2. Shuangjiang, seizing the opportunity, smiled and said, "What is the harm? Just placing it in a lantern will illuminate everything beautifully, ensuring that the eldest lady outshines them all." Noticing Jiang Wan's knitted brows, Xiao Taohong began to grasp the situation. It appeared that the eldest lady was indeed aware of the implications. The esteemed Pei gentleman truly harbored unreciprocated affections. A mere sister-in-law and brother-in-law would not warrant such a lavish gift, and even if they did, it would not be presented so awkwardly. Perhaps the eldest lady should accept it, so we can witness the brilliance of this night pearl, Xiao Taohong suggested with a smile. Jiang Wan glanced back at Jean and I, who was gazing dreamily at the night pearl, realizing that Pei Shin's intention was likely to ensure she could not refuse. A clever scheme indeed. It is not that we are unwilling. Rather, The item is exceedingly precious. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Taohong took it from Xuangjiang's hands, instructing Xiao Xiang to wrap it in a silk pouch. Xiao Xiang instinctively glanced at Jiang Wan, but was promptly pushed out by Xiao Taohong to find one. She had no choice but to comply, and soon returned with a piece of silk, deftly suspending it in the lantern for Jiang Wan, remarking, "I am quite curious to see how this luminous pearl appears at night. What could the luminous pearl possibly be like, if not as it always is?" She was thoroughly annoyed by Pei Shun's relentless attempts to present her with gifts under various pretexts. These were items she had seen before, merely lacking them in her possession. She was the type who disdained accepting gifts of wealth from men, and thus, even after marrying Pei Hong, she felt no grievance in not receiving anything from him. Of course, the primary reason was that she merely regarded Pei Hong as a tool for survival in a patriarchal society. Hence, she was indifferent to whether he gave gifts or not. Nevertheless, even such a relationship required occasional maintenance. Jiang Wan languidly returned to her couch, observing her companions hurriedly placing the luminous pearl into her lantern, only to be further vexed when they approached to showcase it. Unable to express her irritation, she merely scoffed. It was understandable that something unseen would be coveted. It was a commendable gift from her master, yet it did not imply that the second household required such support. Xuangjiang was left bewildered, and seeing Jean and heir present, she hesitated to intervene, offering an awkward smile instead. Jean and heir, noticing Xuangjiang's discomfort, quickly reassured Jiang Wan, saying, "The eldest mistress was merely momentarily confused and spoke in anger. Dear Xuangjiang, do not take it to heart." Xuangjiang secretly chuckled. She dared not take offense. Knowing her family's heir had already suffered a slap on one cheek from the lady before her, and to extend the other for further punishment seemed unthinkable. "Indeed, Auntie, please do not say such things." Once the task was completed, Xuangjiang prepared to return, and the others considered changing their attire, thus dispersing. At that moment, the sun had already ascended to the mountainside, ablaze in the sky. Jiang Wan donned a garment of camellia red with subtle patterns of tea flowers, adorned with silver-white silk edges. Though camellia red was not a primary hue, it rendered her complexion exceptionally fair, and her preference for simple hair ornaments enhanced her ethereal beauty. By the time she reached the main courtyard, the moon had already risen high, and together with Jean and her, she entered the main hall. The Shin matriarch had arranged a table with offerings of incense and various mooncakes in the courtyard for the worship of the moon goddess. After the offerings, they proceeded to the main hall for the meal, where Jiang Wan, in an unusually jubilant mood, indulged in a hearty serving of meat dishes. Once the meal concluded, they intended to move to the full moon pavilion in the garden, where the maids brought forth fruit wine and assorted mooncakes. As everyone gathered, Jiang Wan reclined slightly in her chair, gazing at the luminous moon. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a touch of coolness. She rubbed her arms, prompting Xiao Xiang to quickly send someone back for her cloak. She picked up a mooncake to eat. During this era, the varieties of mooncakes were not as numerous as those in later times, yet the flavors bore little difference, and thus she found them quite familiar. Once the mid-autumn festival had passed, I shall return to the capital. Jiang Wan hastily placed the half-eaten mooncake onto a plate on the table, wiped her hands, and sat up straight to listen to Mrs. Shun. Her gaze swept over the crowd before she suddenly spoke. "I have traveled a great distance, intending to persuade your cousin. But alas, one cannot control the will of their children. However, if you wish to take someone back, I shall weep before the noble concubine." Pei Shun chuckled, naturally assuring her that he would not take anyone back, much to his mother's relief. With this assurance, Mrs. Shun's expression softened, and she inquired, "Will Wana return with me?" Or, just as Jiang Wan was about to respond, Pei Hung interjected, "Aunt, I previously promised Wana that I would take her to Jinling to pay respects to her parents-in-law, now that I have nearly completed my affairs here. Once the rites are performed, I shall accompany her back to the capital." Jiang Wan, reluctant to remain in this discussion, quickly suggested, "Let us postpone the rites. They need not occur immediately. You have already made a hurried entrance, and I feel quite remiss. It would be embarrassing to delay this matter further. Wana, you should not defer any longer. Moreover, once we return to the capital, it may be difficult to revisit Jinling. Very well. But this will inevitably delay matters for my elder brother. Honoring one's parents is indeed a significant affair, and if she continues to evade it, it would not bode well. He smiled, saying, "We are husband and wife. There is no need for such formalities." He then turned to Mrs. Shun. "I must trouble you to escort the Jean family back to the capital." "That is no trouble at all. There is no need to be so courteous with Aunt." At that moment, Xiaoxi brought someone up, presenting a cloak for Jiang Wan to wear and carrying forward the lantern crafted for the day. Among them, Jiang Wan's lantern shone brilliantly, outshining the moonlight and candle flames nearby. "This one is truly radiant. What is it made of?" In response to the eldest madam, "It contains a luminous pearl." "A luminous pearl?" Mrs. Shen nodded, unaware of what Pei Shun possessed in Yangzhou, and did not question further. Pei Hung assumed it to be part of her dowry and examined it closely. It was indeed beautiful and bright. A pity it was made into a lantern. It must hold great value. Jiang Wan, wise enough not to interject, feigned ignorance and gazed up at the round moon. And the others fell silent, admiring the moon as well. Noticing the somber atmosphere, likely due to the presence of elders, Mrs. Shen feigned fatigue and announced her intention to return. Jiang Wan intended to follow her, but Mrs. Shen playfully patted her hand, saying, "Stay a while longer and enjoy yourself." "Wanner, help persuade them. You have a kind nature, do not quarrel with Xiaoxi." Chapter 80, Illness. Jiang Wan found these words hard to bear, but merely smiled in response. The aunt remarked, "As an outsider, it is truly inappropriate for me to intervene, but I shall do my best." Mrs. Shen seemed to disregard her words, smiling as she urged her to return quickly. Jiang Wan stood at the door, watching Mrs. Shen gradually walk away, only to turn and see Pei Hung at the staircase. She smiled and reached out for him, wishing to ascend the stairs together. She was halted by his grip on her wrist as he gently said, "We are husband and wife. They are not yet wed. Let us stroll in the garden and see how splendid your lantern truly is." Before Jiang Wan could agree, he summoned Jean Inyang to join them, along with her lantern as well. "Pei Hung, are you planning for a trio?" Jiang Wan couldn't help but sneer inwardly, while Jean and I seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly declined, only to be firmly grasped by Pei Hung, who laughed. "You were brought here by your grandmother. If you leave, wouldn't that embarrass her?" He then turned to Jiang Wan and inquired, "Wanner, do you not agree?" "Naturally. It would be better for Aunt Jean to join us." Jiang Wan cast him a faint glance, her smile equally subdued, finding his demeanor utterly nauseating. They were the ones who stir up trouble, yet somehow it was she who bore the blame. What a farce. Jean and I attempted to feign illness, but Jiang Wan had already grasped her wrist, leading her out. The moonlight was already bright, and with the glow of the luminous pearl lantern in Jiang Wan's hand, they illuminated the dim corners around them as they strolled into the garden, with two supporting him into the rockery. "I recall there is a pavilion ahead. Shall we go there?" Both were displeased with his actions, yet voiced no objections, merely aiding him forward. Before long, they spotted a pavilion by the water and instructed the maidens to bring some fruits and wine, intending to sit there to admire the moon. Jiang Wan and Jean and I could hardly tolerate his behavior and largely ignored him, instead engaging in light-hearted banter. Jiang Wan recounted the tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon, a story passed down through the ages. "When I was at home, I heard the elders say that Chang'e was heartless and ungrateful, abandoning her husband to ascend." Jiang Wan smiled and replied, "In such circumstances, her survival was commendable. Why should she be blamed?" Pei Hung wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Wan's perspective. Sitting before her, he reached out to embrace her, and she had no choice but to lean into his arms while her other hand encircled Jean and I, who also nestled against him. "Though I am disabled, I enjoy the blessings of companionship." Lowering his head, he attempted to kiss her, but Jiang Wan smiled and turned her face away just as she noticed a corner of a blue robe peeking from behind the rockery. She raised her eyes to see Pei Shun standing there, his gaze as cold as the stars, fixed intently upon her. Momentarily stunned, she hurried to push Pei Hung away, only to remember that the man before her was indeed her husband, which made her feel as though she were committing infidelity. Nevertheless, she managed to break free and stood to pour herself some wine. Jiang Wan only drank fruit wine, and when she looked again, Pei Shun had vanished from behind the rockery, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She first offered the wine cup to the two, then turned to pour one for herself, encouraging them to drink a few cups. "I shall go change." He struggled to rise with the aid of his cane, and Jiang Wan intended to assist him, but he gently pressed her back into her seat with a warm smile. "Do not rush. I can find a restroom myself. You two enjoy your meal." Jiang Wan smiled in return and remained seated, gazing absent-mindedly at the shimmering moonlight on the lake. Just as she was about to rise to pour more wine, when a sudden splash interrupted her thoughts, followed closely by Pei Heng's frantic cries. The two were startled and hurried towards the sound, finding Pei Heng flailing in the center of the lake, splashing water everywhere while shouting loudly. Jiang Wan, knowing how to swim, quickly removed her crimson coat to lighten her load and prepared to leap in, but was abruptly yanked back by someone behind her. "Oh no!" Before she could clearly see the visitor, the figure leaped down. Though the person's visage remained obscured, the voice was unmistakably familiar. Pei Shen circled around Pei Heng, witnessing his exhaustion as he began to sink. He swiftly reached out, grasping the top knot of Pei Heng's hair and pulling him back to the shore. Jiang Wan had already summoned help, and a group of people hurriedly pulled both men onto the bank. Pei Heng lay there, utterly spent and paralyzed by the shock of falling into the water. Pei Shen sat nearby, panting heavily as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Pei Heng remained motionless, causing Jiang Wan to panic. She gently patted his face, and after a moment, he coughed up some water, gradually regaining composure. Upon recognizing the familiar face before him, he grasped Jiang Wan's hand and wept, lamenting that his legs were increasingly uncooperative. She wrapped him in a quilt that Xiao Xiang had brought, and then turned to see Pei Shen standing nearby, drenched. She hurriedly draped her crimson coat over him, and Frostfall arrived just in time to cover him with another blanket. "You must assist your master in returning. We've already prepared ginger soup, and it will be sent shortly," she said before hastily following the group, carrying Pei Heng, leaving only Pei Shen and his servant behind. At that moment, Xiao Taoong appeared from nowhere, gazing at the neglected Pei Shen, sighing repeatedly, lamenting that no matter how well one treats another, it pales in comparison to the weight of a marriage certificate. Upon Jiang Wan's return, she instructed Pei Heng to bathe. She wished to attend to him, but he refused her assistance, insisting on bathing alone. When he emerged, she had a brazier brought in to warm him, drying his hair before finally helping him to bed and stepping outside. "Has the ginger soup been delivered to the heir?" she inquired. Xiao Xiang replied, "It was sent earlier. The heir is in good health, so he should be fine." Jiang Wan nodded and returned to the room, rummaging through the cupboard for bedding. She settled for the night on the beauty couch, and in the middle of the night, she rose to check on Pei Heng, relieved to find he had no fever. The next day, Pei Heng was still asleep. Jiang Wan, accompanied by Xiao Xiang, made her way to Pei Shen's quarters. Xiao Taoong sat outside, preparing medicine, and upon seeing her, promptly stood to greet her. "What are you doing with the medicine? Is her master unwell?" "He had a fever last night," she replied. Jiang Wan hurried to enter the room, but hesitated, recalling that Pei Shen had fallen ill while rescuing Pei Heng. She sought Frostfall's permission to enter, receiving an affirmative answer, which allowed her to step inside. His room exuded an air of simplicity and grandeur, with a yellow rosewood canopy bed adorned with a blue-green curtain directly in front. He lay upon it, his lips pale, and his naturally fair complexion appeared even more fragile, suggesting a serious illness. She approached quietly, and, as if sensing her presence, he slightly opened his eyes. "What do you want?" he rasped. "Your health is already poor. Your presence here may only exacerbate your condition." He frowned, half clenching his fist, and coughed a few times into his palm. Jiang Wan dismissed his vague admonitions, settling into a chair that Frostfall had moved. "My brother has fallen ill for the sake of my husband. Naturally, I must come to see him." Pei Shen chuckled in exasperation at her words, his cracked lips twisting into a dry smile as he sighed deeply. Jiang Wan and Frostfall requested a bowl of water, which she handed to him. As he took it, their fingers brushed inadvertently, her hands soft and gentle against his. He lowered his gaze, holding the bowl, his index finger tracing the rim. "There is no need for that. After all, he is my elder brother, and it is only right to save him." Jiang Wan glanced at him, Noticing he was lost in thought while holding the teacup, uncertain of what to say, contemplating whether to leave, she heard him say, "Let me escort you to Jinling. You are still unwell. We shall depart in a few days, so there's no need to trouble you." Pei Shun fixed his gaze upon her, expressing concern over the frequent presence of water bandits in the Jiangnan region. "I fear it would not bode well should you encounter them. There is no need for your concern." She detested Pei Shun's combination of coercion and persuasion. Having been deceived once, she would not fall for it a second time. Already on her feet, Pei Shun attempted to explain, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Reaching out to grasp her arm, only for her to evade him. His hand merely grazed the back of hers, and as his cough intensified, his bloodshot eyes remained fixed upon her. This commotion attracted Shuangjiang, who entered to see one person coughing at the bedside while another stood anxiously nearby with a handkerchief. Upon noticing the situation, he quickly summoned his maid to attend to Pei Shun and hurried out. At the Moon Gate, he encountered Madame Shun leading a group inside. Upon seeing Jiang Wan, she clasped her hand, her face etched with worry as she lamented, "This child is truly a source of concern. Falling into the water and not informing me. Had I not inquired about the commotion last night, I would still be unaware. It is our fault. My husband fell into the water and was rescued by my younger brother, who now suffers because of it. If there is to be anger or blame, let it be directed at Wanner. What nonsense is this? They are not merely brothers, but closer than brothers. Such talk of burden should never be uttered." Jiang Wan nodded through her tears and uttered a few more words before returning to her room. At this point, Pei Hung had risen to wash up and inquired where she had been. "My younger brother burned the midnight oil to save you. I went to check on him. Is that so?" He immediately urged someone to hasten, eager to see how Pei Shun was faring. Jiang Wan settled upon the beauty couch, reflecting on the earlier scene. She felt compelled to encourage Pei Hung to depart quickly. Remaining under his watchful, I left her utterly uncomfortable. Pei Shun was like an inescapable nuisance, a burden she could not shake off. With that thought, she rose and called for Xiao Xiang, instructing her to have the young maidens prepare their belongings. When Pei Hung returned, limping, he found everyone busy with the packing and inquired about the situation. "If you are busy, brother, there is no need for you to accompany me. I shall visit Jinling for the memorial and return to the capital alone." Pei Hung chuckled, taking her hand. "What are you saying? My affairs here will conclude in a matter of days. I only need to reconcile the accounts. Do not frown. It is my duty to escort you. What is this fuss about?" He waved his cane to shoo the young maidens away. "Go on. What chaos is this?" The crowd had no choice but to exit, and Jiang Wan sat back down on the beauty couch. Pei Hung chuckled at her, saying, "With our younger brother ill, it would be unkind to leave now. Shall we wait an extra couple of days? Brother, as I mentioned earlier, if you cannot manage, I shall go alone." "You," he scolded playfully, though his heart was filled with joy, and a smile involuntarily graced his face. He pinched her cheek affectionately and sat beside her, holding her hand. Jiang Wan gently remarked, "I do not wish to pressure my elder brother. I merely understand that he is preoccupied with pressing matters and may inadvertently overlook my needs." With a deeper smile, he instructed the attendants to pack their belongings, suggesting, "Shall we depart tomorrow?" He then rose to his feet, adding, "I must go and apologize to our second brother. I trust he will be understanding. You should rest for a while and not be upset." She was not angry, merely offering a faint smile. Heeding his words, she reclined on the bed. Before long, Pei Hung returned, taking a seat beside her to converse. "Our second brother has suggested that a few individuals accompany us, for there are rumors of river bandits lurking about." Jiang Wan's brows immediately furrowed. It seemed Pei Shun was a persistent specter. During her many years in Jinling, she had never heard of such bandits. Why must he always instill fear? Observing her discontent, Pei Hung hurried to reassure her. "It is said that these bandits have targeted official vessels, but there is no cause for concern, as our second brother's men will provide protection." Reluctantly, Jiang Wan acquiesced. She had been restless throughout the night, checking on him to ensure he was not feverish, which had left her feeling rather drained. She allowed him to visit Aunt Jean for a brief respite, expressing her desire to sleep for a while. At noon, Xiao Xiang roused Jiang Wan for a meal. She emerged slowly, noting that several trunks had already been prepared. Gathering her hair into a loose bun, secured with a pin, She seated herself at the 8 immortals table. The meal was light, and she consumed only a few bites. After dining, she felt no inclination to sleep and sent someone to deliver ginseng to Pei Shun. Upon their return, they reported that he had taken his medicine and had gone to rest, and the items were accepted. Jiang Wan pursed her lips, casting a glance at Xiao Xiang before dismissing those present. The robe I draped over him last night has yet to be returned. Please discreetly inquire with Shuang Jiang about its whereabouts. Xiao Xiang sensed the gravity of the task, fearing it might not yield results. She hurried out towards Pei Shun's quarters. Upon finding Shuang Jiang standing guard outside, she explained her purpose. With a smile, Shuang Jiang instructed her to wait a moment before entering. Shortly, she emerged carrying a bundle. Here, check if this belongs to your mistress. Xiao Xiang hesitated, her heart racing, uncertain of what had transpired between the young lady and Pei Shun that morning. Could it be that they were truly on the verge of severing ties? Despite the questionable nature of this matter, Pei Shun had indeed treated his mistress well. She opened the bundle for a quick glance, nodded in affirmation, and took it back without further inspection. When Jiang Wan inquired if she had checked, Xiao Xiang merely nodded, her expression betraying hesitation. Just as she was about to speak, Pei Hung returned, prompting her to hastily pull out the robe from the bundle. To her surprise, a small box fell out, catching Pei Heng's curious gaze. Xiao Xiang was startled, frantically retrieving the item, only for Pei Hung to take it from her. Instinctively, she glanced at Jiang Wan, who signaled for her to step aside. Is this part of Wanner's dowry? I do not recall seeing such a valuable item listed among her bridal gifts. He settled beside Jiang Wan, presenting the box to her. Inside, she discovered a pair of gold-inlaid red agate bracelets gifted by Pei Shun. Was he attempting to flaunt his wealth? Yet, such frequent gifts could easily breed distaste. Chapter 82. The water banded her nails dug into her palm, the sharp pain bringing her a sense of calm. She picked up a bracelet, inspecting its quality in the light, and smiled gently. I open a shop and earn a little silver, so I bought this. Is it so wrong for a sister to have a bit of her own savings? Of course not, he replied with a smile. My business is also doing well. In a few days, when I collect the money, I shall give you some pocket money. The household finances are stable, and with my second brother involved in the salt trade, our income is sufficient. It's truly unfair to have you endure such modest circumstances with me. You've been here for quite some time, and I haven't even purchased any jewelry for you. Jiang Wan merely smiled faintly at his words. In truth, she had little fondness for such items. Yet, with Pei Shun's bracelet before her, to claim disinterest would be contradictory. Brother, as husband and wife, why speak of such matters? He retrieved a pair of gold-inlaid red agate bracelets and placed them on her wrist, cradling her hand as he complimented her fair skin, asserting that the red suited her beautifully. Jiang Wan blushed, smiling awkwardly. After exchanging a few more sweet words, Pei Hung felt increasingly affectionate. After dining, he rested in Jiang Wan's chamber. The following morning, Pei Hung rose early, and Jiang Wan hurried to assist him in dressing, after which she began her own morning routine. After sharing a meal, they went together to bid farewell to the Shun family and then to visit Pei Shun. He leaned against the intricately carved wooden bed, half of his hair cascading down, a few strands brushing against his cheek. His complexion remained pale, with a straight nose and thin lips slightly pursed in contemplation. Clad in a light blue nightgown, a blanket resting low on his abdomen, he noticed their entrance and let his long, phoenix-like eyes linger on her for a moment before setting the book he had been reading on his lap. Brother, sister-in-law, please sit. I am still unwell and cannot welcome you properly, he said, turning to see the red agate bracelets on Jiang Wan's wrist, a faint smile gracing his lips. You fell ill while trying to save me. How could I blame you for not welcoming me? He continued. However, your sister-in-law suggested that we take advantage of the autumn weather before it grows cold and travel to Jinling, from where we shall proceed to the capital. You too must return to the capital by the end of the year. At that time, brother, I shall invite you for a drink. Very well. He smiled warmly, his gaze briefly sweeping over Jiang Wan. I am awaiting your invitation. Pei Hung continued to smile, noticing his brother's eyes fixated on Jiang Wan's bracelet. Could it be that you are considering purchasing a pair for Xiao Taohong as well? You ought to consult your sister-in-law. Her taste is quite refined. He pressed his lips together, chuckling, "Alas, my sister-in-law's taste leaves much to be desired. I shall let her choose for herself." His words were laced with double meanings. And Jiang Wan frowned slightly, displeased. Who was he to comment on her discerning eye? She merely cast him a sidelong glance. Thinking that while her second brother had good taste, one could only wonder what clandestine dealings he might be involved in. It was evident that one could know a person's face, but not their heart. Pei Heng sensed the tension in the air and feared that Pei Shun might genuinely be upset. He quickly interjected. "Jiang Wan seems to be in a bit of a haze. Do not take her words to heart, brother. She is not usually like this." Pei Shun knew her character better than anyone and felt no need for Pei Heng to mediate. He simply smiled and replied, "Brother, there is no need to concern yourself." After exchanging a few more words, Pei Heng, fearing that Jiang Wan would engage him in another verbal spar, hastily made excuses and took her hand, leading her outside. Once they stepped out, he adopted a stern expression to admonish her. Jiang Wan, wearing an expression of displeasure, thought to herself that she could not tolerate his arrogant demeanor, as if he alone possessed the wealth to acquire anything he desired. He scrutinized her closely, chuckling softly. "Even when you're angry, Wanner, you remain beautiful. I must say, this is the first time I have witnessed this side of you, and it is all thanks to my younger brother that I am able to see your true self." His laughter became increasingly jovial. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Wan sensed that her connection with Pei Shun was becoming increasingly complicated. She rested a hand on his arm and remarked, "It's getting late. We should be on our way." The couple exited together, and they found that the others had already gathered. From a distance, Pei Heng noticed several strangers trailing behind them and mentioned that they were Pei Shun's men. Concerned about the possibility of encountering water bandits, he felt reassured knowing that these individuals were skilled fighters. Traveling by water from Yangzhou to Jinling was notably smoother. Once they boarded the sedan, they swiftly made their way to the dock and promptly embarked on the ship. Jiang Wan nestled within the cabin, her irritation towards Pei Shun stemming from the fact that the distance between Yangzhou and Jinling was merely 100 kilometers. Even with a slow vessel, they would reach their destination by day's end. By the time everyone had loaded their belongings onto the ship, it was already noon, and the vessel slowly departed the harbor, sailing westward. Concerned about the cleanliness of the ship's cook, Pei Heng opted to use his own chef to prepare meals for Jiang Wan, fearing that the food might upset her stomach. Shortly after boarding, it was time for lunch, and she had a light meal before returning to her room to rest. Pei Heng, worried that her inactivity might be detrimental, engaged her in conversation. But when it became clear that she could no longer endure, he stepped outside to speak with others. Xiao Xiang, after ensuring that Jiang Wan was comfortably asleep, sat by her bedside, dozing off. Time passed, and suddenly the ship rocked, jolting Jiang Wan awake. She glanced around, noticing Xiao Xiang dozing at the edge of the bed. Looking up at the swaying canopy, she hastily propped herself up. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a series of loud thuds echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of wind and the cries of cranes. Curiosity piqued. She was about to push open the window when a commotion erupted outside. Just as she strained to listen, the door was flung open with a bang, startling both her and her maid. Pei Heng entered, leaning on his cane, panting heavily as he shouted, "The water bandits are here. Quickly, Wanner, come with me." Without even pausing to put on her shoes, she grabbed Xiao Xiang and dashed outside. The sun was now glaring, illuminating the scene where several large ships were ablaze, set alight by the bandits. Xiao Xiang, already terrified, burst into tears, exclaiming, "What are we going to do, miss? I want to live for a few more years." Jiang Wan had no time to comfort her. Gripping her hand tightly, she followed Pei Heng as he urged them forward, explaining that there were smaller boats at the bow of the ship. The larger vessel sailed too slowly, making it an easy target for the bandits, while the smaller boats would not draw as much attention. Jiang Wan's heart raced with fear. It was the first time she felt hindered by her dress, contemplating tearing it away, but realizing there was no time. As she glanced ahead, she saw the distance between herself and Pei Heng widening. To her astonishment, despite his usual limp, he was running swiftly, outpacing her, a normal person. "Brother, wait for us," she called out. As soon as her words fell silent, Several flaming arrows whizzed past her head and cheek, startling her into a backward tumble, narrowly avoiding them. Rising to her feet, she cast a glance towards the source of the assault and saw two disheveled water bandits rowing swiftly towards the large vessel. Chapter 83. Plea for Mercy. Pei Heng, noticing the two of them crouching just a short distance away, hurriedly limped back to assist her. Jiang Wan, unfortunately, had her shoe caught in her skirt, unable to rise for a while as she struggled. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beneath the deck. The two were further terrified, as another hand quickly followed, emerging to reveal a wild-haired figure, face obscured with grime. Upon noticing Jiang Wan's gaze, his lecherous eyes gleamed, and with a sinister grin revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, he shouted, "Boss, there's a beauty here." "Huh, this little beauty seems quite relaxed." At that moment, Jiang Wan caught sight of a noble-looking young man before her. Upon seeing him, the nobleman appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Accustomed to the privileged lifestyle, he was typically lofty and aloof, but now he seemed utterly intimidated, as if he had forgotten his own kin. With a sudden leap, he rolled onto the deck and swung his weapon towards Pei Heng. Terrified and already shaken, Pei Heng stumbled backward, losing his footing and falling. As Jiang Wan saw the blade descending towards him, she frantically glanced around and spotted a broken wooden railing at her feet, which she hastily seized. The bandit, oblivious to Jiang Wan's presence, continued to attack Pei Heng, who was barely managing to evade the strikes. Having been traumatized by bandits the previous year, he was now engulfed in fear, resenting Jiang Wan for not heeding his warnings and choosing this moment to intervene. Seeing that the bandit seemed to be targeting Jiang Wan, Pei Heng hastily pressed himself against the deck, banging his head repeatedly in desperation. My lord, please don't kill me. Take silver or women. I'll give you anything." He knelt, pleading for mercy, pointing at Jiang Wan. "My lord can take her. She is renowned for her beauty in Nanzili. Just spare my life." Jiang Wan, clutching the sharp wooden railing, steeled herself to retaliate against the bandit, but Pei Heng's words left her momentarily frozen in place. Just then, the bandit turned around, and with quick reflexes, Jiang Wan thrust the sharp stick into the man's chest, piercing him deeply. Pei Heng stood in shock, staring at her, while the bandit, now spewing blood, staggered back in disbelief. Without waiting for him to recover and retaliate, she withdrew the makeshift weapon and plunged it back into his chest. The bandit, caught unawares by the hand he had underestimated, collapsed with a thunderous thud. Pei Heng, exhilarated, attempted to rise and reach for Jiang Wan, but two more burly men leaped onto the deck, separating them. The bandit, witnessing his fallen comrade impaled by the wooden railing, glared at Jiang Wan and advanced towards her, brandishing his knife and hurling curses. "You little wretch, so fiery, I'll take you back for some fun." Jiang Wan hastily seized the trembling Xiao Xiang and dashed towards the stern of the ship. Meanwhile, Pei Heng, taking advantage of the thief's distraction with Jiang Wan, limped towards the bow. Pei Shun and his companions were locked in fierce combat with the water bandits, who were numerous and menacing, having frightened him several times already. As he leaped onto the small boat, the sound of footsteps ascending the deck startled him further. Grasping a paddle, he was about to row when he heard someone call from above, "Young master, where's the young lady?" Upon recognizing Lu Yuan and others, Pei Heng felt a sense of relief and pointed towards the stern, saying, "I saw two people chase her to the back of the ship. I don't know what happened next." Lu Yuan cast a deep glance at him. As a man, using his woman to bait the enemy was rather cowardly. Nevertheless, he chose not to comment and turned to leave, only to be halted by Pei Heng's plea, "Wait, leave a few men here with me. Otherwise, someone might come again." Covered in blood with an injured arm, Lu Yuan, seeing Pei Heng's cowardice, shot him another disapproving look before designating 2 or 3 men to stay with him and proceeded towards the stern. Accompanying Lu Yuan were the Qin brothers, Qin Dinyo and Qin Ernyo, both of whom bore various injuries. They hurried to the stern, only to find the ground stained with blood and no one in sight. Peering over the edge, they noticed a fragment of blue silk caught on a jagged piece where the railing had broken. Qin Dinyo cautiously picked it up and asked Lu Yuan, "Was the young lady wearing this color today?" They had only caught a glimpse of her dress from beneath her veil. Lu Yuan examined the fabric and, recognizing it as something only a noblewoman would wear, confirmed, indeed, it belongs to the young lady. What shall we do? Lu Yuan glanced at the broken railing. Biting his lip, the officials had arrived, and the water bandits had retreated. Either the young lady had been captured by the bandits or was still in the vicinity. What can we do? Ernyo, go summon the authorities to search the area. Denyo and I will dive in and look for her, quickly. Ernyo did not hesitate and hurried away. The two stripped off their outer garments and plunged into the water, submerging themselves. The visibility in the river was abysmally low. Beyond 2 yards, nothing was discernible. After searching for nearly half an hour, they found only a few slain servants and maids, having scoured the water in vain. Risking their lives and sustaining injuries, they were now utterly exhausted. They exchanged glances, realizing that if she had perished, her body should be floating on the surface by now, or would resurface in a few days. If she were alive, she should have reached the shore. Yet, neither dared to utter the word give up. So they paddled their small boat to the bank. What news? Pei Hung, limping with excitement, hurried over and grasped their hands, demanding, "Where is she? Have you seen her?" Exhausted, the two shook their heads slowly after taking a sip of tea. Pei Hung, enraged, exclaimed, "Useless. Worthless. What good are you? You can't even find a woman." Lu Yuan felt a surge of anger. They had been entangled with the bandits while he had been tasked to escort the young lady in the small boat. Yet she had vanished, and he had fled. Taking a sip of tea, he retorted mockingly, "If the young master is dissatisfied, he may seek her himself in the water." Pei Hung was left speechless, for he was inherently timid. A single taunt silenced him, leaving him seething with anger and wishing to strike with his cane, which was nowhere to be found. Lu Yuanzheng and several others were deliberating on how to report to Pei Shun, but were halted by Pei Hung. "Your younger brother has yet to recover from his illness. We should simply summon the officials to search," he sighed deeply. "If they fail to find her, I shall accept it, considering her fate unfortunate." He understood his master's temperament well. Those assigned to protect her had neglected their duty and would naturally come to report to him. Thus he dismissed Pei Hung's words. As for Pei Hung, he felt a pang of guilt, fearing that Jiang Wan had already been abducted by brigands. To preserve her dignity, it would be better if she remained unfound. Chapter 84. Searching for a person the night was already deep, and the early autumn air had turned chilly. The household staff were careless, and the officials even more so. After searching only 4 or 5 li, they claimed they could not find her and prepared to call a day. Pei Hung, feeling both guilty and filled with self-loathing for his prior words to the bandits, feared for Jiang Wan's safety, worried she might hold his cowardice against him if she were to survive. Observing the officials' lack of diligence, he began to entertain thoughts of abandoning the search. However, Lu Yuan insisted on a brief rest before continuing the search, while Qin Ernia dared not delay for a moment, hastening towards Yangzhou at dawn. He arrived at the Pei residence without pause, recognized by the doorman, who, upon hearing of his urgent matter, did not impede his entry, guiding him through the flower-laden gate. Pei Shan was recuperating, spending his days seated with books, when Shuang Jiang brought a medicine and stepped out. She was startled to see the disheveled return of those who had accompanied the eldest master. Before she could inquire, she ushered them inside. Pei Shan's heart tightened upon seeing them. Upon hearing their failure to protect Jiang Wan and their inclination to remain and fight, his brow furrowed deeply. He finally heard one of them stammer, "The eldest lady, we do not know if she has been captured by water bandits, or what, for we searched all night and found no trace of her." As he spoke, Pei Shun sensed something was amiss. The gloom on their faces was unsettling. The warmth of his usual smile replaced by a cold resolve as his dark eyes fixed on them. "What did you say?" He stood up, yet the illness had rendered him weak, and the sudden bad news caused him to stagger. Before Shuang Jiang could assist him, he pushed her aside. "Go summon Commander Lin, and tell him I request troops to eradicate the bandits." "Shuang Jiang, prepare my horse." "My lord, you are still unwell. How can you go?" The warning glare he received silenced her. He required no maidservant's assistance, hastily donning his clothes, even neglecting to tie his hair before striding out. He encountered Lady Shan, who had come to check on him. Seeing him dressed and ready to leave, she felt his forehead, which was still warm. Where are you going? Before she could clarify, Pei Shun brushed past her, heading straight outside. Lady Shun, unable to extract an answer from her son, turned to Shuang Jiang, asking what had transpired. Xiao Tong, also unaware, had already come out to listen. Shuang Jiang quickly explained, the master and the eldest lady have encountered water bandits. Naturally, she refrained from speaking about Jiang Wan's reputation. What? Lady Shun was nearly unsteady, trembling as she asked, what has become of her? Shuang Jiang shook her head. Lady Shun sighed repeatedly, watching her son's departing figure. Meanwhile, Shun Qinshi felt some dissatisfaction, thinking it was merely water bandits. With the officials present, what need was there for her cousin to intervene? Shin cast a fierce glare at her, warning that such words should only be spoken in their presence. Otherwise, once her cousin hears them, he may very well flay her alive. Madam, the young master is still unwell. I shall accompany him to provide care. With that, she instructed the maid to pack their belongings and followed her outside. Upon reaching the gatehouse, she found Qin Erniu tending to the injuries of Commander Lin, who was in the process of summoning him back. After ascertaining the situation, Qin Erniu, seeing that they were alone, recounted how Pei Hong had thrown Jiang Wan into the hands of bandits, concluding with indignation. If it weren't for the fact that he is the elder brother of a high-ranking official, I would have split him in two. Frostfall began to feel anxious, for only Jiang Wan and Xiao Xiang were nowhere to be found. The two exchanged glances, realizing that this group of bandits had stirred a hornet's nest. As expected, upon learning that Pei Hong was involved, Commander Lin, who shared a camaraderie with Pei Shun, despite their superior subordinate relationship, mobilized troops to quell the bandits. Having received numerous benefits from him, Pei Shun rode swiftly, and upon encountering Pei Hong, found him unscathed, which ignited a deep-seated resentment within him. However, this was not the time for accountability. The garrison commander of Jinling had already come to see him, and Lu Yuan meticulously detailed the events that had transpired. Fearing Lu Yuan would expose him, Pei Hong closely followed him. Pei Shun bellowed, currently, the water bandits pose a significant threat, tormenting the populace. If we can eradicate their stronghold today, I shall reward you handsomely. He then turned to the others, instructing, aside from those tasked with exterminating the bandits, the rest shall assist me in searching for the missing individuals. Alive or dead, we must find them. If we cannot locate them within 10 miles, we shall extend our search to 50, then 100 miles. Whoever finds them first will be rewarded with 100 taels. He spoke fervently, having rushed here, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He desperately hoped Jiang Wan could endure. Even if it meant traversing the dragon's lair or tiger's den, he would find her. His younger brother, noticing Pei Shun's deteriorating condition, wished to advise him to rest, but the fierce gaze of Pei Shun silenced him. Pei Shun coldly remarked, "You had better pray she is safe." It felt like a threat. Just as he was about to seek clarification, Pei Shun mounted his horse, turned it sharply, and with a crack of the whip against its flank, galloped away. Pei Hong watched his brother's retreating figure, a surge of resentment swelling within him. He pushed aside the servant who had come to assist him, leaning on the cane that had been eagerly offered, and limped aboard the official boat, making his way back to Yangzhou. Following the clues provided by Lu Yuan, Pei Shun headed southwest. The autumn winds were strong, and even if there had been any traces, they had been swept away. Commander Lin had brought in several tracking hounds, and upon introducing Jiang Wan's scent to them, the dogs immediately took off, following the river westward. As they searched, the dogs began to circle in place, causing Pei Shun to grit his teeth in frustration. Soon after, a soldier from Commander Lin's side reported that the bandits had grown brazen, raiding for goods and seeking out courtesans in the city's private dens. Though some officials' wives had been captured, none matched the description of the woman Pei Shun sought. He clenched his jaw, nodding in acknowledgement. In his first plea to the heavens, Pei Shun beseeched for Jiang Wan to endure just a little longer. He raised his voice to the sky in a desperate roar, only to find that his throat was parched from a day without food or water, leaving him unable to speak, the taste of blood lingering in his mouth. Lu Yuan offered him water, and this time he accepted, his gaze intense as it fixed upon the distant reed marsh. After taking a sip of the refreshing water, he savored its sweetness. "Water, Where could you possibly be? Just as despair began to consume him, a small dog barked incessantly ahead, prompting the group to rush towards it. They discovered a beautifully embroidered shoe, and he lunged forward, recognizing it instantly despite it being soaked. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he clutched the shoe, scanning the river's surface. Jiang Wan, Chapter 85. Searching for Someone, Part 2. Jiang Wan and Xiao Xiang had been walking for what felt like an eternity. Long enough for their legs to grow numb and their mouths to feel parched. They finally took refuge in the reeds, too afraid to move, having lost faith that Pei Heng could assist them. Now, all Jiang Wan wished for was that Pei Shun would realize her plight and come to her aid. Though she was uncertain if he would be angry, she could barely discern her surroundings, relying on the sun's rise and fall to gauge their location. "Miss, do you think we've been captured by the water bandits?" Xiao Xiang inquired, her voice trembling. Jiang Wan shot her a glare, recalling the two bandits who had pursued them. They had fled towards the stern of the boat, and with confidence in her swimming abilities, Jiang Wan plunged into the water and swam beneath the surface, managing to evade capture. "Silence your ominous words. We have escaped so far," she retorted, rubbing her stomach in hunger. "We must devise a plan to find something to eat." "Miss, I dare not venture out, for we might encounter those thieves again. Yesterday, we nearly ran into them." They whispered anxiously among the reeds, glancing skyward. "Do you think Pei Heng knows I'm alive? Would he perhaps feel a twinge of guilt?" She attempted to shift the conversation, trying to divert her mind from her hunger as she gazed at the fading sun, a sigh escaping her lips. She prided herself on treating everyone sincerely, yet she couldn't help but ponder that Pei Heng was inherently cowardly, a trait not surprising in his nature. The wind swept through the reeds as twilight deepened, and having spent a fearful night outdoors, their damp clothes only intensified their cold and dread. They huddled together, shivering in the reeds. Jiang Wan selected a tender reed, snapped it, and extracted the soft inner core, offering it to Xiao Xiang. "Here, have some of this. We want to be fortunate enough to catch fish from the water." She then broke another reed, chewing on the soft core herself. It tasted similar to grass, with a faint sweetness, but she found it difficult to swallow. The two fell into silence as the sun completely vanished, finding solace in each other's warmth, safe from the wind within the reeds. "Am I so starved that my mind is playing tricks? Do I hear someone calling my name?" Xiao Xiang glanced at her sheepishly. "At this hour, who could possibly be searching for us? If anyone were to seek us out, it would be during daylight. Who would willingly subject themselves to danger at night? Rest now. Dear lady, I shall keep watch." The implication was clear. Xiao Xiang believed Jiang Wan was famished and had unconsciously succumbed to fantasies. Notably, even Jiang Wan shared this sentiment. As in the depths of the night, shrouded in darkness where one could scarcely see one's own hand, who would come searching? "Very well. I shall sleep for a while, then it will be your turn." With that, she drowsily leaned against Xiao Xiang's lap and drifted off to sleep. The sound of the wind filled her ears. Utterly exhausted, she slowly closed her eyes, her mind enveloped in a haze, unable to escape the fog. Suddenly, a voice echoed, declaring that she would be delivered to thieves. Jiang Wan, startled awake, she was unsure of the hour. The moon hung high in the sky. It seemed she heard someone calling her, yet also felt like a figment of her dream. Raising her gaze, she noticed Xiao Xiang's head nearly buried in the ground. Deep in slumber, Jiang Wan, she abruptly stood, straining her ears. Was that Pei Shun's voice? Her heart raced with excitement. Ignoring Xiao Xiang, whom she had inadvertently knocked to the ground, she hastily parted the reeds and stumbled towards the edge of the marsh, calling out his name in a flurry. Pei Shun, torch in hand, surveyed the inky night, wondering how many horses had been exhausted in the pursuit. Blisters adorned his feet, his throat hoarse from shouting, and a persistent buzzing filled his ears. "My lord, there are sounds from the marsh." He directed his torch towards the thicket, illuminating a small area. At this hour, wild wolves or tigers might come for a drink, and it seemed that everyone had lost their strength to fight. Pei Shun, he heard it clearly. It was unmistakably Jiang Wan's voice. With urgency, he pushed aside the reeds, the noise drawing nearer. When Jiang Wan's pale visage, illuminated by the torchlight, appeared before him, he briefly wondered if his longing had driven him to hallucination. "Pei Shun, Is it you? Jiang Wan stared at him, momentarily dazed. Had it not been for his voice, his disheveled appearance too closely resembled that of a thief. She stood there, uncertain of her next move, when he rushed to her side, enveloping her in his embrace. In a hoarse whisper, he urged, "Tell me this is not a dream." Jiang Wan bit down hard on his shoulder, eliciting a wince from him. Yet, he did not release her. Listening to the tremor of her voice, laced with tears, he remained silent, gripping her delicate shoulder, scanning her for injuries. Finding her merely dirted and with a scratch on her face, he concluded that the thieves had not come near her, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze darkened as he stared intently at her, but upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his heart softened, and he lifted her onto his horse. Those accompanying Pei Shun were his trusted confidants. Observing the intimacy between the two, it was no wonder they had searched tirelessly. Such closeness hardly resembled that of an uncle and niece. Naturally, as Pei Shun's confidants, their lips had to remain sealed. "Where is Xiao Xiang?" She turned back to see Xiao Xiang being helped out by his men. In that moment, all her grievances surged forth, yet she could only stifle her sobs. Aware that the men behind her remained silent, neither speaking nor offering comfort, Jiang Wan understood he was angry. She arrived with unwavering determination, only to encounter such a predicament. Causing others to search for her endlessly, even in the dead of night, it is only natural for her to be overwhelmed with emotions. Uncertain of how long they had traveled, they finally entered the city of Jinling and halted before a residence. Jiang Wan was lifted down from the horse. This abode had been prepared for her by the city guard of Jinling. She was instructed to freshen up and rest for a while. Jiang Wan dared not disobey, following him inside until they reached the main room. As she stepped through the door, she turned to see him escorting someone in before he turned and exited, leaving her to take a seat on a stool. Before long, a young maid entered to assist her with a bath, leading her to the washroom. As she disrobed and immersed herself in the hot water, a sharp sting coursed through her palm. Lifting her hand to inspect it, she found numerous tiny thorns embedded in her skin. In the previous heightened state of tension, she had been oblivious to the pain, but now, submerged in the warmth, she felt as if her palm were being scorched by fire. Before bathing, she had sensed an unpleasant fishy odor clinging to her. After washing, it had dissipated somewhat. At that moment, Shuangjiang entered from outside, dismissing the young maid. After attending to her, Shuangjiang wrapped her in a towel, saying, "The young master mentioned that you are unwell and have just returned. You must be hungry. It is unwise to soak for too long. Allow me to help you dress." Jiang Wan nodded, hesitating to speak. Where has the young master gone? Chapter 86. Realization in response to the elder lady's words. The young master had been searching for her since he learned that she had gone missing, even foregoing personal grooming. He had not slept for several consecutive days, so it was likely that he had gone to freshen up now. Did she wish to speak with him? The maid offered to fetch him. As she began to leave, Jiang Wan hurriedly restrained her, feeling flustered by Shuangjiang's inquiry, and shook her head. Shuangjiang quickly summoned a coal basin to warm her hair. Her stomach growled with hunger, and Shuangjiang comforted her, saying, "Please wait a moment. The maid will bring something soon." Just then, the young maid entered with a large red lacquer tray, and Jiang Wan caught the fragrant scent of glutinous rice. She gazed longingly at the dish, but when the maid approached, she instinctively withdrew her hand, for the slightest touch sent pain coursing through her fingers. Shuangjiang, seeing this, decided to feed her instead, suggesting they seek a doctor. Jiang Wan declined, stating, "I am quite fatigued. Let us discuss it tomorrow." Shuangjiang checked her hair, finding it already dry, and instructed the young maid outside to pay attention to any sounds from within. Jiang Wan felt a twinge of fear from the events of the past few days, but was too shy to voice it, simply asking for a lamp to be left lit. Shuangjiang smiled, assuring her, "I shall rest outside on the beauty couch. Should you need anything, simply call for me." Jiang Wan agreed, turning to sit on the bed. Once Shuangjiang had exited, she lay down, expecting to feel exhausted after several nights of poor sleep. However, as soon as she closed her eyes, the menacing visage of Pei Hung haunted her thoughts, and she found herself staring at the canopy above with a heavy sigh. At some unknown moment, she dozed off, and upon awakening again, she found Pei Shun sitting beside her bed, examining her palm. She quickly sat up, adjusting her clothing. "You have many soft thorns embedded in your hand. They have penetrated the flesh. Allow me to remove them for you." He spoke softly, his slender phoenix eyes casting a fleeting glance at her. Grasping her hand, he delicately pricked the flesh with a golden hairpin, extracting the thorn embedded within. Although he was gentle in his movements, the pain was undeniable, and she instinctively wished to withdraw her hand. Yet he held her captive, rendering her immobile. As she bit her lip, the color drained from it, and he felt a pang of sympathy. "Bear with it a moment longer," he murmured softly. "If we do not remove it, it may fester and cause more agony." Jiang Wan obediently nodded, raising her gaze to scrutinize him closely. Unbeknownst to her, a significant wound marred the corner of his mouth, and her neck and the back of her hand bore fine scratches, likely from branches. What Pei hung? Pei Shun's hand, poised to extract the thorn, froze as he averted his gaze, clenching his jaw before replying in a light tone, "In Yangzhou." Jiang Wan nodded, unsurprised, and continued to observe him. Indeed, he had appeared quite disheveled the previous day, yet today he maintained the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Noticing her silence, he glanced at her once more. "I wrote a letter. My brother may come." "Not likely." At this, he finally lifted his gaze to regard her earnestly, yet did not inquire further. She quickly elaborated. "When I was in danger, he spoke to the brigand, offering to surrender me in exchange for his life." Pei Shun's hand stilled, his eyes wide as he stared at her palm. He had assumed that her brother would merely have failed to save her. He could not fathom such vile words escaping his lips. Even a stranger ought not to utter such things. His hand paused momentarily, enveloping the thorns from her palm before applying medicinal powder. Since her injuries were not severe, there was no need for bandaging. He took her other hand, discovering more soft thorns, and continued to extract them in silence. Yet, Jiang Wan noticed his jaw clenching, as if he were suppressing his anger. Hesitant, Jiang Wan slowly reached out to gently touch his wounded area. As her fingertips grazed the corner of his mouth, she instinctively withdrew. He visibly tensed, quickly grasping her small hand. Fixing his gaze upon her, she felt a surge of anxiety, her breaths becoming labored. He stared intently at her face, guiding her hand to his injured lip, a jolt of electricity coursing through them. His warm lips brushed against her fingertips, slowly trailing kisses downward until he pressed a deep kiss in her palm. Raising his crimson eyes, he gazed at her tenderly and called out softly, "Wanner." Jiang Wan's cheeks flushed, akin to a gentle intoxication, as she nervously met his gaze. He appeared quite pleased, leaning closer. Due to his illness, he hesitated to kiss her fully, instead placing a gentle kiss upon her cheek before embracing her. Gradually, he drew her into his embrace, and Jiang Wan reciprocated, feeling a delightful dizziness envelop her. Pei Shun, sensing her unusual demeanor, reached to touch her forehead and discovered she was feverish. Realizing this peculiar behavior was due to her condition, the earlier excitement was abruptly extinguished like a splash of cold water. He had hoped that Jiang Wan had come to her senses, so he reluctantly released her. Observing her delicate cheeks tinted with crimson and her starry eyes slightly hazy, he softly offered a few words of comfort before gently laying her down and stepping out to summon the physician. Upon returning to check on her, he found her already asleep, which heightened his anxiety. He paced the room with furrowed brows, and shortly thereafter, the physician arrived. Xuanzang hastily arranged the grand red canopy adorned with golden flowers, rolling up her sleeves to reveal a fair wrist, placing a cloth upon it. The physician took a seat at the bedside, carefully examining her pulse with a small pillow beneath her wrist. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Might I ask, my lord, has the lady encountered some peril? She exhibits signs of excessive fright, compounded by inherent frailty from her birth, which naturally leads to a bout of illness. Indeed, she regularly consumes ginseng-nourishing pills and has been indulging in bird's nest for nourishment. Recently, she was startled by water bandits," the lord replied. The physician nodded in understanding, stating, "Then it is nothing serious. Just ensure that she follows my prescribed remedies, and continue with the bird's nest and ginseng-nourishing pills." With that, he stood to take his leave. Pei Shun promptly arranged for a token of gratitude for the physician and instructed Jiang to prepare ink and brushes. Upon returning, he found a young maid hanging the canopy and seated by her bedside, finally feeling a sense of relief at her tangible presence. As for Pei Hung, even if he were summoned to fetch Jiang Wan, he would not come, for he seemed genuinely terrified this time. Chapter 87. Consent. Pei Shun, still recovering, remained vigilantly by her side, concerned about transmitting his illness to her. He chose to rest on the couch outside, hoping for a brief respite. Jiang Wan awoke at midnight, scanning the room. Occasionally, she heard muffled coughs from outside, as if someone were struggling to suppress them. The room was empty. As she attempted to rise, she forgot about the raw wounds on her hands, letting out a small cry of pain and collapsing back onto the bed. When she finally managed to sit up again, she heard a thudding sound and looked up to see Pei Shun approaching barefoot, kneeling beside her bed, gently asking, "What is wrong? Are you unwell? Shall I fetch the physician?" She quickly grasped his hand, but upon noticing his concern, she released it, feeling embarrassed about her boldness from the previous day. She managed a faint smile and shook her head. "It's nothing. I forgot about my injuries on my hands, and in trying to rise, I accidentally brushed against them." "Let me take a look," he said, holding her wrist and turning her small hand palm up. Several spots were red, as if heated toxins lingered. He instructed Jiang to fetch some medicine, but she hesitated, thinking it was too late to disturb anyone. Pei Shun smiled. "It is perfectly normal to call for help when you're ill, especially at this hour. Once you recover, I shall reward them. Do not worry." Seeing the smile on his face, Jiang Wan couldn't help but smile back. Pei Shun, believing she still had a fever, reached out to touch her forehead and then her face, noting that she felt clammy and cold. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he suddenly felt warmth as her small hand covered his, allowing him to caress her face. "Is it not too warm? I feel much better now. If yesterday was characterized by fever, then what does this night signify? Jiang Wan, are you aware of what this implies?" She felt her cheeks flush at his inquiry. Must she elucidate every detail? After a moment of hesitation, she contemplated releasing his hand, yet he firmly grasped her wrist. "Wana, are you certain?" Her face grew even warmer. Instead of responding, she turned away to lie down. He gazed at her silhouette, stifling the urge to cough, and stepped outside to clear his throat. After sipping a cup of hot tea, he returned to find her still turned away and sat beside her bed. "Wana, do not be shy. I speak with utmost sincerity." "Am I not sincere as well?" she retorted in a muffled tone. His excitement surged, words spilling forth with endless tenderness, though he dared not draw closer. "I've made up my mind. In a year or two, I shall resign from my post and take you away to the ends of the earth, no matter where it may lead." Their identities were destined to remain concealed, shrouded in secrecy. He wished for her to bear as little burden as possible. She turned to face him, realizing she had not considered the future so deeply, her gaze fixed on him in contemplation. "Do not fear. I understand your desire for stability within the Pei family, yet it is a perilous place. Once I have made all necessary arrangements, I will take you with me." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. Such a decision would undoubtedly require her to relinquish everything she held dear, trading her current life for mere riches. With someone like Pei Hung, she feared that remaining by his side would lead to her utter demise. Her heart raced as she nodded, though doubt lingered. "But what of him? He holds a position of great power. Would that not delay our plans? Warner, I am not so naive as to act without thought. Have you not observed my careful deliberation in all matters? Moreover, why should I wait 2 years? It is essential to be adequately prepared before I can take you away." Jiang Wan pondered whether discussing such matters was premature. Or perhaps she hesitated, and Pei Shun fixed a fierce gaze upon her, silencing her with a mere look. He pinched her cheek playfully, declaring impossible. "For this lifetime, regardless of your agreement today, you shall remain mine." Jiang Wan felt a mix of disbelief and resignation. Considering his kindness towards her, she decided to let it be, turning back to rest. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. She nodded, glancing up at him just as he stepped outside. Moments later, he returned with a small maid who carried a bowl of porridge. Pei Shun took it from her hands and helped Jiang Wan sit up. She reached for the bowl, but he gently insisted, Allow me to feed you." With that, he scooped a spoonful and brought it to her lips. Jiang Wan, feeling the ache in her hands, accepted his offer and took a bite, casting a furtive glance at him, only to be caught in the act. "Look openly. Why the secrecy? Do you fear I would deny you the sight?" "No, not at all," she stammered, her face burning with embarrassment. "When did I ever wish to see you? I have arranged for some wedding items. Who is getting married?" His unwavering gaze made her suddenly realize something, prompting her to push his hand away. "Not you, Pei Shun. Once I have severed ties with Pei Hong, will you take me away? To where? Will this lead to a favorable outcome?" Pei Shun listened to her words, filled with refusal, fearing that pushing too hard would only make her uncomfortable. "It is impossible for me and Pei Hong to be together anymore, whether through divorce or being dismissed. We will address this matter once everything here is resolved, shall we?" He gently caressed the corners of her lips, reluctantly nodding in agreement, resolutely stating, "It is impossible for you to be dismissed. Once I settle matters here, I will compel him to grant you a divorce." Jiang Wan looked at him calmly, expressing her desire for him not to intervene, nor to allow others to be aware of their relationship. Her words left Pei Shun speechless. Such a situation is inherently against moral principles, and if made public, would it not force the woman into a desperate situation? This matter can only be resolved gently. Suddenly, she began to cry, startling Pei Shun into dropping the bowl in his hand, rushing to embrace her, soothing her silky hair, asking, "What is wrong? One misstep leads to another. Pei Shun, if we did not have this relationship, perhaps I would have other choices." Her words made Pei Shun's heart race, forcing a smile. "Do you regret agreeing to be with me?" "No," she replied. "I merely feel that instead of choosing you out of desperation, I would have preferred to choose you openly and honorably." He froze, his hand that was caressing her hair instinctively pausing. What if she knew he was the orchestrator of it all from the beginning? Fortunately, with these water bandits, the beginning of spring has passed, leaving no evidence behind. After crying enough, she lifted her head, stating, "Let me see your wound." She cradled his face, examining the injury at the corner of his lips, which seemed to be scabbing over, with some areas showing new flesh. Jiang Wan gently touched his lip, asking, "How did you find me?" Chapter 88. Intimacy. Pei Shun, as if seeking praise, wore a pitiful expression. "You have no idea how many times I plunged into the water just to see if you were entangled in thorns. My feet have blistered. I was in a daze, fearing most of all that you might truly be gone." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled, intensely fixed on her, causing her to feel guilty, pushing his head aside, pressing firmly against his chin, refusing to let him turn his head. "Do you not pity me? Grant me a favor?" He captured her hands within his large ones and chuckled, suddenly lowering his head, holding one of her hands and kissing her wrist, imprinting a kiss on either side. Jiang Wan attempted to withdraw her hand, but found it impossible. She softly scolded him. "What are you doing? Someone might see us." "Let them see. Everyone here believes you are my wife," he said, pulling her into his embrace, rubbing her waist. Jiang Wan suddenly recalled, "What about that little peach blossom? Did you have any dealings with her?" "There was no such affair, nor was there any need to deceive you. Why would I need to?" Jiang Wan nodded. "Then what should be done? I cannot simply give her away like some common stray. Let her stay for now. Do not forget her purpose, which is to help us draw fire from your mother." Jiang Wan gathered her clothes, burying her face in his chest, inhaling the comforting scent of his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, whispering, "Return me to the capital tomorrow. I do not wish to go to Yangzhou. Let us stay for over 10 days first. I will take you out to enjoy." She slowly shook her head, saying that in Jinling, there were relatives everywhere, and she preferred not to return. If she stayed away too long, she feared her mother-in-law might weave some troublesome narratives about her. "No, I will explain everything clearly," she reassured herself. Pei Shun had longed to kiss her several times, but she was delicate and still unwell, and he himself was not fully recovered. He feared that his condition might afflict her as well, so he merely rubbed her waist, inadvertently grazing her sensitive spots. She burst into laughter, playfully pushing him away. "If you keep this up, I will get angry. Please stop." Her playful scolding was tinged with sweetness, making it difficult for him to restrain himself. The one who was teasing her suddenly buried his head in the crook of her neck, slowly kissing her skin inch by inch. Jiang Wan wanted to push him away, but lacked the strength, her entire being melting into his embrace. Pei Pei Shun, please don't do this. Call me Sun Jin, all right? Sun Jin, she stammered, her voice trembling ever so slightly. He tightened his arms around her, breathing heavily, his lips inching toward her fragrant shoulder, causing her nightgown to slip down her arms, revealing her snow-white skin. His large hand covered her skin, gently kneading it, turning it a delicate pink. After a moment, as Jiang Wan closed her eyes in anticipation of his next move, he rested his head on her shoulder and let out a deep sigh. Only then did he lift his head to gaze at her, finding her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue, her eyes sparkling like water, filled with a tender smile as she looked at him. He chuckled softly, adjusted her nightgown, and instructed Shuang Jiang to take good care of her before stepping outside. Jiang Wan knew he was still unwell and couldn't afford to exhaust his vitality, so she turned to sleep again. The earlier excitement had drained her, and she chatted with Shuang Jiang, inquiring about Xiao Xiang's condition and which of her companions were still alive. Shuang Jiang answered her queries one by one, then mentioned that Li Chun had died, with not even a trace of his remains found. Jiang Wan stared blankly at the bed curtains for a moment, uttering a soft acknowledgement before turning over and drifting into a hazy sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was nighttime, and the dim candlelight filtered into the large red tent. Pei Shun, dressed in a green nightgown, his hair half disheveled, sat beside her bed reading. Upon awakening, Jiang Wan gazed at him intently, and as he turned a page, he finally couldn't help but laugh. You're awake, but not saying a word. Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? She asked, pulling the bedding under her chin, nestling deeper into the covers. I'm simply looking at you because you are handsome. He frowned slightly, managing a wry smile. What use is being handsome for a grown man? Can it be eaten? Indeed, he was handsome, with long eyebrows, a straight nose, and thin lips. His features were striking, yet his complexion was fair, and, in his current state, a few strands of hair fell beside his brows, adding an air of recklessness. Since ancient times, handsome men have been admired. Why do you dismiss it so easily? There were even historical figures like Zhou Ji who asked his wives and concubines whether he was handsome. He laughed heartily. Then what type do you prefer? Jiang Wan playfully scolded him. Her face flushed, responding with a smile. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Dare you say you have no admiration for my looks? You are indeed beautiful, but what I cherish more is who you are, he replied. You're such a tease. She laughed, playfully scolding him. The first time he heard of his sister-in-law, he was told she possessed a gentle disposition and a deep understanding of propriety. However, during their encounter at Shiji, he glimpsed her inner self through her eyes, realizing that her placid demeanor was merely a result of the constraints imposed by her circumstances. As he spoke, he had already settled onto her bed. Jiang Wan playfully nudged him, questioning whether such blatant behavior was appropriate. I am merely weary. I shall rest briefly before departing, he replied, rubbing her hand and then caressing her delicate fingers against the stubble on his chin. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed. He chuckled and released her hand, but upon glancing down, she noticed that the back of her hand was reddened from his playful teasing. She playfully struck his shoulder a few times, exasperated, and turned her back to him in a huff. Had this been in the past, he would have shamelessly drawn closer, but today he refrained, feeling a twinge of irritation. She glanced back to find him staring intently at her. Seizing the moment, he pulled her into his embrace, a tender smile gracing his lips as he playfully touched the tip of her nose. So easily fooled, are you? She shot him an annoyed look, and though he lowered his head, he still dared not kiss her, opting instead to nuzzle her nose with his. Jiang Wan laughed. Are you afraid of passing your illness to me? I assure you, if it were contagious, I would have caught it by now. Is that so? He replied with a smile, rising to adjust his attire. I shall rest on the beauty couch outside. If you are anxious, I can have Shuangjiang come in to keep you company. In recent days, she had been waking in a sweat, calling out in distress, likely a result of the harrowing experience she had endured. I have never witnessed a murder, so I am indeed frightened. However, I shall keep the candle burning. There is no need for Shuangjiang to enter. When I need water, I will call for you. He chuckled softly. Do you think of me as your servant? No, as a maid. she retorted with a light-hearted laugh. Chapter 89. Revelry. After 2 days of illness, Xiao Xiang returned to Jiang Wan's side. Embracing her and weeping for a moment, she scrutinized Jiang Wan closely, lamenting, "You are a young lady of a noble family, yet during such perilous times. It was you who saved me. I feel utterly ashamed." Jiang Wan affectionately tousled her hair, tears glistening in her eyes as she smiled. "We have grown up together. There is no need for such distinctions between us. Now rise, do not kneel." After a brief sob, Xiao Xiang dabbed her tears with a handkerchief. Lamenting the fate of Li Chun, a good person whose whereabouts remained unknown, and even Pei Shun had gone in search of him with no success. At that moment, Pei Shun entered, and upon noticing the tearful exchange between the two, he feared Jiang Wan might weep and harm her health, particularly since she had only just begun to recover. His expression darkened, but he refrained from expressing his displeasure at Jiang Wan's distress. "Xiao Xiang, do not provoke your mistress's sorrow here. Go fetch me a cup of tea," he commanded as he boldly settled onto a chair. Xiao Xiang quickly wiped her tears and sprang up, while Jiang Wan scolded playfully, "You certainly know how to command my maid." Pei Shun grasped her hand, gently wiping away her tears. "You both are not of the same world. Be sincere in your dealings. Small acts of kindness can foster lasting bonds, but excess will only breed disloyalty." Jiang Wan comprehended the truth. One must not be overly kind, just as one ought not to feed a dog too abundantly. She smiled faintly, poised to speak, when Xiao Xiang entered with tea for him. She held her tongue until Xiao Xiang had exited, then remarked, "Rest assured, I know my limits." He smiled, pressing his lips together, and tilted his head back to drink deeply from the cup, his Adam's apple bobbing enticingly, which caused Jiang Wan to gaze at him intently. He quirked an eyebrow at her, and after finishing the tea, unable to contain himself, his smile grew even brighter. "You know, there was a time when just one glance from me would irk you, and now you seem embarrassed by my gaze." Jiang Wan arched an eyebrow and leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his waist. "In the past, I found you to have quite the thick skin. Why now, when I merely gaze at you, does it make you uneasy?" He lifted her effortlessly and set her upon the large desk by the window, playfully pinching her cheek. "Others would surely think I'm being exposed if they see me with you. I feel as though every word and action of mine must be impeccable to win your favor and capture your attention. You are indeed a tyrant, yet it seems. My dear Pei, you are beset by insecurities." He buried his head in the crook of her neck and murmured in a muffled tone, "When you return, can you ensure he does not touch you? Have you forgotten he is my husband? I will speak of separation upon my return." Her intent was clear in the past. He would have vehemently opposed such a notion, but now she belonged to him. Naturally, he could not acquiesce, yet he found himself equally powerless against her. Noticing his countenance darken, Jiang Wan understood he was upset. She shifted closer, nestling in his embrace, and murmured, "Sun Jin, do not be angry." He remained still, yet his arm instinctively tightened around her waist. Jiang Wan, amused, inquired, "Sun Jin, do you think Pei Hung has feelings for me?" "Of course he does. Just look at the way he gazes at you. It is evident. But what does it truly mean to like someone? Sun Jin, what do you believe liking someone entails?" She lifted her delicate face to meet his gaze. To like someone is to desire to offer her the best, to yearn for her company every day, to wish for intimate moments together. The more he spoke, the closer he drew, his eyes burning with intensity as he pressed a kiss upon her lips, to desire to see her daily, to feel a tight yearning when apart. Jiang Wan cupped his face in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, that is what liking someone truly is. What he feels can hardly be termed as affection, especially when the only gift he bestowed upon me was merely through your influence. Would you willingly relinquish the one you cherish to another? Should anyone dare to gaze too long at the one I adore, I would certainly defend my claim. Though he jested, there was an underlying tension as he clenched his jaw. Jiang Wan's faint cold laugh echoed. "Indeed, I too cannot abide by any intrusions. Yet, I can accept his multiple wives. Isn't that peculiar?" He cast a furtive glance at her, tentatively inquiring, "You do not harbor feelings for me already, do you?" "Dream on." She shot him a fierce glare, her feet playfully swinging on the swing. Just then, Jiang entered, and upon seeing the two in such a close and affectionate stance, she quickly stepped aside, bowed her head to speak. "Young master, the servant has found what you requested." As she spoke, she glanced at the two, and Jiang Wan understood her implication. She promptly pushed Pei Shun away, leaping down from the desk, and turned to him, asking, "What is it? Is it for me?" Pei Shun merely smiled gently as he settled into his chair, savoring his tea with an air of feigned profundity. Jiang gracefully curtsied and remarked, "Young master, noticing that the lady's garments do not fit well, I inquired of Xiang regarding your measurements, and procured a few outfits that are currently in vogue in Jiangnan." With a wave of her hand, several young maids entered, each bearing a large crimson lacquer tray. Their heads bowed as they stepped into the inner chamber, standing in a neat row. Jiang Wan, accustomed to luxury from a young age, was not one to shy away from acquiring the fineries presented by someone of Pei Shun's wealth and stature. She approached and began to examine the garments, which are all made of gauze. Jiang Wan glanced at Jiang, who smiled and explained, "The women of Jiangnan favor a style reminiscent of ancient times, particularly that of the Tang dynasty. Though the fabric may appear delicate, it is not so insubstantial." Taking the tray from the maid, she suggested, "Shall the maid assist the lady in trying on a set?" As Pei Shun's secretary, Jiang was impeccable in her duties, always attentive to her master's slightest change in expression, ensuring she did not miss any subtle cues. Jiang Wan was curious about the latest trends in Jiangnan. Having only spent half a year in the capital, how could fashions have changed so swiftly? She selected a piece to try on, a pale yellow tunic with a floral patterned half-sleeve, and stepped behind a screen to change. Emerging, she found a room devoid of others. As Jiang discreetly stepped away, Jiang Wan twirled in front of him, lifting her skirt, and asked, "What do you think?" He stood slowly, his gaze transforming as he took in her appearance, then abruptly grasped her waist and seated her on the large desk, showering her with kisses that left her breathless with laughter. Finally, he planted a kiss on her nose and remarked, "I thought a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Then have you not committed an act of sacrilege?" He suddenly retreated a step, straightening his robes and bowing deeply, declaring, "I beg your pardon. I have offended the celestial sister." Jiang Wan stifled a laugh with her hand, amused by his theatricality. In the days that followed, Pei Shun was occupied with social engagements while Jiang Wan wandered the estate, hesitant to venture outside for fear of being recognized. When visitors sought to meet Pei Shun's little lady, she firmly declined. It was evident that these individuals, aware of Pei Shun's unmarried status, were drawn to the beauty concealed within, referring to her as the little lady and expressing a desire to meet her. Initially, Jiang Wan politely refused. Later, during dinner with Pei Shun, she casually voiced her grievances, thinking the matter had passed. To her surprise, he had discreetly instructed Jiang to respond, asserting that his wife was not someone who could be seen by just anyone, his tone exceedingly arrogant. He naturally dismissed such people, but Jiang Wan harbored a subtle fear that he might offend someone who could create obstacles for him in the political arena. He merely chuckled and remarked that the saying "higher ranks crush lower ones" was not without merit. The Jiang and Pei families were bound by a marriage alliance, and Pei Shun had to show deference. Although Jiang Dalong had invited him several times, Pei Shun had politely refused. This time, he could not decline without losing face. So he arranged for Jiang Dalong to join them for a banquet in the front courtyard, where Jiang Dalong repeatedly sought an audience with the little lady. To maintain appearances, Pei Shun reluctantly allowed Xiao Taohong to meet him. In this era, the role of concubines has largely devolved into that of entertaining guests. No matter how much Jiang Wan feels aggrieved, it cannot alter the reality that Pei Shun, in order to maintain the illusion that he is harboring Xiao Taohong, only allowed her a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Dalong before ushering her back inside. Jiang Wan, on the other hand, remained leisurely, adorned in the garments he had gifted her days prior, frolicking about. Pei Hung had also written to inquire about her well-being, but she had no desire to respond, merely instructing Pei Shun to send him away. The breeze rustled, and her silk garments fluttered like petals in the wind. Little Xiang praised her, exclaiming that she resembled a figure from a beauty painting, and the outfit was truly exquisite. I still have some fine fabric. Once we arrive in the capital, you and Shuangjiang shall each have a set made, she added. Little Xiang pouted, noting that since the arrival of the heir, Jiang Wan had even placed Shuangjiang on par with her. Shuangjiang laughed nearby, playfully pinching little Xiang's cheek. You always think the lady prioritizes you above all else. You're even competing with the heir now. I wouldn't dare to think such thoughts. She giggled, her laughter ceaseless, as if she had spotted something intriguing. Look, my lady, there's a swing over there. Let's go play. Indeed, Jiang Wan had a playful spirit, especially under the protective wing of Pei Shun. She was liberated from the need to heed others' opinions and could indulge in her whims without reservation. Pei Shun, in turn, seemed to honor her inclinations, a rarity considering he was a man of a feudal society. She lifted her skirts and made her way towards the spot little Xiang had pointed out, where a swing awaited beneath a pear tree. The fruit hung small and green, and when little Xiang plucked one to taste, she found it to be both sour and astringent, causing her to spit it out with a shiver. Jiang Wan laughed, remarking that she had it coming, as little Xiang eagerly offered to push her on the swing. After shooing away the other girls, she whispered, My lady, you should know that these little maids may seem innocent, but only they understand their true intentions. They feign flattery while their eyes are fixated on the heir. Humph. The heir is indeed a fine gentleman, so be cautious, especially of that Xiao Taohong, who often flirts in front of him, as if she believes she could capture his attention. Who is little Xiang speaking of? Surely not me? Xiao Taohong sauntered over, swaying like a serpent, and bowed gracefully. Jiang Wan gestured for her to rise. There has been a misunderstanding. Little Xiang wouldn't speak ill of you. Unfazed, little Xiang shot her a glance while Xiao Taohong, unperturbed, leaned against the pear tree, clutching her handkerchief, watching Jiang Wan swing with an amused smile. Little Xiang, push higher a bit more. This isn't fun enough. Little Xiang, equally playful, took her words to heart and pushed her with greater vigor, sending her soaring far and wide. From the swing, Jiang Wan could survey the entire little garden. Pei Shun was in the front entertaining guests, all relatives and Jiang Wan's cousins. In the midst of toasting and jostling, he had accidentally dampened his robe. When he returned to change, he found only a couple of maids in attendance, neglecting to change his attire. As he stepped out towards the back garden, he intended to find a maid to inquire about the whereabouts of others when he was met with the sounds of laughter and merriment. As the silk draped gracefully around her, fluttering in the wind like the women depicted in the Dunhuang murals, he paused for a moment before quietly circling behind her. Xiao Xiang. Higher, higher still. It's not enough. Just as Xiao Xiang was about to push, a tall figure loomed from behind, nudging her aside to take her place. Lifting Jiang Wan high into the air, Jiang Wan was thoroughly delighted, finding a thrill in the slight danger of the moment. She squealed with laughter and, turning her head, instantly recognized who had come to push her. Leaning back to catch a glimpse of him, she noticed his sleeves were damp and quickly urged him to stop. He simply gathered her in his arms and turned to halt the swing. What's wrong? Are you scared? He asked tenderly, rubbing her brow with concern. Jiang Wan began to fuss over his wet sleeve, questioning why he hadn't changed his clothes before coming. You've just recovered. If you catch a chill, it will be dreadful to fall ill again. Let me help you change. People of this era were often frail, and even a slight chill could lead to serious illness. She could not afford to take such risks. Pei Shun grasped her hand and chuckled. Do not worry. There are servants to attend to me. You should simply enjoy yourself. If you wish to engage in something serious, let Shuangjiang handle the arrangements. She pouted slightly, resolutely holding his hand and pulling him back, personally selecting a pale blue robe for him and draping it over him. Pei Shun took the opportunity to caress her delicate wrist, causing her heart to flutter. He chuckled softly, looking down at her with earnestness. Your cousin seems to be hinting at wanting me to take on some responsibilities. Pei Shun could not allow Jiang Wan to know the extent of his familiarity with the Jiang family, so he smiled gently at her. Yet, Jiang Wan frowned. There are so many opportunists in the salt trade. Just decline any offers. Let them know I am not in a position to speak on such matters at Pei's house. It wouldn't bode well for me. Have I been so unkind to you? He whispered, drawing her closer into his embrace. Before she could react, he leaned in to kiss her, savoring the sweetness of her lips, then chuckled softly. With eyes like shimmering water, she allowed him to indulge in her lips, but eventually, fearing the guests outside might grow impatient, she tapped his shoulder, urging him to rise. "You are exceedingly kind to me. I meant those others." Pei Shun gently caressed her tender lips, which had become slightly swollen from his fervent kisses. Chapter 91. Initiative. After Pei Shun departed, Jiang Wan found herself feeling bored. She exchanged playful banter with the young maidens, shared a meal with Xiao Xiang at the octagonal table, all the while pacing the room and instructing someone to prepare warm water for a bath. Once Xiao Xiang had attended to her bathing needs, she returned to bed. Tucking in the covers and laughing, Shuangjiang just mentioned that the young master has been drinking heavily outside. I asked if you should go and persuade him, but Shuangjiang said he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk and advised me not to mention it before you. Jiang Wan merely nodded in response. The weather had grown increasingly cold, and while he cared for her well-being, he neglected his own, despite having consumed so much alcohol. She didn't wish to overextend her concern. Even in their closeness, excessive attention could become irksome. Since he did not wish for me to know, let it be as though he never spoke of it. Simply prepare the hangover remedy. Xiao Xiang complied and soon brought a hot water bag to warm my feet, then stood watch outside. I had been lying down, lost in thought, when I unknowingly drifted into sleep. In a drowsy haze, I heard a deep voice resonating from outside. Half awake, I glanced towards the source, my senses becoming clearer, allowing me to discern the conversation outside. "Have you consumed the ginseng rejuvenation pills? What about the bird's nest?" Xiao Xiang answered each query affirmatively before he inquired, "Did she request this soup?" His voice carried a lightness, and I could hear the sound of him sipping the soup. He then called for Xiao Xiang, asking her to bring a basin of charcoal to warm himself, for he was enveloped in cold and feared that his chill might affect me. I listened intently, hearing the creak of the door, suggesting Xiao Xiang had stepped out. I nestled the bedding under my chin and fixed my gaze on the movements outside the green gauze cabinet. After contemplating for a while, I decided to feign sleep, hoping he would come to tease me. I turned over, positioning my face inward, aware that he could discern whether I was awake by my breathing. So I gradually adjusted my breath. After what felt like an eternity, I heard footsteps approaching, soft and careful, as he settled on the edge of my bed. A wave of alcohol fragrance wafted towards me. Unlike him, I was one who would become tipsy with just a single cup. Although the scent did not repulse me, I certainly did not favor it. He moved away from the edge, and I heard water running in the washroom. Unable to resist, I drifted back into a hazy slumber. At some point, a large hand slipped beneath my clothing, exploring my chest, while warm lips lingered behind my ear, causing me to giggle softly. Has my dear Jiang Wan fallen asleep? I understood that both of us had recovered well, and he had been cautious these past few days, concerned for my well-being, refraining from anything more than tender kisses. If I were to reject him again tonight, it might leave him uneasy. I leaned closer, inhaling. The scent of alcohol had vanished, replaced by a rich fragrance of incense, clearly freshly burned to mask the odor of liquor. I had just fallen asleep when he roused me again. He turned me over, drawing me into his embrace, showering kisses upon my forehead, each tender peck eventually landing on my lips. I wrapped my arms around him, reciprocating his affection. Gradually, his breaths grew heavier, yet he maintained restraint, kissing me gently, as though fearful of causing me pain. I reached out, slipping off his nightclothes, kissing his shoulder repeatedly. He gazed at me with an enamored expression, allowing me to kiss my way from his chest to his throat, finally playfully nibbling at his chin. His palm rested on my waist, and I felt his body tremble involuntarily. Lowering his gaze to meet mine, he was taken aback by my sudden assertiveness, and a wave of desire washed over him, causing him to lose some of his restraint, his movements growing more fervent. Fortunately, my character was gentle. I did not take offense. He cherished me dearly, and I understood his heart. Yet human nature is insatiable, always yearning for more. Today, perhaps he merely wished for intimacy in bed, but tomorrow he would desire my constant companionship, and the day after, he would hope for my love, even wishing for us to be together for eternity. Sun Jin, what troubles you? Are you in pain? He asked tenderly, propping himself up, his voice laced with concern. She shook her head. Since the passing of her parents, apart from enjoying a brief period of tranquility at Heitongzai, it was only here that I could experience such joy. This could be considered a compliment to him, and he was overwhelmed with delight. Panting heavily, unable to restrain himself any longer, he gently nibbled on her earlobe, causing her to emit a soft gasp as she clung tightly to him. The sound from the inner chamber persisted until the fourth watch of the night. Noticing her exhaustion, Pei Xin called for water and carried her to wash. The following day, Jiang Wan slept until the sun was high in the sky. Upon awakening, she saw him reclining in a circular chair, a book in hand, gazing outside. She rose to see Zayadahong and several maidservants in the courtyard, laughing and picking chrysanthemums. Jiang Wan glanced at him deeply, yet he remained lost in thought, staring outside until she waved her hand before him, bringing him back to reality. "What are you pondering?" she asked. "We are to return to Yangzhou in 2 days. My mother has sent several letters urging me." What she had previously said about wanting him to escort her back to the capital was merely in jest. Upon hearing this, she stared blankly outside for a while before regaining her composure. "We should return. We leave tomorrow. It is best that we do not meet again before parting." Pei Shun, believing she was upset, quickly grasped her hand. "Do not be angry. Had I known you would agree to me, I would not have written back. We could have stayed here, and I would build a golden house to keep you." Jiang Wan took his words lightly. "I am not angry. I merely believe it is best to resolve matters swiftly. Is there anything that should not be addressed with clarity? While I am joyful, I also understand that this happiness is fleeting." He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lamenting that many things could be within one's control. Yet some matters were simply a matter of fate. Jiang Wan leaned against the green silk window frame, calling for Xiaoxiang to come and collect their belongings. Only then did he gaze out through the window, realizing that from her angle, she had seen him lost in thought, looking at Zayadahong outside. "Vanya, do you harbor any misunderstandings? I just received a letter from my mother and was lost in contemplation." He reassured her. "I did not think much of it. Rest assured, if there is no trust, how can we coexist?" Seeing her lost in thought, he presumed her concerns were genuine. However, dealing with Zayadahong was now a delicate matter. Otherwise, Jiang Wan might face suspicion upon her return. He tilted his head and asked, "Do you trust me?" She was also contemplating her return, momentarily taken aback by his question. Replying what? He shook his head, realizing she was preoccupied with their previous conversation. "We cannot remain together every day. I shall send Shuangjiang back with you. If you have anything to convey, speak with her and let her deliver your messages." She nodded, allowing him to embrace her. Chapter 92. Divorce. It felt like a dream, and like all dreams, it must eventually awaken. As dawn broke, everyone rose, except for Xiaoxiang, as the other maidservants departed, accompanied by Pei Shun's trusted aides. Zayadahong, being of higher status, stayed with a few others in the main chamber. Pei Shun intended for her to attend to Jiang Wan, which she had no objection to, yet Jiang Wan felt it unnecessary. With just 1 day to manage, Xiaoxiang could easily handle it, not to mention she lacked for nothing. The journey was smooth, and they soon arrived at the Pei residence. Pei Hong awaited them on the Dan terrace. Upon seeing the carriage approach, he seemed to forget his previous endeavors, being assisted by Xiao Chuan as he gingerly descended the steps. As the curtain was drawn aside, Jiang Wan beheld his visage. Previously, she had regarded Pei Hong as possessing an ordinary appearance. Even though his mother deemed him a paragon of talent, she considered him merely passable. However, upon this new gaze, beneath that commonplace facade lurked something more sordid. Qing Wan, the chief maid beside Shun, had already approached, bowing respectfully. "Madam, I hear you are well, which brings me immense joy," she said, her eyes brimming with tears. "I appreciate your concern, yet it is my fault." Pei Hong extended his hand towards her, and Jiang Wan lowered her gaze upon it, then raised her eyes to meet his, but it was Xiao Xiang who interjected, "Master, allow me to assist her." Thus, she was freed from her constraints. As they proceeded, Pei Shun first offered his respects to Shun, and after Pei Hong had helped Jiang Wan freshen up, they both went to greet her. Shun listened attentively as Pei Hong recounted the particulars, grasping Jiang Wan's hand to console her. "My dear, over a year ago, Delang faced such a predicament. In moments of desperation, one may act out of character. Do not harbor too much resentment. Jiang Wan pondered, about to speak when Shun, noticing her reluctance to engage, immediately adopted a stern expression and admonished her. In times of urgency, even Emperor Gaozu abandoned his wife and children. How much more so for him, who struggles with mobility? If you hold on to resentment, it will only reflect poorly on you. Pei Heng remained silent, merely observing as others chastised her. Jiang Wan let out a cold smile, just as she was about to respond, when Pei Shun interjected, "Mother, was not Emperor Gaozu a hero who cut down the white serpent to incite rebellion? Regrettably, my brother is no emperor, nor does he possess the qualities of the son of Emperor Hui." Pei Shun's expression darkened, unable to defend too fiercely. His implication was clear. Pei Heng was no imperial figure, nor was he capable of elevating Jiang Wan to a position of prominence, much less siring a future emperor. Shun was taken aback by her son's retort and scolded. "Do not stir trouble further. Is it worth your defense for a woman who has been absent for so long? Aunt, as a fellow woman, must you speak so harshly? Matters between husband and wife do not require external commentary." With that, she rose and strode toward the exit, leaving Shun bewildered, contemplating whether this individual had lost her senses, unleashing her wrath upon her. It seemed the usual tranquility and gentleness had merely been a facade. Even a cornered rabbit may bite. Shun shot Pei Shun a fierce glare, silencing him. "Aunt, it is my fault. I should have persuaded Wanner, yet I have only caused you distress. Allow me to speak to her and ensure she offers you a personal apology." Saying this, he limped out in pursuit of her. Jiang Wan hurried to her room, unable to regain her composure for a while. After some contemplation, she collapsed onto the table, weeping. Xiao Xiang, equally distressed and angry, could only join her in tears. With a few light words, they had nearly faced death outside. Just as she was about to curse, Pei Heng, supported by Hua Dou, entered the room, and she patted Jiang Wan's shoulder, standing by her side. He summoned water to assist her in washing her face, and when he invited her outside, she glanced at Jiang Wan and, upon receiving a nod, exited the room. Pei Heng reached for her hand, but she evaded him. He did not take offense, merely smiling. "You ought not to speak to Aunt in such a manner. After all, we are all in this together." Jiang Wan interrupted him. "Brother, I respect the Jiang and Pei family's long-standing friendship, and thus I address you as brother. However, upon returning, I wish to convey my desire for a divorce." "What?" Pei Heng gazed at her in disbelief. "A divorce? Impossible. Dear brother, could we not spare each other a modicum of dignity? I understand your disappointment. Yet I have resolved that from this point onward, all matters, great and small, within the household shall be entrusted to you. My second brother has rendered me some benefits concerning the salt trade. Our lives will undoubtedly improve." As he spoke, he cast aside his cane, knelt before Jiang Wan, and wept bitterly at her feet. Jiang Wan, startled, attempted to retreat and free herself from his grasp, pushing him away with her hands, yet she could not escape. Ultimately, she allowed him to hold her, remaining silent. After a while, he continued to cry, and Jiang Wan urged him to rise. "Brother, please stand up. Wanner, no matter what. I promise to treat you well in the future, and I shall not let you suffer any further heartache. Will you trust me? Please rise first, if you will." Jiang Wan dared not press him too hard, for she too harbored her own secrets. She decided to bide her time, waiting until Pei Shun had concluded his affairs, planning to vanish without a trace. Noticing a slight softening in Jiang Wan's demeanor, he stood with her assistance and immediately embraced her, repeatedly apologizing and seeking her forgiveness for the fearful words he had spoken previously. As husband and wife, what is past is past. In Pei Heng's eyes, Jiang Wan was easily soothed, her temperament gentle. Hearing her words, he believed her, clutching her hand to his face and weeping profusely. Jiang Wan, distressed by his incessant tears, found him more weepy than even Tang's song. Ultimately, she comforted him, informing him of her intention to sleep on the outside beauty couch. He was taken aback, sitting in the circle chair, waving his hand and wiping his tears. "I know you still harbor some grievances. There is no need for you to leave. I shall go to Enro's room instead. You can remain here." Jiang Wan was momentarily taken aback. He cast her a lingering glance before reluctantly departing. When Jiang saw him leave, she finally entered, saying, "Master sent me to check on you, fearing he might harm you." She wiped her tears and shook her head. "Tell him not to worry. I will take care of myself. Furthermore, I wish to see him tonight." Jiang complied. What she did not disclose to Jiang Wan was that Pei Shan was already in a state of anxious turmoil. He regretted ever acquiescing to Jiang Wan's request for her to handle matters, realizing too late that she was powerless and soft-hearted, unable to resist Pei Heng's pleas. Having finished speaking, Pei Heng re-entered, announcing that the small kitchen had prepared Jiang Wan's favorite dishes, and he intended to dine with her that evening. Jiang Wan agreed and instructed Xiao Xiang to invite Jin and heir to join them. Pei Heng felt somewhat awkward. His initial intention was to have a private meal with her, but seeing her demeanor, he refrained from pressing too hard. "Wan, or do you drink wine?" Jiang Wan shook her head. "I have been quite famished these past few days. My stomach is unsettled, and I do not wish to eat, as it would only worsen my discomfort. Did my second brother not arrange for a physician to tend to you? After all, you are his sister-in-law. It seems rather inconsiderate of him." Jiang Wan shot him a cold glance. "I'm not his wife. My husband abandoned me. Should I then expect him to attend to every detail?" Her words left Pei Heng at a loss, unsure of how to respond, caught between standing and sitting. Sun Shi had previously indulged in minor quarrels with him, but her status afforded her certain privileges. In the end, he could scold her a couple of times and then smooth things over with a few kind words. However, Jiang Wan was not Sun Shi. She possessed the pride of a woman from a distinguished family, and her relationship with him was unique. Pei Heng naturally did not believe she would easily forgive him. "I did not mean it that way. After all, you are his sister-in-law." Seeing Jiang Wan's cold gaze upon him, he felt reluctant to continue the conversation, offering a sheepish smile as he touched his nose. Eventually, when the little maid brought in the meal, he gestured for Jiang Wan to take a seat. She, too, was disinclined to engage in further dialogue, choosing to sit across from him, maintaining as much distance as possible. Jin and I, observing the tension between them, stood by, hesitant to take a seat. It was Jiang Wan who eventually invited her to sit down, before turning her attention back to Pei Heng, who remained silent as he served her food.